When Lin Yi traversed into a world where humans coexisted with Pokémon, he was momentarily bewildered. However, upon acquiring the Pokémon Modifier, he swiftly declared, Pokémon species? Modify. Pokémon abilities? Modify. Pokémon skills? Modify. Pokémon levels? All modified. A Caterpie transformed into a Rayquaza, and a Groudon learned to soar. Thus, what was once a dream became reality. Chapter 1. The Pokémon Modifier. In the Pokémon world, in the vibrant city of Pallet, Beedrill used Poison Sting. A silver-white needle soared over the podium, hurtling towards the last row of the classroom, stirring up a gust of wind. Smack! Lin Yi felt a sharp sting on his forehead, jolting him awake from the murky darkness of slumber. The voice of his homeroom teacher, filled with exasperation, suddenly pierced through the air. Lin Yi, what is the ability of Squirtle? Awakened, Lin Yi appeared utterly perplexed. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, Water Turtle? As soon as the words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the classroom for a few seconds. Then, the laughter of his classmates erupted. Uffed. Ha ha ha, calling Squirtle a water turtle, truly deserving of the title of our class's comedic genius. Lin Yi, confused by the bizarre reactions of his peers, Lin Yi turned to the podium. There stood his stern-faced teacher, gazing at him with an expression that exuded danger. Yet Lin Yi's attention was captivated by the creature beside him. Its elongated form, adorned in orange and black stripes, with wings as delicate as gossamer, and a needle tail that was razor-sharp. Wasn't this the Beedrill from the Pokémon universe? In the next moment, a torrent of memories flooded Lin Yi's mind. This is the world of Pokémon, where humans and Pokémon coexist harmoniously and Pokémon civilization flourishes. Now, Pokémon have become an indispensable part of human civilization. The electricity sector incorporates Magnemite and Pikachu. The Postal Service employs Pidgeot and Wingull, and the barbecue industry features Charizard and Cyndaquil. Gazing at the Beedrill next to his teacher, Lin Yi gradually accepted a staggering truth. He had traversed into a realm inhabited by Pokémon. On the podium, Lu Guishui, increasingly frustrated by Lin Yi's lack of intelligence, darkly stated, Lin Yi, if you can't answer what Squirtle's ability is today, you'll stand in the hallway as punishment. Lin Yi paused for a moment, then resolutely declared, Squirtle's ability is Torrent, which boosts the power of water-type moves when its HP is below 1/3. When HP drops below 1/3, the power of water-type moves increases by 1.5 times. The classmates, who initially anticipated a spectacle, fell silent, gazing in astonishment at Lin Yi, who seemed to have transformed. While Torrent was not a secret, the clarity with which Lin Yi articulated its description was indeed surprising for those accustomed to his habitual lethargy. Lu Guishui, too, was taken aback. The pallor of his face lightened slightly, yet his demeanor remained stern as he continued. You answer correctly, but not completely. Squirtle has more than just the Torrent ability. Upon hearing this, puzzled expressions surfaced among his classmates. But Lin Yi merely smiled faintly. How naive. Before his traversal, he had been a walking encyclopedia of Pokémon. How could he be stumped by such trivialities? With composed confidence, Lin Yi elaborated. Squirtle possesses a second, rarer ability known as Rain Dish. Rain Dish restores 1/16 of HP at the end of each turn in rainy weather. As Lin Yi finished speaking, he sensed Lu Guishui's gaze shift to one of astonishment. Even his classmates began to murmur amongst themselves. 99% of them were unaware that Squirtle possessed the special ability known as Rain Dish. Lu Guishui scrutinized Lin Yi closely, deciding to up the ante with a more challenging question. Among Beedrill's base stats, which is the lowest and which is the highest? Lin Yi glanced at the Beedrill beside Lu Guishui, responding calmly. Beedrill's highest base stat is attack, while its lowest is special attack. In an instant, the way his classmates regarded Lin Yi shifted dramatically. The information about Lu Guishui's Beedrill was not something that ordinary high school students could easily access. They typically only gleaned bits of dubious information. Online, Lu Guishui's curiosity about Lin Yi intensified. However, constrained by the classroom setting, he suppressed a myriad of questions, deciding to inquire further after class about Lin Yi's remarkable transformation. Once seated, Lin Yi began rummaging through his desk. Since this was a Pokémon world, what Pokémon would he possess? Before long, Lin Yi discovered a standard red and white Pokeball nestled within his desk. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He grasped the red and white Pokeball, eager to unleash its contents. Lin Yi softly murmured, "Let it be a legendary Pokémon." If not, then at least a demigod Pokemon would suffice. As he opened the desk, a flash of light erupted, and the red and white Pokeball sprang open. When Lin Yi beheld the form of his Pokemon, he instinctively shot up, exclaiming a traditional expletive. What the heck? In that moment, Lu Guoshui's gaze shifted toward him, his expression darkening. Lin Yi quickly chuckled sheepishly, apologizing as he sat back down, though his face bore an expression of dismay. He looked down to find a green Caterpie affectionately crawling up his arm, wriggling incessantly. My Pokemon is a Caterpie. Lin Yi's face contorted with agony. Caterpie was infamous for its ineptitude in the Pokemon world. Even its evolved forms, Metapod and Butterfree, were considered lackluster among Pokemon of the same level. Moreover, according to his recollections, in this world, individuals typically could only capture one Pokemon. While some rare individuals could capture multiple Pokemon, they were few and far between. Capturing and commanding Pokemon required not only a Pokeball, but also a formidable mental fortitude. For most high school students, the prospect of capturing two Pokemon was indeed daunting. Despair washed over Lin Yi as he glanced at the Caterpie on his arm. This meant he would be nurturing this inept Caterpie for the foreseeable future. On the podium, Lu Guoshui's voice resonated steadily. Students, you must strive diligently. In 3 months, the Pokemon entrance exam will arrive. I hope each of you can enroll in your desired Pokemon University. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression grew even grimmer. With merely 3 months until the Pokemon entrance exam, it was inconceivable that he could achieve a commendable score with a Caterpie that anyone could easily trample. How could he turn the tide? Just as Lin Yi pondered the futility of his situation, a notification from the system suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! It has been detected that you have encountered your first Pokemon after your traversal. The Pokemon Modifier has been activated. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. The Pokemon Modifier? Back in his previous life, he had frequently utilized cheats while playing Pokemon games, and to his astonishment, this cheat had accompanied him here. Immediately after, a luminous screen materialized before Lin Yi. Pokemon Caterpie. Gender. Level. LV5. Potential. White Ordinary. Ability. Shed Skin. Protected by Shed Skin, it will not be affected by additional effects of moves. Moves. Tackle. Beginner. String Shot. Beginner. Bug Bite. Beginner. Gazing at the information displayed on the screen, Lin Yi tentatively inquired, Pokemon Modifier? In the next moment, an enormous virtual keyboard appeared before him. Accompanying it, a pulsating cursor flickered beside each piece of information regarding Caterpie. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. The IT seemed that he could modify every aspect of the Pokemon's information. Then, let him elevate Caterpie's level directly to its maximum. Just as Lin Yi contemplated upgrading Caterpie to LV100, a red exclamation mark manifested before him. Warning, the current host permissions are LV1. You may only replicate the moves of others' Pokemon to modify your own. Other information is currently beyond your modification. Privileges. Lin Yi's expression instantly soured. It appeared that his aspirations for rapid enhancement were in vain. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! As you have activated the Pokemon Modifier for the first time, the host is rewarded with one opportunity to randomly modify the Pokemon species. In an instant, Lin Yi's heart raced, his hands trembling with anticipation. According to the system, his Caterpie could undergo a random species modification, potentially transforming into a legendary Pokemon. As he gazed at the screen displaying "Would you like to choose random modification?" Lin Yi decisively declared, "Modify." Before Lin Yi's expectant gaze, the bewildered Caterpie was recalled into its red and white Pokeball, its form beginning to undergo a dramatic transformation. Moments later, an orange blaze erupted from within the Pokeball. A brand new Pokemon silhouette materialized before Lin Yi. Chapter 2. Geogyo's Little Fire Dragon Dingling. At that moment, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Lu Guoshui, standing at the podium, cast a peculiar glance at the exuberant Lin Yi, took a sip of tea, and spoke in a solemn tone. Lin Yi, come to my office for a moment. The rest of you may leave. A wave of sympathetic glances washed over Lin Yi from his classmates. However, he remained unfazed, eagerly anticipating the moment he could unveil what his Pokeball contained, curious to see how his Caterpie had transformed. This was a random evolution of Pokemon species. If his Caterpie were to metamorphose into the legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza, it would surely be a stroke of unimaginable fortune. Before long, Lin Yi, clutching his red and white Pokeball, followed Lu Guoshui into his office. Lu Guoshui settled into his chair, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Lin Yi, encouragement glimmering in his eyes. Lin, With only 3 months until the Pokemon examination, although your Caterpie lacks strength, I have observed that your knowledge of Pokemon is quite commendable. Lu Guoxue then picked up the aged teapot, savoring a sip, and continued, in truth, armed with your extensive Pokemon knowledge, you have ample potential for development. Perhaps even a career as a Pokemon guide awaits you. As Lu Guoxue spoke animatedly, Lin Yi's focus remained fixated on the red and white Pokeball in his grasp, oblivious to the teacher's words. The new Pokemon was on the verge of awakening. Lu Guoxue, noticing Lin Yi's rapt attention, let out a sigh, mistakenly believing that Lin Yi had not yet abandoned his Caterpie. With a resigned breath, Lu Guoxue decided to present Lin Yi with a challenge to help him relinquish his obsession with nurturing Caterpie. Lin, I have an acquaintance in Viridian City who works as a guide at a Pokemon observation park. You might want to visit him after school. Lin Yi nodded absently. In Lu Guoxue's somewhat regretful gaze, he vacated the office, his mind still adrift. The moment he stepped out, however, clarity returned. He dashed into a restroom stall and retrieved the red and white Pokeball. He could hardly contain his excitement to discover what his newly transformed Pokemon looked like. Holding the Pokeball, Lin Yi concentrated. Click! The Pokeball sprang open. Before him appeared a red Pokemon. Though it wasn't a legendary creature, the starter Pokemon's potential for growth was promising, certainly far superior to that of a Caterpie. The creature before him resembled a bipedal salamander with some dinosaur-like features. Its tail tip ignited with flames. It was one of the starter Pokemon, Charmander. In the next instant, Charmander's information materialized before Lin Yi's eyes. Pokemon, Charmander, gender, level, LV5, potential, green, good. Ability, Blaze, increases the power of fire-type moves when HP is low. Moves, Tackle, basic, Ember, basic, Bug Bite, basic. Lin Yi felt relatively at ease upon viewing the initial information, but when he encountered the moves, he stood frozen in disbelief. What on earth? A Charmander that could use Ember and Bug Bite? Lin Yi stared incredulously at the Charmander, which had evolved from his Caterpie, their eyes locked in astonishment. Following modifications made by the Pokemon Modifier, the species, potential, and ability of Caterpie had changed, yet the moves remained. Can you imagine a fire-breathing Charmander spitting out Bug-type Silk? Lin Yi silently buried his face in his hands. He observed the Charmander perched precariously atop the toilet seat, and tentatively commanded, Charmander, use Bug Bite. The little creature tilted its head, then opened its mouth. Jow! In the next moment, a somewhat charred, translucent silk thread emerged from Charmander's mouth, ensnaring Lin Yi's neck. Lin Yi thought to himself, it seems that Caterpie has yet to fully acclimate to its new form. Furthermore, where on earth did this Jow sound come from? Charmander opened its mouth again, leaping onto Lin Yi's shoulder, its tail flame flickering brightly. Lin Yi glanced at the Charmander, now resting on his shoulder. With the Pokemon Modifier in hand, the daunting Pokemon examination no longer seemed a concern. Yet, the modifier had its limitations. Currently, Lin Yi held level 1 permissions, allowing him only to replicate the moves of others' Pokemon into his own. He could not directly alter levels, potential, or species yet. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, reviewing the replication requirements. 1. Physical contact with the Pokemon to be copied. 2. The strength of the copied Pokemon's moves must not differ significantly from those of his own. 3. The cooldown period after copying a move is determined by the strength of the copied move. He nodded. Such limitations were reasonable. Otherwise, a novice like him attempting to replicate a legendary Pokemon's ultimate move would be utterly absurd. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi considered the possibility of replicating a lucky trainer's Pokemon move. However, by this time, school had dismissed, and his classmates had scattered. Asking a passerby to allow him to touch their Pokemon felt too strange, so he abandoned the idea. Then, he recalled Lu Guoxue's earlier words about seeking out his friend who worked as a guide at the Pokemon Observation Park. Lin Yi decided firmly. The Pokemon Observation Park would likely feature Pokemon of relatively low strength, but their variety of moves would provide him with ample options. With determination, Lin Yi exited the school, accompanied by the incessantly chattering Charmander, and made his way toward a Pokemon Observation Park in Viridian City. Half an hour later, at the Pokemon Observation Park, Lin Yi entered the renowned establishment in Viridian City. Before him, Pidgey and Sparrow flitted through the trees, while Rattata and Nidoran foraged in the underbrush. In the crystal-clear river, Magikarp and Tadbulb swam freely. Everything was alive with vibrant energy. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the array of Pokemon, contemplating which Pokemon's move he might replicate for his Charmander. At that moment, a youthful figure clad in a guide's uniform approached him, lethargically asking, "Hey, we're about to close." Lin Yi looked up in response. The young female guide appeared to be nearly his age, sporting a high ponytail and delicate features. A lollipop dangled from her mouth, yet her expression seemed weary and incongruous with her youthful appearance. Lin Yi nodded. I'm looking for Lu Guoshui's friend. I heard he works here as a guide. Generally, visitors to the observation park are not allowed to touch the Pokémon. However, one of the conditions for copying the abilities of other Pokémon is to physically touch them, which compelled Lin Yi to seek the assistance of the tour guide known to his homeroom teacher. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the youthful and vibrant female guide appeared momentarily taken aback, before adopting a slightly melancholic expression and saying, I am Xiao Kuei, a friend of your homeroom teacher. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. His homeroom teacher had such a young female friend? Shaking his head, he reminded himself that it was more crucial to replicate the abilities of Pokémon. Subsequently, Lin Yi expressed his desire to Xiao Kuei, hoping to interact with the Pokémon within the park. With her hair tied in a high ponytail, Xiao Kuei regarded Lin Yi with a peculiar look and cautioned. The Pokémon here are not much different from wild ones. Some can be rather temperamental. Yet, Lin Yi remained resolute, assuring Xiao Kuei not to worry. Ultimately, Xiao Kuei, with a melancholic expression, acquiesced. She glanced at her wristwatch and said, out of courtesy, you have 5 minutes left. The park will close in 5 minutes. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, quickly stepping into the Pokémon park under Xiao Kuei's guidance. As they walked, Xiao Kuei scrutinized Lin Yi, asking, where's your Pokémon? If you get scratched by one of the Pokémon here, I won't be responsible. At that moment, Lin Yi's Charmander had been returned to its Pokeball due to its excessive noise. Lin Yi acknowledged this and promptly retrieved a red and white Pokeball. With a click, Zhao! Charmander sprang excitedly from the Pokeball, its tail flame flickering vibrantly. Oh! Xiao Kuei regarded the Charmander perched on Lin Yi's shoulder with a hint of surprise. Although this Charmander was not particularly strong yet, being one of the traditional starter Pokémon, it possessed substantial evolutionary potential. Lin Yi patted Charmander's head, pondering which Pokémon's abilities to replicate first. Currently, Charmander retained the skills of a former Caterpie, all at the beginner level. In this world, the skill levels of Pokémon are categorized from low to high as follows: beginner, intermediate, advanced, super, semi-divine, divine. Skills like tackle, string shot, and bug bite generally belong to the beginner category, usually causing minimal damage or effect. Given his current capabilities, Lin Yi could evidently only replicate intermediate level skills, necessitating careful selection. As Lin Yi traversed the vibrant exhibition area, a fully purple Ekans stealthily emerged from the depths of the forest, its crimson tongue flicking in and out, its eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. At the same time, Xiao Kuei, with her ponytail swaying, paused slightly, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips as she thought, let us see what you have that could impress my father. In the next moment, the purple Ekans lunged toward Lin Yi. Skill Glare activated. In that crucial moment, Lin Yi seemed to have anticipated the attack and deftly dodged, avoiding the Ekans' glare. If he had been caught, his Charmander would have succumbed to paralysis, hindering its ability to attack. Lin Yi patted Charmander's head, which was now visibly irate, baring its teeth at the approaching Ekans. A holographic display of Ekans information appeared before Lin Yi. Pokémon, Ekans, Gender, Level, LV4. Potential, White Ordinary. Ability, Intimidate, intimidates opponents upon entry, lowering their attack. Skills, Wrap, Beginner. Glare, Beginner. Poison Sting, Beginner. Lin Yi smiled faintly. The Intimidate ability of Ekans had no effect on his Charmander. After all, Charmander had been modified from Caterpie, and given their similar serpentine forms, Charmander was not easily intimidated. Lin Yi gestured with his hand, and Charmander immediately locked its gaze fiercely on Ekans. Nearby, Xiao Kuei watched with keen interest, eager to see if Lin Yi's Charmander had learned any fire-type skills. Clearly, at only level 5, if it could master a fire-type skill, it would signify that Lin Yi and his Charmander possessed extraordinary potential. Lin Yi looked at Charmander and confidently commanded, Charmander, use String Shot. Zhao! Charmander opened its mouth, expelling a yellowish silk thread that ensnared Ekans. Xiao Kuei. Ekans. Now, Xiao Kuei stared in bewilderment at the Charmander that had just executed String Shot, glancing at the equally perplexed Ekans. A fire-type Pokémon using a skill exclusive to bug-type Pokémon? However, the spectacle didn't end there. Lin Yi issued another command, Charmander, use Bug Bite. Instantly, Charmander lunged toward Ekans, preparing to unleash the bug-type attack. Stop, stop, stop! Fortunately, Xiao Kuei intervened, her expression one of confusion as she halted Charmander, stating, you cannot harm the Pokémon in the park, just let it go. Lin Yi nodded slightly, recalling Charmander. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations on defeating your first Pokémon. Your LV1 authority has risen to LV2, and you can now modify skill proficiency. Lin Yi blinked in surprise and immediately accessed Charmander's information display. So, this meant he could also modify Charmander's skill proficiency? A virtual keyboard appeared before him, and he quickly began to manipulate it. Xiao Kuei observed curiously as Lin Yi gestured at the air, her astonishment still lingering. A fire-type Charmander had just successfully executed a bug-type string shot and bug bite. It was utterly surreal. Yet, this improbable scenario unfolded right before Xiao Kuei's eyes, compelling her to accept its reality. Done. Proficient, Lin Yi exclaimed. Under the newly unlocked permissions of the modifier, he tentatively adjusted the tackle skill of Charmander. The beginner proficiency of tackle was upgraded to proficient, signifying that the next time Charmander used the tackle skill, its power would see a notable increase. As for higher proficiency levels, Lin Yi's current authority was insufficient. Casting a glance at the display, Lin Yi noted that the time until he could modify skill proficiency again was 24 hours. He nodded thoughtfully, realizing that altering all Pokémon information required certain conditions, including a necessary cooldown period. Turning to Xiao Kuei, who was discreetly observing him, Lin Yi jokingly remarked, "What's the matter? Is my Charmander enchanting you?" Xiao Kuei perked up, quickly reverting to her disenchanted demeanor, feigning indifference as she retorted, "Just a little trick. Hurry up, you have 3 minutes left." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt an immense pressure. With only 3 minutes left before the closing of the facility, he had to encounter the Pokémon he wished to replicate within this brief span. Under the guidance of Xiao Kuei, Lin Yi continued to meander through the Pokémon Park. Cooing softly, Pidgey and Spearow soared overhead, creating a gentle breeze. Yet Lin Yi shook his head in disapproval. The Pokémon within the park were predominantly of low level. At this tier, Pidgey and Spearow hardly possessed any truly useful skills, offering little more than what his Charmander could achieve. As for the Rattata and Nidoran hidden among the bushes, they were even less worthy of consideration, their skills being rather mundane and unremarkable. As Lin Yi wandered, he arrived at a crystal-clear stream where Magikarp and Tadbulb frolicked. His eyes sparkled with interest. Although the evolved form of Magikarp, Gyarados, was renowned, the initial Magikarp was as useless as a Caterpie. However, Tadbulb was a different story. Regardless of its evolutionary stage, Tadbulb boasted commendable stats and was considered a decent Pokémon within the park. Without hesitation, Lin Yi crouched down, cupping his hands to gently lift an unsuspecting Tadbulb. Xiao Kuei watched closely, aware that while the park's Pokémon were not of great value, they were precious lives that Lin Yi must not harm. After lifting the Tadbulb, its information display appeared before him. Pokémon, Tadbulb. Gender, level, LV3. Potential, White Ordinary. Ability, Water Storage. When attacked by Water-type moves, it suffers no damage and instead recovers health. Skills, Hypnosis, Beginner, Water Gun, Proficient. Lin Yi's gaze immediately focused on Hypnosis and Water Gun. Hypnosis, as its name suggests, could induce a sleep effect on Pokémon. However, as a supportive skill, it would not significantly enhance his Charmander, which already possessed String Shot to bind opponents. Water Gun, on the other hand, was distinct. As a skill almost universally shared by Water-type Pokémon, Water Gun was an intermediate move, surpassing both Tackle and Bug Bite. Furthermore, his Charmander could not continually rely on Bug Bite. Otherwise, the combination of String Shot and Bug Bite might appear rather peculiar to outsiders. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi resolved to replicate Tadbulb's Water Gun. With a mere thought, a virtual keyboard appeared once again on the information display. Lin Yi busied himself with the modifications. In no time, a new skill, Water Gun, appeared in Charmander's skill set. Having completed the replication, Lin Yi gently returned Tadbulb to the stream, prompting a curious glance from Xiao Kuei. Was this individual truly here merely for leisure? Lin Yi, however, thought little of it. After the replication, he bid farewell to Xiao Kuei and hurriedly exited the observation area. He needed practical combat experience. Chapter 4, Battle with Geodude. At the Viridian City Battle Arena, a young female receptionist greeted Lin Yi with a warm smile. "Hello, welcome." Lin Yi nodded and replied, "Hello, this is my first visit to the battle arena. Could you please introduce me to the battle rules?" His purpose for visiting was clear: to engage in combat. The battle arena was an official venue designated for battles against suitably matched opponents. The receptionist explained with a smile, "Sir, our battles are divided into random and designated matches. Random matches select suitable opponents within your specified skill range, while designated matches involve prearranged opponents, for whom we provide battle venues and medical services, as well as adjudication of results." Listening attentively to her explanation, Lin Yi nodded slowly. Then, I would like to participate in a random match. The receptionist cheerfully agreed. Inputting Lin Yi's information before inquiring, what is the level range for your opponent in this random match? Lin Yi pondered briefly. Level 57. His Charmander now possessed both Bug-type and Water-type skills, allowing it to battle above its level. Ironically, as a flagship Fire-type starter, his Charmander had yet to learn a single Fire-type move. Lin Yi chuckled softly. With the Pokémon Modifier at his disposal, acquiring any skill was merely a matter of time. Eventually, when his permissions expanded, he could even modify Pokémon types directly. Even a Caterpie could be transformed into a majestic legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza. Before long, Lin Yi received a small card from the receptionist. The efficiency of random match pairing was impressive. Within minutes, the card illuminated, indicating that his opponent was ready. Accompanied by relevant staff, Lin Yi entered the battle area. This arena was semi-open air, surrounded by a grid-like energy net, and was quite expansive. Contestants, please take your positions. A youthful referee called out to both participants. At that moment, Lin Yi locked eyes with his opponent. Lin Yi? The individual matched with Lin Yi appeared somewhat surprised. Astonished to see him here, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance during a random match. The familiar face belonged to Wang Kai, a classmate of Lin Yi. Wang Kai regarded Lin Yi with a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Yi, it seems the pressure of Pokémon training has indeed reached you, even prompting your presence here for battle practice. Previously, Lin Yi had adopted a rather lackadaisical lifestyle after acquiring his Caterpie, so Wang Kai was startled to see him here. No longer idly lounging, Lin Yi chose not to respond, instead turning his attention to the referee. Referee, may we begin? The youthful referee nodded and then addressed Wang Kai. Are you ready? Feeling ignored by Lin Yi, Wang Kai grumbled, ready. The referee confirmed, both sides are prepared. Battle commence. As the referee announced the start of the battle, Lin Yi and Wang Kai simultaneously retrieved their respective Pokeballs. Wang Kai looked at Lin Yi with a sense of smugness, sarcastically remarking, Lin Yi, is your Caterpie ready to take the stage for some comedic string shot? Lin Yi maintained a calm demeanor, opening his Pokeball without a word. With a soft click, Wang Kai's Pokeball revealed a small, entirely yellowish-brown rock creature, distinctively adorned with muscular arms. Its lively eyes sparkled with eagerness as it eagerly anticipated the battle. Dust settling from its rocky arms. Pokémon, Geodude. Gender. Level, LV7. Characteristic, Sand Veil, evasion rate increases during sandstorm weather. Skills, Tackle, Beginner. Roll Out, Intermediate. Sand Attack, Beginner. Wang Kai stood with his arms crossed behind his Geodude, smugly gazing at the Pokémon that flickered in and out of visibility before Lin Yi. Lin Yi, let my Geodude obliterate your Caterpie? Wang Kai looked at the Pokémon in front of Lin Yi with a puzzled expression, feeling as if a 500-pound Snorlax had just rolled over him. He stared blankly at Lin Yi's Charmeleon, bewildered. Is this really a Caterpie? Lin Yi offered an innocuous smile. Every Pokémon has its own unique traits. My Caterpie has undergone a mutation. Wang Kai was even more perplexed. How could Lin Yi's Pokémon, which had been a limp Caterpie just yesterday, now appear as one of the iconic Fire-type starters, a Charmeleon? Even in its base form, Charmeleon's potential and attributes could easily outclass his Geodude. Wang Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Although he had no idea why Lin Yi's Caterpie had transformed into a Charmeleon, he still believed he held the upper hand. His Geodude not only had a higher level than Lin Yi's Pokémon, but its rock type also resisted Charmeleon's fire-type attacks. Wang Kai, feeling a sense of confidence, proclaimed, so what if it's a fire-type starter? My Geodude can withstand your Charmeleon's fire-type moves. He called out to Geodude, use Sand Attack. Upon his command, Geodude eagerly flung a cloud of sand towards Charmeleon, obscuring its vision. Lin Yi chuckled at Wang Kai's antics. While it was true that Geodude's rock type could resist Charmeleon's fire-type moves, the issue was that his Charmeleon did not possess any fire-type moves. Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk. Anticipating the moment his Charmeleon unleashed Water Gun and left Wang Kai and Geodude dumbfounded. With a flick of his mind, Lin Yi shouted, Charmeleon, use String Shot. The sand-blinded Charmeleon sneezed, releasing a yellowish thread that shot towards Geodude. However, due to the effects of Sand Attack, Charmeleon's String Shot missed its mark. Wang Kai stared incredulously at the Charmeleon that had just used String Shot. If he wasn't mistaken, Lin Yi's Charmeleon had just executed a Bug-type move. Wang Kai's confusion deepened. This was truly bizarre. Just then, Charmeleon darted out from the haze of sand and collided headfirst into the unsuspecting Geodude with a skilled tackle. Caught off guard, Geodude was pushed back several paces. Fortunately, Geodude's base defense was quite formidable, and since tackle was a normal type move, Geodude was resistant to it, suffering minimal damage. Wong Kai, initially startled, quickly regained his composure upon realizing it was merely a normal-type move. Geodude could resist normal-type attacks, meaning Tackle would only deal half damage. It's just a light shower, he thought, immediately issuing another command. Geodude, use Rollout. Geodude nodded enthusiastically, its rocky form enveloped in a layer of impenetrable, metallic sheen. Wong Kai glanced triumphantly at Lin Yi. With Geodude's Rollout being an intermediate-level skill, Charmeleon's Tackle would hardly affect it now. Yet, Lin Yi remained unperturbed. Rollout merely enhanced Geodude's physical defense, while Tackle might indeed lose its effectiveness. His Charmeleon could still utilize Water Gun. Understanding Lin Yi's intent, Charmeleon let out an excited cry. Is it not reasonable for a Fire-type Charmeleon to use Water Gun? Charmeleon cleverly feigned weakness, using Tackle to mislead both Geodude and Wong Kai's perceptions. Under the continuous application of Rollout, Geodude's physical defense had escalated to a terrifying degree, rendering Charmeleon's Tackle little more than a mere tickle. In the center of the battlefield, the youthful referee shook his head. Although Lin Yi's Charmeleon boasted impressive attributes and potential, it was facing a Geodude that had a natural advantage against fire types and was also at a higher level. This battle held no chance for Charmeleon to turn the tide. Wong Kai couldn't resist taunting. Oh dear, isn't that one of the fire-type starters, Charmeleon? It seems to have lost its edge in just a few days. It can't even muster a flame burst. Ha ha ha. With a swift motion, he commanded, Geodude, use Tackle. Geodude let out a fierce cry as it charged towards Charmeleon with its stone-like arm. With a resounding thud, Geodude's formidable defense sent the level 5 Charmeleon flying, its vitality and spirit waning. Geodude pressed forward, asserting its dominance over Charmeleon. Just then, the weakened Charmeleon rose again, the flame at the tip of its tail flickering weakly as it began to open its mouth. Wong Kai, unfazed by the seemingly defeated Charmeleon, thought, oh, is it finally going to unleash a flame burst? Geodude remained calm, as it had a natural resistance to fire-type moves. Even if Charmeleon did use a fire-type attack, it would only deal half damage, hardly a concern. Even the youthful referee had prepared to declare the battle over. Even if Charmeleon attempted a flame burst, it would be futile. At that moment, however, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Yi's face. In a low voice, he declared, Charmeleon, use Water Gun. With a sharp cry, Charmeleon puffed up its cheeks and unleashed a powerful jet of water. The torrent struck Geodude squarely, sending it flying and inflicting significant damage. What? I must have misjudged that. Was that Water Gun? How can a fire-type Charmeleon use Water Gun? Wong Kai was utterly astonished. The earlier use of String Shot had already left him flabbergasted, but he could hardly believe that Charmeleon had now executed a Water-type move. This was beyond mere mutation. It was as if Charmeleon had been transformed into an entirely different Pokémon. The referee stood dumbfounded. Having officiated Pokémon battles for a decade, he had encountered countless Pokémon, yet none had ever left him this astonished. While it was not impossible for ordinary Pokémon to learn moves from other types, a Charmeleon mastering the Water-type move Water Gun was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, Lin Yi dropped all pretense, grinning broadly as he cheekily remarked, isn't it perfectly normal for a Fire-type Charmeleon to know Water Gun? Normal? Don't even joke about it. Wong Kai couldn't help but voice his incredulity. His reaction was not solely due to the astonishment of seeing the Charmander execute the move Water Gun, but also because the newfound ability rendered Charmander immune to the weaknesses previously exploited by Geodude. This signified a high probability of his impending defeat in the battle. Lin Yi disregarded Wong Kai's jibes and continued to issue commands. Charmander, unleash a continuous barrage of Water Gun. Charmander stood resolutely, its fiery tail flicking with fervor, as it expelled another powerful stream of water that struck Geodude with force. Geodude, run! Wong Kai exclaimed anxiously, yet it was too late. The bewildered Geodude found itself repeatedly pummeled by Water Gun, crashing helplessly to the ground. The Water-type move had a natural advantage over the Rock-type Geodude. Soon, Geodude lay prostrate, unable to rise. The young referee extended his hand. I hereby declare that the victory of this match belongs to Charmander. With the referee's announcement, the battle reached its definitive conclusion. Wong Kai rushed to Geodude's side, assessing its condition, and heaved a sigh of relief upon discovering it was merely unconscious. He then looked up at Lin Yi, who wore an expression of triumph. Lin Yi, what in the world is going on with your Charmander? How could it possibly learn a Water-type move? In response to Wong Kai's inquiry, Lin Yi, cradling his jubilant Charmander, flashed an innocuous smile. Did I not mention that each Pokémon possesses unique traits? My Caterpie transformed into a Charmander, so acquiring water-type skills is merely a piece of cake. With that, Lin Yi departed from the battle arena, leaving Wang Kai in a state of utter perplexity. Upon exiting the arena, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon a Pokémon nursery in the distance. In this world, Pokémon require sustenance, and ordinary food fails to provide the immense energy needed for battles. Thus, Pokémon nurseries offer specialized nourishment, known as energy blocks. Besides selling energy blocks, these nurseries also provide short-term care for trainers' Pokémon and, most importantly, sell fully developed Pokémon. Charmander, you've truly earned your keep this time, so let us not be stingy. Come, I shall treat you to something delicious as a reward. Charmander, perched on Lin Yi's shoulder, emitted an excited cry. Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of bemusement. Logically, Charmander's cry should not have sounded like that. Could it be a consequence of the alteration in its species? Pondering this, Lin Yi led Charmander into the establishment named Want Your Pokémon. Upon entering, he was greeted by a beautiful attendant clad in professional attire. Good day. Are you here to board a Pokémon, or perhaps to explore new acquisitions? Captivated by the sweet and endearing smile of the gentle lady, Lin Yi resisted the temptation in his heart and replied, I merely wish to purchase some food for this little one. As for boarding or acquiring a new Pokémon, that can wait for another time. Upon hearing this, the attendant, Xiaoli, displayed a hint of disappointment. Although referred to as a Pokémon nursery, most trainers merely visited to purchase food. Since the inception of her shop, not a single Pokémon had been sold. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and offered a bright smile. Please follow me. We offer energy blocks specially designed to enhance Pokémon attributes. I am confident they will meet your needs. Lin Yi followed her to the nearby display shelves, surveying the shop. The establishment was modest, spanning only 100 square meters, yet it was well equipped. Currently, the nursery housed 3 Pokémon, Pidgey, Weepinbell, and Rattata, each quite ordinary. And Lin Yi found himself unimpressed. What type of energy blocks do you seek? I can personally select them for you. Xiaoli inquired as she prepared to fetch the energy blocks. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly interjected, Do you also have Pokémon for sale here? Taken aback, Xiaoli scrutinized Lin Yi, uncertain if he was genuinely interested in purchasing a Pokémon. In truth, Pokémon prices were not exorbitant, primarily because ordinary individuals could not contract a second Pokémon. Those with formidable spirits were often recruited by larger organizations, and their second Pokémon would be meticulously selected, making them unlikely to frequent such a small shop. Nevertheless, Xiaoli patiently elaborated, We currently have 4 Pokémon available for sale, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Chimchar, and Snivy. Oh, all starter Pokémon. May I take a look? Lin Yi responded eagerly while assessing Xiaoli. He had not anticipated that this shop would offer all 4 starter Pokémon. This piqued his interest. Although he possessed a Pokémon modifier that could alter attributes, species, skills, and more, his current level was too low, and the modifications he could execute were significantly limited, not to mention that there were time constraints. Given this, selecting a particularly outstanding initial Pokémon seemed far more convenient. Initially, Lin Yi was merely inquiring out of curiosity, uncertain if he could contract a second Pokémon, but upon hearing about the starters, he genuinely wished to give it a try. As a transmigrator, having 2 Pokémon should not be too much to ask, right? Chapter 6. The Outrageously Expensive Pokémon. Xiaoli led Lin Yi into the shop's storage area, which was more akin to a small showcase. Within this display area, the 4 starter Pokémon lay languidly in their respective spots, devoid of any enthusiasm. Why are they so lethargic? Are they all non-combatant Pokémon? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. Xiaoli shook her head in response. Actually, it is quite the opposite. These Pokémon are rather combative. However, due to their prolonged confinement here, devoid of any battle conditions, they have succumbed to this state. Xiaoli shrugged, indicating her inability to remedy the situation. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. In this world, Pokémon generally face 2 fates. The first was fortunate enough to be contracted by humans, becoming a trainer's Pokémon. Such Pokémon, provided they did not encounter particularly dreadful trainers, typically led a decent life, eventually passing away peacefully. Take, for instance, the Caterpie that Lin Yi initially obtained. Despite Lin Yi's original self showing no inclination to battle with it, he did not abandon Caterpie, but rather kept it close and nurtured it. This phenomenon relates to the generally weak mental fortitude of humans in this world, as they could only contract a single Pokémon. Even if Caterpie was considered the weakest of Pokémon, as long as it was cared for, one would have a Pokémon. Neglect would likely result in a lifetime devoid of any Pokémon companionship. Naturally, some Pokémon would perish along the way due to training or battles for various reasons. However, the deceased Pokémon still occupy the minds of their trainers. This means that if a trainer is dissatisfied with their Pokémon, They cannot maliciously harm it in order to replace it. It is precisely because of this stringent, almost harsh condition that the people of this world hold Pokémon in such high regard. Apart from this fortunate group of Pokémon, a significant number of others exist in the wild, akin to wild beasts. Among these, there are also exceptionally gifted individuals who are unlikely to ever become a trainer's Pokémon. Nevertheless, humans cherish the Pokémon species dearly. Thus, when they discover particularly talented Pokémon, they tend to capture and nurture them. They await the growth of their mental fortitude to the point where they can contract a second Pokémon, subsequently forming a bond with it. However, many individuals overestimate their abilities. After several attempts, they realize they cannot achieve this and end up selling the captured Pokémon to breeding facilities or similar establishments. At this moment, the 4 Pokémon in question find themselves in such a predicament. Classmate, you may not yet be acquainted with information about these Pokémon. So allow me to offer a brief introduction, so you are somewhat prepared should you decide to form a contract. Although signing a contract does not guarantee success, this last statement was left unspoken by Xiaoli. She did not wish to dampen the enthusiasm of the boy before her. It was also for her own performance, as Lin was the only customer in this month who had expressed interest in viewing and purchasing Pokémon. First, there is Squirtle, one of the Kanto region's starter Pokémon, a water type with formidable defensive capabilities. However, Lin Yi did not fully absorb the shop assistant Xiaoli's introduction, for he possessed a more convenient method to directly view the information of these Pokémon. Pokémon, Squirtle. Gender, level, LV8. Qualification, Blue Rare. Ability, Rain Dish, restores 116 health at the end of each turn during rainy weather. Skills, Tackle, Proficient. Water Gun, Proficient. Tail Whip, Beginner. Withdraw, Proficient. Gazing at the information displayed before him, Lin Yi felt a surge of astonishment. No wonder this Squirtle, captured from the wild, boasted a high level. 3 out of its 4 skills were at a proficient level. Perhaps he should purchase it. Contemplating this, Lin Yi turned his gaze to the price of the Pokémon, and upon seeing it, his pupils constricted. What? 120,000. How could it be so high? No wonder no one has come to buy it. An ordinary Squirtle in the market is only about 50,000. As if sensing Lin Yi's shock, the shop assistant Xiaoli smiled faintly and explained, Classmate, do not be misled by the high price of this Squirtle. Its qualifications and skill proficiency are indeed impressive, and its battle instincts are not lacking. If you successfully contract with it, you will quickly develop sufficient combat strength. Xiaoli beamed at Lin Yi, as if she could see his desire to purchase. Her smile was particularly sweet, for it directly impacted her only performance. Lin Yi swallowed hard, not immediately opting to proceed. His gaze shifted to the other 3 starter Pokémon. After observing them, he shook his head slightly. He realized that, apart from Squirtle, the qualifications of the other 3 Pokémon were merely green and good. While they possessed their respective initial skills, the most proficient among them had only achieved 1 or 2. Compared to Squirtle, the other 3 hardly caught his interest. With this in mind, Lin Yi displayed an innocent smile as he addressed Xiaoli. Sister, it seems this Squirtle has been here for quite some time. I doubt anyone else plans to buy it. How about lowering the price a bit? Let's say 60,000. Lin Yi employed his market bargaining skills, proposing a price that was half the original. Xiaoli was taken aback by the audacity of this young boy, who would have the price without hesitation, causing her to flinch. She had never encountered such a bold negotiator. Classmate, let's set the price aside for now. How about this? You can first attempt to see if you can form a contract with it. If you succeed, we can discuss the price afterward. Xiaoli's amiable and sweet smile was akin to a devil's enticement, especially with the 2 white highlights that stirred Lin Yi's heart. Very well. Since I am uncertain whether I can even contract a second Pokémon, haggling here would be futile. With that thought, Lin Yi nodded and turned to face the Squirtle in the aquarium. The Squirtle seemed to sense Lin Yi's gaze and proudly lifted its small head, its large, wise eyes locking onto Lin Yi's with an inviting intensity, as if to say, come closer. Chapter 7. The System's Hidden Attributes. Lin Yi indeed approached. At that moment, he felt an unusual tension, as if facing a rigorous examination. He possessed the Pokémon Modifier, a miraculous tool. However, it appeared to only modify Pokémon attributes, not his own. This meant that if Lin Yi's mental strength was insufficient, he would only be able to possess 1 Pokémon. For someone like Lin Yi, who had a penchant for collecting, this was intolerable. Now was the moment to witness a miracle. Charmeleon, perched on his shoulder, also gazed curiously at Squirtle. Suddenly, Charmeleon let out a fierce cry, defiantly staring at Squirtle. Initially taken aback, Squirtle was soon overwhelmed by an inexplicable anger. It puffed out its cheeks, and a powerful jet of water erupted forth. Watch out! Xiaoli exclaimed, astonished. She had not anticipated that Squirtle would suddenly use Water Gun at this moment. Charmeleon, being a Fire-type Pokemon, could not withstand the Water-type move. If Squirtle injured Charmeleon, she would have to compensate. Forget about her performance. She might even lose her job. However, at that moment, Charmeleon also puffed out its cheeks and unleashed a stream of yellow water. The two jets collided and dissipated each other. That is Water Gun. Your Charmeleon can use Water Gun? Xiaoli said, her face filled with disbelief, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Squirtle across from her wore a puzzled expression. Squirtle? Charmeleon responded, hands on its hips, exuding an air of pride and completely disregarding Squirtle. Squirtle, stop fooling around. Let this classmate attempt to form a contract with you. This is your final opportunity. If you cannot form a contract, I will have no choice but to send you to the zoo, Xiaoli said, hands on her hips, glaring at Squirtle with a hint of irritation. Upon hearing her words, Squirtle, initially dismissive, suddenly wilted at the thought of being sent to the zoo. It is well known that engaging in combat within a zoo is strictly prohibited, and for a Pokemon brimming with a desire for battle, such as him, visiting a zoo would be tantamount to a death sentence. Under the guidance of the attendant, Xiaoli, Lin Yi approached the Squirtle. Upon seeing its smooth head, his breath quickened involuntarily. Although Lin Yi had already acquired his first Pokemon, this moment felt like a true contractual agreement. It was impossible for him not to feel anxious. As if sensing Lin Yi's unease, the attendant, Xiaoli, cheerfully advised, do not be nervous, classmate. Place your left hand on Squirtle's forehead. And as you did when you first signed a contract, merge your spirit with Squirtle-S. She added, if you feel dizzy or your spirit feels insufficient, do not force it. Listening to Xiaoli's reassuring words, Lin Yi nodded and took a deep breath, placing his left hand on Squirtle's head. Squirtle. Squirtle cooperatively raised its head, resting it against Lin Yi's palm. Typically, a trainer must first defeat a second Pokemon using their first before signing a contract. This is due to the fact that even Pokemon desire to have a master exclusively for themselves, unwilling to share with others. However, this particular Squirtle, having been previously intimidated by Xiaoli, bypassed that step without issue. In fact, Lin Yi sensed that the Squirtle appeared even more anxious than he was. As Lin Yi attempted to channel his spirit, he quickly realized he lacked any experience. Just as he began to feel lost, a prompt resonated in his ear. Ding! The system has detected an upgrade to level 2. The host can now sign a contract with a second Pokemon. Would you like to proceed? Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Yi was overwhelmed with joy. According to the system, as it continued to upgrade, he would be able to contract more Pokemon. While others might be limited by their spiritual capacity, for him, the only constraint was the system's level. This was a hidden attribute of the system. Sign the contract. Lin Yi shouted in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a part of his spirit being drawn away, only to be replaced by a warm flow. At that moment, an ethereal connection formed between him and Squirtle. Is that it? Lin Yi questioned in surprise, uncertain if the process was complete. Did you successfully sign the contract? Xiaoli inquired, observing Lin Yi as he opened his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing her face. Yes, isn't that how signing a contract works? Lin Yi replied innocently, as though this were the natural course of events. Xiaoli regarded Lin Yi with a bemused expression. Although first contracts are usually swift, they typically require at least 10 minutes for spiritual binding, and a trainer able to sign a second contract usually needs at least an hour. You did it in less than a minute? Embarrassed, Lin Yi scratched the back of his head and sheepishly said, perhaps it's because I possess exceptional talent. He was well aware that his rapid signing was entirely due to the system and not his own merit. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Xiaoli shook her head in disbelief. Well, since you have formed a spiritual contract with Squirtle, you must purchase it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression froze, followed by an awkward smile. Sister, is it 60,000? He asked, his face flushed with embarrassment, but Xiaoli smiled gently, yet firmly shook her head. This Squirtle costs 120,000, 60,000 wouldn't even cover our cost. But I don't have 120,000. Lin Yi's voice dwindled to a whisper. He never anticipated that his arrival in this world would lead to financial woes, especially since he couldn't even afford his first Pokemon. Sensing that Lin Yi was merely a destitute student, Xiaoli pondered for a moment before presenting a solution. If you truly cannot produce 120,000 now, I have a method to assist you. As Lin Yi walked along the street, he felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. This was not solely due to the Charmander perched on his left shoulder and the Squirtle on his right, but also because he had now taken on a 3-month short-term loan. Indeed, the solution Xiaoli had provided was a loan, and with a loan comes interest, and the interest on this short-term loan was alarmingly high. Lin Yi would need to repay a total of 150,000 in 3 months. This left him feeling hopeless. Yet the thought of the 2 promising Pokemon on his shoulders, coupled with his Pokemon Modifier, an extraordinary advantage, gave him confidence that he could repay the loan. Seems like that woman really put me in a bind, he lamented, gazing at the 2 large bags of energy cubes in his hands. Compared to the debt incurred from purchasing Squirtle, the energy cubes he had prepared for Squirtle and Charmander seemed trivial. Upon returning home, Lin Yi collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. With 7 hours remaining until he could utilize the Pokemon Modifier, he anticipated exploring the skills of his classmates' Pokemon by tomorrow morning. With that thought, he drifted into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, he was suddenly roused by a soft, persistent nudging against his face. The sticky sensation was quite unpleasant. "Stop it!" Lin Yi exclaimed, pushing aside the Squirtle that was licking his face. As he groggily opened his eyes, he surveyed his modest room, which contained a plush nest and an aquarium. The nest was clearly for Charmander, while the aquarium served as Squirtle's habitat. At that moment, Charmander remained curled up in its nest, which came as no surprise to Lin Yi. After all, his Charmander had once been a Caterpie, and at this stage, Caterpies were notoriously lethargic, evidently still acclimating to its new identity. Meanwhile, Squirtle was energetically sticking out its tongue, brimming with excitement. All right, I understand. Today we shall go into battle," Lin Yi said, somewhat fatigued. Recall that the attendant had mentioned that this Squirtle was particularly combative, a fact Lin Yi had not forgotten. Squirtle. Upon hearing Lin Yi's intention to battle, Squirtle appeared exceptionally enthusiastic. "Lin Yi, you lazybones, come out for breakfast," a youthful voice echoed from outside, followed by the sound of a foot clad in flip-flops kicking open his door. "Lin Xiaoqing, can you not be more careful?" Lin Yi gazed at his door with a heart-wrenching cry. Standing at his threshold was his 14-year-old half-sister, Lin Xiaoqing, a cherubic girl with pigtails. "Humph. Why are you still in bed at this hour? Wow, is that a Squirtle? How on earth did you acquire one?" Lin Xiaoqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the Squirtle. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, cradling the Squirtle in her arms, her delicate fingers affectionately rubbing its face. "Squirtle," it squeaked, extending its tiny claws towards Lin Yi, pleading for rescue. "As a loyal Pokemon, Squirtle, do share some of my burdens." Squirtle's expression morphed into one of existential despair. "Lin Yi, you have yet to respond to my question. Wasn't your Pokemon a Caterpie? How did it transform into a Squirtle?" Lin Xiaoqing continued to torment the Squirtle's plump visage while casting a curious glance at Lin Yi. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "This Squirtle is a Pokemon I contracted just yesterday. As for the Caterpie, it has undergone a mutation." "A mutation?" Lin Xiaoqing tilted her head, clearly perplexed by the term. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and pointed to the small Charmeleon nestled in its bed, still slumbering. "Look, the Caterpie has evolved into a Charmeleon." Following Lin Yi's gesture, Lin Xiaoqing's gaze fell upon the peacefully sleeping Charmeleon. "Wow, it's a Charmeleon," she exclaimed, releasing the Squirtle and darting to the side of the Charmeleon, lifting it from its nest. "Jow!" it cried out in surprise, evidently bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The Squirtle looked on with sympathy before trailing behind Lin Yi as they made their way to breakfast. The meager breakfast consisted of toast, a fried egg, and sausage, an unfortunate meal for Lin Yi. Previously, he had always prepared breakfast himself, favoring dishes like soy milk and fried dough sticks. However, ever since he formed a contract with the Caterpie, despair seeped into his life, leading him to adopt a lackadaisical existence. From that moment onward, it was Lin Xiaoqing who took on the responsibility of breakfast, naturally choosing her preferred fare. "Brother, I heard that those who can contract 2 Pokemon possess formidable mental strength. I've never perceived you as particularly strong. I thought you were merely a lazy bum," Lin Xiaoqing said while munching on a piece of toast, cradling the Charmeleon. "Your brother is not a lazy bum. He has simply been biding his time, playing the fool while waiting for the right moment. Moreover, can mental strength truly be gauged by appearances?" "Indeed," Lin Xiaoqing retorted, her voice rising slightly. "Our homeroom teacher mentioned that those who appear spirited usually possess greater mental strength. Unlike you, with your bookish demeanor, your mental prowess is rather ordinary." How dare she call her brother a pretty boy? Lin Yi lightly tapped Lin Xiaoqing on the head, hesitating momentarily before adding, "I'll take care of breakfast from now on. I've grown weary of toast." "All right," she nodded with a bright smile, then tilted her head thoughtfully. "Brother, I'll soon be in high school, and then I can contract my own Pokemon. What kind do you think would suit me?" Lin Yi opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by her sigh. "Alas, given our family's situation, I'll likely have to settle for a random Pokemon like you did. I hope I don't end up with a Caterpie." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists. He had only been able to choose a free contract due to their financial struggles, which often resulted in a rather disappointing Pokémon. He certainly did not wish for his only sister to follow the same path. Don't worry, sister. I will help you select a Pokémon you will love. Chapter 9. The hook is set. Lin Xiaoqing gazed at Lin Yi, her mouth agape but silent. Finally, a smile broke across her face as she cheerfully declared, I believe in you, brother. Lin Yi affectionately ruffled her hair. Hurry and eat. We must leave for school soon. After Lin Xiaoqing departed, Lin Yi turned his attention to his two Pokémon. In order for Xiaoqing to acquire her desired Pokémon, the three of them must strive together. With that thought, he stepped out with Squirtle and Charmeleon, heading towards the school. Inside the classroom, Wang Kai sat at his desk, fervently proclaiming, You won't believe it. Lin Yi's Caterpie has transformed into a Charmeleon and can even use Water Gun. It's utterly miraculous. What nonsense are you spouting? Everyone knows Lin Yi's Pokémon is a Caterpie. How could it possibly evolve into a Charmeleon? Did he sign a second Pokémon contract? A classmate retorted immediately. Exactly. And a Water Gun. Charmeleon is a Fire-type Pokémon, one of the starter trio from the Kanto region, and Water Gun is not in its repertoire. Do you think it's a legendary Pokémon? Faced with the disbelief of his peers, Wang Kai grew increasingly frustrated. Why do I even bother explaining? When Lin Yi shows up, you'll see for yourselves what his Pokémon is like. With that, Wang Kai slumped over his desk, falling silent. In truth, he felt disgruntled himself. Just yesterday, his Geodude had been on the verge of victory when Lin Yi's Charmeleon unleashed Water Gun, defeating it. This left him feeling disheartened and at a loss for words, and now, with his classmates doubting him, his frustration only deepened. Before long, Lin Yi pushed open the classroom door, arriving late. Upon entering, he felt the gaze of most classmates fixated upon him. What is up? Have you finally recognized my charm? I told you, with a brother as handsome as I am, how could no one be smitten? Lin Yi said, playfully tousling his hair. Uffed, who said you're handsome? But about what Wang Kai said. Did your Pokémon really turn into a Charmeleon? A classmate who usually got along well with Lin Yi chimed in. The curious stares of their peers were drawn to Lin Yi, eager to uncover the truth behind his sudden transformation. Ah, so that is what you're interested in. Well, allow me to present my Charmeleon. With that, Lin Yi released the Pokémon from its Pokeball, and a radiant flash of red light revealed Charmeleon's form before the astonished audience. As the onlookers gaped in disbelief, Charmeleon leaped onto Lin Yi's shoulder. Zhao, it really is a Charmeleon. How on earth did you manage that? Is this your second contracted Pokémon? One student pressed on, still not convinced. Like Lin Yi, this student's Pokémon was hardly a rare breed. It was a commonplace Pidgey, destined to evolve into a Pidgeotto, but remained a rather lackluster presence among its peers. If Lin Yi truly had managed to evolve a Caterpie into a Charmeleon, perhaps there was hope for his own Pidgey as well. Well, it's simply a matter of luck. I'm not entirely sure how I accomplished it. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, an incongruous voice suddenly interrupted. Why listen to him? This fellow is surely spouting nonsense. Who knows how he managed to acquire a little Charmeleon, but with his meager abilities. What does it matter if he indeed has one? He remains at the bottom of our class. Turning towards the source of the voice, Lin Yi beheld a tall boy, none other than their class president, Zhang Yudong. Unlike the rest of them, Zhang Yudong hailed from a family of modest means, and his Pokémon, acquired through a special arrangement rather than the random draw at school, was a formidable Totodile. Since then, he had looked down upon classmates like Lin Yi, who possessed only subpar Pokémon. Witnessing Lin Yi trying to show off, he couldn't resist the urge to provoke him. Indeed, Brother Yudong is our class president. Not only does he excel academically, but his Pokémon is also the finest among us, certainly the strongest, chimed in several of Zhang Yudong's sycophants, relishing the moment. Zhang Yudong then turned away from Lin Yi, dismissing him as if he were entirely inconsequential. However, Lin Yi felt no anger. Instead, a playful smile danced across his features. Oh, I beg to differ. While Totodile is indeed one of the starter Pokémon, it is not particularly powerful. Faced with my Charmeleon, it would likely find itself overpowered. Lin Yi remarked, shaking his head as he settled into his seat. His desk mate nudged him with an elbow, signaling him to cease his remarks. Yet, Lin Yi waved dismissively, indicating that he was unperturbed. He had no intention of engaging with someone like Zhang Yudong, but since the latter had sought him out, he would not shy away. What do you mean, Lin Yi? Zhang Yudong's expression darkened at Lin Yi's open provocation, his voice laced with menace. Oh, nothing much. Lin Yi responded, scratching his ear casually. I simply cannot abide the sight of someone boasting about possessing a rather mediocre Pokémon. What did you say? Zhang Yudong's fists clenched, his gaze burning with indignation at this upstart whom he deemed beneath him. He longed to teach Lin Yi a lesson right then and there, but, mindful of the impending class, he settled for a parting shot. Lin Yi, words are futile. Our second class this morning is Pokemon battle training. Since you are so confident, why not have a match and see who truly reigns supreme? A gleam of amusement flickered in Lin Yi's heart. He had bitten the bait. That sounds agreeable, but a simple battle lacks excitement. Why not wager something? That would certainly make it more interesting, he proposed with a smirk. You wish to wager with me? What could you possibly offer? Zhang Yudong retorted, his expression radiating confidence. If you win, I shall grant you $10,000. But if you lose, you will kneel before me and bow 3 times, he declared, his demeanor exuding certainty. After all, in his estimation, Lin Yi had only just acquired this Charmeleon. Perhaps having barely trained it, how could it possibly compete with his well-trained Totodile? Moreover, Totodile's water type had a distinct advantage over Charmeleon's fire type. He anticipated the thrill of humiliating Lin Yi, the audacious one who dared to provoke him, teaching him who truly held the power in their class. Chapter 10, Teaching Assistant Xiao Kuei. The first class of the morning was once again presided over by their homeroom teacher, Lu Guoshui. He lectured fervently on the dynamics of Pokemon battles, frequently enlisting Beedrill to awaken any students who dared to drift off. Yet, his gaze often strayed towards Lin Yi. Having heard from his daughter, Xiao Kuei, about Lin Yi's unusual behavior the previous day, he intended to have a word with him after class. Soon, the lesson concluded. For the next session, I have arranged for a teaching assistant whose battle skills far surpass yours. Pay close attention, Lin Yi. Please come with me, Lu Guoshui instructed. Leading the way, Lin Yi shrugged, saying nothing as he followed suit. As they exited, Zhang Yudong glared at Lin Yi, mouthing the words, "You're finished." This only amused Lin Yi. He playfully gestured at his neck and stuck out his tongue before leaving the classroom. Mr. Homeroom teacher, what do you need? Lin Yi inquired first. Lu Guoshui took a sip of hot water, speaking earnestly. Xiao Lu, have you given any thought to my suggestion from yesterday? Your knowledge of Pokemon is quite impressive, and if you are willing, I could recommend you for a position as a tour guide at the Pokemon Observation Park. Without hesitation, Lin Yi shook his head. Mr. Homeroom teacher, to be frank, I don't believe that a career as a Pokemon knowledge guide suits me. I have decided to take a different path. Lin Yi refrained from disclosing his transformation of a Caterpie into a Charmeleon to Lu Guoshui. The tale he spun to his classmates was one thing, but he could not afford to mislead his teacher. If Lu Guoshui took him seriously, it would not bode well. Lu Guoshui nodded, refraining from further persuasion. He felt a tinge of regret, but understood Lin Yi's perspective. Shaolin, I still hope you will reconsider my proposal. I was once your age and understand the significance of Pokemon at this stage in your life. Lin Yi opened his mouth, ready to respond, but Lu Guoshui continued. By the way, the teaching assistant I have invited is the friend you met yesterday. She is currently at the school gate. Please escort her to our training room. Lin Yi stared vacantly as he made his way towards the school gate. Soon, he spotted the high ponytailed Xiao Kuei lazily standing by the entrance, seemingly reluctant to approach. Observing her youthful and vibrant demeanor contrasted with the disheveled appearance of his homeroom teacher, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable discomfort. It struck him that the relationship between these two seemed rather unusual. After all, how could such a pair, one youthful and the other a weary middle-aged man, forge a friendship? And how could the latter invite the former to serve as a teaching assistant? Why are you here to get me? Where's your homeroom teacher? Xiao Kuei inquired. Somewhat surprised to see Lin Yi, she hadn't anticipated that he would be the one sent to fetch her. Wait a minute, why is this guy so eager? What does my dad see in him? Not only did he recommend him to me, but now he has him come to get me? Xiao Kuei mused with a mix of thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, oblivious to her musings, replied, Mr. Lu is busy, so he sent me to fetch you. Let us go. The Pokemon battle training is about to commence. Lin Yi led Xiao Kuei towards the Pokemon battle area, and along the way, she frequently glanced at him, curious to discover what made this boy, who was similar in age to her, so special. Lin Yi, in turn, was deep in thought as they walked. The time has come for the Pokemon Modifier, and this time I can once again bestow a skill upon Charmander or Squirtle, elevating its proficiency to mastery level. I wonder what splendid skill I might acquire this time, Lin Yi pondered, his gaze deep in contemplation. In the Pokemon battle training area, Zhang Yudong stood firm, his Totodile bouncing around energetically as it prepared for the session. However, his attention was not on his Pokemon. Instead, he frequently glanced towards the distant entrance. What on earth is Lin Yi up to? It's already this late, and he is still not here. Is he afraid? A sycophant suddenly chimed in. He must be scared. That guy is all talk. Even with Charmander, he wouldn't know how to command it. In our class, Brother Dong is undoubtedly the strongest. Another lackey added, showering praise. Zhang Yudong appeared quite pleased, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. I truly don't understand what he is thinking. Nevertheless, since he has already accepted my wager, even if he doesn't show up this time, I want to let him off the hook. I refuse to believe he will avoid me forever. A glint of malice flickered in Zhang Yudong's eyes. As a privileged youth, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for his ordinary classmates. To him, they were mere stepping stones, and one day he would soar beyond this mundane class, ascending to a more prestigious level. This was precisely why he, in his arrogance, had previously shunned the idea of playing with Lin Yi, who possessed only the most lackluster Pokémon. Here he comes, Lin Yi is here. A shout brought Zhang Yudong back to reality. He directed his gaze towards the entrance, and indeed, Lin Yi entered with a goofy expression plastered on his face. Beside him walked a stunningly beautiful young girl, radiating a pure and fresh charm. Who is that girl? Is she Lin Yi's girlfriend? When did he manage to land such an attractive partner? Impossible. How could someone as unfortunate as Lin Yi find a girlfriend? Yet, he has changed significantly. Could she be a recent catch? Regardless, whether he has a girlfriend or not. Why did he bring her to our class? Listening to the buzzing chatter of his classmates, Zhang Yudong's expression grew increasingly sullen. The fact that Lin Yi, of all people, had secured a girlfriend, especially a stunning one, was infuriating to him. Let me introduce everyone. Lin Yi stood in the center of the training ground, clapping his hands as he spoke. This is our class's Pokemon battle teaching assistant, Xiaokuei, whom our homeroom teacher has invited. Let's give her a warm welcome. Lin Yi initiated the applause, all the while observing Xiaokuei. Being chosen as an assistant by the homeroom teacher surely meant she possessed more than just that, Abe monster. I wonder if her other Pokemon have suitable skills for me to replicate. Chapter 11, the battle begins. How could a teaching assistant be such a young girl? Lin Yi, are you pulling our leg? Yes, indeed. How could our homeroom teacher appoint such a youthful assistant? Besides, we seem to be of similar ages. She might not even be stronger than I am. Seeing the skepticism etched on everyone's faces, Lin Yi shrugged, about to clarify, when Xiaokuei suddenly raised her hand to silence him. Her expression transformed into one of cold aloofness as she spoke. I understand that you perceive me as a girl of similar age, and you might think my prowess in Pokemon battles is on par with yours. Observing the nods of agreement from the crowd, Xiaokuei continued with a smirk. If you truly believe that, you are gravely mistaken. As students, you have a multitude of subjects to learn, and Pokemon battling is merely one aspect of it, requiring a gradual approach. However, in this world, there are many who specialize in a single field. While I may not be exclusively dedicated to Pokemon battle training, I am still superior to you in this regard. Hence, I am undoubtedly qualified to be your assistant. To me, all of you are novices, mere fledglings. Xiaokuei's incisive remarks left the crowd astonished, their expressions a mix of disbelief. They had expected her to be a carefree and amiable girl, not one so sharp-tongued. Humph, you're merely talking big. How can we ascertain your true strength? Zhang Yudong interjected with evident displeasure. As the strongest in the class, he regarded all his peers with disdain, and the notion of a girl of his age claiming to surpass him in battle prowess was laughable. What? You don't believe me? Xiaokuei's gaze fixed on Zhang Yudong, her eyes radiating the same coldness. Of course not, unless you show us. Zhang Yudong was unfazed, even daringly challenging Xiaokuei. Very well. Xiaokuei responded assertively, then gave Lin Yi a light shove, pushing him forward. I have previously trained this fellow. Since you are so confident, you shall battle him. If you win, I will leave immediately, but if you lose, you must obediently listen to my instruction. Xiaokuei's commanding tone convinced many of the students. Yet their attention shifted entirely to Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. He had anticipated merely observing, not being thrust into the spotlight. Feeling exasperated, he inhaled deeply. He said nothing further, but turned his gaze to Zhang Yudong. After all, they were already set to battle, and Lin Yi felt considerable confidence. He didn't believe that his Charmander would be outmatched by Zhang Yudong's Totodile. Ha. Zhang Yudong's face broke into a smug grin as he ominously declared, fine. I'll compete against him. If he loses, then you too can scram. Lin Yi, you are aware of our wager. Let us settle it now. Zhang Yudong laughed triumphantly, summoning Totodile from a distance. His Totodile matched Zhang Yudong's arrogance, glaring at Lin Yi with an air of superiority, as if dismissing him entirely. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon a shimmering screen before him. Pokemon, Totodile. Gender, level, LV7. Potential, green good. Ability, Torrent, when health drops below 13. The power of water type moves increases by 1. 5 times. Skills, Bite, beginner, Water Gun, proficient, Scary Face, proficient, Rage, beginner. Examining Totodile's attributes, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Zhang Yudong to have trained his Totodile quite well. 2 out of its 4 skills were proficient, and it even possessed the Dark-type move, Bite. Lin Yi mused, his eyes glimmering with clarity. A level 7 Totodile certainly had an advantage over his level 5 Charmander. However, his Charmander had taken a unique path, lacking any fire-type abilities but possessing both water and bug-type moves. In this scenario, even if he could not defeat Totodile swiftly, enduring for a while was certainly feasible. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Yi exhibited no hesitation. He promptly retrieved a red and white Pokeball, summoning his Charmander. Jow! The Charmander appeared exuberantly, emitting a cacophony of excited cries. Its intense gaze fixated on the opposing Totodile, clearly unperturbed by the encounter. Excellent. Since both of you are prepared, let the battle commence. Xiao Kuei temporarily assumed the role of referee, declaring the match officially underway. Without a moment's pause, Zhang Yudong provocatively glared at Lin Yi, commanding, Totodile, use water gun. Rooted in place, Totodile puffed its cheeks and unleashed a powerful jet of water. It was evident that Zhang Yudong aimed to swiftly conclude the battle to demonstrate his prowess. Lin Yi, however, discerned his intent with ease. With a dismissive tone, he ordered, Charmander, evade and use string shot to ensnare him. Responding promptly, Charmander dodged the water jet and released a stream of charred silk, ensnaring the Totodile in place. What in the world? When did Charmander learn a bug-type move like string shot? Zhang Yudong gaped in disbelief. Such a phenomenon was absent from his studies. Indeed, while many Pokémon could learn moves of different types upon reaching higher levels, none would specifically learn basic skills from another type. At the very least, one would expect a more advanced move. Humph, so what if it can use string shot? Your Charmander is as pathetic as you are. Totodile, use Bite to shred that silk. Upon receiving the command, Totodile opened its jaws wide and began to gnash at the silk before it. Lin Yi, however, was ready to seize the opportunity. Charmander, charge in and use tackle. Jow! With a fierce cry, Charmander propelled itself off the ground, rapidly closing the distance to Totodile. And before it could break free, it collided forcefully with its opponent. With a resounding thud, the Totodile, nearly the same size as Charmander, was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Totodile, get up. Use water gun. Zhang Yudong understood that water-type moves inflicted additional damage on fire-type Pokémon, hence his relentless use of water gun. At that moment, it was apparent that Charmander could not evade, leading the onlookers to believe Lin Yi was on the brink of defeat. Yet, a smile crept across Lin Yi's lips as he cheekily proclaimed, Charmander, use water gun. Chapter 12, The Second Pokémon. A clear stream of water clashed with a somewhat murky jet, resulting in a spectacular display of dispersing droplets. The scene left all present in a state of astonishment. What on earth? Why does Charmander know water gun? Has it somehow gained an advantage? Did I just see that correctly? It truly was water gun. Shouldn't Charmander only know Ember? Hearing the disbelief from his classmates, Lin Yi maintained a beaming smile, showing no sign of concern. Lin Yi, your Pokemon is as incompetent as you are. So what if it can use water gun? I will still bring you to your knees. Zhang Yudong had initially thought that his previous move would secure victory, only to be shocked that Charmander, a fire type, could also wield a water type move. This was undeniably peculiar. Nevertheless, his pride fueled his belief in his impending victory. In response, Lin Yi merely chuckled. Charmander, keep using water gun and charge in with tackle. Lin Yi issued 2 commands in quick succession. Typically, no Pokemon trainer would do such a thing, as Pokemon might struggle to comprehend the timing of 2 commands. However, Lin Yi possessed immense confidence in his Charmander, which did not disappoint him. As Charmander unleashed water gun while surging forward, it accelerated and executed tackle, crashing into Totodile. Lin Yi had previously observed that, despite the level disparity between their Pokemon, Totodile lacked any tackle-type moves, leading to its being knocked back upon impact. This, he realized, was his opportunity for victory. Clearly, this fellow's tactical acumen was commendable. It was evident why his father, Lu Guishui, had taken notice of him. There was no doubt left in the outcome of this match. Although Totodile exhibited slightly greater overall strength, its learned moves were counterproductive to this battle, and with its water gun effectively neutralized, victory seemed improbable. Xiao Kuei analyzed the situation calmly. Nodding in agreement, she felt reassured that the outcome was no longer in question. She could have intervened earlier, but refrained from doing so. Her Pokemon belonged to an intermediate stage, and engaging in battle against students would yield no benefits, only accusations of bullying. Therefore, having Lin Yi fight on her behalf was the optimal outcome. However, at that moment, she was unaware of Lin Yi's true strength. Her decision stemmed from a lack of desire to instruct the students. as she was coerced by her father into participating. Otherwise, she would not have attended at all. Totodile. Get up. Stand up. Zhang Yudong bellowed, his face pale with anger. He had believed this battle to be in the bag, yet was taken aback by how swiftly Totodile had been incapacitated. Indeed, during the preceding moments, Charmander had relentlessly utilized tackle and string shot, ensnaring and battering Totodile until its health was nearly depleted, leading to its unconscious state. Ha ha ha. Class monitor, it seems your Totodile wasn't raised well at all. You need to step up your game. Lin Yi taunted, further infuriating Zhang Yudong. The latter glared at Lin Yi and suddenly retorted, Lin Yi, don't get too cocky. This battle isn't over yet. What? Is Dong Ji's Totodile not already unconscious? What on earth is he saying? Has he lost his mind? A flunky nearby remarked, puzzled. Could it be that Dong Ge has a second Pokemon? If he can sign a contract with another Pokemon at this moment, his mental strength must be extraordinary. As the surrounding classmates' praises and astonished whispers filled the air, Zhang Yudong's expression gradually regained composure, revealing a hint of excitement. He relished the adulation from his peers, which gave him a profound sense of accomplishment. Indeed, just last night, I contracted a second Pokemon. I originally intended to train it for a while before showcasing it, mainly to avoid discouraging everyone. However, given the circumstances, I can no longer conceal it. Zhang Yudong fabricated his tail, producing a red and white Pokeball and pressing the button. A creature resembling a mouse, with flames erupting from its back, emerged before the crowd, a Cyndaquil. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As soon as the fireball mouse made its appearance, it emitted a cacophony of squeaks, clearly displaying its excitement. It was evident that another starter Pokemon had emerged. How affluent must the class leader be to possess such wealth? Indeed, I am unable to acquire even a single starter Pokemon, yet the class leader has already obtained a second one. How profoundly envious that makes me feel. At this moment, even the nearby Xiao Kuei exhibited a hint of surprise. It is common knowledge that the majority of individuals in this world can forge a contract with only one Pokemon. Typically, those who can establish a contract with a second Pokemon are considered prodigies, individuals who should not be placed in ordinary classes, but rather in elite ones. Contemplating this, Xiao Kuei's gaze shifted towards Zhang Yudong, and upon closer inspection, she discerned a subtle clue. Just as she suspected. Oh, has the assistant instructor perceived something unusual? Is there a problem with his fireball mouse? Lin Yi felt a twinge of surprise, albeit only a slight one. After all, he too had established a contract with a second Pokemon, Squirtle, and he was equally unafraid of the ensuing battle. However, noticing Xiao Kuei's realization of something awry piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire. Xiao Kuei gently shook her head and replied with a smile, no, there's nothing wrong with his fireball mouse. In fact, its aptitude exceeds that of an ordinary fireball mouse, categorizing it as exceptionally talented. However, there is an issue with him. What does that mean? Lin Yi asked, still somewhat perplexed. It is widely acknowledged that the most significant challenge in contracting a second Pokemon lies within the human's own mental capacity. Over the years, research has developed substances capable of forcibly enhancing mental strength, thereby enabling one to contract a second Pokemon. Xiao Kuei spoke softly, patiently elucidating the matter to Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes brightened slightly. It was no wonder he sensed that Zhang Yudong appeared more insubstantial than the average person. Chapter 13, Arbok. It was evident that he was a substance abuser, and now he was displaying such arrogance. How pitiful. Lin Yi stated calmly, his gaze filled with sympathy. What did you say? Although Lin Yi's voice was soft, it still reached Zhang Yudong's ears. At this moment, Zhang Yudong glared at him with a fierce expression, his eyes brimming with fury. Nothing. I was merely complimenting you. Lin Yi chuckled, attempting to diffuse the tension. Observing Zhang Yudong's current demeanor, he let out a cold snort and ceased his retort. Instead, a provocative look crossed his face as he spoke. Lin Yi, our battle is far from over. Now let me showcase the prowess of my fireball mouse. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any surprise. Meanwhile, Xiao Kuei frowned slightly and interjected. You have already determined the victor of your previous battle. Is it not unfair to now bring forth a second Pokemon to bully him? Hearing this beautiful girl speak up for Lin Yi caused Zhang Yudong's cruel smile to morph into sheer hysteria. Shut your mouth. You are merely a child of our age. How dare you speak with such condescension? Witnessing Zhang Yudong's reckless confrontation with the assistant instructor, the surrounding students displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Zhang Yudong would act in such a manner at this juncture. This was an affront to the instructor's authority, albeit one who appeared to be of a similar age to them. What is wrong with the class leader? Why is he arguing with the assistant instructor? Indeed, Isn't he afraid the homeroom teacher will have a word with him? Listening to the murmurs of his classmates, particularly noting how they instinctively distanced themselves from him, Zhang Yudong's expression darkened considerably. He erupted in a frantic roar. Do not be deceived by this wretched girl. If she were truly the assistant instructor, why was she not brought here personally by the homeroom teacher, but instead by that guy Lin Yi? Moreover, she has been defending Lin Yi from the very beginning. It is evident she is his girlfriend, sent here to vex us. Although Zhang Yudong's words seemed unreasonable, upon reflection, they held a modicum of truth. Instantly, some of the surrounding students found themselves swayed by his argument. Yes, if she were truly the assistant instructor, why wouldn't the homeroom teacher have accompanied her? Surely, she must be an imposter. Lin Yi is simply detestable. Exactly. Lin Yi merely stumbled upon a little fireball mouse and now resorts to these petty tactics. He does not deserve to remain in our class. Zhang Yudong's two sycophants chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Ordinary individuals would recognize the absurdity of this discourse. Yet due to Zhang Yudong's usual stature, the surrounding students began to feel as though there was merit to their claims. Enough. Xiao Kuei, her face flushed with indignation, shouted vehemently. Subsequently, she retrieved a pokeball and pressed the switch. In the next moment, a purple Pokemon resembling a forest serpent manifested beside her. Its gaze was piercing, and its forked tongue, tinged with a dark purple hue, clearly indicated the presence of potent toxins. This was Xiao Kuei's second Pokemon, Arbok. It is worth noting that Xiao Kuei, the high ponytailed beauty, harbored a particular fondness for Arbok. After evolving her Ekans into Arbok, she had sought out another Ekans. This was primarily because contracting two Pokemon of the same type generally yields a higher success rate. Furthermore, training a single Pokemon requires substantial experience. So many individuals opt to raise a second Pokemon of the same type at opportune moments, thereby maximizing their efficiency. Of course, there are drawbacks to this approach, namely the inability to cultivate a robust combat ability. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance, as individuals in this world must expend mental energy to forge contracts with Pokemon. And the average person simply lacks sufficient mental capacity. Lin Yi quickly glanced at the Arbok. This time, aside from battling Zhang Yudong and hoping to earn a little pocket money, he harbored another intention, to acquire a powerful skill from his classmates' Pokemon. Yet thus far, he had not encountered any excess Pokemon, and these classmates might not be inclined to let him interact with their Pokemon. Hence, his focus shifted to the Arbok nearby. Pokemon Arbok. Gender. Level, LV22. Aptitude, green good. Ability, shed skin, requires shedding for growth, defense growth doubles. Skills, bind, proficient, poison sting, proficient, toxic, proficient, tackle, proficient. Giga Drain, beginner. Upon witnessing the astonishing attributes of Arbok, Lin Yi's gaze narrowed slightly. Indeed, this was the caliber of Pokemon that could serve as our assistant instructor's companion. Lin Yi mused, all the while assessing Arbok with a keen eye. It is widely recognized that Arbok evolves from Ekans, and aside from an overall increase in strength, the most significant transformation is its transition from being non-toxic to toxic. The purple creature, known as a Boknite, bore two objects resembling eyes on its body, exuding a palpable aura of toxicity. To think it was a Boknite, such a formidable Pokemon, could it truly be our teaching assistant? Yet, she appeared to be our peer. How could her Pokemon prowess surpass ours by such a wide margin? If she were indeed our assistant, would that not imply a grievous error on the part of our class leader? The surrounding students buzzed with speculation, their gazes shifting towards Zhang Yudong, who stood aside. His face flushed crimson, not out of fear of Xiao Kuei, for given his family background, even a confrontation with a teacher would pose no significant issue. He could simply transfer classes, or even schools. However, he could not endure the whispers of doubt and ridicule, which gnawed at him. At that moment, his two sycophantic companions exchanged glances and silently withdrew, leaving him isolated. Damn it, even if she is an assistant, what does it matter? My battle with Lin Yi remains unresolved. Does she intend to meddle? Zhang Yudong's icy gaze fell upon Lin Yi as he spoke coldly. At this juncture, Lin Yi was his only target for bullying, and he was acutely aware that the current predicament stemmed entirely from Lin Yi's actions. Chapter 14. I, too, possess a second Pokemon. What was Lin Yi doing at this moment? He stealthily approached a Boknite, extending his left hand towards the creature's body. All eyes turned towards him, astonished by his peculiar behavior. What are you doing? Xiao Kuei questioned, her expression one of confusion, entirely unaware of Lin Yi's intentions. Upon noticing the collective attention, Lin Yi sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. I've never encountered a Boknite in person, so I thought I'd touch it up close. As he spoke, his left hand made contact with the Boknite's body, feeling cool and smooth, a veritable air conditioner for the sweltering summer. An idea flickered in Lin Yi's mind. Get away, Xiaokuei exclaimed, swiftly swatting Lin Yi's hand away, her finger pointing accusatorily. Have you lost your mind? Don't you know a Boknite is toxic? What would you do if you were poisoned? Her face was a mask of anger and panic. She could hardly fathom Lin Yi's audacity. Typically, ordinary individuals would experience an instinctual fear of a Boknite and instinctively keep their distance. This was the first time she had encountered someone daring enough to touch her a Boknite. A Boknite, too, was taken aback by this unexpected contact, its eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Rather than retaliate, it seemed to find a measure of comfort in the interaction. I'm sorry, I was just curious. I realized my mistake. Lin Yi bent down, his apology sincere. The scene elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Xiaokuei's mouth. She felt that Lin Yi possessed an astonishingly thick skin. Lin Yi, stop feigning ignorance. Are you going to fight in our upcoming battle, or will you concede outright? Zhang Yudong roared once more. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward him, a smile creeping onto his face. Of course, I will fight. Why would I not? You still owe me 10,000 yuan. I'm not about to let you off the hook that easily. Humph, the battle is far from over. Why do you presume I will fail? I suspect it will be you who ends up on your knees begging for mercy. As he spoke, Zhang Yudong's expression gradually brightened. The assurance that Lin Yi was willing to continue the battle bolstered his confidence in securing victory in the second round. The reasoning was straightforward. While Charmeleon still had some energy left, it was evidently fatigued. If Zhang Yudong could merely prolong the battle until Charmeleon was exhausted, victory would be his. With this thought, a smile spread across Zhang Yudong's face as he declared, Very well, since you're eager to fight. Let my Cyndaquil face your Charmeleon. Cyndaquil, it's all on you now. Zhang Yudong laughed, convinced of his impending triumph, eagerly anticipating the moment Lin Yi would kneel before him. However, at that moment, Lin Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he began to speak. Who told you I intended to use Charmeleon against you? What? The crowd reacted with astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what are you saying? Do you also possess a second Pokemon? Xiaokuei looked at him, equally bewildered. She had seen no signs of weakness in him compared to ordinary individuals. And considering his family background, the likelihood of him accessing substances to artificially enhance his mental capacity was slim. Those drugs, while possessing significant side effects, were exceedingly costly. Even she had only encountered them once and had chosen not to use them, unwilling to compromise her health for the sake of acquiring a second Pokemon. Of course, I never claimed to possess only a Charmeleon, Lin Yi remarked, retrieving a red and white Pokeball, directing it towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon, return. With a sharp cry, Charmeleon transformed into a beam of red light and vanished into the Pokeball. Oof, what a charade. If your mental capacity were truly that strong, you would have already entered the elite class instead of lingering in the ordinary one, Zhang Yudong scoffed, wholly unconvinced that someone he deemed beneath him could possibly have signed a second Pokemon. It was well known that even he had only managed to contract a second Pokemon through extensive use of medication, the cost of which he alone understood, immense, and only secured after pleading with his father for 3 days and nights. Let us see for ourselves, Lin Yi retorted, producing another red and white Pokeball from his pocket and pressing the release button. As the red light flashed, a Squirtle emerged, its blue shell glimmering before the audience. Squirtle. In an unexpected display, Squirtle donned a pair of black sunglasses, fitting perfectly as it struck a pose reminiscent of a little delinquent. Why is this Squirtle so cheeky? It resembles Lin Yi, one of the students remarked. Indeed, it does seem to share that same mischievous spirit. Another chimed in. The classmates whispered among themselves, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. They had been Lin Yi's classmates for 2.5 years, and since the beginning of their first year, he had consistently appeared disheartened. It was understandable, given that anyone who had contracted a Caterpie would surely feel disillusioned, unless one possesses ample resources at home or harbors other aspirations. The majority of individuals tend to languish in despondency, merely existing as they await their inevitable demise. However, in recent days, Lin Yi appears to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only has he metamorphosed into an entirely different individual, but his Pokemon has also evolved from the seemingly useless Caterpie into a decidedly exceptional Fire-type starter, Charmander. Astonishingly, he has now revealed a Squirtle, claiming to have even contracted a second Pokemon. Is this truly a classmate of ours? Such a level of genius ought to belong in an elite class, should it not? Am I dreaming? Is he genuinely Lin Yi, or could it be someone impersonating him? The expressions of disbelief among the surrounding classmates are palpable, yet the reality stands before them, compelling them to accept it. Chapter 15, The Drugged Cyndaquil. Enough. This declaration came from Zhang Yudong. Just moments ago, when he unveiled his second Pokémon, the classmates around him were effusive in their praise, which pleased him immensely. Yet now, as Lin Yi presents his second Pokémon and receives similar accolades, Zhang Yudong finds himself enveloped in discomfort. Although he may currently resemble a defeated dog, his usual authority still holds sway. The classmates around him fall silent, attentively awaiting his next words. Without hesitation, Zhang Yudong declares, "Since you also possess a second Pokémon, let us battle now. I am certain I can defeat you." Yet, a hint of insecurity flickers in his eyes. The reason is simple. Water-type Pokémon have an advantage over fire types. Their first Pokémon is a water-type Totodile, set to face Lin Yi's fire-type Charmander. Under normal circumstances, victory would have been assured, but to his astonishment, the opposing Charmander has learned the water-type move Water Gun, leading to his defeat in the first match. Now, the type advantage has shifted, which is not favorable for him. Nevertheless, a sinister smile creeps onto Zhang Yudong's face as he discreetly produces a white pill from his sleeve and clandestinely feeds it to Cyndaquil. Upon consuming the pill, Cyndaquil's flames surge with renewed vigor, its body taking on a faint redness, particularly its eyes, which blaze with a fierce and savage battle spirit. How dare he do such a thing? Xiao Kuei notices the change in Cyndaquil, momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in anger, "What is happening here?" Lin Yi's gaze reflects a degree of astonishment as well. He is unaware of the transformation occurring within Cyndaquil, as its data stream reveals no alterations. However, it is evident to all that Cyndaquil has undergone a significant change. Xiao Kuei refrains from answering Lin Yi directly, instead gasping for breath before finally speaking. He just administered a stimulant to Cyndaquil. This pill renders Cyndaquil impervious to pain and induces a bloodthirsty frenzy. This is utterly reckless and harmful to Cyndaquil. How could anyone behave this way? Upon hearing Xiao Kuei's words, Lin Yi's expression gradually turns icy. Up until this point, he has approached the battle with a nonchalant demeanor, largely indifferent to the proceedings, his antagonism towards Zhang Yudong stemming solely from the latter's provocations. But now, Zhang Yudong's blatant disregard for his Pokémon's well-being, forcefully administering drugs, is tantamount to endangerment. "I understand." Lin Yi utters those 4 words, his silence betraying no further elaboration. At that moment, Xiao Kuei is taken aback, sensing an unwavering resolve emanating from Lin Yi. The battle commences. Xiao Kuei steps forward to serve as the referee, announcing the start of the match. "Cyndaquil, use Ember." Without hesitation, Zhang Yudong commands Cyndaquil to unleash its signature move. Although he is aware that Ember has limited effectiveness against water-type Pokémon, its potency remains commendable. Cyndaquil's trembling form opens its mouth, releasing a jet of flames towards Squirtle. "Squirtle, use Water Gun." As a fundamental water-type move, Water Gun boasts remarkable efficacy, prompting Lin Yi to direct Squirtle to execute it immediately. Squirtle stands firm, inflating its cheeks and unleashing a powerful stream of water that collides with the oncoming flames. With a resounding boom, the water and fire dissipate, transforming into a cloud of vapor that envelopes the air. Lin Yi raises an eyebrow, betraying no dissatisfaction, while Zhang Yudong's expression darkens ominously. "Cyndaquil, don't hesitate. Use Quick Attack, then Tackle." Zhang Yudong issues 2 commands in quick succession. Though Cyndaquil appears somewhat dazed, it obeys, dashing towards Squirtle with remarkable speed. Yet Lin Yi remains composed. "Squirtle, retract into your shell." "Squirtle," it exclaims, curling into its shell, leaving only the hardened exterior behind. Cyndaquil crashes into the shell, causing it to spin rapidly, yet it inflicts minimal damage to the Squirtle within. As Squirtle's defensive move, withdrawal provides substantial physical resistance, making it exceedingly difficult for Pokémon of the same level to breach. Furthermore, Lin Yi's Squirtle is at level 8, while Zhang Yudong's Cyndaquil is merely at level 5. Thus, Lin Yi harbors no fears. Damn it, how proficiently has his Squirtle mastered withdrawal? Zhang Yudong curses, then commands Cyndaquil anew. "Cyndaquil, use Ember." Cyndaquil unleashes another burst of flames. However, Squirtle remains in its shell and cannot evade or counter with Water Gun, resulting in the flames striking home, causing a searing sensation. "Squirtle," it cries, emerging from its shell, hopping around in distress. Yet despite the pain, Squirtle does not lose its fighting spirit. Instead, it becomes even more enraged. Fixating its gaze on Cyndaquil, it instinctively employs Tackle, colliding forcefully with its opponent. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi's lips twitch slightly, and Xiao Kuei, along with their classmates, were expressions of astonishment. They have witnessed Pokémon battles before, yet never has such a scenario unfolded. This resembles a brawl of thugs. However, The ensuing spectacle leaves everyone utterly astounded. For given the disparity in size and level, Squirtle should have been able to dominate Cyndaquil effortlessly. At this moment, the Fireball mouse exhibited an astonishing resilience to pain. Its strength magnified to such an extent that it overpowered Squirtle, pinning it to the ground and delivering blows. Damn, is this the potency of that drug? A flicker of anger crossed Lin Yi's face. He had not anticipated that this substance could enhance a Pokemon's abilities to such a degree, allowing them to transcend their levels in battle. However, a sly smile crept onto his lips as he softly commanded, Squirtle, use Poison Sting. Chapter 16, Victory. 10,000 yuan to claim. As Squirtle was being pummeled, a spark ignited in its eyes. It opened its mouth wide and sank its teeth into the Fireball mouse's belly. Yet, the Fireball mouse felt no pain and continued to assault Squirtle. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a single droplet of purple venom dripped from Squirtle's mouth. Indeed, Lin Yi had stealthily approached the Arbok not merely out of curiosity, though it was undeniably pleasant. His primary aim was to utilize his Pokémon Modifier to enable Squirtle to acquire a new skill. Initially, he aspired to directly replicate Arbok's, Toxic, or Giga Drain, as such high-level techniques were evidently more advantageous. However, due to insufficient system levels, he could only copy Poison Sting. Yet, the fact that Squirtle could wield Poison Sting was simply magnificent. Moreover, Squirtle lacked the overly brash demeanor of Charmander, appearing far more dignified. Its use of the skill was also remarkably discreet. During battle, it would rarely attract the attention of the opponent's trainer, although there was a chance it could be detected by the opposing Pokémon. After all, with a layer of toxin clinging to it, no Pokémon would remain oblivious. Regrettably, in the pursuit of victory, the Fireball mouse had been administered that peculiar mental pill, resulting in its immunity to pain and enhanced combat prowess. Yet its consciousness became somewhat muddled, rendering it entirely unaware of its predicament. Could Lin Yi truly be on the verge of defeat? At this rate, Squirtle would undoubtedly be knocked out. Indeed, given the circumstances, Squirtle stood little chance against the Fireball mouse. Would we soon witness Lin Yi kneeling to beg the class leader for mercy? The surrounding students whispered amongst themselves, the initial glee at his misfortune replaced by a hint of sympathy. Yet, many gazed at him with admiration and a touch of envy. They had once perceived Lin Yi as the least capable student in the class, consistently at the bottom. However, in recent days, his performance had soared, even reaching a level of mental acuity sufficient to sign a second Pokémon. Although he ultimately fell short against Zhang Yudong, he had ascended to become the second most prominent figure in the class. How could they not feel envious and jealous? Don't worry, you've done your best. At that moment, Xiao Kuei placed a comforting hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. Observing her demeanor, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking? Take a closer look. Who is truly losing? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the crowd turned their astonished gazes toward the Fireball mouse and Squirtle. They had assumed Lin Yi was merely stubbornly resisting defeat. Yet, they soon noticed the Fireball mouse's movements growing increasingly sluggish, to the point where it became visibly apparent. Wait a moment, why does the Fireball mouse's body appear slightly purplish? Is it poisoned? Poisoned. Squirtle is a water-type Pokémon. How could it possibly inflict poison upon the opposing Fireball mouse? So what? Had they forgotten that Lin Yi's Charmander also possessed the water-type move, Water Gun? What issue could arise from Squirtle utilizing a poison-type skill? Was there an issue? Certainly. Lin Yi mused internally, yet refrained from elaborating. He simply smiled and said, I'm just fortunate. My Squirtle has undergone a mutation. A single mention of mutation conveyed volumes. The surrounding students fell silent, their focus riveted on the unfolding battle. Gradually, the Fireball mouse's stamina waned, and, as it succumbed to poison, it began to sway precariously, threatening to collapse. Fireball mouse, hang in there. Do not fall. Zhang Yudong shouted desperately from a distance. However, no matter how loudly he called, the Fireball mouse could not heed his commands and began to stagger backward. Under normal circumstances, a Fireball mouse that had merely ingested a pill should not be in such a state. Even if poisoned, it would not result in this outcome. Yet, when the mental toxin and the venom from Poison Sting intertwined, it led to the current predicament. It could be said that Zhang Yudong was now reaping the consequences of his own actions. It seems it's my turn now. Squirtle, use Tackle. Lin Yi commanded as he observed Squirtle rise from the ground. Squirtle! Squirtle exclaimed joyfully, its eyes gleaming with fierce determination. It was inherently a Pokémon that relished battle, yet it felt quite aggrieved from being pinned down earlier. Now, finally presented with an opportunity to retaliate, it would seize it without hesitation. With a powerful push from its legs, Squirtle launched itself like a small cannonball, crashing into the Fireball mouse. Squirtle's smooth, blue head collided forcefully with the fireball mouse's soft white belly. With a resounding thud, the fireball mouse was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Fireball mouse, get up, stand up. Zhang Yudong screamed in a frenzied manner, but the fireball mouse had already succumbed to unconsciousness and could not possibly rise. Squirtle. Squirtle struck a victorious pose, exuding excitement. Lin Yi approached and gently patted Squirtle's head, then turned to Zhang Yudong and said, "So, how about it? A bet is a bet. It's time to fulfill your promise." "Humph, it's just 10,000 yuan. I can handle that." Saying this, Zhang Yudong retrieved the sum from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground before turning away, not even glancing back at the unconscious fireball mouse. The two sycophants exchanged glances and then hoisted the fireball mouse up, following after him. "All right, now that the troublemaker has left, I can resume our lesson in peace," Xiao Kuei announced calmly as she clapped her hands. However, the faint smile at the corner of her mouth belied her true emotions. In the ensuing time, Xiao Kuei demonstrated the fundamental qualities of a Pokémon trainer, showcasing her formidable commanding abilities, thereby winning over the admiration of her classmates. Many requested that she serve as an assistant for the next Pokémon battle training session. Xiao Kuei smiled, but did not immediately acquiesce. When the bell signaling the end of class rang, Lin Yi adjusted his gear and intended to head for lunch. At that moment, Xiao Kuei approached him, a smile illuminating her face. "Lin Yi, there's a Pokémon battle competition in Shirnu City. Would you like to participate?" Chapter 17. Barbecued leek duck. Lin Yi ultimately refrained from directly acquiescing to Xiao Kuei's invitation to participate in the Pokémon tournament in Masera City. He was acutely aware that such competitions necessitated Pokémon of at least level 15 to compete. Perhaps in the future, Lin Yi would be able to join, but at present, he simply did not meet the requirements, even with the aid of a Pokémon modifier. The day's classes swiftly concluded, and Lin Yi embarked on his journey home, accompanied by his two Pokémon. As he traversed the bustling streets, he observed others effortlessly cradling or leading their Pokémon. However, on his own shoulders perched a Charmander on the left and a Squirtle on the right, which rendered him somewhat breathless. Nevertheless, the 10,000 yen nestled in his pocket provided a measure of comfort, eliciting a cheerful smile. "With this windfall, I can treat you both to a splendid meal. And I shall indulge myself as well," Lin Yi exclaimed, as if the burden upon his shoulders had vanished. Before him stood the sign for the Barbecued Leek Duck Club, and Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he stifled a chuckle. His gaze shifted to the two dapperly dressed leek ducks stationed at the entrance, welcoming patrons. In this world, while every individual owned at least one Pokémon, only a small fraction engaged in battles. Most Pokémon seamlessly integrated into the daily lives of their trainers, as the majority of people had but a single Pokémon throughout their lives, reluctant to engage in frequent battles. This establishment's specialty appeared to be barbecued leek duck, and they had the audacity to employ the very creatures as doormen. Truly a wicked twist. Under the watchful eyes of the two leek ducks, Lin Yi ventured into this nefarious barbecue joint. "Boss, for servings of barbecued leek duck, please. We shall dine in, and one portion to go." Lin Yi's voice radiated with confidence. "Ah, so this is the lifestyle of the affluent," he mused, his eyes gleaming with delight. "Jow, Jenny. Squirtle and Charmander echoed his joy. Initially, Lin Yi believed Pokémon could only consume Pokémon food. However, today at school, he discovered many classmates treating their Pokémon to their own meals. He realized that Pokémon could eat a variety of foods, but for the sake of growth attributes, it was preferable not to indulge them indiscriminately. Among Pokémon of the same level, those that consumed only energy cubes exhibited slightly enhanced attributes compared to their omnivorous counterparts. Though the difference was minimal, for trainers striving for excellence, every second counted. Still, this would diminish a Pokémon's happiness, while energy cubes were superior in many respects. They lacked flavor in terms of appetite. Lin Yi, however, was entirely unconcerned. His Pokémon modifier, though currently limited to altering skills and proficiency, would undoubtedly evolve to allow for greater modifications in the future. Consequently, such attributes held little significance for him. "Here, this is for you." A server clad in the establishment's uniform unceremoniously dropped 3 servings of barbecued leek duck on the table before turning to leave. Lin Yi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such poor service, but when he turned to inquire, he was silenced by the unexpected sight of Xiao Kuei. "What are you doing here?" Lin Yi asked, surprise evident in his voice. Xiao Kuei shrugged lightly in response. "I work here, of course. What else? Are you here to splurge like the rest?" She replied with a grin. Lin Yi scratched his head, realizing that indeed, this meal could be classified as extravagant. The value of a leek duck as a Pokémon was not insignificant, yet its delectable meat, combined with the accompanying leaks, rendered it a favored dish among many, despite its consistently high price. For instance, Lin Yi's recent meal had cost him a staggering $400. Usually, he would refrain from such indulgence. Oh, isn't this a generous contribution from our esteemed class monitor? I wouldn't dream of refusing. Let's share. Lin Yi chuckled. At this moment, Squirtle and Charmander had ceased their wait and begun to devour the barbecued leek duck with fervor. Enjoy yourselves. I have work to attend to, Xiao Kuei remarked. Her curiosity piqued. But what brings you here? Is it solely for this meal? Her gaze flickered toward the remaining takeout portion of barbecued leek duck, clearly intended for someone else, and a hint of disappointment crossed her features as she contemplated who might share such a close relationship with Lin Yi. Ah, you see, the school across the street is where my sister studies. I'm here to pick her up after class, Lin Yi explained, pointing toward the nearby middle school. At this revelation, Xiao Kuei nodded in understanding, her concerns alleviated. However, recalling her earlier demeanor, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Why would I think that? What does it matter to me who he's close to? She pondered internally, avoiding Lin Yi's gaze as she declared she had work to do and swiftly turned to leave. Is she really that busy? Lin Yi mused, glancing around the nearly empty restaurant, his lips twitching slightly. At that moment, only 3 tables were occupied, including his own. It hardly seemed a bustling environment. Yet, Lin Yi opted not to dwell on Xiao Kuei's peculiar behavior, as their interaction was merely a fleeting acquaintance, better than strangers, yet far from friends. Now, let me savor just how delectable this barbecued leek duck truly is. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled as he inhaled the enticing aroma wafting from the dish. Had Xiao Kuei not been chatting with him, he would have succumbed to temptation long ago. Grasping the vibrant green leek, he deftly picked up pieces of tender duck enveloped in crispy skin and slathered them with a flavorful sauce before relishing the explosion of flavors in his mouth. Oh, delightful. Jow, Jenny, Squirtle and Charmander chimed in, their faces lit with joy, clearly relishing the meal as well. Wait, save some for me, Lin Yi declared, and thus began an enthusiastic feast shared among the 3. Moments later, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, rubbing his slightly distended belly in contentment. Ding dong. At that instant, the school across the street signaled the end of the day with the ringing of the bell. Lin Yi turned his gaze toward the entrance, where a throng of students poured out, and he began searching for the familiar figure he recognized. After a brief moment, he spotted Lin Xiaoqing, her adorable twin pigtails bouncing as she emerged from the crowd, a delightful backpack slung over her shoulders. Chapter 18. Lin Xiaoqing's composed demeanor here. Lin Yi waved his hand, grabbing the takeout of barbecued leek duck as he hurried to catch up with her. Just then, he noticed 2 men in black suits lurking at a distance, stealthily trailing behind her. Their demeanor exuded ill intent. What are they up to? Are they targeting Xiaoqing? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, never anticipating that on his very first day picking up his sister, he would encounter someone with malicious intent toward her. However, Lin Yi did not act impulsively. He first took a moment to observe the physiques of the 2 burly men. Clearly, these muscular giants, each towering over him at nearly 6 feet, were not adversaries he could contend with using his slender limbs. Little Charizard, Squirtle, it is now up to you 2, Lin Yi said, taking a deep breath as he turned his gaze toward the 2 Pokémon beside him. This was his trump card. Squirtle. The 2 Pokémon were equally incensed, although they had initially been subjected to Lin Xiaoqing's embrace, which left them feeling somewhat uncomfortable. They had soon come to relish her affection. Now, with their master's sister in peril, their instinct to protect would undoubtedly compel them to act. With his trusty Farfetch'd in hand and accompanied by his 2 Pokémon, Lin Yi swiftly pursued the 2 men. Yet, he did not charge in recklessly. Instead, he remained at a cautious distance within the throng of people, allowing him to keep a watchful eye on Lin Xiaoqing and the 2 Hulks. He harbored an unsettling premonition that these men were indeed targeting his sister. But as long as they had yet to make their move, he too was reluctant to act rashly. In a society where each individual possessed a Pokémon, attacking a human without just cause was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Typically, a human would face 3 days in confinement, while the Pokémon could be imprisoned for up to 3 months. In more severe cases, a human could find themselves in a dungeon, while the Pokémon faced execution. Thus, in this world, true criminals were devoid of Pokémon, and they could never again forge a contract with one. The mental energy expended in such contracts was irrevocable. Even should a Pokémon perish, that portion of mental energy would not return. Consequently, the crime rate in this realm remained remarkably low. However, the lure of immense profit could drive individuals to transgression, while the law wielded considerable deterrent power for those desperate enough or driven to the edge. It became a last resort. With a deep breath, Lin Yi felt his heart race, flushing his cheeks slightly, an involuntary reaction to his excitement and anxiety. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since his arrival in this world, and he understood the necessity of caution, most importantly to ensure his sister Lin Xiaoqing remained unharmed. Soon, Lin Xiaoqing embarked on her journey home, veering into a narrow alley. The two hulking men behind her immediately perked up and hastily followed suit. This is bad. They have entered the blind spot, Lin Yi thought to himself, quickly trailing after them. However, upon reaching the mouth of the alley, he suddenly heard a piercing scream emanating from within. Lin Yi's heart jolted. But he soon exhaled in relief, realizing it was not Lin Xiaoqing's cry, but rather that of a burly man. Peering inside, he was taken aback to see a large man clutching his eyes, trembling violently from pain. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Lin Xiaoqing shouted defiantly, wielding a bloodied wooden stick. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, then a surge of joy washed over him. He had not anticipated that his sister, who usually appeared as a demure girl, would boldly retaliate in such a critical moment. While perhaps lacking in decorum, it demonstrated her commendable self-defense capabilities, given the current circumstances. Even if Lin Yi had not pursued, Lin Xiaoqing had a significant chance of escaping. "My eyes! You wretched scoundrel! Catch her!" the man screamed in agony, ultimately drawing forth a red and white Pokeball and pressing the release button. A menacing Houndour materialized before them. Pokemon, Houndour, level, LV10, quality, white ordinary, gender. Ability, Flash Fire, increases speed when afflicted by a status condition. Skills, Tackle, skilled, Sand Attack, skilled, Growl, beginner. Take Down, skilled. The information about Houndour appeared on Lin Yi's panel, causing his brow to furrow slightly, for this Houndour possessed superior attributes compared to his two Pokemon. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt no fear. He was confident that his two Pokemon could certainly prevail against this Houndour if they teamed up. However, it was crucial to remember that there were two opponents. As expected, the other burly man also produced a red and white Pokeball, releasing yet another Pokemon, another Houndour. Its attributes were not much different from the first, though its ability had shifted to run away, which allows it to escape from wild Pokemon battles. Two level 10 Houndours? What sort of trouble has Xiaoqing gotten herself into? Lin Yi murmured, his eyes glinting with a mix of caution and burgeoning anger. Although Lin Xiaoqing had performed admirably by incapacitating one adversary, the emergence of two level 10 Pokemon meant her chances of escape were dwindling. After all, he had no Pokemon of his own, and humans were not capable of battling Pokemon. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Xiaoqing gripped her wooden stick tightly, a flicker of panic crossing her features. After all, she was merely a middle school student, and her earlier display of bravery was commendable given the sudden assault by two hulking men. Yet now, it was evident that she was beginning to falter. Houndour, as a commonplace Pokemon, was not particularly rare. However, the Dark-type Houndour was known for its propensity to attack humans unpredictably. Their notorious reputation made them formidable foes. "Houndour, seize her," the man commanded loudly. Without hesitation, the two Houndours charged toward Lin Xiaoqing with ferocious barks. As she tightened her grip on the wooden stick, preparing to fight with all her might, a blue creature suddenly appeared before her, accompanied by a flash of red light, and promptly executed withdraw. Lin Xiaoqing was initially taken aback, but then her eyes sparkled with excitement. She recognized Squirtle, knowing her brother had arrived. "Use water gun," Lin Yi commanded. Oblivious to the astonished expressions of the two men, they watched warily as Squirtle prepared to unleash its attack. However, in the next moment, a stream of yellow water surged from behind them, directly blasting one of the men and sending him crashing to the ground. "What?" The other man turned in surprise, only to see the small Charizard unleashing its own water gun. A Charizard that can use water gun? I must be dreaming, he thought in disbelief. Yet the unfolding events left him no time to linger in astonishment. Lin Yi stepped forward decisively, snatching a wooden stick from the alley and bringing it down forcefully toward the man's head. Though the man had lost sight in one eye, his imposing physique remained an overwhelming advantage over the somewhat slender high school student. He effortlessly dodged the attack, then swiftly seized the stick, rendering Lin Yi's hand immobile. "You little brat, we haven't come looking for you, yet you dare to approach us," the man growled menacingly. At that moment, Lin Yi realized that the target was not only Lin Xiaoqing but also himself. It was merely that they had chosen to strike Lin Xiaoqing first. In that instant, Lin Yi's mind raced as he pondered who he had offended. Soon, a strikingly handsome yet chilling visage materialized in his thoughts, Zhang Yudong. He was the only person Lin Yi had crossed paths with during this time, and his affluent background allowed him to hire powerful bodyguards akin to two muscle-bound giants. With this realization, Lin Yi's gaze gradually transformed into one of calm detachment and seriousness. He had initially thought this was merely a typical schoolyard scuffle, which was not unusual given that everyone in this age group shared a profound fascination with Pokémon, particularly Pokémon battles. However, having won a single battle, Zhang Yudong had resorted to sending someone to abduct his sister and was now plotting against him. This exceeded the boundaries of Lin Yi's tolerance, igniting a flicker of murderous intent within him. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. He suppressed this urge deep within, knowing he lacked the means to defend himself adequately. Even with 2 Pokémon, they were merely the standard starters, neither having evolved to their second stage. In such a precarious situation against a well-off family, his chances of survival were slim at best. However, that was a concern for another day. At present, Lin Yi refused to compromise. Charmeleon, use string shot. Lin Yi commanded loudly. Charmeleon hesitated no longer, opening its mouth to unleash a stream of singed silk that ensnared the man. Perhaps in terms of raw strength, Lin Yi could not match the hulking brute before him, but the man had no means to retaliate against a Pokémon. Such was the allure of Pokémon. Let go of me. You're all finished. Release me at once. The man thundered, blood streaming from his battered eye. The searing pain drove him towards a frenzied state, and his gaze shifted to the side, locking onto the Houndoom. Houndoom, use tackle, barked the man. Woof woof. Houndoom howled, propelling itself forward with all its might, charging towards Lin Yi like a cannonball. If it struck true, Lin Yi would be left gravely injured, if not dead. In that critical moment, a reddish-brown figure dashed into Lin Yi's line of sight, simultaneously unleashing its own tackle. It was Charmeleon. Jow! Charmeleon cried out, exerting all its strength as it collided with Houndoom. The impact sent Charmeleon tumbling onto its back, rolling several times before coming to a halt. This was due to the significant level disparity. Charmeleon was only at level 6, whereas Houndoom was at level 10, making direct confrontation impossible. However, Lin Yi's Charmeleon was never meant for head-on clashes. It thrived on cunning tactics. Charmeleon, use water gun. As Charmeleon regained its footing, it puffed up its cheeks and shot forth a jet of brownish-yellow water. Houndoom, charging at Charmeleon, was taken by surprise as the water struck it, sending it flying. Meanwhile, the Squirtle engaged in battle with Houndoom as well. Although Squirtle was at a lower level, it was able to withstand Houndoom's attacks while using its withdraw ability, creating a stalemate. As for the initially knocked out assailant in black, Lin Xiaoqing had long since rendered him unconscious with a swift blow to the head from a stick. Brother, I'm here to help, Lin Xiaoqing shouted, sprinting towards the last remaining assailant in black, raising her stick high to strike. The assailant quickly raised his hand in defense, but the blow shattered his arm, and the stick snapped in two. Damn it, you're asking for death, the man shouted, lunging toward Lin Xiaoqing. His rough, powerful hands posed a grave threat. Should he grasp her, she would be unable to escape. Xiaoqing, Lin Yi shouted, heedless of the danger, leaping forward and throwing himself onto the man's back, forcefully slamming him to the ground. With a resounding thud, Lin Yi felt his insides jolt painfully. Yet he hesitated not as he seized the nearby broken stick and thrust it into the man's other eye. Ah! The man screamed in agony, losing his sight as if plunged into darkness. Charmeleon, use string shot, Lin Yi called out in a final desperate plea. Charmeleon deftly avoided Houndoom's assault, shooting forth a sticky yellow thread that ensnared the assailant. With this, the two assailants were completely subdued, leaving only the two Houndooms still engaged in battle. Typically, when a Pokemon's trainer is defeated, they would rush to their side to protect them, but Houndoom, being a Dark-type Pokemon, inherently possessed a malevolent disposition. Absent their trainer, they would indiscriminately attack passers-by, often regarded as malicious creatures. Now, with their master gone, the two Houndoom charged at Lin Yi and Lin Xiaoqing, completely disregarding Charmeleon and Squirtle. Damn it, what is wrong with these Houndoom? Lin Yi exclaimed, swiftly embracing Lin Xiaoqing and rolling aside. Charmeleon, Squirtle, use water gun. After dodging, Lin Yi shouted. His Pokemon wasted no time, puffing up their cheeks and unleashing two powerful jets of water. These attacks proved effective, sending the two Houndoom sprawling. In the subsequent moments, Lin Yi continued to command Charmeleon and Squirtle to unleash water gun. This long-range, type advantage attack was particularly effective against Houndoom, who relied solely on close combat, especially in the absence of their trainer and fighting purely on instinct. Before long, under the relentless barrage from Charmeleon and Squirtle, the two Houndoom were knocked unconscious. We finally won. Lin Yi exhaled heavily, turning his gaze to Lin Xiaoqing, whose eyes reflected a mixture of shock and disbelief. Brother, what on earth is happening? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoqing's inquiry, Lin Yi opened his mouth, hesitating momentarily before recounting all that had transpired with Zhang Yudong. A moment later, how can there be such people? Losing a Pokemon battle is simply that, losing. How could they resort to kidnapping us? It's utterly despicable. Lin Xiaoqing clenched her teeth, her small fists tight with rage. However, he could only proceed in this manner. The two siblings, born of different fathers and mothers, had always depended on each other. Had it not been for the considerable fortune left to them by their parents, they might not have even been able to afford an education. Now that their funds were nearly depleted, this was precisely why Lin Yi sought ways to earn money. No matter, he would face whatever challenges arose, come what may. He was prepared to engage with any adversary. Lin Yi tightened his fists. Initially, he had intended to develop cautiously, waiting until his Pokemon modifier reached a higher level, at which point he would directly evolve his Pokemon into divine beasts. In such a vast world, he would be free to traverse anywhere, and those who offended him would be swiftly eliminated. Yet, just as he began to make progress, he found himself targeted by others. This made Lin Yi acutely aware that he must ascend. Only by rising higher could he alter his fate. However, an exceedingly grave predicament now loomed before him. Two Rockruff and two cloaked figures. Although Lin Yi had managed to subdue them, their recent skirmish might not have been recorded. Yet it was certain that surveillance cameras had captured their entrance into this alley. Once discovered, it would spell significant trouble. Just as Lin Yi found himself at a loss, contemplating whether to erase all evidence, a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him. I never expected you to be so formidable. Achieving a level of combat beyond your means with merely two low-level Pokemon. The gentle yet familiar tone instinctively drew Lin Yi's gaze. He turned to see Xiao Kuei, clad in a shopkeeper's uniform. At that moment, her expression was one of calm, with a hint of excitement upon closer inspection. It was as if she were fully aware of the events that had transpired, and her presence was not to expose Lin Yi, but rather to assist him. What are you doing here? Have you been following me? Lin Yi asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Since their first encounter, the frequency of their meetings in recent days had struck him as somewhat peculiar. Xiao Kuei rolled her eyes and replied, Follow you? Please, I have no interest in that. However, you left in such haste that I noticed something amiss and grew concerned, so I came to check on you. At this juncture, Xiao Kuei paused before continuing. And now I witness you in such an impressive display. This must be your sister, and she performed admirably. Despite Xiao Kuei's compliments, neither Lin Yi nor Lin Xiaoqing felt particularly elated. They were entangled in a precarious situation, and the knowledge of this incident by another only added to their danger. Yet Xiao Kuei seemed to sense their trepidation, casually waving her hand as she assured them, Rest assured, I will testify on your behalf. They were the ones who initiated the attack. You were merely acting in self-defense, and there will be no repercussions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and Lin Xiaoqing felt a slight wave of relief wash over them. Thank you. The three simple words encapsulated Lin Yi's thoughts, signifying his newfound composure. He was somewhat regretful, realizing that his earlier inclination to eliminate all traces of evidence had been excessively rash. As Xiao Kuei had pointed out, they were evidently defending themselves against the initial attack from the cloaked figures. Thus, their actions were justified. Why are you thanking me? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, why not join me for the Pokemon competition in Viridian City? Xiao Kuei beamed with a radiant smile, her assistance in this moment serving a deeper purpose. Upon witnessing her smile, Lin Yi quickly grasped her intentions. Although there was a possibility that she was scheming against him, it was not entirely unexpected. Nevertheless, Lin Yi shrugged lightly and replied, I don't understand why you want me to participate in this competition. Even if I wanted to, I currently lack the means. Both of my Pokemon are of low level, and I would merely be a stepping stone. Lin Yi spoke the truth. In competitions of this caliber, seasoned trainers typically participated, their Pokemon honed for battle, all vying for the championship title. In contrast, Lin Yi, a novice who had only recently acquired his Pokemon, would indeed be little more than a pawn in such a contest. Don't worry about that. The competition is still a month away. I have plenty of time to help elevate your Pokemon's levels to between 15 and 20, which will be more than sufficient for a beginner's competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi opened his mouth to refuse, yet reflecting on the predicament he had just faced, he found himself inexplicably nodding in agreement. All right, but I have one condition. What condition? Xiao Kuei asked, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Lin Yi, uncertain of what he might demand. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's face as he slowly articulated, I trust you will have access to various high-level Pokemon. During each training session, I would like to observe them closely, and if possible, I would like to touch them. Xiao Kuei acquiesced to Lin Yi's request, finding it an effortless promise to fulfill, even though she remained perplexed by his unusual desire. Once matters here were settled, it was already well past midnight. Exhausted, Lin Yi, accompanied by Lin Xiaoqing, made their way home. Beside them were their Pokémon, Charmeleon and Squirtle. Zhao, Squirtle. The two Pokémon also appeared somewhat fatigued, having been implicated in the altercation. Hence, while Lin Yi and Lin Xiaoqing underwent scrutiny, the Pokémon were likewise being assessed for any intent to harm humans. This was a trial for them as well. Fortunately, Xiao Kuei's testimony proved reliable, coupled with the fact that the two men had clearly been up to no good. Thus, it was only by nightfall that Lin Yi and Lin Xiaoqing were permitted to leave. Had it not been for Xiao Kuei, they might have been forced to remain until the following day. Brother, I'm so hungry, Lin Xiaoqing lamented, clutching her flat belly, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. She had initially intended to return home for dinner after school, but little did she anticipate the turmoil they would encounter along the way, culminating in the conflict that led to their detainment, leaving her without a morsel to eat, save for a sip of water. Upon hearing his sister's words, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback before retrieving a crumpled takeout box containing barbecued green onion duck from his pocket. Xiaoqing, I packed you a portion of barbecued green onion duck, though it might have gone cold by now. Observing the deflated takeout box in Lin Yi's hand, Lin Xiaoqing burst into laughter. How did it end up like this? But brother, how could you afford such an expensive treat? Lin Xiaoqing excitedly accepted the takeout box from Lin Yi's hands, which, although appeared rather deflated and disheveled at that moment, still held the essence of the original flavor of grilled scallion duck within. Upon opening it, she found that while the presentation left much to be desired and it was slightly lukewarm, the taste remained authentic. As she walked ahead, she eagerly stuffed her mouth with the food, radiating pure bliss. Brother, you still haven't answered my question, she mumbled, her cheeks stuffed, as she glanced at Lin Yi beside her. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi divulged the details of his situation with Zhang Yudong to Lin Xiaoqing. So that's the reason. She sighed. Well, I suppose it serves as some form of compensation for the hardships we've endured. Pouting her lips in mock annoyance, Lin Xiaoqing began to comfort herself, channeling her frustration onto the food before her, which she devoured with gusto. Silly girl, take your time. No one is going to snatch it away from you. I know you wouldn't, Lin Yi chuckled. He was well aware of Lin Xiaoqing's affection for him, yet their relationship transcended the conventional parent-child dynamic. They were truly like a brother and sister. Thus, whenever there was something delicious to share, Lin Yi would never refrain from enjoying it himself, often playfully vying for bites with Lin Xiaoqing. This did not diminish his love for her. Rather, it solidified their unbreakable bond. Their unique mode of interaction stemmed from Lin Yi's desire to ensure that Lin Xiaoqing never felt that their family was impoverished, needing to forego her own enjoyment for the sake of others. Soon, they returned home, and after exchanging goodnights, Lin Yi retreated to his room with his two Pokémon, Charmander and Squirtle. As for Lin Xiaoqing, she would head to bed once she finished eating. Lying in his bed, Lin Yi gazed out at the starry sky, feeling a profound sense of insignificance. Tomorrow, he was to undergo special training at the location Xiao Kuei had mentioned, and it was imperative that he elevated his Pokémon's levels swiftly to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. The events of the day had indeed surpassed Lin Yi's expectations. He had never anticipated that what was merely a trivial scuffle among classmates would intertwine with his family affairs. Zhang Yudong had effectively earned himself a spot on Lin Yi's blacklist. If circumstances permitted, Lin Yi would not hesitate to eliminate Zhang Yudong entirely, ensuring his permanent disappearance. However, he knew that such an act was unattainable in the immediate future. He lacked the necessary influence, and, given the recent altercation, it would raise suspicions if Zhang Yudong were to vanish suddenly, leading to further complications for Lin Yi. Turning his gaze to the peacefully sleeping Charmander and Squirtle, a flicker of determination crossed Lin Yi's face. From tomorrow onwards, I will rely on you too, he resolved. The following morning, Lin Yi prepared soy milk and fried dough sticks for Lin Xiaoqing. After finishing his own meal, he departed first with his two Pokémon. As the day unfolded, Lin Yi attended classes as usual, refraining from any deliberate observations of Zhang Yudong or seeking him out. He recognized that he currently lacked the means to exact revenge and thus needed to exercise patience. Conversely, Zhang Yudong frequently cast glances in Lin Yi's direction, his eyes filled with simmering resentment, wishing he could eliminate Lin Yi on the spot. Yet, he was acutely aware that his own Pokémon stood no chance against Lin Yi's. Additionally, he understood that the two bodyguards he had dispatched were defeated, one of whom had even been rendered blind. Thus, he dared not confront Lin Yi directly. Time passed swiftly, and when the school day concluded, Lin Yi made his way to the school gate with Charmander and Squirtle in tow. As arranged, Xiao Kuei awaited him there. Amidst the envious gazes of their classmates, Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei climbed into the same taxi, vanishing from sight. The ordinary students were filled with envy for Lin Xiaoqing, not only for her exceptional talent capable of securing a second Pokémon, but also for having found such a wonderful boyfriend. Only Zhang Yodong's resentment intensified. Damn, Lin Yi. You see that last time you narrowly escaped and injured my bodyguard. This time, you won't get away so easily. You will pay dearly for provoking me. With that malevolent thought lingering in his mind, Zhang Yudong turned away and boarded a black car. Chapter 22. The start of special training and Lin Yi's small ambitions. Is this truly the training location you spoke of? Lin Yi marveled at the picturesque scene before him. He had anticipated being taken to a closed-off training facility or a sophisticated training arena. Instead, he found himself in the wilderness. Are you not deceiving me? Luring me here for some nefarious purpose? Lin Yi muttered, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Although his relationship with Xiao Kuei had transcended mere acquaintance, it was still limited to a few encounters and a pleasant rapport. If she had indeed brought him here with malicious intent, Lin Yi would not have been particularly surprised. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon. In this world, rare Pokémon were often coveted, and while few would resort to murder over them, some ruthless individuals might take such drastic measures. What are you thinking? Xiao Kuei rolled her eyes dramatically and gestured towards the distant river. That river is teeming with water-type Pokémon. While their combat instincts are not particularly strong and they are not exceedingly rare, they are perfect for leveling up. Your Squirtle can gain experience swiftly here. She then pointed towards the nearby mountains and forest. There are numerous grass-type Pokémon in that area. Although your Charmander may not learn any particularly useful skills, it can still level up quickly. Once its level is sufficient, I can take you to buy some technical machines. Listening to Xiao Kuei's detailed plan, Lin Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment for having doubted her intentions. However, he soon found himself feeling even more perplexed and unsettled by her excessive kindness. May I ask a question? Why are you so generous towards me? Are you truly hoping for us to team up for that competition? But even that may not be enough. Lin Yi voiced his genuine curiosity. At that moment, upon observing Lin Yi's serious demeanor, Xiao Kuei burst into laughter. I haven't even properly introduced myself. I'm Lu Xiao Kuei, the daughter of your homeroom teacher. She extended her left hand, displaying a sweet smile. At that moment, Lin Yi was left in utter shock. What? The homeroom teacher has such an adorable daughter? Lin Yi gently grasped Xiao Kuei's left hand and then scrutinized her in disbelief from head to toe. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Xiao Kuei pouted her lips, displaying a hint of irritation. Of course not. Since that's the case, let us get started promptly. All right, you should summon Charmander and Squirtle first. Lin Yi retrieved 2 red and white Pokeballs from his pocket and pressed the buttons. 2 beams of red light flickered, revealing a pure red Charmander before him, alongside a rather flamboyant Squirtle donning stylish sunglasses, exuding an air of arrogance. Jow, Squirtle. It appeared that both of these Pokémon were in good spirits. In that case, let us commence directly. Today marks the first day of our trial, so you will personally lead them into battle. Once they level up, they can fight on their own. Lin Yi nodded and led Squirtle to the riverbank. His gaze fell upon the water, where he spotted a golden red figure. Pokémon, Magikarp. Level, LV7. Gender, Dash. Ability, Splash, trembles inexplicably during battles. Moves, Splash, Proficient, Tackle, Beginner, Flail, Proficient. Upon recognizing this all-too-familiar template, Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly, a flicker of joy dancing in his eyes. Magikarp was indeed as he had envisioned, utterly useless. Aside from its slightly higher level, both its ability and moves were of little value. Facing such a Pokémon, his Squirtle could certainly level up swiftly. However, Lin Yi soon considered another issue. Pausing momentarily before speaking, there aren't any Gyarados in this river, are there? It is well known that Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados under specific circumstances. Although within the original setting, this evolution resembles the myth of the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Magikarp must swim upstream, returning to the sea to evolve into Gyarados, drastically enhancing its power, transforming from the weakest Pokémon into a formidable force. Yet here in the real world, who could say whether Magikarp required the sea for its evolution? If it could evolve right here, a powerful Gyarados could emerge and annihilate Lin Yi's 2 Pokémon. There were no revival potions to rely on. If his Pokémon truly fell in battle, it would be a significant loss for Lin Yi. Indeed, with the upgrade of the Pokémon modification system, Lin Yi could forge contracts with more Pokémon. Yet he was no fool. In a world where most individuals possessed only one Pokémon, if he were to sign contracts with multiple Pokémon, the most likely outcome would not be that he would be revered, but rather that he would be captured for experimentation. Human mental capacity could not reach such extraordinary heights. Lin Yi had previously conducted thorough research. Even champions of Pokémon tournaments typically contracted no more than 6 Pokémon. Furthermore, the 5th and 6th Pokémon were usually acquired in their later years. This indicated that the actual combat-ready Pokémon were merely 4, which is generally regarded as the limit for normal humans. Of course, the river was teeming with numerous Magikarp and various other water-type creatures. But one must remain vigilant of Gyarados. At this point, Xiao Kuei shifted her tone and smiled. However, you must understand that only by defeating Gyarados on the battlefield can your Squirtle earn the right to participate in Pokémon tournaments. Otherwise, it would merely be a matter of providing fodder. Alright, that sets a small goal. Lin Yi shrugged and nodded slightly. He then began directing Charmander and Squirtle in a ruthless battle against the Magikarp in the water. However, Lin Yi was not deranged enough to slaughter all the Magikarp. He accidentally eliminated 2 or 3, roasting them for his dinner instead. Despite Xiao Kuei's gaze resembling that of a killer, she seemed to enjoy her meal nonetheless. Chapter 23. Zhang Yodong's Revenge. That evening, until the early hours of the morning, Lin Yi, exhausted, made his way home with Charmander and Squirtle. Originally, Xiao Kuei had invited him to set up a tent and sleep together. However, Lin Yi declined, as he needed to return home to check on his sister. Following the earlier events, he was deeply concerned that Zhang Yudong might send others to cause trouble. Therefore, to prevent such occurrences, he had to return home and ensure he did so punctually every day. Otherwise, if something happened to his sister, he would be none the wiser. Although Lin Yi felt exceptionally fatigued at that moment, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Thanks to the efforts of the night, his Squirtle had leveled up 3 times, now reaching level 11. Even Charmander had achieved level 10. Moreover, Squirtle had learned a more powerful move, Rocket Headbutt. This ability allowed it to retract into its shell, subsequently enhancing both its defense and attack during battles. Squirtle had acquired this skill after being bitten by a particularly combative Magikarp. As for Charmander, it had finally learned Ember, a move it could master as a Fire-type Pokémon. Lin Yi was overjoyed, moved to tears. It was indeed a significant milestone. Charmander was finally evolving into a proper Fire-type Pokémon, rather than simply spouting water and string every day. On this day, Lin Yi did not utilize the abilities of the Pokémon Modification system, which had already cooled down, as he had not encountered suitable skills for his 2 Pokémon to learn. He merely adjusted the proficiency of the skills, enhancing Charmander's Ember to a proficient level. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. Xiao Kuei had already promised him that tomorrow night, she would first introduce him to high-level Pokémon before taking him for training. This meant that starting tomorrow, he could replicate a more powerful skill. Lin Yi leaned towards Charmander's Flamethrower, Dragon Rage, or Overheat, among other formidable moves, though he was uncertain whether he could learn them. He would have to wait and see. Dragging his weary body back home, Lin Yi gently pushed open the door. At that moment, his eyes momentarily halted. He sensed a strange presence within the room. Having lived in this space for over a decade, he was intimately familiar with every detail. Generally, Lin Xiaoqing would not alter anything without permission. Yet the disarray in the room indicated that someone had been there, and judging by the state of things, it was not a good person. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi glanced at Squirtle beside him and nodded. Squirtle. The Squirtle let out a soft call, stealthily crawling inside to survey its surroundings. Squirtle. Squirtle. Suddenly, the creature shouted loudly. Lin Yi, no longer hesitating, kicked open the door and rushed in. Gao. Beside him, the Charmander also shouted and charged in, mouth agape, ready to unleash its Ember attack. Although the Ember skill may not be particularly powerful, its restraining effect is quite commendable. It can be used freely against humans without causing them harm, at most inducing a momentary fright. After all, anyone would feel a twinge of terror upon seeing a Fire-type Charmander spewing charred insects in their direction. Ah, Lin Yi, you have finally returned. Zhang Yudong sat in a wooden chair, a glimmer of cruel amusement dancing in his eyes. What do you mean by that, Zhang Yudong? Lin Yi clenched his fists, his gaze shifting to Lin Xiaoqing, who was bound beside Zhang Yudong. At this moment, Lin Xiaoqing was tied to the chair, her mouth sealed with tape. She shook her head rapidly, her eyes urging Lin Yi to flee and disregard her plight. However, Lin Yi was not the sort to cower in fear. What could I possibly mean? I merely found you somewhat displeasing, so I thought I'd come over for a chat. Zhang Yudong replied with a sinister grin, occasionally letting his filthy hands glide over Lin Xiaoqing's pristine face, provoking a sense of deep revulsion in both her and Lin Yi. Taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, Lin Yi spoke up. Release her. This matter does not concern her. Let us have our duel instead. Another duel? Why not? Zhang Yudong exclaimed, leaping from his chair, his gaze fixated on Lin Yi. Last time, you walked away with 10,000 from me. I wonder what you wish to wager this time? His cruel words were accompanied by a piercing stare, intending to assert his dominance and remind Lin Yi of who truly ruled their class. What do you suggest we bet on? Lin Yi countered, tossing the question back at Zhang Yudong. He was unsure of what Zhang Yudong had in mind. He sensed that trouble was brewing, but he could not fathom the intentions of such a twisted individual. Haha, splendid. You are quite perceptive. Zhang Yudong clapped his hands in mock applause, but his expression soon shifted to one of hysteria as he continued. Let us make it this way. If you win, I shall grant you 100,000. However, if I win, I want your 2 Pokémon. The chilling words escaped Zhang Yudong's lips, and upon hearing his wager, Lin Yi's fists clenched tightly. The audacity of wanting his Pokémon meant that Zhang Yudong intended to shatter his dreams of becoming a Pokémon master. He aimed to ruin him. Fine, I accept your terms. Haha, now that's the spirit, my good classmate. I thought you might be too frightened to respond. Zhang Yudong laughed maniacally, his deranged demeanor repugnant to anyone who witnessed it. At that moment, he raised his head and added, however, this time it won't be me against you. It will be him facing you. If you manage to defeat him, I shall release you and your sister, grant you the money, and never bother you again. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk appeared on Lin Yi's face. He did not trust a single word from Zhang Yudong, whose repeated provocations rendered his statements utterly meaningless. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the man beside him. He had noticed him earlier, assuming he was merely one of Zhang Yudong's lackeys. However, it seemed he was far from that. He appeared to be a hired thug. Chapter 24. Battle against the Axu. You will fight me, rest assured. I won't be overly aggressive. I shall use only 1 Pokémon. While you may use as many as you like, the man stepped forward. Lin Yi scrutinized his face. Adorned with 2 earrings on his left ear, a nose ring, and a buzz cut, he wore heavy eye makeup, resembling a street tough. Haha, I know your 2 Pokémon are formidable, but what of it? Wang Hao's Axu possesses exceptional strength and can even utilize the Dragon Rage skill. You are doomed this time. Zhang Yudong cackled beside him, already envisioning the moment he would seize Lin Yi's Pokémon, relishing the despair that would mar Lin Yi's expression. He understood that without his Pokémon, an orphan like Lin Yi would be condemned to a life of mediocrity, forever unable to hold his head high. His goal was to obliterate Lin Yi, for Lin Yi had robbed him of the title of class champion and publicly defeated him, humiliating him. Wang Hao, exuding an air of indifference, said nothing as he retrieved a Pokeball, summoning his Axu. The dark green Axu materialized before Lin Yi, its fighting spirit unabated even in the twilight. Pokemon, Axu, Gender, Level, LV23. Ability, Rivalry, power of moves increases by 1. 25 times when a Pokemon of the same gender is present. Currently, the power of a 1-star Pokemon's move is 0. 75 times against genderless Pokemon. Skills, Cut, Proficient. Dragon Rage, Proficient. Scary Face, Proficient. Fury Cutter, Proficient. Upon examining the Axe's attributes, Lin Yi involuntarily gasped in shock. A Pokemon at level 23, equipped with 4 high-level offensive skills, was evidently beyond his current capabilities. Not to mention, Axu would evolve into the semi-legendary Pokemon, Haxorus, at its highest level. Are you frightened? Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps I may consider sparing you. Zhang Yudong shrieked in hysteria, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He craved to witness Lin Yi's submission, a sight that would thrill and satisfy him immensely. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yi lifted his head, his eyes radiating a chilling resolve. Come at me, I will emerge victorious. Lin Yi's declaration astonished not only Zhang Yudong, but also Wang Hao, who was taken aback. He could tell that Lin Yi recognized the formidable strength of his Axu. In truth, this Axu was the weakest Pokemon he possessed, as he had no intention of bullying the student before him. Had it not been for Zhang Yudong locating his superior and sending him here, he would never resort to such tactics against someone so much weaker. Using the lowest level Axu was his final act of defiance. With you? What do you expect to win with? Your Charmander that can only spray water and cannot even use Ember? Or that pathetic Squirtle, which is just as worthless as you? Zhang Yudong mocked mercilessly. However, Lin Yi paid him no mind, his unwavering gaze fixed on the Axu across from him. Excellent. I admire the indomitable fighting spirit in your eyes. Under different circumstances, we might have been friends, but alas, not now. With an air of nonchalance, Wang Hao instructed his juvenile dragon, go forth and unleash your most formidable attack to vanquish the opponent. Yaya. As the spirited juvenile dragon prepared for battle, Lin Yi took a deep breath and ultimately decided to send out his Charmeleon. Charmeleon, it's your time to shine. Jow. Charmeleon emitted a fierce cry. his eyes brimming with determination as he landed on the floor before him. Meanwhile, Squirtle, though eager to join the fray, recognized that this was not his moment to shine and dutifully adhered to Lin Yi's command as a Pokémon should. The battle was now underway. Zhang Yudong, standing nearby, playfully assumed the role of referee, adding a touch of jest to the proceedings. Juvenile Dragon, use slash. Following the command, the juvenile dragon moved with remarkable speed, its claws poised to strike Charmeleon. Dodge and use water gun. Charmeleon swiftly evaded the attack, puffing out its cheeks to unleash a jet of yellow water that collided with the juvenile dragon. However, the overwhelming difference in levels allowed the juvenile dragon to disregard the assault entirely, swiftly turning to deliver a powerful kick to Charmeleon's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Charmeleon was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby table, splintering it into fragments. Juvenile Dragon, execute, multi-slash. Wang Hao commanded once more, urging the juvenile dragon to intensify its onslaught. The juvenile dragon resumed its assault with relentless claw strikes aimed at Charmeleon. In a desperate bid to avoid direct hits, Charmeleon scrambled to its feet. At this stage, my only advantage lies in Charmeleon's speed, Lin Yi pondered, his eyes glinting with caution. He observed Zhang Yudong and Wang Hao, both fixated on the battle. Zhang Yudong wore an unsettlingly excited expression, while Wang Hao was wholly invested in the contest. It was evident that, despite facing a Pokémon far beneath his own in strength, he was committed to finding equilibrium and exerting his utmost effort, a testament to his respect for the battle. Yet, in that moment, Lin Yi secretly wished that his opponent would completely disregard the fight, as it would serve him better. Juvenile Dragon, use multi-slash again, Wang Hao commanded, and the juvenile dragon, seemingly inexhaustible, continued its fierce pursuit of Charmeleon. Charmeleon relied on its marginally superior speed to evade and retaliate, but soon enough, it bore numerous wounds, blood trickling down its body, rendering it a pitiful sight. Observing this, Lin Yi guided Charmeleon to utilize string shot, water gun, and even ember, while simultaneously instructing it to evade. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Lin Yi was inching closer to the center of the battlefield. In standard Pokémon battles, trainers typically maintain a safe distance from the combat zone to avoid any accidental harm from their Pokémon. However, Lin Yi harbored a different intention. He understood that Charmeleon stood no chance against the juvenile dragon. His sole path to victory lay in replicating his opponent's skills. Charmeleon, use water gun, Lin Yi commanded loudly. Charmeleon, panting heavily, stood opposite the juvenile dragon, which had its back turned toward Lin Yi. Jow! Charmeleon let out a fierce cry, puffing up its cheeks to unleash a powerful stream of yellow water that caught the juvenile dragon off guard, causing it to stagger backwards several steps and inadvertently approach Lin Yi. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Lin Yi seized the opportunity, stepping forward as if by accident to grasp the juvenile dragon by its back. Yaya! The juvenile dragon exclaimed in surprise, turning to fix a fierce gaze upon Lin Yi. Swiftly, Lin Yi retreated a few steps, waving his hands in a gesture of harmlessness. Huh, what can your water gun do? The disparity in levels cannot be bridged by such a trivial move. This time, your defeat is assured. Zhang Yudong observed Lin Yi's demeanor, a cruel smile dancing in his eyes. He stood beside Lin Xiaoqing, his elongated, almost sickly fingers occasionally brushing against her delicate features, eliciting a sense of profound discomfort within her. Remove your repulsive hand. Lin Yi's gaze flared with anger as he shouted. Zhang Yudong, momentarily taken aback, narrowed his eyes with a menacing glare. Humph, just focus on your battle. If you lose this time, you shall be deemed worthless from this day forth. Juvenile Dragon, use multi-slash, Wang Hao commanded, his focus solely on defeating Lin Yi, indifferent to the animosity brewing between him and Zhang Yudong. The juvenile dragon, brimming with excitement, lunged forward, claws at the ready, while Charmeleon remained steadfast, unwavering in its position, awaiting Lin Yi's directive. Huh, are you frozen in fear? Prepare for your demise. Zhang Yudong laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration as he envisioned his imminent victory. Yet at that moment, a faint smile crept across Lin Yi's lips. Lin Xiaoqing, bound to her chair and feeling like a burden to Lin Yi, suddenly caught sight of her brother's smile and froze in astonishment. Having lived together for many years, she was keenly aware of Lin Yi's tendencies. When he wore such a smile, it invariably signaled an impending twist of fate, heralding misfortune for someone. Although she was uncertain how Lin Yi could possibly turn the tide under these circumstances, she chose to place her trust in her brother. Charmeleon, unleash dragon rage, Lin Yi whispered, his voice barely audible to those around him. yet perfectly clear to Charmeleon. Jow! Charmeleon bellowed, its eyes sparkling with excitement. In the next instant, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying torrent of draconic energy that barreled forth. The juvenile dragon, caught off guard by Charmeleon's unexpected display of dragon rage, was struck by the overwhelming force, sent flying backward to crash onto the ground. What? When did your Charmeleon learn dragon rage? That's a high-level skill. It hasn't even evolved into a Charizard. How is this possible? Zhang Yudong sprang from his seat, terror etched across his face. At that moment, a sense of panic washed over him as he recognized the numerous inconsistencies emanating from Lin Yi, a small dragon capable of both spitting silk and employing water guns, unexpectedly transcended the disparity in levels to unleash the formidable skill known as Dragon Rage. At this moment, a thought struck him. Lin Yi's small dragon was no ordinary specimen, but rather one endowed with exceptional talent. His gaze shifted from Lin Yi to the small dragon. If he could seize this dragon, would he not possess the potential to become stronger? Zhang Yudong contemplated this with a glimmer of greed in his eyes, oblivious to whether his current mental fortitude was sufficient to forge a bond with another Pokémon. It is worth noting that his second Pokémon had been artificially enhanced through the use of drugs. In this context, the pursuit of a third Pokémon would yield only two possible outcomes. Either he would continue abusing substances, leading to extreme fatigue and a pitiful state, ultimately forcing himself to drain his life force to enhance his psychic abilities, which might allow him to successfully contract a third Pokémon. Or, conversely, his mental prowess would prove inadequate, rendering him a fool. In this world of Pokémon, there exists a specific affliction known as psychic breakdown syndrome. The mechanism of this condition is straightforward. A blind overestimation of one's psychic capabilities leads to reckless attempts at Pokémon contracting, culminating in mental collapse. Individuals afflicted by this syndrome often become incapable of thought beyond the most basic instinct of sustenance. How intriguing. You have piqued my interest. Wang Hao, initially taken aback, now bore an expression tinged with excitement. He had anticipated that this battle would simply be a case of a larger opponent overpowering a smaller one. However, it appeared that the situation was not so straightforward. Although the opposing small dragon was of a lower level, its promising talent suggested that, with time, it could rival his own Gabite. Too kind, small dragon, unleash Dragon Rage. Lin Yi scoffed, showing no hesitation as he commanded the small dragon to execute Dragon Rage once more. The small dragon, disregarding its fatigue, opened its mouth wide and released another stream of draconic breath. The terrifying wave of energy struck the Gabite, which remained grounded and unable to respond under the relentless assault of Dragon Rage. In truth, the sheer power of Dragon Rage alone would not have sufficed to defeat the Gabite. The ease of the current situation stemmed entirely from the fact that the Gabite had previously expended a considerable amount of energy. Indeed, Wang Hao had not underestimated the match. Yet he had grown anxious. Thus, he had commanded the Gabite to unleash a barrage of high-intensity attacks, leading to a significant depletion of its stamina. Consequently, after being struck by Dragon Rage, the Gabite lay on the ground, momentarily dazed. By the fifth iteration of Dragon Rage, the Gabite had lost consciousness entirely, while Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. As for the small dragon, although it had clearly exhausted a great deal of energy, it too was filled with a sense of triumph. Excellent. I did not expect you to truly emerge victorious this time, Wang Hao remarked, lightly applauding, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. The outcome of this battle had seemed predetermined. It was only natural for him to win. Yet, the reality that Lin Yi had triumphed with a small dragon of relatively low level was, in his eyes, a source of humiliation. Even if Wang Hao were to deploy a higher-level Pokémon, it would not be unusual. Given his background as a rogue, such occurrences were commonplace. Nevertheless, he refrained from doing so, instead retrieving the fainted Gabite into its poke ball, regarding Lin Yi with an appreciative gaze. Impossible. How could he possibly win? I refuse to believe it, Zhang Yudong exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. He recalled that during the previous encounter, his Pokémon had been evenly matched against Lin Yi's small dragon. Had he not been so careless, he would not have lost. Yet now, Lin Yi's small dragon had brazenly defeated a high-level Gabite, a disparity of 10 levels. Even the mightiest champion might struggle to secure victory under such circumstances. Wang Hao, summon your other Pokémon and bring him down. I want him destroyed. Zhang Yudong shouted frantically at Wang Hao. However, upon hearing his command, Wang Hao's brow furrowed slightly, and he cast a cold glance at Zhang Yudong, replying, Did you not hear what I just said? Since the Gabite has been defeated, that means he has won this battle. If you wish to summon another Pokémon, do so at your own expense. I have no desire to be dragged down by your disgrace. Wang Hao's words were devoid of compassion as he turned and strode toward the exit. Zhang Yudong stood frozen, unable to comprehend that the enforcer he had summoned would speak to him in such a manner. Rage surged through him as he glared at Lin Yi, who wore a sardonic smile. You will all perish. I will ensure your demise here. Come forth, Crocodile and Cyndaquil, Zhang Yudong declared, pulling 2 Pokeballs from his pocket and activating them. Immediately, Crocodile and Cyndaquil materialized before him, charging at Lin Yi and the small dragon with ferocity. Clearly, he intended to exploit the small dragon's moment of weakness to defeat, and perhaps even kill, it. What he could not possess, others would not have either. Squirtle, deploy water gun. Lin Yi commanded, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Beside him, Squirtle, eager for battle, stepped forward without hesitation and unleashed a powerful jet of water. The torrent struck Cyndaquil squarely, sending it sprawling to the ground. Given that Squirtle's level had already surpassed that of Cyndaquil, a swift knockout was entirely expected. Crocodile, utilize tackle. Zhang Yudong shouted, directing his attack at Lin Yi. If Crocodile's assault connected, it would likely inflict significant damage upon Lin Yi. Just then, the small dragon, having regained some of its strength, unleashed Dragon Rage, without waiting for Lin Yi's command. The terrifying wave engulfed Crocodile, sending it crashing to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, Wang Hao, having just opened the door, witnessed the unfolding chaos and shook his head dismissively. Fool. With that single word, he closed the door behind him and departed. In that instant, the room was left with only Lin Yi, Zhang Yudong, and the bound Lin Xiaoqing. My dear class monitor, it is time for you to fulfill your promise, Lin Yi said coldly, stepping forward to confront Zhang Yudong. At this moment, Zhang Yudong was engulfed in a sense of dread. He had summoned thugs, only to see them depart, and all his Pokémon were now in a state of unconsciousness. He found himself utterly isolated. Should Lin Yi choose to end his life here, he would possess no means of resistance. Why you? Don't come any closer. My family is quite affluent. If you dare to lay a hand on me, they will surely not let you go. Zhang Yudong cried out in a piercing voice. Even though Lin Yi had yet to make any move, merely approaching him, the terror within him caused his body to tremble, and he uttered a stream of nonsensical words. Lin Yi stood before him, looking down with an icy demeanor. I will not harm you. Let me be perfectly clear. Fulfill your promise, and then get lost. The commanding words from Lin Yi echoed in Zhang Yudong's ears, sounding exceedingly harsh. To Zhang Yudong, it felt as though he were being judged as a weakling, igniting a tempest of rage, terror, and unwillingness within him. However, he dared not act, for the side of him, the Charmeleon and Squirtle approached with a mocking demeanor. Although he could not quite discern how he interpreted that expression, he was certain of their disdainful attitude. He feared that any misstep on his part would provoke them into unleashing a powerful water gun or dragon rage, attacks that his frail physique could never withstand. I'll give you, is it 100,000? I have it right here. I'll get it to you immediately. Zhang Yudong frantically rummaged through his belongings and finally produced 100,000 yuan, gingerly placing it on the table. He indeed had that amount, though it was originally meant for Wang Hao, as he had hired the thugs and owed them payment, not his underlings. He had not anticipated that Wang Hao would lose. Thus he had not dispensed it earlier. Now, it served the purpose perfectly. All right, now be gone. Lin Yi collected the money, a fleeting smile flickering in his eyes before they dimmed, and he spoke in a detached tone. See, can I really leave? Zhang Yudong swallowed hard, unable to believe it. He had expected Lin Yi to subject him to some form of torment. What else would you prefer? Would you like to stay here for dinner? As he said this, Lin Yi released Lin Xiaoqing from her chair. She immediately leapt into Lin Yi's arms, embracing him tightly. Chapter 27. The battle against oddish Zhang Yudong departed, and indeed, Lin Yi had not inflicted any torture upon him, nor had he administered any substantial punishment. This was simply unavoidable. True, Lin Yi had captured Zhang Yudong and could have delivered a severe lesson, but what would follow? As Zhang Yudong had pointed out, his family was quite wealthy and influential in this region. Should Lin Yi proceed with such actions, he would undoubtedly face relentless retaliation. Perhaps minor scuffles among classmates would go unnoticed by their parents, but should matters escalate, there would be no ignoring the repercussions. A solitary orphan is always an easy target for bullying. In Lin Yi's childhood, he and Lin Xiaoqing often suffered at the hands of their peers. It was not until that fateful day, when he seized a stool and struck down a boy who frequently tormented them, that everything changed. It was a rainy day. Blood flowed freely. Lin Yi stood in the office for an entire afternoon, as his homeroom teacher pleaded on his behalf, preventing him from being sent to a juvenile facility. He only had to apologize. From that day forth, No one dared to provoke Lin Yi or Lin Xiaoqing again, for they understood that this orphan, bereft of parents, was not to be trifled with. Brother, I'm so scared. Lin Xiaoqing clung tightly to Lin Yi, tears of fright streaming down her face. Just moments ago, she had been engulfed in fear, but as she had been captured and not rescued, she had stifled her tears and anxiety, only wishing for Lin Yi to escape. Little did she know that her brother, like a hero saving a damsel in distress, had commanded Charmeleon to triumph in an unwinnable battle. Now, all her pent-up grievances were unleashed, without reservation. All right, from now on, I shall not allow such things to happen again. Lin Yi clenched his fists, saying no more, merely holding Lin Xiaoqing close. It was evident that they could not linger here any longer. Murmuring to himself, a hint of resignation flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. As night fell, Lin Yi lay on his bed, gazing at the starry sky outside. At this time, Lin Xiaoqing had not returned to her own room, but lay beside him, holding him closely. For siblings who relied on one another in the absence of parents, this was a perfectly normal occurrence. Yet, the last time they had slept like this was 5 years prior. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yi chose not to speak further. His gaze drifted to Charmeleon, who was sleeping soundly, possibly lost in delightful dreams, drool escaping its mouth. Now, his Charmeleon had mastered the intermediate skill of Dragon Rage, enhancing its combat capabilities significantly, and it merely needed to level up quickly from here. In truth, during the earlier battle, the skill Lin Yi most wished to replicate was not Dragon Rage. While it was an intermediate skill, it was also relatively common, as nearly all Dragon-type Pokémon could learn it. He yearned to copy the move Cutting from the young dragon. This potent attack, characterized by sustained offensive properties, was precisely what his Charmeleon needed at this stage. However, due to Charmeleon's insufficient strength, it was unable to replicate the skill, forcing him to settle for Dragon Rage instead. Fortunately, relying solely on Dragon Rage had still allowed him to secure victory in that battle. Lost in thoughts about his future plans, Lin Yi gradually succumbed to sleep. The next morning, as Lin Yi opened his eyes, he discovered that Lin Xiaoqing, who had been nestled in his embrace, had left. Stretching, he stepped out of his room, only to find fried dough sticks and soy milk on the table. This silly girl, he chuckled, grabbing a piece of dough stick to dip it in the soy milk before taking a hearty bite. The aroma was delightful, and he savored the moment. Hey, Squirtle, Charmeleon, do you both want some? Lin Yi exclaimed as Squirtle and Charmeleon emerged from the room, and he quickly divided the food among them. The trio swiftly devoured their portions of breakfast. Afterward, Lin Yi took Charmeleon and Squirtle and left for school. The day at school unfolded with a tranquility akin to the previous day. Lin Yi did not encounter Zhang Yudong. He heard that Zhang had taken a sick leave due to the events of the previous day. The final class of the afternoon was a Pokemon battle simulation. Lin Yi accompanied his classmates to the Pokemon battle training room, where they each selected their opponents and summoned their Pokemon to engage in combat. Lin Yi's adversary was a petite girl with a student haircut, standing at a mere 155 centimeters. Her slightly chubby, cherubic face was undeniably adorable. Faced with such an irresistible little girl, Lin Yi could hardly refuse. Thus, when she approached him, eagerly requesting a battle, he readily agreed. Previously, Lin Yi had little recollection of this classmate. It was only moments ago that he learned her name, Bai Xiaoling. I shall begin. Oddish, come forth. Bai Xiaoling spoke softly, summoning her Oddish. It was a Pokemon adorned with a massive green leaf atop its head, exuding a somewhat clumsy charm. However, Lin Yi did not underestimate it, for Oddish was laden with a significant amount of pollen, capable of releasing toxic spores even with its mere movement. Generally, few would be inclined to forge a contract with an Oddish. Nonetheless, its potential was commendable, at least superior to his initial Caterpie. Pokemon Oddish. Gender: potential, green, good. Level, LV10. Ability, chlorophyll, absorbs sunlight during the day and gradually restores health under moonlight at night. Skills: absorb, beginner. Sleep powder, proficient. Acid, beginner. Toxic powder, proficient. Upon observing Oddish's attributes, Lin Yi nodded slightly. Its stats were quite impressive, with a level 10 ranking among the top in the class. Yet, it was evident that this young girl was not particularly skilled in combat, and non-combatant grass-type Pokemon typically level up more swiftly. Hence, her Oddish reached level 10 faster. But its battle capabilities left much to be desired. For instance, among its 4 skills, there were no purely offensive moves. Shaking his head, Lin Yi refrained from further comments and summoned his own Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle. Upon taking the stage, Squirtle was filled with exuberance, promptly removing its glasses. Chapter 28, System Upgrade. Oddish, use Acid. The battle commenced with Bai Xiaoling instructing Oddish to unleash Acid. Oddish swayed its body, launching the attack, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. Squirtle. Dodge and use tackle. If it were a standard attack, Lin Yi would not have instructed Squirtle to evade. Instead, he would have utilized withdraw and withdraw to defend while enhancing the next turn's offense. Unfortunately, Acid was a special attack, and Squirtle could not withstand it directly. Though the damage would not be severe, it would be uncomfortable. Squirtle swiftly dodged the acid, then, with a powerful push of its legs, propelled itself forward like a blue projectile, crashing into Oddish. With a resounding thud, Oddish staggered back 2 steps before collapsing onto the ground. "Oddish, are you alright?" Bai Xiaoling exclaimed, instinctively rushing forward to assist her fallen Pokémon. "This is a competition. Do you intend to concede now?" A classmate acting as a temporary referee remarked softly, his eyes tinged with exasperation. However, he kept his expression neutral, for Bai Xiaoling was renowned in the class as a charming little beauty, and any reasonable person would grant her a modicum of leniency. I understand," Bai Xiaoling replied timidly, returning to her position, her gaze filled with concern for Oddish. Fortunately, Oddish managed to rise from the ground at that moment. "Wonderful. Oddish, use toxic powder." Oddish swayed its body, its leafy head oscillating as it released a cloud of green toxic powder, which spread through the air. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Yi understood he could no longer allow Squirtle to approach, lest it succumb to poisoning. Currently, his Squirtle lacked the ability to detoxify, and while he had antidote berries prepared, he preferred not to resort to them. "Squirtle, retreat and use Water Gun from a distance." Water-type moves wouldn't inflict significant damage on Grass-type Pokémon, as their effectiveness would be diminished. Yet, Lin Yi had no alternative, for Squirtle's sole ranged attack was Water Gun. He certainly could not allow Squirtle to endure the toxic spores in close combat, as that would necessitate the use of his antidote berry. "Squirtle, Squirtle." Obediently, Squirtle retreated, positioning itself at the edge of the battlefield, eyes fixed intently on Oddish, puffing its cheeks before unleashing a powerful jet of water. The stream struck Oddish, drenching it thoroughly and inflicting some damage while also diluting the toxic spores in the surrounding air. Lin Yi's eyes brightened at this development. "Squirtle, continue using Water Gun." Aiming for the sky. "Squirtle, Squirtle." Squirtle was puzzled by Lin Yi's directive. In truth, not only did Squirtle find it perplexing, but Bai Xiaoling was equally bewildered. Since the recent incident, Squirtle had become exceptionally obedient to Lin Yi's commands, showing no hesitation as it aimed its mouth skyward and sprayed a torrent of water. The rapid force propelled the jet into the air, but as gravity took hold, the stream began to lose momentum and fell toward the ground. In that instant, a makeshift rain began to fall. Is he attempting to use the rain to dilute all that toxic powder? Bai Xiaoling gasped in surprise, her expression hardening with determination. "I will not be defeated. I must persevere." "Oddish, use sleep powder." Oddish once again swayed its leafy head, but this time, it released purple sleep powder instead of the green toxic powder. The dispersal effect of sleep powder was significantly swifter. Soon, it enveloped the entire arena, incapacitating Squirtle. Squirtle trembled slightly, feeling its body grow sluggish. Lin Yi's eyes widened momentarily. Did it succeed on the first attempt? It seems I must find an opportunity to enhance Squirtle's special defense. However, Squirtle appears to lack any controlling moves. This sleep powder is rather effective. With that thought, Lin Yi did not hesitate to issue further commands. "Squirtle, do not wait any longer. Charge forward and use tackle." "Squirtle, Squirtle." Despite its slight paralysis, Squirtle surged forward with determination, its speed accelerating as it collided once more with Oddish, sending it flying. "Squirtle, use withdraw, then tackle." Squirtle retracted into its shell, boosting its attack power for the next turn before launching itself at Oddish once again. This time, the force of the attack was evidently greater than before. The walking grass was abruptly knocked unconscious, foam escaping its mouth. Losing consciousness, the walking grass succumbed to defeat, and Squirtle emerged victorious. A classmate, acting as the temporary referee, announced the outcome of the match. At that moment, Bai Xiaoling rushed to her fallen walking grass, shaking its body anxiously. "Walking grass, please don't die. You mustn't die?" Witnessing Bai Xiaoling's distressed demeanor, Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. He approached her side and gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, my friend. This is merely a standard battle. The walking grass has just fainted. It won't perish." "Is that really true?" she asked, wide-eyed. "Of course." Noticing the pitiable expression on Bai Xiaoling's face, Lin Yi instinctively ruffled her hair. However, he suddenly froze in place, recalling that the relationship he shared with Bai Xiaoling was not intimate enough for such familiarity. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she said nothing further, merely bowing her head to observe her walking grass. Ahem. Lin Yi cleared his throat twice, awkwardly retracting his hand before casually touching the walking grass's body. Its form was akin to that of a tree trunk, with a rather unappealing texture, characteristic of most grass-type Pokémon. After all, they were modeled after plants and were not animals, so their physical state was to be expected. Having successfully replicated the walking grass's skill of paralysis powder, Lin Yi promptly transferred it to Squirtle. Ding. The host has used the replication ability multiple times. The system has upgraded to LV3, unlocking new features. Please check them at your convenience. Upon hearing the sudden notification in his mind, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback before a smile graced his features. After such a lengthy period, the system had finally leveled up. He wondered what modifications he could now implement. Chapter 29. Charmeleon levels up. Ding. The system has reached LV3, unlocking new functionalities, including the ability to modify Pokémon levels. Gazing at the new system prompt, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Presently, the most crucial aspect for his Pokémon was indeed their levels. Charmeleon and Squirtle, as starters, boasted commendable combat prowess. Elevating their levels would substantially enhance their battle capabilities, ensuring they wouldn't suffer as terribly against yesterday's Dratini. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi turned his attention to Charmeleon, mentally employing the level modification feature. Ding. Charmeleon is now at level 10. Levels can be adjusted from 5 to 15. Was the modification limited to just 5 levels? Or was it merely 50 of the current level? Pondering this, Lin Yi glanced at Squirtle in the distance. Ding. Squirtle is currently at level 11. Levels can be adjusted from 6 to 16. A 5-level differential, yet why was it possible to lower the level? Did that imply I would be dissatisfied with my Pokémon's elevated status? Lin Yi found it perplexing and ultimately shook his head, directly adjusting Charmeleon's level to 15. Ding. Charmeleon's level has been modified to 15. The next modification can occur in 72 hours. Noticing the exceedingly long cooldown period, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. A 3-day wait seemed excessive. He wondered if an increase in system level would reduce the cooldown time. Shaking his head, he refrained from further comments. As class was concluding, he strolled toward the school gate with Charmeleon and Squirtle perched on his shoulders. As previously arranged, Xiaoqi was waiting for him. Dressed in a pristine white athletic outfit that accentuated her figure perfectly, her high ponytail exuded a vibrant innocence as she lounged casually. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances, with a few brave souls approaching her for contact information, all of which she politely declined. Upon noticing Lin Yi, Xiaoqi excitedly waved her left hand, calling out, "Lin Yi, over here." Her exuberant display drew the attention of several nearby male students, their gazes filled with a mix of jealousy and envy. Clearly believing Xiaoqi to be Lin Yi's girlfriend, Lin Yi sighed in resignation at this perception but chose not to clarify the situation. The first reason was the lack of necessity, and the second was that he somewhat enjoyed it. To be honest, Xiaoqi was an exquisite beauty. Who wouldn't hesitate to reject such an enchanting girl? With her current kindness toward him, Lin Yi naturally harbored some thoughts. Yet, he understood the circumstances he faced and would refrain from pursuing anything romantic in the immediate future, though he found a bit of enjoyment in the attention. "Are we training at the same place as yesterday?" Lin Yi casually inquired, with Charmeleon and Squirtle resting on his shoulders. "No. This time I want to take you somewhere where you can truly engage in Pokémon battles. I believe it will significantly enhance your Pokémon's combat skills," Xiaoqi replied, her excitement palpable. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What place is that?" "You'll find out when we get there," Xiaoqi teased, withholding further details. Lin Yi chose not to press her for more information, but then he announced, "Something came up at home yesterday. I need to pick up my sister from school. She needs to be with me." Xiaoqi looked surprised, recalling that during their time setting up tents the previous night, she had suggested bringing Lin Yi's sister over, only to be met with a firm refusal. Now, Lin Yi was actively requesting it, leaving her puzzled. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Lin Yi sighed softly and eventually shared the events of the previous day. "What? That guy was so arrogant, even hiring thugs," Xiaoqi exclaimed, her expression one of indignation. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated such brazen behavior existing in their peaceful society, especially over a mere defeat in a competitive battle. This utterly intolerant individual, who couldn't bear to lose, was truly contemptible. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqi's expression shifted as she hesitated momentarily before speaking again. "Why don't you both come stay at my house?" Lin Yi sputtered, the water he had just sipped spraying from his mouth in shock. Staring at Xiaoqi, he was taken aback by her unexpected suggestion. "Is that really okay? Otherwise, what? It's not safe for either of you at home now. You can't expect to camp outside indefinitely, can you? Besides, my parents are away, and I'm alone at home. If you both want to stay with me, I would be quite happy," Xiao Ke explained, seemingly anxious that Lin Yi might refuse. Lin Yi found himself without a valid reason to decline. He genuinely needed a new place to stay, and with Xiao Ke offering it freely, he felt more than willing to accept. However, he was also acutely aware that the most expensive lunch in this world is one that is offered for free. Thus, this Pokemon tournament in Shinshin City holds significant importance for you, does it not? At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly interjected. The girl opposite him, Xiao Ke, was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief hesitation, she nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this marks my participation in the third Pokemon tournament. The reason I took a leave of absence from school was also due to the tournament, and this time, I must emerge victorious. Therefore, I require your assistance. Xiao Ke gazed at Lin Yi with unwavering determination, while Lin Yi's expression remained tranquil. Finally, Lin Yi nodded slightly. Rest assured, for both personal and moral reasons, I am obliged to assist you in this endeavor. Securing a mere title of champion is certainly within reach. Lin Yi spoke with conviction, his eyes devoid of any indication of refusal. Very well, I place my trust in you. Xiao Ke smiled, genuinely delighted. However, she was also aware that Lin Yi's words were likely intended to comfort her, as his Pokemon had only reached around level 10 at this point. The further one progresses, the more arduous the leveling becomes. To elevate his Pokemon to the minimum competition standard of level 15 would require at least 10 days. Ascending to levels 20 or even 25 would demand a duration of 1 to 2 months. Chapter 30, A Death Match, A Brutal Battle. Here we are. Xiao Ke pointed toward a small bar in the distance. A bar? You intend to bring me here for a drink? Lin Yi expressed his astonishment, having not anticipated that the location in question would be a bar. What are you thinking? How could I possibly bring you here for alcohol? Xiao Ke rolled her eyes and then said mysteriously, this bar serves merely as a facade. Its primary function is Pokemon battles. With that, Xiao Ke refrained from further explanation and led Lin Yi into the establishment. As they stepped inside, the rich scent of alcohol permeated the air, causing Lin Yi to wrinkle his nose as he surveyed the surroundings. He noticed that everyone present had released their Pokemon, some perched on their shoulders, others cradled in their arms, while a few indulged in drinks on their own. For instance, over there, a Golduck, being the evolved form of Psyduck, possessed intelligence and combat prowess several times greater than that of its predecessor. At this moment, it clutched a glass of red wine, swaying as it drank, appearing quite exhilarated, occasionally letting out a burp. Lin Yi felt intrigued, contemplating whether to approach and replicate Golduck's skills. However, he suddenly recalled that he had exhausted his replication ability today, having used it to help Squirtle replicate the move Hypnosis. Now it was in cooldown, and he would not be able to replicate again until tomorrow afternoon. With this thought, he shook his head, diverting his attention elsewhere, focusing instead on Xiao Ke, who had walked directly toward a corner where a well-dressed waiter stood. After a brief exchange, the man turned his gaze toward Lin Yi, appraising him with a hint of mockery on his face. He just a student, right? Are you sure you want him to participate in a death match? This would jeopardize his Pokemon, wouldn't it? The man's voice was low, yet Lin Yi could still hear him from afar. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. A death match? The very notion flooded his mind, depicting an unending battle to the finish, which was precisely what he envisioned. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of surprise danced in Lin Yi's eyes. To be frank, he was not particularly eager to engage in such a death match. Firstly, he did not wish for his Pokemon to perish. Secondly, he had no desire to harm another's Pokemon. In this world, forging a contract with a Pokemon is a cumbersome affair, with most individuals only able to bind a single Pokemon. Thus, slaying an opponent's Pokemon would essentially obliterate their future, a fate akin to taking a life. Lin Yi felt a surge of trepidation, yet he did not leave immediately. As he awaited Xiao Ke, trusting that she would not compel him to undertake such a task. After a brief moment, Xiao Ke approached Lin Yi, smiling as she spoke. I have already made arrangements with him. You will participate in the next match. A death match, is it? Lin Yi slowly began. Xiao Ke hesitated for a moment before nodding, though she then smiled and shook her head. It is indeed a death match, but it is likely not what you envision. Before Lin Yi could inquire further, Xiao Ke continued. The so-called death match in this bar occurs in two forms. The first prohibits surrender, requiring that one must incapacitate the opponent's Pokemon. The second involves actual killing. Naturally, I have registered you for the first type. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a slight sense of relief. If the objective was merely to incapacitate the Pokemon, he could accept that, as such methods were commonplace in regular battles. As Xiao Ke led Lin Yi toward the underground passage of the bar, she elaborated. In this era of Pokemon popularity, various forms of entertainment surrounding Pokemon have emerged. with battles being the most renowned. However, even so, people tend to regard their Pokémon as unique, rarely participating in cruel death matches. Yet, there are still individuals who do engage, correct? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, having already discerned the fundamental motivation behind such participation. Indeed, it is money. The prize difference between the two types of death matches can be tenfold, which naturally lures individuals to take risks, believing their Pokémon to be invincible, only to face disappointing outcomes. As they walked, Xiao Kuei introduced various attractions within the establishment, eventually leading him to the second underground level. Upon entering, a wave of heat struck them, accompanied by a peculiar odor, blood, sweat, and a perfume that attempted to mask these two scents. These three aromas incessantly assaulted the senses, heightening excitement. Meanwhile, Xiao Kuei and Lin Yi exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort with the environment. Their purpose for coming here was to allow Lin Yi to experience authentic Pokémon battles, far removed from the trivial skirmishes of school or bullying the wild Pokémon lacking trainers. As they passed a large arena, Lin Yi suddenly observed a massive Charizard engaging in combat with a Bagon. Both combatants unleashed their full power, bloodied and filled with a murderous intent in their gazes. Various fierce moves clashed against one another, and notably, there were no trainers present to oversee the battle. It was evidently a struggle between the Pokémon alone. This type of combat was termed beast fighting, involving wild Pokémon captured from the wilderness, who then fought to the death, with bets placed on the outcome. Typically, the odds were 1-1, but the Charizard, being the king of this arena, boasted odds of 1-5. Xiao Kuei murmured, her gaze instinctively drawn to the scene. After all, such displays of high-level Pokémon engaged in brutal combat were not something one could witness every day. At that moment, the Charizard seized the body of the dual-axe dragon, soaring into the sky, and executed a formidable move known as Earth Throw. With a thunderous crash, the arena reverberated with seismic waves, cracking under the impact. The dual-axe dragon was left embedded in the ground, utterly immobilized. It was abundantly clear that this maneuver had extinguished its very life. However, the subsequent scene caused Lin Yi to furrow his brow slightly. The Charizard, in a shocking display, proceeded to rend the dual-axe dragon to shreds with its claws. As this unfolded, the spectators around the arena erupted in jubilant cheers, their faces flushed with exhilaration. Chapter 31, The True Battle. This is a world far from tranquil. It is a realm brimming with delight and fervor, where nature's greatest gift to us is none other than Pokémon. Next up, we shall witness a newcomer, poised to challenge this arena with his Pokémon for the very first time. Let us observe how far he can go. The flamboyant host clad in a pink suit chattered incessantly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Lin Yi, who stood at the edge of the arena, his expression imbued with a hint of tranquility. This match pitted him against a seasoned veteran from the opposing side. The opponent, a 20-year-old man adorned with earrings and a spiky hairstyle, frequently donned a provocative expression, clearly dismissive of Lin Yi, who appeared to be just a student. This attitude was rather commonplace. In this society, students have a myriad of subjects to master, often leaving them unable to devote all their energies to training Pokémon. This explains why many high school students have Pokémon levels below 10, while their peers who have long since dropped out of school often boast levels of 15 or even higher. The stark disparity in capability leads societal figures to regard students with contempt. Lin Yi was well aware of this reality. However, the potential ceiling for both parties differed significantly. Students in school naturally cannot focus solely on training Pokémon for battle, as very few individuals in this world rely on Pokémon battles for their livelihood, perhaps 1 in 10. Thus, they engage in the study of supplementary knowledge such as Pokémon breeding, postnatal care, historical research, and the intricacies of evolution and mutation. Yet, these subjects are typically pursued only after the rigors of college entrance examinations have concluded. Those unable to gain admission to university often resort to utilizing their Pokémon to secure employment, whether it be delivering food with flying Pokémon, moving heavy objects with powerful ones, or performing acrobatics with agile creatures. Now, the match is set to commence. The ostentatious host announced loudly, evidently assuming the role of referee for the moment. After his statement, he stepped back, taking a position on a distant platform to observe the unfolding battle. Without hesitation, Lin Yi produced a Pokeball and summoned his Charmander. Zhao, the Charmander, upon taking its stance in the arena, emitted a peculiar cry, its eyes sparkling with excitement. It surveyed the crowd, brimming with enthusiasm. Charmander, how utterly unremarkable. The man opposite scoffed coldly, before producing his own Pokeball and activating it, revealing a green Pokémon resembling a lizard, which took center stage in the arena. The sight of this Pokemon immediately incited a wave of cheers from the spectators below. Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise, for this Pokemon was not a mere basic form, but rather a forest lizard that had evolved once. Pokemon, Forest Lizard. Gender. Level, LV18. Ability, Overgrow, increases grass-type move power when health is low. Skills, Slash, Expert. Tackle, Expert. Rending Claw, Beginner. Leaf Blade, Expert. Upon absorbing all this information regarding the Forest Lizard, Lin Yi could not help but gasp. As one of the starter Pokemon, the Forest Lizard could evolve at level 16, and now it had astonishingly reached level 18, boasting 4 high-intensity attack moves, 3 of which were already at an expert level. In this scenario, it seemed unlikely that Charmander could prevail. Nevertheless, Lin Yi remained composed, understanding that once he had sent out his Pokemon, the battle must proceed regardless. He felt a flicker of relief, having recently evolved Charmander to level 15, granting it formidable combat prowess. Moreover, as a fire type, Charmander possessed an advantage over the grass-type Forest Lizard, presenting him with a glimmer of hope for victory. Had Lin Yi opted to evolve his Squirtle, which was at level 11, to level 16 instead, he would have achieved not only a significant boost in strength, but also a remarkable enhancement in appearance with its evolution into Wartortle. However, the grass type would have had the upper hand against the water type, compounded by the level disparity, making victory exceedingly unlikely. Charmander, use Ember. Lin Yi commanded as the match commenced, instructing his Pokemon to deploy the fire-type move. The type advantage necessitated that he strike first, employing a similar attribute move to exert pressure on his opponent. Dodge, Forest Lizard. Use Rending Claw. The man shouted emphatically. The Forest Lizard evaded Charmander's Ember with remarkable speed, swiftly brandishing its claws to slash at Charmander. Clearly, the Forest Lizard outpaced Charmander, rendering the latter's attack difficult to land. However, Lin Yi did not express any concern. Dodge, Charmander. Use String Shot. As Lin Yi uttered this command, the opposing man appeared momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Lin Yi's instruction to have Charmander utilize String Shot. The crowd, too, wore expressions of disbelief. How could Charmander possibly learn a bug-type move like String Shot? Ridiculous. It lacks the requisite anatomy. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, Charmander managed to deftly evade the Forest Lizard's Rending Claw. At that opportune moment, Charmander unleashed a stream of yellow, gummy silk, ensnaring the advancing Forest Lizard. The Forest Lizard, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground, momentarily immobilized. Now's your chance, Charmander. Use Dragon Rage. With Charmander now at level 15, it maintained its learned skills. Dragon Rage was the highest level ability it could currently wield. Charmander opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of dragon-like breath that struck the ensnared Forest Lizard with precision. The Forest Lizard emitted a pained cry, but at that moment, it managed to break free from the sticky strands. It quickly evaded, its green eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent, fixated intently on Charmander. The man opposite wore an expression of fury. Damn it, what on earth is that little Charmeleon of his? Not only can it unleash Bug-type, String Shot, but it has also mastered the high-level move, Dragon Rage, which is typically learned only after reaching a higher level. Nonetheless, even so, he should not harbor any illusions about defeating my Forest Lizard. Chapter 32, Methods of Earning Money. The man spoke with fury, his eyes flickering with a glint of determination. He was reluctant to voice his thoughts, yet he could not remain silent. His Pokemon was an evolved Forest Lizard, at level 18, significantly more formidable than Lin Yi's Charmeleon. Thus, his odds of winning were exceedingly high. Should he lose at this juncture, the individuals who had wagered on his victory would undoubtedly be incensed. At that moment, with his current prowess, he might very well be sent to the adjacent death arena. If that were to happen, his fate would be sealed. Taking a deep breath, the man resolved to act and commanded, Forest Lizard, use Slicing Strike. As his words fell, a green light ignited in the Forest Lizard's eyes. In the next instant, it surged forward, slicing through the air with a streak of green light. It then lunged towards Charmeleon, brandishing its sharp claws and delivering a vicious strike. Charmeleon, wide-eyed with alarm, felt a surge of vigilance. Without hesitation, it dodged to the side. In the next moment, the ground where Charmeleon had just stood was ravaged by a series of slashing attacks. Had those strikes connected, Charmeleon would surely have been left grievously injured. "Come on, Lin Yi," exclaimed Xiao Kuei, her eyes wide with astonishment as she witnessed the heart-stopping spectacle. She had brought Lin Yi to this contest without any expectation of victory. Her intention was merely to expose him to the reality of Pokemon battles. Yet, the situation was unfolding differently. The man opposite was now engulfed in frenzy, intent on using every ounce of strength to vanquish Lin Yi's Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use String Shot. The disparity in levels created a substantial difference in attributes between the two Pokémon. Charmeleon's speed was insufficient to keep pace with the Forest Lizard. Thus, in order to mount a genuine offensive, it had to employ String Shot to immobilize its opponent. Only then could it unleash a variety of attacks upon the Forest Lizard and gradually secure victory in this duel. Jow! Charmeleon screeched, expelling a charred strand of silk that ensnared the Forest Lizard. It then unleashed the previously learned Dragon Rage, inflicting significant damage upon the Forest Lizard. At that moment, green blood streamed from the Forest Lizard, clearly indicating its impending defeat. No, how can this be? As a member of the starter trio, the level difference should prevent you from overcoming me, even with type advantages. The man shrieked in a state of despair, his eyes betraying a mix of terror and confusion. Lin Yi had initially shared this sentiment, but as the battle progressed, his perspective shifted. Charmeleon had learned Dragon Rage, a move that it typically could only acquire at level 22. However, due to the Pokémon Modifier, Charmeleon had learned it prematurely. It was this formidable ability that gradually tilted the battle in his favor. Forest Lizard, unleash all your might. Use Slap. The Forest Lizard let out a furious roar, disregarding the blood oozing from its wounds, and rose from the ground. Its gaze fixed intently on Charmeleon, filled with murderous intent. Charmeleon sensed the terrifying power emanating from its adversary, lowering its body and sharpening its focus. Charmeleon, use Dragon Rage. In that moment, both Pokémon charged at one another, unleashing their most powerful skills. The next instant, the two moves collided, erupting in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Charmeleon, battered yet resolute, emerged from the haze, trembling as it made its way to Lin Yi's side. Charmeleon, are you all right? Lin Yi murmured, his eyes brimming with concern. Jow! Charmeleon affirmed with a shake of its head, appearing remarkably at ease. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the fallen Forest Lizard, now covered in numerous wounds, lying motionless on the ground, evidently unconscious. Truly astonishing. The new contender's first battle ends in victory, and against all odds. Let us cheer for him. The spectators below expressed their incredulity and surprise, but as the host stirred the crowd's emotions, they erupted in cheers once more. As he basked in the adulation of the crowd, Lin Yi exhaled slowly, a sense of relief washing over him. He then glanced at Xiao Kuei, who was busily counting the winnings, wearing an innocent smile as she looked at him. What is going on? Lin Yi approached Xiao Kuei, puzzled. She waved the stack of bills in her hand, grinning as she replied, I just placed a bet on your victory. Your odds were 1-3. And I wagered 50,000. Now I've won 150,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was not taken aback by her fortune, but rather by her unwavering faith in him. How can you trust me so completely? Aren't you afraid of my failure? That's 50,000. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Xiao Kuei shook her head and said, you needn't worry. 50,000 is a considerable amount, yet not insurmountable. If you lose, then so be it. Besides, I believe in you. Lin Yi nodded, still somewhat incredulous yet touched by her confidence. His gaze returned to the arena, filled with excitement, not for any other reason than the prospect of the money. Now, he possessed over 100,000. He could place a bold bet with all of it. And even a modest 1-to-1 wager would double his funds, provided he emerged victorious. Sensing Lin Yi's thoughts, Xiao Kuei patted his shoulder and smiled. Just be cautious. One gamble is enough. Don't blindly trust in your abilities. Do you see those fighters in the adjacent death arena? They all share the same mindset as you. Xiao Kuei's words momentarily stunned Lin Yi, prompting him to nod in agreement. He realized that had his opponent not been somewhat careless, and had he not faced a Pokémon that Charmeleon had a type advantage over, achieving victory would have been exceedingly difficult. It was not merely luck that had secured him this win. Noticing the disappointment in Lin Yi's eyes, Xiao Kuei continued with a cheerful tone, but don't fret. This money is also thanks to you. So how about we split it evenly? Here you go. She effortlessly tossed 50,000 into Lin Yi's hands. Chapter 33, Charmeleon, Evolve. Lin Yi held the 50,000, feeling no pretense in returning it to Xiao Kuei, for he genuinely needed the sum at this moment. Thank you. The two simple words conveyed Lin Yi's current emotional state. Xiao Kuei blinked in surprise, then smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. What are you thanking me for? This is something you earned through your own efforts. All right, we can leave now. The primary purpose of today was to expose you to authentic Pokémon battles. The remaining time should be dedicated to strengthening your Pokémon. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, and then he and Xiao Kuei exited the underground arena. As they stepped outside, the fresh air enveloped them, prompting Lin Yi to take a deep breath. Feeling invigorated both physically and mentally, Xiao Kuei beside him exhibited a similar reaction. Is this your first time here as well? Lin Yi inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Xiao Kuei shook her head gently. No, I visited once when I was at your stage, but that was the only time. Who brought you here? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, as it seemed that Xiao Kuei's current training methods mirrored those of someone who had once guided her. He was curious about who had instigated such a significant transformation in her. However, Xiao Kuei paused in contemplation, and after a moment, she smiled and shook her head again. Forget it, it's all in the past. Lin Yi was taken aback, recognizing that this matter was likely deeply connected to Xiao Kuei, and that the individual had significantly influenced her. Yet, seeing her reluctance to discuss it, he sensed that the outcome was not particularly pleasant, so he refrained from pressing further. All right, I'm going to pick up my sister, and then we can head to the training ground. I'll accompany you. The two of them set off together, and once in the car, Lin Yi cradled his Charmander in his arms, while Squirtle comfortably nestled in Xiao Kuei's embrace. During this time, Lin Yi noticed something peculiar. Squirtle seemed to prefer the company of females over him. Whether it was his sister Lin Xiaoqing or Xiao Kuei, Squirtle would leap into their arms given the chance, instead of staying with him. At that moment, he recalled others saying that Squirtle was as mischievous as he was. Although that comment bore a mocking tone and wasn't entirely accurate, Squirtle's current behavior did seem to lend some credence to it. However, Lin Yi only entertained the thought casually. Suddenly, he felt Charmander becoming unusually warm. What is going on? Why is it so hot? Lin Yi exclaimed, gently placing Charmander down to observe its condition. Jow! Charmander emitted a peculiar cry, appearing quite uncomfortable. Is it sick? Lin Yi was astonished, unaware that his Charmander could fall ill. At that moment, Xiao Kuei instructed the driver to pull over, paid the fare, and led Lin Yi, along with Charmander and Squirtle, to a nearby vacant area. Wait, what are we doing? Lin Yi asked, bewildered as he looked at Xiao Kuei. Xiao Kuei shook her head slightly, speaking slowly. You truly are a novice. Let me enlighten you. Charmander's current state does not indicate illness. It signifies that he is about to evolve. Evolution? Lin Yi was taken aback and quickly checked Charmander's details on his system panel. Indeed, it indicated that Charmander was in the process of evolving. Hold on. Pokémon evolution is typically quite swift, taking no longer than 10 minutes, Xiao Kuei remarked, retrieving a fiery red gem from her pocket and placing it beside Charmander. This is a flame stone. It provides special energy during evolution, ensuring a swift and successful transformation. As she spoke, Xiao Kuei hesitated for a moment before pulling out a black stone from her pocket. This is a Everstone. It will prevent the Pokémon from evolving, allowing you to decide what to do. Her eyes held a hint of surprise. To be frank, she had noticed yesterday that Charmander's level was likely only around 10, while evolution typically required reaching level 16. How could he possibly evolve in just a day, especially without her training? Despite her doubts, she chose not to voice them, recognizing that this was not the right moment. Everyone harbors secrets, and the mystery surrounding Lin Yi captured her attention. Otherwise, she would not be so invested in him, merely due to his father's recommendation. Now, however, it appeared that the situation was different. Lin Yi's Pokémon exhibited remarkable potential, and the prospect of evolving in such a short span indicated exceptional talent. Perhaps, if I guide him, we might actually secure victory in the upcoming Pokémon tournament in Viridian City, Xiao Kuei mused, a smile creeping into her expression. At this stage, she was indifferent to Lin Yi's secrets. Her sole desire was for him to grow stronger, which would bring her joy. Observing the black Everstone in Xiao Kuei's hand, Lin Yi understood its function. His gaze shifted to Charmander, who, while not displaying any signs of distress, was curled up on the ground, glowing a bright red. Clearly, this was the manifestation of its impending evolution. No need for that. I believe Charmander wishes to grow stronger, and I shouldn't suppress it to this extent. Lin Yi declared resolutely, and Charmander nodded in agreement. Jow! With a fierce cry, Charmander summoned all its strength to begin evolving, clutching the flame stone tightly in its embrace. In the next moment, the brilliance surrounding it intensified, flames swirling around, ultimately enveloping Charmander entirely. Lin Yi, do you not understand that blind evolution does not significantly enhance a Pokémon's strength? It is far wiser to delay evolution until they have mastered a few more skills. Xiao Kuei remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. She felt Lin Yi was being somewhat hasty, but also chastised herself for not clarifying this matter with him, sensing he might be unaware. Chapter 34, Squirtle's Choice. So, did Lin Yi truly lack this knowledge? That was certainly not the case. In terms of Pokémon familiarity, Lin Yi surpassed Xiao Kuei by leaps and bounds. He was merely unfamiliar with the geographical nuances of this area. His grasp of Pokémon evolution and various information was nothing short of expert. Thus, Lin Yi was well aware that reckless evolution would not yield the anticipated strength. So, why did he choose this path? The answer lay in his possession of a Pokémon Modifier, an extraordinary system. In such circumstances, even if his Charmander underwent a rapid evolution, transforming directly into a Charizard, it would pose no issue. Everything he lost could be restored through the Pokémon Modifier. It was for this reason that Lin Yi remained steadfast in his decision to allow Charmander to evolve. He currently requires this. He needs his Charmander to reach a higher level and acquire greater strength, for only then can he safeguard himself. Squirtle. The nearby Squirtle exclaimed excitedly. Observing its demeanor, Lin Yi reached out to pat its head. Rest assured, next time, I will facilitate your evolution, Lin Yi said with a smile, and Squirtle, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded eagerly, its dark sunglasses trembling comically with each motion. Meanwhile, Xiao Kuei fixed her intense gaze upon Charmander, observing its evolving form. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, she couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity. In this day and age, do trainers merely indulge in wishful thinking regarding their Pokémon? Clearly, Xiao Kuei harbored doubts about Lin Yi's ability to easily grant Squirtle the chance to evolve. In this world, ordinary individuals cannot perceive the precise levels of Pokémon. From their perspective, evolution does not merely hinge upon leveling up, but occurs when a certain threshold of strength is achieved. Thus, each evolution is a momentous occasion, both thrilling for the Pokémon and a significant transformation. Generally, both Pokémon and their trainers experience considerable excitement during such times. Yet, while this individual exhibited excitement, it was evident that it was somewhat tempered. This left Xiao Kuei feeling a touch surprised, though she chose not to voice her thoughts. At that moment, the flames enveloping Charmander began to recede gradually, and its form underwent a transformation, morphing from an adorable Charmander into a fierce and gallant Charmeleon. Pokémon, Charmeleon. Level, LV16. Gender, Talent, Green Good. Ability, Blaze. Fire-type moves become stronger when HP is low. Skills, Tackle, Expert. Ember, Expert. Flame Burst, Expert. Dragon Rage, Expert. Water Gun, Expert. Dragon Breath, Beginner. Gazing at Charmeleon's attributes and skills, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Charmeleon's skill set had merely expanded by one with the addition of Dragon Breath, its physical prowess had multiplied several times over. At this juncture, Charmeleon would undoubtedly defeat the previous forest lizard in no time at all. Fantastic! Lin Yi exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration. Jow! Charmeleon let out a peculiar cry, leaping onto Lin Yi with enthusiasm. Hearing that sound, Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. He had assumed that after evolving into Charmeleon, it would cease to produce such odd noises. However, he was taken aback to find that the peculiar sound persisted. Sighing softly, Lin Yi reassured himself. Very well, since Charmander has evolved, let us proceed to fetch your sister. Xiao Kuei spoke slowly from the side. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, and they once again made their way toward the middle school where Lin Xiaoqing was situated. Squirtle. Squirtle hopped onto Lin Yi's shoulder, settling comfortably. Witnessing this, Charmeleon also wished to jump up, but was promptly restrained by Lin Yi. Charmeleon, given your current size, I cannot support you. It would be best if you walked, Lin Yi stated. Charmeleon appeared momentarily stunned, its face displaying disappointment. Yet, it understood that its size would likely overwhelm Lin Yi if it attempted to leap onto him. Squirtle. Squirtle radiated excitement, for this signified that from now on, this position was exclusively his. After a brief moment of hesitation, Squirtle turned to Xiao Kuei, initially taken aback. Xiao Kuei then smiled and said, "Are you after this Everstone?" As she spoke, she extended the Everstone she held. Squirtle. Squirtle nodded eagerly, accepting the Everstone and adorning it around its neck like a pendant. Observing this scene, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled as he patted Squirtle's head, not hindering its actions, for Squirtle had yet to reach the level required for evolution, although it could evolve as soon as the cooldown period of its Pokémon Modifier concluded. Lin Yi would not rush it, seeing as Squirtle did not seem inclined for immediate evolution. In no time, they arrived at the school gates, where it was evident that classes had already concluded. Lin Xiaoqing stood at the entrance, her adorable pink backpack slung over her shoulder, her tall figure clad in slightly oversized school attire as she awaited their arrival. Lin Yi had previously informed her that he would take her to a safe place that evening, prompting her to remain on standby. Upon spotting Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei approaching, her eyes widened in surprise before she joyfully rushed over. "Hello, big sister. You must be my brother's girlfriend. I never expected him to find such a beautiful girlfriend." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoqing's words, both Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them, especially Xiao Kuei, whose cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Lin Yi hastily ruffled Lin Xiaoqing's hair, laughing as he clarified, "This is my friend, Xiao Kuei. From today onward, we will be staying at her home." "Really? Thank you, Sister Xiao Kuei." Lin Xiaoqing expressed her excitement, her enthusiasm palpable. The reason was simple. Deep down, she was a bit of a romantic. Although she had never experienced such matters herself, she projected her desires onto Lin Yi. For a long time, she had hoped for Lin Yi to find a girlfriend, but he had not lived up to her expectations. Previously, Lin Yi had been particularly despondent due to drawing a Caterpie. Now, seeing him alongside a stunning beauty like Xiao Kuei naturally thrilled her. Lin Yi was well aware of Lin Xiaoqing's sentiments, leaving him somewhat speechless, yet he understood that this was a topic best left unaddressed for the time being. Chapter 35, Xiao Kuei's Unknown Past. As dusk descended and the sky turned completely dark, a full moon hung above, casting its glow upon the earth. At this moment, Lin Yi was not commanding Charmeleon and Squirtle to engage in battle, for he had completely liberated them. Following its evolution, Charmeleon's desire for combat surged, shedding its previous lethargy akin to that of a Caterpie. It appeared exuberant, engaging vigorously with numerous wild Pokémon in the distant woods. In no time, the entire forest was thrown into disarray, had it not been for the presence of some particularly high-level wild Pokémon within those woods. Lin Yi surmised that Charmeleon could single-handedly conquer the entire forest. As for Squirtle, it too had plunged into the water, battling a multitude of water-type Pokémon. Clearly, Charmeleon's strength had inspired Squirtle, fueling its own desire to grow stronger. However, the dark Everstone still hung around its neck. As Squirtle did not wish to alter its current form, even though it had reached the requisite level for evolution, Lin Yi would not force such matters. While his primary motivation for acquiring Pokémon was to elevate his own status and enhance his comfort in this world, it was equally important that both he and his Pokémon found joy. He holds immense respect for the wishes of Pokémon and would never coerce them into performing any tasks against their will. Moreover, equipped with a Pokémon Modifier, even if Squirtle were reluctant to evolve, he could elevate Squirtle's overall strength to remarkable heights. The worst outcome would merely be that it could not learn some powerful water-type moves. Such matters pose no concern. "Xiao Kuei, do your Pokémon not require training?" "I don't believe I've ever witnessed you training your Pokémon," Lin Yi inquired, glancing at Xiao Kuei beside him. Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, Xiao Kuei smiled gently, shaking her head before responding. "My Gyarados has endured numerous battles and has reached a level where further enhancement is exceedingly challenging. It has attained its peak state and has suffered injuries on a few occasions. For it, the most vital thing now is to rest and recuperate for future battles. Thus, this form of training is not suitable for it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Despite possessing a Pokémon Modifier and a wealth of knowledge from his previous life regarding Pokémon, there remains much for him to learn in this world. For instance, his understanding of Pokémon training is still rudimentary, and he lacks familiarity with many basic concepts. That evening, Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei chose not to return home. They set up 2 tents beside a gentle stream and peacefully drifted off to sleep. As for Lin Xiaoqing, she lay in the plush bed at Xiao Kuei's house, occasionally sporting a somewhat mischievous grin as she imagined the interactions between her brother and Xiao Kuei, eagerly anticipating what might transpire when they returned later that night. However, disappointment awaited her, for neither Lin Yi nor Xiao Kuei returned. The next morning arrived swiftly. Lin Yi stretched lazily as he emerged from his tent, only to find Xiao Kuei already washed and prepared a breakfast for him, a serving of soup dumplings along with seaweed soup. "Where did you acquire these? Are there vendors nearby?" Lin Yi inquired curiously while enjoying his meal. "How could there be any vendors here? I made them myself," Xiao Kuei replied, taking a dumpling and savoring it delightfully. It was at this moment that Lin Yi noticed the cooking utensils nearby, nodding in surprise. "I presumed that individuals our age would be less inclined to cook. I never expected you to possess such culinary skills. Such is the nature of living independently. Self-sufficiency is indeed the finest approach," she stated. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. At that juncture, Xiao Kuei suddenly remarked, "Your sister must be nearing the time to sign her Pokémon contract. Have you considered assisting her in selecting a Pokémon she would cherish?" Taken aback by her words, Lin Yi paused before nodding. "I have indeed contemplated this. But she has over a month before her contract signing, so there is no rush." With that, Lin Yi refrained from elaborating further, and Xiao Kuei made no additional inquiries. After finishing their breakfast, they parted ways. Lin Yi continued as before, accompanied by his 2 Pokémon to attend classes, while Xiao Kuei headed to her workplace. As for Lin Xiaoqing, Lin Yi allowed her to go to school on her own, but not before emphasizing that he would purchase her a Pokémon of her liking, so she need not engage in a random signing at school. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoqing expressed initial surprise, followed by an excited nod. In truth, most students in this world are averse to random Pokemon contracts, as they view it as an irresponsible choice. However, acquiring a Pokemon of one's preference is prohibitively expensive for average families, leaving them with no alternative. Yet, now that Lin Yi is Lin Xiaoqing's brother, he would ensure she would not endure the same disappointments he had faced. Thus, he resolved to earnestly work to afford her a Pokemon she would love. The day's classes proved monotonous, compounded by the absence of any Pokemon battle training in recent days, leading Lin Yi to appear somewhat distracted. This lack of focus prompted his homeroom teacher, Lu Guoshui, to call him outside. Lin Yi, I've noticed you've been somewhat preoccupied lately. Is there an issue? Nothing significant. I will regain my focus, Lin Yi assured him. That's good to hear. However, what about the matter we discussed previously? Have you given it any thought? Lu Guoshui inquired again. Immediately, Lin Yi recalled the previous conversation where Lu Guoshui had introduced him to Xiao Kuei's workplace. Without hesitation, he shook his head. I still do not wish to consider it. I have my own dreams and aspirations. Very well, having your own convictions is commendable, and I shall not pressure you. Just take care of yourself, Lu Guoshui replied, watching Lin Yi leave, a faint shake of his head revealing his concern. Such a fine student. What a pity. Chapter 36. The mysterious EV knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking echoed as Lu Guoshui took a sip of his tea and called from his chair, "Come in." As the door swung open, Zhang Yudong strode in. "Homeroom teacher, have you given any thought to what I mentioned earlier?" His tone was decidedly disrespectful, yet he treated it as a commonplace matter. Lu Guoshui remained silent, though his expression bore signs of displeasure. "Since he is my student, I shall not allow you to act recklessly. Do not dwell on the matter you proposed." "Humph, Teacher Lu, think carefully. You are merely a teacher. Can you protect him forever? Transferring him to Class 8 would be beneficial for both of us, wouldn't it? Do not contemplate this further. If there is nothing else, you may leave. By the way, I have approved your transfer request. If there are no other matters, I will no longer be your homeroom teacher." Zhang Yodong's face darkened at Lu Guoshui's response. With a scoff, he retorted, "I hope you know what you're doing." He then turned on his heel and slammed the door behind him with a resounding thud. Lu Guoshui said nothing more, fully aware of Zhang Yodong's influential background. Realizing he was just a humble high school teacher unable to resolve such issues. "Lin Yi, I never expected you to provoke this individual. It seems you will have to fend for yourself from now on," he mused, shaking his head slightly, remaining seated with a troubled expression. He had hoped that by becoming a homeroom teacher, he could protect his students, or at the very least, guide them toward a means of livelihood. Yet, it appeared he could not even safeguard a single student's well-being. Though he had not compromised, he found himself merely preserving his own safety. Meanwhile, Lin Yi walked home from school, oblivious to the unfolding tensions between Lu Guoshui and Zhang Yudong. However, even if he were aware of it, would he be overly concerned? For he had long suspected that Zhang Yudong would not so easily let him off the hook. He had slapped Zhang's face twice and had managed to procure a sum of 150,000 yuan from him. No trivial amount. It was sufficient to support both himself and his sister through the entirety of high school, with a considerable surplus remaining. Although this sum might merely be pocket change to Zhang Yudong, a man prone to vengeance and harboring a petty heart, it was clear that he would not let Lin Yi escape unscathed. What Lin Yi could do now was to swiftly enhance the strength of his Pokemon so that he could stand firm against the impending storm, ensuring he would not be swept away and drowned by it. Strolling along slowly, Lin Yi soon arrived at his destination for the day, the Pokemon daycare. Indeed, it was the very place where he had initially purchased his Squirtle. He had two matters to attend to today. The first was to repay his debt. Previously, he owed a total of 150,000 yuan, and now he possessed just over that amount, so he intended to settle this debt first. Upon entering the shop, the attendant, Xiaoli, promptly came out to greet Lin Yi. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" After saying this, Xiaoli looked at Lin Yi in surprise. "Classmate, why have you come so soon? Do you need to purchase more energy cubes?" Hearing her words, Lin Yi shook his head and replied, "No, I've come to repay my debt." With that, he produced the entire sum of 150,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoli. Initially taken aback, Xiaoli soon nodded and said, "I didn't expect you to gather 150,000 yuan so quickly. Are you perhaps a rich second generation?" As she joked, Xiaoli walked to the counter to process the transaction. Before long, the paperwork was completed. "Classmate, your debt has been settled. Is there anything else you wish to purchase today?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi nodded. Besides repaying his debt, he had a second matter to attend to, seeking a suitable Pokemon for his sister. "Do you have any newly arrived Pokemon? I'd like to choose another one." What? You wish to sign another Pokémon? Are you certain you can handle it? Xiaoli looked at Lin Yi with some astonishment. She felt that he might be a bit overzealous. After all, he was merely a high school student. How could he possibly sign 2 Pokémon in such a short time? It had only been a few days since his last signing. No, it's not for me. I'm looking for someone else, Lin Yi clarified. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli finally relaxed and smiled, saying, in that case, please follow me. We have just received a special Pokémon, but it has a bit of a peculiar temperament. With that, Xiaoli led Lin Yi to the area where the Pokémon were housed. Here, Lin Yi saw a total of 4 Pokémon, 3 of which were the starter Pokémon he had seen previously, showing no signs of change. Clearly, aside from him, no one else had come to purchase a Pokémon. Classmate, you are already familiar with those 3 starters. This EV is our new arrival, but it has only been here for 2 days and has a rather quirky temper. Please take a look. Lin Yi nodded, directing his gaze towards the somewhat dirty EV. Typically, in a place dedicated to the sale of Pokémon, the staff would strive to present the Pokémon in pristine condition, ensuring they were an appealing sight to potential buyers. It was rare for a Pokémon to be presented in such a soiled state. Clearly, this was due to the EV's volatile temperament, which had prevented Xiaoli from giving it a bath. Pokémon, EV, Gender, Level, LV10, Talent, Green Good. Ability, Danger Sense, can detect dangerous moves possessed by opponents. Skills, Tackle, Proficient, Quick Attack, Beginner. Growl, Proficient. Upon seeing the EV's attributes, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. While its overall attributes appeared rather ordinary, its hidden ability, Danger Sense, was indeed quite impressive. The ability to foresee danger to some extent significantly enhanced EV's combat capabilities. How much is this EV? Lin Yi inquired directly, without further hesitation. Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with delight. She recognized that a significant client had returned. Classmate, despite its dirty appearance, capturing this EV required considerable effort. It seems to possess some special talent. For distinguished Pokémon like this, our price is generally 150,000. 150,000. Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the attendant, Xiaoli, had mistaken him for an easy mark. In that case, never mind. Shaking his head, Lin Yi turned to leave. At that moment, Xiaoli gently stepped in front of him. Classmate, we can consider alternative payment methods, can we not? Forget it. I do not wish to take out another loan. Repaying this 150,000 loan has already drained me, Lin Yi stated, having no intention of lingering, with his left foot already stepping outside the door. We can barter instead. Xiaoli called out as Lin Yi was about to leave. Hearing this, Lin Yi paused and stepped back inside. What do you mean? Seeing Lin Yi's inquisitive expression, Xiaoli approached with a smile. You know that our store also accepts Pokémon, so you could assist us in capturing some specific Pokémon in exchange for sufficient rewards. If the rewards are adequate, you can naturally obtain this EV. Oh, I didn't realize your store had such tasks. Show me. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before deciding to give it a try. The rarity of EV's hidden ability was too valuable. With this EV, Lin Xiaoqing could sense danger in advance, which was crucial for them at this juncture. Although he understood that once his Pokémon Modifier S level increased, he would eventually possess the ability to alter abilities. He did not know how long that would take. Thus, it was wise to take the simplest route for now. This is our task list. Please take a good look. Xiaoli pointed to a large display board. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon it. A-class task, capture a Charizard. Reward 1,000,000. B-class task, find an injured Gyarados. Reward 500,000. D-class task, locate a lost Psyduck. Reward 20,000. D-class task, capture a hidden ability Pidgey. Reward 30,000. Gazing at the 10 tasks, Lin Yi felt a flicker of exasperation. It was evident that the first few tasks were merely bait, clearly beyond the reach of an ordinary person. The level of the Charizard is remarkably high. Aside from the most specialized bounty hunters, how could an ordinary individual dare to provoke such a wild creature? Not to mention, many Charizards are social in nature, and a moment's inattention could lead to the loss of one's life. Moreover, the remaining tasks predominantly involve capturing Pokémon or searching for lost ones. The rewards are not particularly substantial, yet they suffice. I have resolved that, should the opportunity arise, I shall undertake these missions. By the way, what is the minimum price for that EV? Lin Yi turned to Xiaoli, gazing intently into her large, sparkling eyes. Although Lin Yi's appearance was not strikingly extraordinary, he was undeniably a handsome young man, possessing a charm that attracted attention. Under such scrutiny from a young lad, Xiaoli's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Well, considering you are one of our regular customers, how about this? 100,000. but no loans accepted. All right, I understand. With that, Lin Yi pivoted and departed. As he strolled through the bustling streets, a flicker of struggle danced within Lin Yi's eyes. He was acutely aware of where he could swiftly amass the necessary funds. Yet he was reluctant to venture to that place. Observing the throngs of people around him, a sense of resignation began to envelop his demeanor. Just then, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, prompting him to instinctively glance over his shoulder. To his surprise, he spotted a man clad in a black suit who also turned to look away. The moment he laid eyes on this man, Lin Yi's mind raced back to the encounter with those bodyguards in the alley. Damn it, could he be so eager as to take action? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi turned and hastened away. The figure in black promptly followed suit. Gradually, Lin Yi quickened his pace, even breaking into a light jog. The man in black mirrored his speed, fully aware that Lin Yi had recognized him. Thus he ceased his attempts at concealment. A closer inspection revealed that the man's left hand rested in his pocket, gripping a pokeball. Should Lin Yi find himself in a secluded area, the man would undoubtedly unleash his Pokémon to capture him. As Lin Yi ran, he soon found himself breathless, regretting his lack of physical preparation. Now, even minor encounters drained his stamina. Drawing in a deep breath, he remained silent and continued his swift pace. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of a bar, where he halted and turned to fix a determined stare on the man in black. The latter, observing the bar behind Lin Yi, displayed a hint of surprise, clearly not anticipating that Lin Yi would choose this location. However, a smirk crept across his lips. In such a dimly lit bar, it was not unusual for peculiar occurrences to transpire, often unnoticed by others. Come after me if you dare. Lin Yi mouthed the words, then gestured provocatively with a finger before stepping into the bar. The man in black paused for a moment, anger flashing in his eyes, but he retained his composure. Remaining vigilant, he recalled how two of his colleagues had fallen victim to carelessness at the hands of two mere children, one even losing his sight in the process. He had no desire to share their fate, yet he could not disregard his employer's orders. Drawing a deep breath, he warily entered the bar, whereupon he was greeted by a murky atmosphere, no different from an ordinary tavern. He turned and spotted Lin Yi conversing with a bartender. The bartender scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe, a sinister grin spreading across his face. To an outsider, it might have appeared that the bartender harbored inappropriate intentions. However, Lin Yi understood that the bartender's gaze was that of a predator sizing up a lamb destined for slaughter. Individuals like him, drawn back by a taste of success, often sought to further their fortunes, only to end up losing everything in the process. Chapter 38. Entering the deathmatch. Lin Yi descended into the basement level of the bar. Upon entering, he was immediately assailed by the pungent sense of blood, sweat, and a peculiar perfume. This olfactory assault quickened his heartbeat, and a flush crept across his face, not from a love for the battles held in the arena, but due to the presence of the man in black trailing behind him. Clearly a regular patron of the establishment, the man exchanged a few words with the bartender before heading downstairs. As he followed, a man donned in a referee's outfit ushered Lin Yi into a small room. Are you here to participate in the deathmatch? Across from him sat a bald man in his 30s, a prominent scar marring his face, giving him a decidedly menacing appearance. Indeed, I wish to enter the deathmatch. What is the entry fee here? There is an entry fee for participating in the matches, but only for the deathmatch. Normal battles do not require one, as participants merely wager their own stakes. 30,000 for one match, regardless of victory or defeat, the bald man stated calmly, evidently accustomed to the presence of overly confident, impoverished students like Lin Yi. In truth, most participants in the deathmatch were either destitute students or individuals from the streets. They were either overly confident or viewed their Pokémon as mere commodities. When they witnessed their Pokémon being mercilessly defeated in the arena, tears of regret often followed. Spending 30,000 to secure a Pokémon's life was feasible, yet for those bound by contracts, the price increased tenfold. After all, the cost was the permanent absence of a Pokémon's companionship. Lin Yi recognized that the sum was pitifully small compared to the looming threat of death. However, he currently lacked the necessary capital. All his earnings had gone towards repaying debts to the Pokémon nursery, leaving him with only 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, funds reserved for his and his sister's future sustenance. Thus, he could not squander it recklessly. He needed starting capital, and entering the deathmatch was the most expedient means to attain it. Very well, I agree, Lin Yi replied with a calm demeanor. Excellent. A smile broke across the bald man's face as he patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, glancing towards the arena outside. The next match is currently vacant. You shall take the stage. Time flew by, and 10 minutes later, a chilling scream echoed through the air. Through the crack in the door, Lin Yi glimpsed a thug adorned with nose and ear rings, cradling his small Geodude as he wept uncontrollably. Clearly, the recent battle had cost his Pokémon its life. From that moment on, unless he experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck, he would forever be deprived of a Pokémon companion. Remove him. The flamboyantly dressed host in a garish pink suit frowned, displaying evident disdain. Two burly bodyguards in black suits swiftly seized the thug and his deceased Pokémon, dragging them away and discarding them to the side. And with a menacing tone, he threatened that if the man caused any trouble here, he would be unceremoniously thrown out of the bar. Upon hearing this, the man inhaled sharply, grasped his last 30,000 yuan, and made his way to the betting table on the other side. Observing this tragic spectacle, Lin Yi felt no sympathy, only a hint of pity. He understood that such individuals were entirely to blame for their predicament, wagering the very lives of their Pokémon. They were utterly unworthy of compassion. You're up. A waiter gently nudged Lin Yi's back, to which he nodded in acknowledgement and ascended the battle stage. Excellent. Today we welcome a relatively new face, who triumphed in a match on the adjacent stage yesterday. He is back to participate in our deathmatch competition, clearly exhibiting considerable confidence in his Pokémon. His opponent, however, was none other than the indomitable champion of 3 consecutive deathmatches, Riolu. As the host introduced him, Riolu let out a jubilant cry, and its trainer, a seemingly 15-year-old girl with twin ponytails dressed in Lolita fashion, flashed a charming smile at Lin Yi. Big brother, what Pokémon do you have? Shall we let my Riolu defeat yours? Beneath her adorable facade, the little girl uttered malevolent words. Yet, Lin Yi was unfazed. He had become accustomed to such antics through the trials of his previous life, readily accepting the emergence of new phenomena. He retrieved his Pokeball, pressed the switch, and released his Charmeleon. Jow! Charmeleon emitted an odd cry as it emerged, excitement coursing through it upon recognizing the familiar arena. Big brother's Pokémon is Charmeleon, rest assured. Your Riolu stands no chance against it, Lin Yi said with a cheerful demeanor while casting a glance at Riolu on the battlefield. Pokémon Riolu. Gender. Level, 20. Ability, Rare Blue. Characteristic, Inner Focus. Possessing formidable mental strength, it will not flinch from opponents' attacks. Moves, Quick Attack, Skilled. Metal Claw, Skilled. Endure, Skilled. Rock Smash, Skilled. Upon examining Riolu's 4 moves, along with its characteristics and level, a flicker of vigilance appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. As anticipated, a Pokémon that had secured victories in 3 consecutive deathmatches would possess formidable strength, yet his Charmeleon was no ordinary creature. With both sides brimming with competitive spirit, the match was declared to commence. The flamboyantly attired host, clad in a pink suit, observed the interaction between Lin Yi and the little girl before resolutely announcing the start of the battle. Riolu, use Quick Attack. Charmeleon, use Ember. At that moment, both trainers commanded their Pokémon to launch their attacks. With Riolu holding a slight level advantage and being a fighting-type Pokémon, its speed was quite impressive, especially given that Quick Attack was inherently swift. In an instant, Riolu appeared before Charmeleon and delivered a punch to its abdomen. Charmeleon's eyes widened in surprise, clearly discomfort. Yet it retaliated by unleashing Ember, engulfing Riolu in flames that caused some damage before dissipating. Big brother, it seems your Pokémon has quite the reaction speed. Now, Riolu and I can have some fun. The little girl flashed a gleeful smile, but a cruel glint sparkled in her eyes. Lin Yi, however, paid her no mind. His gaze swept across the audience beneath the stage, searching for the shadowy figure that had been tailing him. Humph, since you choose to ignore me, then Riolu, stop playing and use Metal Claw. The little girl puffed her cheeks in irritation, commanding Riolu to execute the move. This was a skill that Riolu could only learn at level 8, and its claws shimmered with a metallic sheen, indicating formidable power. With a sudden flicker, Riolu reappeared beside Charmeleon, preparing to slash its belly with Metal Claw, a decisive attack. Clearly, Riolu had discovered a method to swiftly eliminate its opponents through the previous 3 matches on the deathmatch stage. If Charmeleon were struck by this move, it would undoubtedly suffer grievous injury. However, Lin Yi's Charmeleon was far from ordinary. Charmeleon, use String Shot, Lin Yi instructed calmly. And Charmeleon emitted a peculiar cry before unleashing a thick, brownish silk. This silk was notably sturdier than what it could produce prior to its evolution. The silk shot forth, ensnaring Riolu and crashing it to the ground. What? Why can your Charmeleon use Bug-type String Shot? The little girl appeared utterly astonished, her expression one of disbelief. Yet soon, her gaze shifted to Charmeleon, now filled with excitement and greed. Evidently, at that moment, she harbored intentions of claiming Charmeleon for herself. Observing this, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Typically, when people discovered his Charmeleon could emit silk, they expressed disgust or confusion. It was rare for anyone to exhibit such avarice. It was crucial to understand that once a bond was formed between a Pokémon and its trainer, the limitations imposed on both parties were fixed. The death of a Pokémon would inflict a mental backlash upon the trainer, significantly diminishing their mental strength, thus preventing them from forming new contracts with other Pokémon. Conversely, a Pokémon could not abandon its trainer unless the trainer was killed. This implied that the little girl might be contemplating Lin Yi's demise. Upon realizing this, Lin Yi's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of unease washing over him, as though he had attracted a formidable adversary. The little girl, having noticed Lin Yi's expression, revealed a sinister smile. "Big brother, I really like your Charmeleon. Would you be so kind as to give it to me? I promise to treat it well." Hearing her words, Lin Yi's countenance darkened, and though he remained silent, his resolve solidified. Charmeleon unleashed dragon rage. At that moment, Charmeleon roared fiercely, releasing a torrent of flames that engulfed the immobilized Riolu. The latter let out a pained cry, evidently suffering greatly. Yet the little girl paid no heed to her distressed Riolu, her gaze fixated solely on Lin Yi's Charmeleon. What nonsense! Does this young girl truly disregard the well-being of her Pokémon? Is she unaware that if this continues, her Pokémon could perish? Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Yet he feared this might be a trap, thus he commanded Charizard to continue its assault. Charizard unleashed Dragon Breath. With a fierce roar, Charizard advanced a step, opening its formidable jaws to unleash a torrent of flames. As a Dragon-type move, Dragon Breath possessed considerable potency. This attack inflicted significant damage on the opposing Riolu, which appeared to be on the brink of collapse. At this moment, Lin Yi glanced towards the distant little girl, only to find her gaze fixated intently upon him and Charizard, seemingly unfazed by the impending doom of her Riolu. Charizard, oblivious to this, wagged its tail in excitement, eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's next command. Yet, Lin Yi refrained from issuing any orders, instead speaking slowly. "You no longer wish to fight, do you?" In response, the little girl replied with a cheerful grin, "Big brother, since this Riolu is so feeble, I naturally do not want it anymore. After all, I have found a new favorite Pokémon." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with affection as they fell upon Charizard. "But if that is the case, won't your spirit suffer? How can you sign a contract with a new Pokémon?" Lin Yi inquired, voicing his concerns. He was aware that an ordinary individual could typically sign only one Pokémon contract in a lifetime. Even if the little girl came from a well-off family and possessed exceptional talent, she would be limited to a maximum of 4 Pokémon contracts. Under such circumstances, each Pokémon represented a precious asset, especially one with great potential for growth like Riolu. Ordinarily, no one would so carelessly discard it. However, the little girl provided Lin Yi with a rather chilling response. "Oh, that? He is not my Pokémon. I am still too young to sign a contract. He is a wild Pokémon caught by my uncle. I intended to wait until I grew up to sign a contract with him. But now it seems he is too weak. I prefer your Charizard instead." The innocence in her words only deepened Lin Yi's frown. "But if it is a wild Pokémon, how are you controlling it?" "Very simple. With this," the little girl exclaimed, pulling a metallic remote control from her bag and promptly pressing a button. In that instant, Riolu, who had been lying on the ground, on the verge of death, suddenly convulsed as it was electrocuted. Lin Yi finally comprehended that the little girl had not signed a contract with Riolu. She was controlling it with a device akin to an electric shock collar. Riolu was merely struggling to survive. At that moment, a flicker of anger ignited within Lin Yi. He realized for the first time that there were individuals in this world who treated Pokémon in such a manner. "Enough. Do not electrocute him any longer. I refuse to continue this battle," Lin Yi declared loudly. However, as soon as he uttered these words, the previously jubilant audience fell silent. Their expressions turned calm, even somewhat sinister. They were not invested in the outcome of the battle. Rather, they craved the brutal spectacle of Pokémon battling to the death. Such scenes stimulated their brains, flooding them with dopamine. They sought pleasure, not profit. Thus, when they perceived Lin Yi's reluctance to continue the fight, their anger mounted. The host seated on the podium also noticed this shift and, after a brief pause, clapped his hands and smiled, saying, "It seems our new contestant possesses a kind heart. However, our rules dictate that defeated Pokémon must be torn apart. If you refuse to comply, you will be violating our regulations." His words, though delivered with a smile, were chillingly ominous. Lin Yi's brow furrowed further. He had no desire to harm the Riolu before him. Yet, everyone else, including the little girl, awaited his compliance. "Kill it. Tear it apart. Finish it now." The crowd began to chant fervently, their excitement palpable, urging Lin Yi to eliminate Riolu. However, Lin Yi clenched his fists, locking eyes with the host on the podium. Isn't this a wild Pokemon? If I purchase it, it becomes mine. Am I truly expected to kill my own Pokemon? Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent once more. The host on the podium did not respond directly, instead casting his gaze towards a small room in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, a man within that room nodded silently. Only then did the host speak. Very well. If you genuinely wish to purchase it, that is permissible. However, you must sign a contract with it. Only then will it truly become your Pokemon and be allowed to leave the arena. That is the rule. The host's words seemed to press Lin Yi into a corner. The little girl, intrigued, chimed in, "Big brother, this Riolu was selected by my uncle. It possesses considerable talent. However, if you desire it, I will sell it to you for 10,000. But do you truly dare to sign a contract with it now? Or can you even sign another Pokemon?" Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Yi realized he had to act decisively. Otherwise, not only would Riolu be unable to leave the arena, but he himself might also remain trapped there. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi nodded resolutely. All right, let it be so. With that, he slowly approached the nearly unconscious Riolu, which seemed to have accepted its fate and offered no resistance. Its gaze met Lin Yi's, and it nodded silently. "Fear not, I will ensure your escape," Lin Yi reassured softly, inhaling deeply before placing his left hand upon Riolu's head. At that moment, the audience, the little girl, the host on the podium, and the bald man in the small room all wore expressions of tension and excitement. They understood the consequences of forcibly signing a Pokemon contract. The mildest outcome could result in severe mental trauma, rendering the Pokemon a mere shell of its former self. While the most extreme cases could lead to instant demise, they sought thrills and excitement, and if a life were to be lost, whether Pokemon or human, it would only heighten their exhilaration. Ding! Detecting a Pokemon available for contract. System upgraded to level 3. Contract signing permitted. Do you wish to proceed? Upon hearing the system's prompt, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he nodded quietly, resolutely declaring in his heart, "Sign a contract." In the next moment, Lin Yi felt a minuscule portion of his mental strength being extracted, subsequently merging into the feeble body of Riolu. Upon sensing a faint spiritual connection forming in his mind with Riolu, Lin Yi opened his eyes. "Is it possible now? You truly succeeded in the contract. How could that be?" The petite girl opposite him displayed an expression of utter astonishment, unable to fathom how Lin Yi could achieve such a feat at this moment. The audience below mirrored her incredulity. They had anticipated witnessing Lin Yi's transformation into an imbecile, or perhaps even witnessing his head explode. Yet what unfolded was entirely unexpected. Lin Yi, however, refrained from responding to the little girl's exclamation, instead directing his gaze towards the host upon the platform. He understood that only with a nod from the host would he be permitted to leave the arena. Otherwise, he would be utterly unable to depart. The host, seemingly bewildered, had initially presumed Lin Yi to be merely an impetuous youth, caught up in the moment, but was astounded to find that he had indeed succeeded in forming a contract. Although this revelation did not humiliate him, it still left him in a state of shock, and his eyes shifted back to the small dark room. Inside that darkened chamber, the bald man displayed a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Is this fellow merely playing the fool to deceive us? Nevertheless, I find this intriguing. It appears I have misjudged him. With this thought, the bald man nodded towards the host. Little did he expect that this young man possessed such formidable mental strength, enabling him to successfully contract a Pokemon at this moment. Since he had indeed succeeded, as previously discussed, he could naturally descend from the platform. Upon hearing the host's words, Lin Yi let out a subtle sigh of relief. However, the audience below was far from pleased. No, are we merely going to witness this? Indeed. We crave bloodshed and violence, not this. He cannot leave the arena. He must continue fighting. He must persevere. Listening to the furious roars of the audience, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. These individuals truly wished to see him brought to ruin, yet he remained silent. Suddenly, the host's expression darkened. I have made myself abundantly clear. Allowing him to leave the platform adheres to our regulations. Are you all challenging our rules? Chapter 41. I want to challenge him. Gazing at the host, adorned in a flamboyant pink suit that exuded a somewhat comical charm, the audience fell silent. Some among them trembled in fear at this moment. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by the host's imposing presence. Nonetheless, it appeared he would indeed be allowed to leave the platform. Just as Lin Yi prepared to descend, he suddenly noticed the man in black suit below, persistently evading detection, his eyes fixated upon him. Clearly, even now, that man sought to capture him, and given that his Pokemon had just engaged in battle, Though victorious, it was not in peak condition. The man in black would undoubtedly not relent. Realizing this, Lin Yi's brow furrowed once more. His primary objective in visiting this establishment was not to earn money, but rather to evade capture by that man. While Lin Yi was aware that, with his strength, defeating the man was not beyond the realm of possibility, he did not underestimate his opponent. The last time he and Lin Xiaoqing had incapacitated a bodyguard, this time, however, only a singular individual had been dispatched, clearly indicating that this person possessed greater strength. Thus, he dared not be reckless. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yi suddenly pointed towards the man below and declared, "I wish to challenge him." As his words echoed through the arena, all eyes turned towards the man in black. The latter, taken aback by Lin Yi's audacious decision, initially froze before a glimmer of excitement illuminated his face. He had previously witnessed Lin Yi's Charizard and did not believe his Pokémon would falter against it. However, he remained silent, shifting his gaze towards the host upon the platform. The host, too, furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting back to the small dark room. Upon observing a slight nod from within, the host spoke once more. "Our contestant has unexpectedly chosen a new opponent. While this may slightly contravene our regulations, since both parties are willing, let us proceed with this battle to the death." Upon hearing the host approve the challenge, Lin Yi exhibited no surprise. He had anticipated this outcome. In truth, challenging the man in black at this moment was somewhat imprudent. However, Lin Yi had just discerned a critical issue. Although the host and the proprietor of this venue permitted him to leave with Riolu, the previously intimidated audience now appeared unsatisfied. Many among them cast cold glares at Lin Yi, evidently eager to act. If Lin Yi were to disregard this and leave the arena directly, he would not only contend with the man in black, but also with some rather unhinged members of the audience. Thus, it would be far more prudent to openly challenge the man in black on the platform, thereby avoiding provoking the audience below. With a leap, the man in black ascended the arena, a cold smirk adorning his face as he gazed at Lin Yi. "Last time, you blinded me. My employer was most displeased. This time, he sent me specifically to deal with you. Since you have sought your own demise, do not blame me." The man in black spoke menacingly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Even at this juncture, his employer had not instructed him to eliminate Lin Yi, merely to destroy his Pokémon, thus ensuring Lin Yi's future would be irrevocably shattered. "Come forth, Sandshrew." Upon uttering these words, the man produced a Pokeball, pressing the switch to summon his Pokémon. Before them stood a creature resembling a pangolin, exuding an impressive aura. Pokémon, Sandshrew. Gender, level, LV24. Ability, White Normal. Characteristic, Sand Veil. In sandstorm conditions, evasion increases. Skills, Poison Sting Skilled, Scratch Skilled, Rapid Spin, Beginner, Dig Beginner. Gazing at the attributes of this Sandshrew, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the man in black's Pokémon would reach an astonishing level of 24. It was well known that elevating a Pokémon's level was a formidable challenge, particularly in a world devoid of means to assess a Pokémon's level. They were only aware that battling and training would strengthen their Pokémon. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" The figure clad in black spoke with palpable excitement, having witnessed countless battles in this arena, yet never having had the opportunity to participate himself. To his astonishment, his inaugural appearance would be in the most extraordinary of death matches. He aimed to ruthlessly annihilate Lin Yi's Pokémon with his own. On one hand, he was fulfilling his employer's mandate, while on the other, he sought vengeance for his colleague, whose eyes had been cruelly gouged out and who lay in a hospital bed. Invoking a deep sense of discomfort each time he passed by, an echo of the proverb about the death of a rabbit lamenting the demise of a fox. It seemed our new contender possessed a formidable Pokémon, prompting the flamboyantly dressed host in a garish pink suit to glance at the directives from the shadowy figure behind the scenes before articulating. "I believe we can now implement the latest regulations." "What? There are new rules for deathmatches? How was I unaware of this? It seems to be growing increasingly intriguing," murmured the audience, engaged in hushed conversations, clearly astonished as such a scenario had never unfolded before. Lin Yi, too, sensed the anomaly, slowly lifting his gaze to the host upon the elevated platform, awaiting the announcement of the new regulations. "Do not be distracted, regardless of the new rules. In a Pokémon battle, your Pokémon will undoubtedly perish. I shall render you a mere husk." The man in black glared at Lin Yi, his eyes glinting with a sinister smile. Though he was ostensibly a bodyguard, his usual duties involved managing various affairs for his young master, essentially, cleaning up the messes. He had bullied many, fueled by his jealousy of those who surpassed him, which explained his placement in an ordinary class. Had he been in a top-tier class, he would have rendered half the students incapacitated. Despite his family's influence, such actions were unthinkable. Chapter 42. The New Rules. I hereby declare that in deathmatch competitions, Pokemon battles are not limited to one-on-one, but rather a one-on-one contest between trainers. Thus, as long as you can contract more Pokemon, you may summon them all to the arena. Upon the host's proclamation, the audience fell into a stunned silence. The evident unfairness sparked a few knowing smiles among those present. Each possessing more than one Pokemon, they typically dared not enter the fray, fully aware of the value of their Pokemon. Having managed to surpass the average with just 2 Pokemon, they would never dream of risking them in a life-or-death scenario. However, if they could deploy 2 Pokemon to overpower a single opponent, their chances of victory would significantly increase, making the gamble financially enticing. Is that so? It appears the proprietor has a favorable impression of me, Lin Yi murmured, observing the reactions of those around him, quickly discerning that this rule was freshly introduced. Given its substantial advantage for him, he surmised that the bar's owner had orchestrated it. Indeed, upon hearing this new rule, the man in black's expression froze in disbelief. He had come to apprehend Lin Yi, aware, albeit vaguely, of his background, including the fact that Lin Yi previously possessed 2 Pokemon. Now, with an additional Pokemon, Lin Yi's Pokemon would face off against 3 of his own, though his Pokemon, the powerful Rhyhorn, could easily dominate most novice trainers. He was uncertain whether it could contend with 3 Pokemon simultaneously. It seems this new regulation does not bode well for you. Perhaps you should beg for mercy now. I might consider sparing you, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile, though his hands remained steady. He produced 2 Pokeballs, pressing their switches simultaneously. Out emerged a Squirtle adorned with dark sunglasses and a sturdy item, alongside a slightly healed Riolu. The 2 Pokemon took their positions flanking the Charmeleon, all 3 locking their gaze onto the opposing Rhyhorn. The Rhyhorn instinctively took a step back, astonished that its first foray into the arena would require facing 3 adversaries. I protest. This is clearly biased in his favor. The man in black, unwilling to engage directly, voiced his grievance towards the host. The host, however, remained unfazed, merely responding with a smile. You must understand, we have not investigated your specific backgrounds, and since both of you are newcomers to the battle, we cannot ascertain how many Pokemon you possess. In other words, if you have only contracted 1 Pokemon, that is your own inadequacy. The host's words dripped with scorn, and the black-clad figure's countenance shifted through various shades of anger. His face flushed crimson, yet he found himself powerless. Although his employer wielded considerable influence, it was evident that they would not intervene over a mere bodyguard's conflict with someone daring enough to orchestrate underground matches. Thus, he was left in a state of semi-abandonment. Should he triumph over Lin Yi's 3 Pokemon, he might earn some rewards, but defeat would spell doom for his Pokemon and perhaps lead to his own dismissal. Damn it. I should never have accepted this assignment. He spat, directing his fury at Lin Yi, blaming him for the predicament. Lin Yi sensed the man's seething hatred and merely smiled, responding, if there are no further objections, shall we commence the battle now? Squirtle. Squirtle and Charmeleon displayed their eagerness, while Riolu, though silent, revealed a fierce glint in its eyes. With both sides' Pokemon brimming with determination, the battle was set to begin. As the host signaled the commencement of the match, Lin Yi hesitated no longer. He was determined to avoid any unforeseen complications. Charmeleon, use String Shot. Squirtle, employ Poison Sting. Riolu, execute Metal Claw. Upon Lin Yi's command, all 3 Pokemon sprang into action. Charmeleon unleashed a stream of brownish silk, ensnaring Rhyhorn in an instant. Rhyhorn struggled fiercely to break free, but Squirtle darted forward, delivering a bite that spread a faint toxin throughout its body, hampering its movements. Finally, Riolu approached, its metallic claws gleaming as they slashed fiercely at Rhyhorn's form. In a moment of sheer brutality, the belly of the king of the mountains was pierced directly by Riolu, resulting in a gory explosion of blood and various organs. The scene was undeniably savage. How exhilarating it was. This was precisely the kind of spectacle I yearned to witness. The audience erupted into a thunderous cheer, eagerly anticipating this climactic moment of the battle. Upon witnessing this gruesome display, Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. He had forgotten that Riolu was the somewhat eccentric little lowly's Pokemon, having ruthlessly vanquished 3 Pokemon in succession. Thus, it was evident that Riolu's attack was aimed directly at the opponent's vital points. Initially, he had intended to employ this very tactic to pierce the belly of the fire dinosaur. It was this minor incident that led to the king of the mountain's demise. Indeed, it was a death so effortless. A Pokemon of moderate strength was easily dispatched by the combined assault of 3 others. The The primary contributors to this victory were the Fire Dinosaur's Silk Spit and Riolu's Metal Claw. As for Squirtle's Poison Sting, it was merely an added bonus, though it proved effective. Chapter 43, Purchasing EV. Lin Yi exited the bar, laden with rewards. At this moment, he not only possessed his third Pokémon, Riolu, but also an impressive sum of 120,000 yuan. Indeed, a full 120,000. He had participated in 2 deadly battles, each with an entry fee of 30,000, thus earning 60,000. During the second battle, he wagered the 30,000 from the first. And given his observation of the opponent's strength, far superior to that of the man in black, the odds were 1 to 2. Consequently, in under an hour, Lin Yi amassed a total of 120,000. This violent method of earning left him both astonished and deeply satisfied. However, he soon shook his head, casting aside such thoughts, for he recognized the folly in them. If he continued to harbor such notions, they would inevitably lead him down a perilous path, leaving him with nothing but remnants. Perhaps even his 3 Pokémon would be at risk of being relinquished. Thus, Lin Yi began to suppress the desires swirling in his mind, for his foremost priority was to locate his sister. Given that he had encountered an attack, it was plausible that his sister had also fallen victim to it. Therefore, he had to act swiftly. Upon reaching Xiao Kuei's villa at breakneck speed, Lin Yi immediately spotted his sister reclining on the sofa, nonchalantly watching television with her legs crossed. Seeing her unharmed, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. He felt fortunate that he had previously brought her out. Otherwise, she would surely have succumbed to the assailant's sinister grasp. "Brother, you're back," Lin Xiaoqing exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Lin Yi. However, her smile gradually faded as she noticed something behind him. "Where is Sister Xiao Kuei? Why didn't she come with you?" Understanding her thoughts, Lin Yi approached and playfully slapped her on the head, saying she had some matters to attend to. "You finished school quite early today. Hee, brother. We get to choose our Pokémon tomorrow. I'm so excited to see what I'll draw. I hope it's an adorable one. I don't like those that are all about fighting." Lin Xiaoqing chimed in cheerfully. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. Without even changing his clothes, he grasped Lin Xiaoqing's hand and headed outside, stating, "I want to allow you to select a Pokémon randomly. I've already chosen one for you, and we're going to see it now. If you like it, we'll sign the contract right away." Lin Xiaoqing was left in a state of bewilderment as Lin Yi led her to the all-purpose Pokémon breeding center. "Classmate, how did you arrive so quickly, and you've brought your sister?" The staff member, Xiao Li, greeted Lin Yi with a genuine smile, harboring great fondness for the boy who had helped her achieve her performance goals. "Yes, this is my sister. Is that EV still available? I want to buy it," Lin Yi inquired. Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, it's still here. Please follow me." She then guided Lin Yi and Lin Xiaoqing to the EV's enclosure. When Lin Xiaoqing laid eyes on the somewhat scruffy EV, she realized that Lin Yi was not joking. He was truly willing to buy her a Pokémon she adored. "What do you think? Do you like this Pokémon? I've learned about it beforehand. It suits you quite well and has good potential," Lin Yi whispered in Lin Xiaoqing's ear. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoqing nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a daikon radish, trusting her brother implicitly. Her large eyes glistened with tears of joy. "I love it." Upon confirming Lin Xiaoqing's affection for the EV, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. He had indeed set his sights on this EV, but hadn't he anticipated purchasing it for Lin Xiaoqing so promptly. Initially, he had planned to explore other Pokémon centers to find one that might suit her even better. However, with the signing ceremony looming tomorrow, he had to ensure she had a suitable Pokémon tonight. Otherwise, she would be forced into a random selection. While Lin Yi could advise Lin Xiaoqing against signing a contract randomly, he didn't trust her judgment. He feared she might, in an attempt to save him a few thousand yuan, hastily select a Pokémon without proper consideration. "This is the Pokémon. I'm buying it," he declared, pulling out 100,000 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Xiao Li. With a beaming smile, Xiao Li accepted the money and then handed Lin Yi the key to the EV's cage. "Though you've purchased this Pokémon, I must mention that it can be quite fierce, and the signing process may not be straightforward. It might be prudent for your sister to prepare herself psychologically to avoid any unforeseen incidents." Grateful for the staff's considerate warning, Lin Yi nodded appreciatively. He then took Lin Xiaoqing, holding the cage containing the EV, and departed from the all-purpose Pokémon breeding center. "Brother, thank you," Lin Xiaoqing exclaimed, cradling the cage and gazing at the EV inside, which was playfully pawing at her. Her face radiated pure delight. "Don't mention it. I'm your brother. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I'll make sure to get it for you." Confronted by Lin Yi's solemn vow, Lin Xiaoqing promptly nodded her head, although she was aware that her brother's words might merely be an expression of hope or a fleeting wish. She still chose to believe in him. Before long, Lin Yi escorted Lin Xiaoqing back to the villa of Xiao Kuei. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon a remarkably familiar balding middle-aged man, Lu Guoshui. "What are you doing here?" Lu Guoshui exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. He had presumed that Lin Yi had been abducted by Zhang Yodong's associates and had been feeling somewhat despondent. To his utter surprise, he found Lin Yi in his own villa, accompanied by a small girl who appeared to be his sister. "It was I who invited them to reside here temporarily," Lu Guoshui explained. Chapter 44. There is another way. Just as Lin Yi felt a bit at a loss, Xiao Kuei approached, clad in a bathrobe. Observing his daughter's current demeanor, Lu Guoshui was visibly exasperated. "Look at you, bringing a man into our home so casually. Dad, isn't this your recommended student? Do you still doubt his character?" Xiao Kuei retorted nonchalantly, then knelt beside Lin Xiaoqing to examine the EV she was holding. "Is this the Pokemon you're going to sign? Do you like this EV?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoqing nodded enthusiastically, replying, "This EV was bought for me by my brother, and I love it. I'm set to sign it at school tomorrow. I believe it's best to choose a Pokemon I truly like. Otherwise, I fear I might end up with one that I don't care for." Xiao Kuei nodded slightly, her gaze then shifting to Lin Yi, her eyes narrowing as she inquired, "Where did you acquire the funds?" Lin Yi sighed softly. They had hoped to keep it hidden, but Xiao Kuei's vigilance had caught them off guard. He recounted the events of the day in detail. After listening, Lu Guoshui slapped his thigh, anger flashing in his eyes. "Zhang Yudong has truly gone too far, attempting to ruin your Pokemon and destroy your future. However, a bodyguard with a second-stage Pokemon is not someone he can easily command. I suspect it was his family who intervened." Hearing this, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. "So it's true. He sent his underlings after me. It seems I must hasten to enhance my strength." Lin Yi thought to himself, clenching his fists in determination. At that moment, Xiao Kuei unexpectedly reached out to touch his forehead. "What are you doing?" Lin Yi asked, surprised as he gently pushed her hand away. "What does it look like?" "I'm checking if you have a fever. Do you know the risks of temporarily signing a Pokemon? You've already signed 2 Pokemon. How can you be certain your mental fortitude is adequate? Are you unaware that failure could result in severe consequences, perhaps even death?" Xiao Kuei scolded, her eyes filled with concern. As she admonished him, Lin Yi opened his mouth but refrained from saying much, understanding that her outburst stemmed from genuine care. He simply nodded quietly and murmured, "I understand. It won't happen again." "Humph." Xiao Kuei huffed, turning away and choosing not to engage with Lin Yi any further. Yet her pouting demeanor struck Lin Yi as endearing, and he felt a warm sense of comfort from her concern. "Brother, you've signed 3 Pokemon already. That's incredible. You're bound to become a master Pokemon trainer." Lin Xiaoqing chimed in cheerfully from the side, although she harbored some worries for Lin Yi. Seeing him unharmed made her more inclined to celebrate his innate talent. In response, Lin Yi nodded silently, smiling as he replied, "Becoming a Pokemon master is still quite distant for me, but I do possess decent talent. Perhaps I could consider competing in professional leagues in the future." As Lin Yi began to envision his future, Lu Guoshui gently patted him on the shoulder and stepped outside. Initially taken aback, Lin Yi eventually grasped the intent behind the gesture and sighed before following him out. The 2 men found themselves in the villa's courtyard, inhaling the crisp, slightly chilly air. A gentle breeze brushed against them, and neither spoke at first, just as the refreshing wind seemed poised to sweep Lu Guoshui's last strand of hair away. He smoothed it back into place and finally spoke. "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've stirred?" Lin Yi nodded silently. "I never anticipated that a mere match with Zhang Yudong would lead to such dire consequences. However, I will strive to address this situation. For now, I must confront whatever comes my way." Lu Guoshui turned to glance at his student, who now appeared somewhat scholarly, and sighed softly before continuing. "I'm not referring to Zhang Yudong. Although his family was involved this time, they likely only sent a bodyguard to ruin you. While that may jeopardize your Pokemon career, it won't cost you your life. I'm speaking of the little girl." Taken aback, Lin Yi gazed at Lu Guoshui, asking, "Is there something more to this little girl?" "Indeed, based on your description, if I'm not mistaken, she is likely the young lady from the Shangwan family, one of the 3 prominent families in Jinshin City. If she truly desires your Charmeleon, I fear there will be no escape for you." Lin Yi's brow furrowed deeper. He had not anticipated that, having yet to resolve matters with Zhang Yudong, he had now inadvertently entangled himself with one of Jinshin City's influential families. This revelation cast a shadow of uncertainty over his future. The only way to sever a bond with a Pokemon is through the trainer's demise. If that little girl from the Shangwan family has set her sights on your Charmeleon, it would be wise for you to leave Jinshin City promptly and seek refuge in another city. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope, Lu Guoshui said, exasperated. In his view, since the current party was unable to contend with such a powerful family, it was better to avoid confrontation altogether. Lin Yi's brow creased with concern. Observing Lin Yi's troubled expression, Lu Guoshui sighed once more. He looked at the student he had initially underestimated but now recognized as exceedingly talented. Yet he found himself powerless to assist Lin Yi, who was now facing a grave crisis threatening his very life. The only recourse he had was to help him escape Jinshin City and survive. In that moment, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. I believe there is another way to resolve this issue, one that could potentially address both Zhang Yudong and the Shangwan family. Lin Yi clenched his fists. His gaze focused on a system interface visible only to him. He had once contemplated a method for utilizing a Pokémon modifier, though he had refrained from putting it into action. Now, however, he was determined to test whether this method could indeed alter his current predicament. If successful, it would undoubtedly transform his circumstances entirely. Chapter 45. A private meeting with Miss Shangwan. That evening, Lin Xiaoqing successfully finalized the contract with EV. The urgency of the situation stemmed from Lin Yi's precarious circumstances. He was uncertain whether his actions the following day would alter his current predicament. Thus, he sought to swiftly empower Lin Xiaoqing with means of self-preservation. In this realm, signing a contract with a Pokémon was the sole and swiftest method to achieve that. Additionally, both Xiao Kuei and Lu Guoshui were seasoned individuals well-versed in this process, unperturbed by the potential pitfalls of such agreements. Particularly Lu Guoshui, the high school homeroom teacher, possessed a unique methodology for signing contracts with Pokémon, ensuring utmost security. This was why Lin Xiaoqing could proceed to sign a contract without extensive training. The expansive estate exuded grandeur and tranquility, with a procession of bodyguards patrolling the grounds, each accompanied by their own Pokémon. At that moment, an unwelcome guest approached. Wait, what is your purpose here? A bodyguard clad in a black suit halted Lin Yi, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Beside him, a Geodude displayed an equally vigilant demeanor. Soon, 3 more bodyguards encircled Lin Yi, all with their Pokémon at the ready, their eyes filled with suspicion. It was evident that any inappropriate action on Lin Yi's part would provoke an immediate and forceful response. I am here to see Miss Shangwan. I am her friend, Lin Yi declared, raising his hands in a placating gesture, his eyes devoid of fear, as if he spoke the truth. The bodyguards exchanged glances, noting Lin Yi's youthful appearance, and initially hesitated to relay his message. After all, they encountered many like him daily. Overly confident in their looks and believing they might catch Miss Shangwan's eye and soar to greatness. However, the harsh reality often saw them thwarted and unceremoniously tossed out. Huh, a friend of Miss Shangwan? If you knew how old she was, you wouldn't dare claim that. One bodyguard retorted, preparing for confrontation. At that moment, Lin Yi interjected. Miss Shangwan is 15 years old. After stating this, he awaited the bodyguard's decision. Ultimately, they exchanged glances and opted to report his claim, weighed by the potential consequences of dismissing him should he prove genuine. The rumors surrounding Miss Shangwan painted her as a 20-year-old woman, but in truth, she was merely 15, a secret few were privy to, as the Shangwan family had adeptly shielded her from public scrutiny. Observing the bodyguard's expressions, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. The head of the bodyguard team entered to relay the message. The others encircled Lin Yi, poised to incapacitate him should the need arise. Moments later, the head bodyguard approached with an unusual expression. Please, Miss Shangwan's friend, you may enter. This calm statement left everyone momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that this seemingly impoverished student was indeed an acquaintance of Miss Shangwan. Amid the curious gazes, Lin Yi stepped into the grand estate. Upon entering, he sensed multiple presences observing him, indicating that the security measures extended far beyond what was visible. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, understanding this to be a standard practice. Soon, guided by the bodyguards, he arrived at the front of a villa. Miss Shangwan is inside. You may enter on your own, one bodyguard stated. Showing no intention of stepping forward, Lin Yi nodded, took a deep breath, and entered. Upon entry, he was met by a woman with a head of white hair. She was not an elderly figure, but rather a 20-year-old woman, her gaze appraising Lin Yi with a hint of amusement. I hear you are my friend, and that I am merely 15 years old. I don't recall making such an acquaintance, she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lin Yi was taken aback. After hearing Lu Guoshui's analysis in the villa, he had hastily made his way to the Shangwan estate. His intentions were clear, to utilize his Pokémon modifier to alter certain skills of Miss Shangwan's Pokémon. After all, it was the unique skills of his Charmeleon, bug-type silk and water-type water gun, that had attracted her interest. However, they had not anticipated that upon arriving, he would encounter a 20-year-old woman with white hair. This woman exuded an air of nobility, unmistakably Miss Shangwan. Had his homeroom teacher miscalculated? Was the girl not the heiress of the Shangwan family? Lin Yi pondered anxiously, uncertain of how to proceed. His audacious visit was akin to those naive youths seeking to ascend the social ladder. He braced himself for the repercussions of his intrusion. Yet, witnessing Lin Yi's embarrassment, Miss Shangwan burst into laughter. "Oh, I am just teasing you. I know you are here for my younger sister. She is inside. Allow me to accompany you." With that, the woman gracefully led Lin Yi into the room. It was at that moment Lin Yi realized that before him stood another Miss Shangwan, and that she was not alone. Observing Lin Yi's bewilderment, the white-haired woman chuckled playfully. "I can see the thoughts racing through your mind. In such a vast family, how could there be only one heiress? My younger sister is simply the more renowned one, being the pampered darling, while I am just the ordinary sister." With a shrug, she demonstrated a clear understanding of her position. Lin Yi nodded, choosing not to elaborate, feeling uncertain about his current standing. Each additional word seemed to inch him closer to ruin. After a moment, Lin Yi found himself in the innermost bedroom of the villa. There, he beheld a little girl on the stage before him, which eased his tension slightly. "Oh, are you the big brother who signed with Riolu? I haven't sought you out yet, and you've already brought Charmeleon to me?" The little girl exclaimed with delight, her eyes gleaming with both excitement and a hint of malice. She was acutely aware that to claim Charmeleon as her own, she would need to eliminate Lin Yi. The prospect of this did not frighten her. Rather, it exhilarated her. Chapter 46, Special Training. The little girl bounded forward, bouncing to Lin Yi's side. "Big brother, shall I make the first move, or will you?" she inquired, brandishing a gleaming silver dagger and tossing it at Lin Yi's feet. Gazing at the dagger, Lin Yi inhaled deeply, then shook his head slightly as he spoke. "Miss Shangwan, I did not come here to meet my demise, nor to hand over Charmeleon to you." Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful little girl suddenly turned pale, her expression shifting to one of unease. "If not for this, what purpose do you serve here? Do you wish for me to release you? Do you truly believe that is feasible?" As she uttered the last sentence, a chilling smile suddenly graced the little girl's face. It was evident that she was not jesting. In fact, throughout this encounter, the little girl had not made a single jest. What she desired, she would obtain, regardless of who stood in her way. None could escape her grasp. Although Lin Yi felt a shiver of coldness creeping from his core, he resolutely replied, "Miss Shangwan, I am aware of your desire, a Pokémon endowed with unique abilities. This would undoubtedly pique your immense interest and elicit a sense of exhilaration." Indeed, indeed. The little girl nodded enthusiastically. "At present, I perceive within your Charizard the possession of an extraordinary skill, String Shot. And while Water Gun is entirely outside the realm of Charizard's capabilities, it has indeed utilized it. I estimate that this is likely the only one of its kind in the world, and I must possess it." As she spoke, the little girl retrieved a dagger from the ground and began to approach Lin Yi, gently brandishing the weapon, the glint of its blade flickering ominously in the air. This terrifying scene would send chills down anyone's spine, quickening their heartbeats. Lin Yi felt similarly, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Are you not curious why my Charizard can learn String Shot and Water Gun?" At this, the little girl paused, lowering her dagger as she inquired. "Is it not due to Charizard's extraordinary talent?" "No, certainly not. It is the result of my unique training methods. If you are willing, I can assist you in training your Pokémon to learn skills they would ordinarily be incapable of mastering," Lin Yi replied with remarkable sincerity, causing the little girl to furrow her brow slightly. She sensed the truth in his words. Initially skeptical, she now seemed convinced, as she had indeed never encountered a Charizard capable of Water Gun and String Shot. "So what exactly do you mean?" the little girl asked once more. Lin Yi took a deep breath and stated his ultimate intention. "I understand that I cannot evade Miss Shangwan's influence, so I intend to proactively assist you in training a unique Pokémon." The little girl did not respond immediately. She simply gazed intently at Lin Yi, as did the white-haired woman beside her. However, unlike the little girl, the white-haired woman perceived Lin Yi's claims as nonsensical. A Fire-type Charizard utilizing a Bug-type move like String Shot and a Water-type move like Water Gun. Surely this was absurd? The white-haired woman felt a growing conviction that Lin Yi was a charlatan, envisioning the moment when this man would meet a grim fate. Yet, unexpectedly, the little girl made a startling proclamation. "Very well, but I still desire a little Charmander. You shall procure for me a Charmander that can learn String Shot and Water Gun. If you truly succeed, I shall not only release you, but also reward you handsomely." Observing her sister's surprising faith in the man before them, the white-haired woman interjected, "Sister, Can you truly believe such claims? A Charizard lacks the anatomy necessary for string shot and water gun. In response to her sister's skepticism, the little girl merely nodded at Lin Yi, saying, "Brother, please demonstrate your abilities for my sister. I am certain she will come to appreciate your skills." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded without hesitation, retrieving a Pokeball and pressing the switch. Shortly thereafter, the somewhat intimidating silhouette of Charizard materialized before them. As Charizard emerged, Lin Yi sensed 3 piercing gazes fixed upon him. It was clear that should he command Charizard to perform any aggressive actions, he would swiftly be met with a terrifying onslaught. The consequences would not merely involve broken limbs, but rather his demise, leaving him as an unclaimed corpse. Jow! Charizard let out a peculiar cry upon its arrival, its gaze fixated intently on the little girl and the white-haired woman, excitement flickering in its eyes. Clearly, Charizard shared a fondness for women as well. "Your Charizard's call is rather unique," the white-haired woman murmured, now somewhat convinced. Given the calm demeanor of both Lin Yi and the little girl, alongside Lin Yi's evident confidence, "Charizard, use string shot and water gun on that distant vase." Upon hearing Lin Yi's command, Charizard wasted no time. Its eyes locked onto the vase as it opened its mouth to unleash a stream of yellow-brown silk. The silk shot forth, swiftly ensnaring the vase, before Charizard puffed its cheeks and released a powerful jet of yellow water. Charizard was already aware of its distinction from other Pokémon. Thus, it understood that Lin Yi's command was merely for demonstration, not an actual attack on the vase. Consequently, the force behind its water gun was minimal, serving solely to showcase its spraying capability. After the demonstration, the little girl remained unfazed, having anticipated this, her eyes twinkling with excitement, eager to claim Charizard as her own. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman wore an expression of utter astonishment. What sorcery is this? A fire-type Charizard can genuinely utilize water gun and string shot? How is this possible? Lin Yi had no answers to provide. Even Charizard itself could not offer a satisfactory explanation. Normally, Lin Yi might attribute it to Charizard's mutation. However, he could not say such a thing now. Having taken a deep breath, "All of this is due to my unique training." Chapter 47, Xiao Kuei's Concerns. Lin Yi departed unscathed from the Shangguan estate. At this juncture, he had resolved one of his dilemmas. However, he now needed to acquire a Charizard or Charmander capable of using water gun and string shot. This task was not insurmountable. He merely needed to purchase one. Within 2 days, using the Pokémon Modifier's duplication abilities, he could seamlessly accomplish this objective. By that time, the matters concerning the Shangguan family would be satisfactorily resolved. The only challenge remaining would be the perverse Zhang Yudong. Naturally, there were also the influences within Zhang Yudong's household and the individual who had taken action against him. Nevertheless, Lin Yi had secured the assurance of Miss Shangguan, the little girl. Should he indeed fulfill his promises, while she might not directly intervene, she would ensure that her family members would refrain from acting against him. Thus, as of now, Lin Yi's only true adversary remained Zhang Yudong. He merely needed to find an opportune moment to teach Zhang Yudong a lesson or make him disappear altogether, and then there would be no issues whatsoever. Strolling along the roadside, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He then stepped into the nearest Pokémon store. After a 10-minute stay, Lin Yi emerged, perplexed. How could such a large Pokémon store not have a Charmander? He appeared somewhat speechless and subsequently entered another shop. Another 10 minutes passed, and he again walked out with a look of disbelief. Still no Charmander. Since when had this particular Pokémon become so rare? Lin Yi muttered, feeling quite confused. During the last hour, Lin Yi visited a total of 5 Pokémon stores, even returning to the initial Pokémon nursery he had gone to. The answers he received were consistently the same. None of them had Charmander for sale. The root of the problem was not that Charmander was excessively rare. Rather, it was not particularly uncommon at all. Indeed, while Charmander was one of the starter Pokémon and possessed commendable abilities, it was not regarded as particularly special in the vibrant city of Jinshin. Many trainers owned a Charmander, which diminished the incentive for others to purchase one. Consequently, due to a lack of market demand, very few shops offered Charmander for sale, unless it was a particularly gifted specimen. Was I left with no choice but to catch one myself? Gazing at the Pokémon distribution map before him, Lin Yi's expression reflected a hint of resignation. Charmander did have populations within Jinshin City, and the current situation indicated that if he truly wished to acquire one, he would have to continue hopping between stores in hopes of luck. The best course of action, it seemed, was to venture into the wild to capture a Charmander himself. After much deliberation, Lin Yi opted for the latter. He preferred taking the initiative over waiting passively. Entering a Pokémon supply shop, Lin Yi purchased 3 ordinary Pokeballs and promptly made his way to the wilderness. By the riverside, Xiao Kuei was training her Arbok, engaging in a battle against a wild Psyduck. Having just taken a moment's respite while awaiting Lin Yi's arrival, she was surprised when the Psyduck suddenly appeared from a distance, sporting a cheeky expression. In that instant, Xiao Kuei understood that this was a wild Psyduck, and to defend herself, she called forth her Arbok. Rather than attacking, the Psyduck seemed to be pursuing her whimsically, which left Xiao Kuei feeling quite exasperated. Nevertheless, she commanded her Arbok to defeat the Psyduck. Arbok, use Poison Fang, Xiao Kuei shouted. Arbok opened its mouth, revealing its menacing fangs, and lunged toward the Psyduck. However, the Psyduck swiftly dodged to a distance, opening its mouth to conjure a formidable black beam of energy. To her astonishment, Xiao Kuei realized that this Psyduck had mastered the advanced water-type move, Hydro Pump. Arbok, dodge quickly, she yelled, and Arbok swiftly evaded. Yet, the terrifying wave of energy surged forward, catching Arbok off guard and striking it with Hydro Pump. Although it was forced to retreat slightly, the damage was not too severe. Damn it, Arbok, use Body Slam, Xiao Kuei commanded. And with a glimmer of determination in its eyes, Arbok charged forward, its patterned body appearing both eerie and imposing. With a resounding crash, Arbok slammed into the Psyduck, sending it flying and securing victory in the battle. After soothing her Arbok, Xiao Kuei gazed into the distance and spoke softly. Why hasn't Lin Yi arrived yet? Could it be that, as my father suggested, something has indeed happened to him? Lu Guoshui and Xiao Kuei had always shared everything with one another, never concealing matters of significance. Thus, she was well aware of everything that had transpired with Lin Yi. This left her feeling somewhat exasperated, particularly regarding Zhang Yudong. However, she also felt a sense of helplessness about Lin Yi being targeted by the princess of the Shiguan family for his Pokémon, as there was little she could do to assist him. The powerful Shiguan family in Jinshin City was beyond her influence. Unless they could secure victory in the Jinshin City Alliance tournament, they would not possess the societal standing necessary to deter the Shiguan family from acting against them. Moreover, the city was home to 3 prominent families, and the other 2 would not allow the Shiguan family to behave so arrogantly. It seems I truly need to train diligently to achieve a commendable ranking. Xiao Kuei clenched her fists, murmuring to herself, just as a familiar silhouette emerged in the moonlight, stirring a sense of recognition within her. Lin Yi, you've arrived. How did everything go? Previously, Lin Yi had rejected Lu Guoshui's suggestion to flee Jinshin City, opting instead to confront the situation alone. Both Xiao Kuei and Lu Guoshui had urged him against this course of action, believing it to be unwise. After all, Lin Yi was merely an ordinary person. Despite possessing considerable talent, he could not possibly contend with the formidable Shiguan family. However, upon seeing Lin Yi return, Xiao Kuei felt a surge of excitement, reassured that he had likely resolved the issue. Chapter 48, Dragonite Valley. What did you say? You deceived the princess of the Shiguan family into believing you could teach Pokémon skills they are entirely incapable of learning? If that is the case, why not just run away instead of voluntarily walking into danger? Xiao Kuei looked at Lin Yi, puzzled. At that moment, Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, responding slowly. No, I did not deceive her. I truly can achieve that, but it requires a certain amount of time. Upon hearing Lin Yi's reply, Xiao Kuei sighed softly and remarked, You should refrain from misleading me about such matters. If Pokémon possessed unique talents, perhaps success might be attainable, considering how little we humans have comprehended about the Pokémon in this world. However, claiming that you can train them to this extent is simply preposterous. Observing Xiao Kuei's expression, Lin Yi opted not to elaborate further. He could explain to others that he possessed a unique talent and special training methods, but he could never divulge the existence of his Pokémon Modifier or the fact that he had traversed dimensions. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be perceived as mentally unstable or captured for experimentation. Unless he could reach an extraordinarily high level, at the very least possessing several legendary Pokémon, he would not be able to challenge the world at large. After all, legendary Pokémon were often likened to walking nuclear bombs. No one wished to provoke a human wielding such power. Let us not dwell on that for now. The most pressing matter is to obtain a Charmander. I've visited various shops, and none of them have any for sale. Do you know where I might find one? Lin Yi directed his gaze toward Xiao Kuei, acutely aware that the time afforded to him by the princess of the Shiguan family was scant, merely 3 fleeting days. Furthermore, the duration required for him to utilize the skill of Pokémon replication was a mere 24 hours, which meant he must capture a Charmander within a single day. Otherwise, time would slip away from him. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiao Kuei furrowed her brow slightly, hesitating for a moment before she spoke. her eyes drifting towards the distant mountains and forests. If you truly wish to capture a Charmander, you must venture to the vicinity of the Fire Dragon Valley, where a multitude of Charmanders reside. It is their primary habitat. However, her statement trailed off, hinting that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. However, what? Please, just tell me directly. I can handle it, Lin Yi insisted, understanding that this matter was vital for his survival, intertwined with his very existence. Noticing Lin Yi's earnest demeanor, Xiao Kuei eventually sighed softly and continued. Within the Fire Dragon Valley, there exists a significant number of Charizards, which are the evolved form of Charmanders. This location serves as a rapid means for them to enhance their strength. However, the Charizards there are generally not very amicable. If you recklessly proceed and attempt to capture a Charmander, you may incite the ire of the Charizards and subsequently face an onslaught from hundreds of them. You would not survive such an attack. Hearing this, Lin Yi's brow knitted in contemplation. It dawned on him that in the Pokemon world, the protagonist Ash's Charizard underwent rigorous training in the very Fire Dragon Valley. Yet, these two worlds differed significantly, and he had not anticipated the existence of such a valley in this realm. I have made up my mind. I shall go to the Fire Dragon Valley to capture a Charmander. This is my last resort, Lin Yi resolved, his determination unwavering. His motives were not solely for himself, but also for Lin Xiaoqing, who was still a middle school student. Without his assistance, her chances of survival in this world would be exceedingly slim, especially with Zhang Yudong lurking nearby. Though it seemed Xiao Kuei could assist in watching over Lin Xiaoqing, Lin Yi was reluctant to impose on her, even if it meant risking his own life. Observing Lin Yi's firm resolve, Xiao Kuei sighed once more and proposed, "If that is the case, then I shall accompany you. This way, we can keep an eye out for one another, preventing you from meeting a dire fate." However, in response to Xiao Kuei's kind suggestion, Lin Yi firmly rejected the notion. "No, we cannot gamble everything on a single endeavor. We must split our efforts. Here is the plan. I will go to the Fire Dragon Valley to capture a Charmander, while you can visit other shops to inquire if any Charmanders are for sale. If you manage to procure one, my efforts will not be in vain." With that, Lin Yi opened the map and set off towards the Fire Dragon Valley. Refraining from uttering another word, Xiao Kuei watched his retreating figure, her mouth slightly agape. She understood that his suggestion was rooted in a desire to protect her from danger, not wanting to burden her with potential peril. With a soft sigh, she too picked up her phone to contact her friends in hopes of purchasing a Charmander. She even resolved that if all else failed, she would seek assistance at the Pokemon Zoo to acquire one. Meanwhile, Lin Yi boarded a vehicle heading to the Fire Dragon Valley. Throughout the journey, he began to examine his Pokemon modification device. Truth be told, he remained uncertain whether his device could alter other Pokemon. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze fell upon a Pikachu lounging lazily in the front passenger seat, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yi retrieved his Pokeball and summoned Squirtle. Gently stroking Squirtle with one hand, he slowly extended the other towards the Pikachu. As his left hand made contact with Pikachu, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Detected an incompatible Pokemon for contract. Please select another. Without further ado, Lin Yi silently transferred Squirtle's skill, Poison Fang, to the unsuspecting Pikachu, who remained blissfully unaware of the interaction. The driver, observing this scene, merely smiled, taking Lin Yi's actions as a matter of course. His pride and joy was his adorable Pikachu, often attracting attention from many, especially young women eager to snap photos with it. Thus, Lin Yi's gesture seemed entirely natural to him, without raising any suspicions. Lin Yi, meanwhile, was filled with anticipation for the success of the skill replication. Chapter 49, Capturing a Charmander. Pokemon, Pikachu, Gender, Level, LV15, Talent, Green Good. Ability, Static, generates static electricity, with a chance to paralyze opponents upon contact. Skills, Quick Attack, Proficient, Thunder Shock, Proficient, Double Team, Proficient, Volt Tackle, Proficient, Poison Fang, Novice. Upon witnessing the addition of the Poison Fang skill to Pikachu's repertoire, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems my replication ability extends to other Pokemon as well. This could perfectly resolve the matter concerning Miss Shangguan, he murmured to himself, his gaze drifting towards the distant sky. At that moment, a full moon illuminated the heavens, and shadows flitted across the moonlight, speedy Pokemon such as Pidgeot and Dragonite soaring through the skies. These Pokemon often served as couriers in this technologically advanced world, where ordinary individuals preferred the convenience of delivery, and Pokemon offered an efficient and cost-effective service. Such scenarios had long since become familiar to Lin Yi. At times in Xiao Kuei's villa, he too indulged in ordering takeout for a treat. Typically, The delivery was made by flying-type Pokémon like Pidgeot or Dragonite. Indeed, Dragonite, a near-divine Pokémon, had taken on the role of a delivery person, as had some Charizards, though their irritable temperaments made them less desirable for such tasks. Now, Lin Yi was headed towards the Fire Dragon Valley, a place teeming with Charizards. Taking a deep breath, he said little more. Half an hour later, the taxi came to a halt. Lin Yi paid the fare and alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the vast orange-hued valley before him. Feeling a wave of heat wash over him. So, this is the Fire Dragon Valley. Just looking at the shimmering heat waves, one could tell it was home to numerous Charizards. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yi cautiously made his way forward. He could not afford to enter openly. As he still did not wish to meet his demise, the Charizard exhibited a rather exclusionary demeanor, particularly towards someone like him, whose primary intention was to capture a mere Charmander. To the eyes of an ordinary person, the high-tier Pokémon and their low-tier counterparts seemingly held no significant relationship. They were often unaware of one another's existence. Even upon witnessing the capture of a lower-tier creature, they would seldom intervene. The reality corroborated this notion for typical Pokémon. The capture of a low-tier companion elicited no response. However, Charizards were an exception. Each Charmander that evolved into a Charizard underwent a multitude of trials, with countless Charmanders and Charmeleons succumbing along the way for various reasons. Thus, Pokémon that ascended to Charizard status generally took the responsibility of safeguarding their lower-tier kin. It was precisely this dynamic that rendered Lin Yi's current endeavor perilously fraught with risk. Stealthily approaching the periphery of Charizard Valley, Lin Yi's gaze penetrated the chasm, directing his attention towards the valley's core. The mere sight of it sent a chill racing down his spine, for within lay hundreds of Charizards engaged in various activities, sleeping, battling, training, and mating. Amidst these formidable creatures, 3 adorable Charmanders frolicked playfully, embodying the quintessential charm of their initial forms, which invariably faded as they evolved, replaced by an aura of terror or majesty. The Charizard before him, devoid of any vestige of cuteness, radiated a commanding presence intrinsic to dragons. Determined, Lin Yi inhaled deeply, his figure darting forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the nearest Charmander, which appeared rather oblivious and was the closest to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the little creature in his arms and spun around to flee. Lin Yi's speed was remarkable. At that moment, he did not even consider releasing his Pokémon, for he understood that whether it was Charmeleon, Squirtle, or Riolu, each would only manage to hold their ground for a fleeting second before facing certain death. Thus, he refrained from such actions. A tremendous roar erupted from Charizard Valley. A few Charizards, initially caught off guard by Lin Yi's presence, swiftly comprehended his intentions upon spotting the squawking Charmander in his grasp. In an instant, 3 Charizards soared into the air, unleashing a cacophony of roars while belching forth flames aimed directly at him. Feeling the searing heat of the flames surging from behind, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Yi's eyes. He evaded with impressive agility, but the swiftness of humans paled in comparison to that of Pokémon. Despite his utmost efforts, he was ultimately struck by a fiery blast, sending him tumbling forward. The Charmander in his arms was violently hurled to the ground, emitting a distressed cry. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from the 3 Charizards behind him, Lin Yi's expression steadied, devoid of any hesitation. He swiftly produced a Pokeball and pressed the activation button. With a peculiar cry, Charmeleon materialized before him, positioning itself protectively behind Lin Yi. Upon witnessing the Charmeleon, the 3 Charizards hesitated, evidently reluctant to engage against one of their own. Indeed, Charizards harbored a unique bond with Charmeleons and Charmanders, disinclined to strike directly. "It seems I must rely on you now, Charmeleon," Lin Yi murmured, discreetly retrieving an unused Pokeball and tapping it against the Charmander's head. The little creature, caught off guard, was promptly absorbed into the ball. Though Lin Yi had not engaged in any battle to capture the Charmander, the primary reason lay in its bewilderment, rendering it devoid of any desire to resist. It was simply too frightened to react, thus facilitating its capture. "Charmeleon, use String Shot," Lin Yi bellowed as the 3 Charizards began to close in. With a shriek, the Charmander unleashed a stream of yellowish silk, ensnaring the 3 Charizards. This unexpected turn of events left the Charizards momentarily stunned, as they had not anticipated that the opposing Charmander could wield such a bug-type move, an ability entirely beyond their own capabilities. Seizing the opportunity as the Charizards remained immobilized, Lin Yi shouted, "Charmeleon, use Water Gun." The Charmeleon puffed out its cheeks and unleashed a powerful jet of water, striking the nearest Charizard. The Charizard, taken aback, stared in shock at the Charmeleon before being knocked back, though it sustained no injuries, its expression a mix of surprise and confusion. While the water-type, Water Gun, indeed inflicted double damage upon the fire-type Charizard, it ultimately lacked the potency to deliver significant harm due to the inherent disparity in their elemental attributes. Nevertheless, taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yi scrambled back to his feet and sprinted towards the valley's entrance, now less than 100 meters away. Should he manage to escape this valley, his mission would be deemed a success. Just then, Lin Yi felt an immense wave of heat radiating from behind him. A terrifying surge of warmth engulfed Charmeleon. Charmeleon! Lin Yi shouted in alarm, clearly unprepared for the Charizard's ferocity directed towards its own kind. However, he soon realized that the Charizard likely perceived Charmeleon's abilities as indicative of a mutant or disguised form, prompting their ruthless response. Damn it! It appears my strength is insufficient for such a high-level locale, Lin Yi muttered, hastily recalling Charmeleon into its Pokeball and continuing his sprint towards the entrance. Just as he neared the threshold, only 30 meters away, a colossal Charizard descended, blocking the entrance with its formidable bulk. This specimen appeared approximately 10% larger than the average Charizard, exuding an aura of grandeur and might. Is this the elite Charizard of this valley? Lin Yi pondered, standing before this imposing figure with a gaze filled with trepidation. Within this Charizard Valley, there were hundreds of Charizards, among which naturally existed both the powerful and the feeble. For instance, Ash's Charizard, upon its arrival at Charizard Valley, was among the weakest of its kind. Only through relentless training could it hope to grow in strength. The moment of destiny arrived. Lin Yi murmured, his gaze unwavering, infused with an insatiable desire to challenge the limits. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward with every ounce of strength, disregarding the tumultuous winds and the onslaught of Charizards surrounding him. The opposing Charizard, taken aback by Lin Yi's audacity, gaped wide, a terrifying inferno coalescing within its maw. Dragon's Fury. The dreadful flames surged forth towards Lin Yi, who, in a perilous roll, narrowly evaded the scorching onslaught. At that moment, he found himself within a mere 5 meters of the Charizard, which brandished its lethal claws, intent on tearing him to shreds. Spotting a patch of ground beneath the Charizard, Lin Yi propelled himself off the earth with his left foot, agile as an eel slipping through the Charizard's grasp. Upon emerging into the slightly chilly expanse outside, Lin Yi felt an exhilarating rush. I made it, I escaped. He bellowed, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Against all odds, he had fled from Charizard Valley, and even brought along a little Charmander. This was truly a feat unprecedented in history. However, just then, a colossal flame-imbued tail struck him fiercely from behind. Lin Yi's body soared like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground. As he felt the intense pain coursing through him, his brow furrowed tightly. Instinctively, he turned to glance back, and indeed, the massive Charizard was slowly advancing towards him. Clearly irked by his earlier mockery, its fury had escalated to the point of pursuing him beyond Charizard Valley, prepared for a deadly confrontation. Yet, Lin Yi lacked the capacity to engage in such a battle. A hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. Am I to meet my end here? Just as images of his fleeting life began to flash through his mind, a thunderous shout interrupted him. Lin Yi, get in the car. Hearing that familiar voice, he turned to see Xiao Kuei barreling towards him in an off-road vehicle. The vehicle collided with the Charizard, sending it sprawling. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaoqing leapt from the vehicle, seizing Lin Yi and pulling him inside. Xiao Kuei slammed the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle surged forth like a roaring beast, racing away into the distance. The enraged Charizard let out a furious roar, yet was powerless to stop them. What are you doing here? Lin Yi asked wearily, gazing at Lin Xiaoqing and Xiao Kuei. I searched every corner of Pallet Town for you, only to discover that not a single Charmander or Charmeleon was available. While Charmander may not be the most sought-after Pokemon, it is improbable that every shop would be devoid of them. Thus, I realized someone was targeting you. To prevent a sneak attack upon your emergence, I brought Lin Xiaoqing to rescue you. Xiao Kuei chattered on, and upon hearing her words, Lin Yi nodded slightly. Initially, he might not have grasped the gravity of the situation, but now he recognized that he was indeed being targeted. Clenching his fists tightly, a mix of fury and helplessness flickered in his eyes. At this juncture, only 2 individuals had taken action against him: the despicable Zhang Yudong, who would stop at nothing to thwart him, and the likely culprit, the princess of the Shangguan family. Chapter 51, Escaping from Death. No wonder I felt an unusual ease upon leaving the Shangguan estate. It seems the true challenges lie ahead. Lin Yi ultimately set his sights on the Shangguan princess, recalling the faint, mocking smile she often wore. Initially, he mistook her demeanor for a hint of affection, only to later realize that she regarded him as nothing more than an ordinary person, laughing at his audacity to negotiate with the Shangwan family over trivial matters. However, Lin Yi now understood he could not afford to err further. He must swiftly teach the Charmander the moves, String Shot, and Water Gun, and then deliver it to the Shangwan princess. Only then could he resolve this predicament. The longer he delayed, the greater the danger he faced. Weavy escaped danger. Haven Tiwi? At that moment, Lin Xiaoqing spoke up, still shaken from witnessing the massive Charizard. However, Xiao Kuei's response took her by surprise. Not at all. One could say our flight has only just begun. The instant her words left her lips, a massive fireball erupted beside the off-road vehicle. The explosion rocked the vehicle violently. The interior temperature soared to an unbearable level, sweat pouring from the brows of Lin Yi and his companions. What is happening? Aren't they supposed to remain within Charizard Valley? Lin Yi inquired slowly, yet Xiao Kuei shook her head in response. Typically, Charizards refrain from leaving their valley because they are disturbed from their slumber. But you are different. You directly captured one of their young, and judging by the intensity of this pursuit, there must be dozens of Charizards behind us, indicating that the Charmander you captured is surely the offspring of their leader. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi turned to peer behind him. Sure enough, dozens of Charizards soared in the sky, angrily pursuing him. Damn it, is my luck truly this abysmal? Lin Yi muttered, an air of resignation enveloping him. His misfortune seemed insurmountable. Not only had he inadvertently provoked the deranged Zhang Yudong, but now he had also drawn the attention of the Shangwan princess. And all he had done was capture one little Charmander. Yet this cascade of events had unfolded. What should we do next? Are we to halt and confront these Charizards? A flicker of combat fervor sparked in Lin Xiaoqing's eyes. Since signing with Eevee, she had yet to engage in a proper battle. Thus, she naturally yearned for a legitimate fight to unleash her pent-up energy. However, Lin Yi swiftly delivered a light smack to her head. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Let us not forget that our Pokémon have only reached their second evolutionary stage. How could they possibly contend with a fully evolved Charizard? Not to mention the dozens of Charizards lurking behind us. If we were to halt our battle, we would be engulfed in flames in an instant. Just as Lin Yi and Lin Xiaoqing began to feel a twinge of anxiety, the opposing Xiao Kuei suddenly chuckled and said, "Fear not. I shall take care of this matter. My driving skills are quite commendable." With that declaration, he slammed down on the accelerator, propelling the off-road vehicle to an exhilarating speed. If the vehicle moments ago resembled a ferocious beast leisurely strolling, then now it embodied a hunting cheetah in pursuit of its prey. He exerted every ounce of speed, disregarding his own exhaustion, and surged forward at full throttle. Although terrifying fireballs continued to rain down around the vehicle, a few even striking it directly, leaving it battered and charred, Lin Yi ultimately breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the Charizards receding further into the distance. "I owe you my life," Lin Yi murmured, his gaze imbued with a hint of determination. "What do you mean by debts? Once you help me secure the championship at the Pewter City Pokemon Tournament, it will all be worth it," Xiao Kuei replied with a smile, deftly shifting the topic. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded slightly. From his perspective, it seemed that all his actions were merely to assist in Xiao Kuei's quest for victory in the tournament. Yet, the true motives behind his actions eluded him. Only Xiao Kuei harbored that knowledge. Soon, the group returned to the Grand Villa. As they stepped inside, the three collapsed onto the sofa, utterly spent. Although Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing had not engaged in any strenuous activity, the heart-pounding events they had just witnessed left them drained. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had directly endured the onslaught of Charizard flames and a powerful tail whip, felt an intense soreness throughout his body. However, he was surprised to discover that his physical condition was likely superior to that of an ordinary human. At the very least, when faced with a Charizard, he was not easily vanquished by a single blow. Upon rough estimation, he felt that his physical prowess had reached a level akin to that of Ash. It was needless to say that this was undoubtedly the work of the Pokémon Modifier system, a hidden enhancement granted to him. Lin Yi found himself quite enamored with this newfound strength. The foremost priority now was to teach his Charmander the skills, String Shot, and Water Gun. He murmured, drawing the attention of the two women beside him. "What are you two staring at?" he asked, scratching his nose. "Bro, can you really teach Charmander abilities that it would not normally learn through training?" Lin Xiaoqing inquired earnestly. "Indeed. I am also curious about how you managed to accomplish this," Xiao Kuei added. With a slight sigh, Lin Yi smiled and replied, "My unique training methods can indeed achieve this, but it is a technique that only I can employ. Even if I were to divulge it to you, it would be in vain." Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuei immediately understood, recognizing Lin Yi's reluctance to share his method. It was entirely reasonable. For if this technique were to spread widely, it could profoundly alter the current state of Pokémon battles, an essential aspect for the entire Pokémon world. Chapter 52. Revisiting the Shangwan residence. Ultimately, Lin Yi refrained from revealing his methods to the two women. The first reason was that he genuinely could not disclose it. If he were to reveal his identity as a system user and a transmigrator, they would likely regard him as deranged, with an 80% probability of doing so, while the remaining 20% might lead to other bizarre reactions. Particularly concerning was Lin Xiaoqing. Should she learn that he was not truly her brother, but rather a soul from another world, the extent of her suffering and distress was unfathomable. In contrast, Xiao Kuei exhibited a higher degree of acceptance, for her initial acquaintance had been with the present Lin Yi, leaving no room for doubt. After bidding farewell to the two women, Lin Yi retreated to his room with his Pokémon. This room was of a similar size to his own at home, yet it was evidently far more exquisite. The aquarium specially crafted for Squirtle and the cozy nook designed for Charmeleon were exponentially superior to those in Lin Yi's original room. Squirtle, Zhao. Upon their arrival, both Squirtle and Charmeleon hopped gleefully to their respective sleeping spots, appearing remarkably at ease. Lin Yi glanced at Charmeleon, relieved to see that it had not sustained significant injuries. Earlier, witnessing Charmeleon engulfed in terrifying flames, he had feared for its demise. Yet, it seemed he had underestimated the Pokémon's remarkable recovery abilities. Subsequently, Lin Yi retrieved his final Pokeball and released Riolu. As it materialized, Riolu stood poised, its graceful form alertly scanning its surroundings. The unfamiliar environment heightened its vigilance, but upon spotting Lin Yi, it revealed a flicker of trust in its smile. Clearly, Riolu understood that Lin Yi had rescued it and accepted it as a Pokémon, rather than taking advantage of its vulnerability, leading to an exponential increase in its fondness for him. Lin Yi even speculated that Riolu's affection for him might have reached the threshold of 224 points necessary for evolution. Should he level Riolu up, it would evolve into Lucario. However, the system did not allow him to view the affection level between himself and his Pokémon, leaving him at a loss. Nonetheless, he recognized that there was no need to rush the matter. Riolu, what kind of dwelling do you prefer? I can prepare one for you, he offered. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Riolu slowly shook its head and pointed towards a corner of the wall. You mean you'd prefer to stay in the corner? Lin Yi queried. At this, Riolu nodded affirmatively, observing the determination in Riolu's gaze. Lin Yi understood that it was not merely trying to spare him expenses, it genuinely favored the comfort of a corner. Faced with this situation, Lin Yi could only shrug in agreement. After arranging a suitable space for Riolu, his attention finally turned to the last Pokémon he had recently captured, Charmander. Taking a deep breath, he released Charmander. The little creature looked around in fear, seemingly bewildered. This Charmander had not yet reached a level of combat readiness. It was evident that it was a Pokémon that had only recently hatched. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortlessly captured by Lin Yi without any semblance of resistance. Charmander, fret not. Although I have taken you away from your parents, as long as you behave well, I assure you that Miss Shangwan will treat you kindly. Lin Yi reassured with a smile. In truth, this was indeed the case. Although the little princess of the Shangwan family possessed her peculiarities, when it came to Pokémon she genuinely adored, she would undoubtedly exert her utmost effort to cherish them. After all, the number of little fire dragons in the world capable of using both string shot and water gun is exceedingly rare. At this moment, only Lin Yi's Charmeleon possesses such abilities, though in a couple of days, the little fire dragon before him will also master them. This unique Pokémon, unparalleled across the globe, is one that no one would dare to neglect. As long as the little fire dragon can endure until it signs a contract with the princess of the Shangwan family, its future life will undoubtedly become stable. Although the Shangwan princess has a rather peculiar disposition and shows no compassion for the lives of Pokémon, she is certainly not foolish enough to exploit or abandon her contracted Pokémon recklessly, as that would constitute a significant loss for her. That night, Lin Yi slept soundly, feeling that his life was finally on the right track. If he could successfully befriend the Shangwan princess through this endeavor, his existence in this city would significantly improve. Individuals like Zhang Yudong would have to reconsider their opposition to him, bearing in mind the princess's stance. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed. On the third day at noon, coinciding with the weekend, Lin Yi opted not to attend class. As soon as the cooldown for his replication ability concluded, he directly copied the water gun skill from Squirtle to the little fire dragon. After confirming through the system's detection feature that the little fire dragon had indeed learned both string shot and water gun, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was time to act without delay, lest unforeseen complications arise. Muttering to himself, Lin Yi captured the little fire dragon in a Pokeball and set off toward the Shangguan estate once more, accompanied by several of his Pokemon. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards merely glanced at him, said nothing, and after inquiring about his purpose, allowed him entry. Once inside, they began whispering among themselves. While this man was somewhat handsome, he was not extraordinarily so. How had he managed to connect with the princess of the Shangguan family? Who could say? Regardless, this pretty boy was destined for a life of indulgence. Envy and jealousy permeated the air. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, the guard's words would have caused him considerable embarrassment had he heard them. Presently, despite possessing nothing beyond the system and a handful of Pokemon, he would never consider himself a mere gigolo. Even if the princess of the Shangguan family wished to support him, he would not acquiesce. Upon entering the room, his gaze fell upon the initial white-haired woman. "Hello, Miss Shangguan," Lin Yi greeted with a smile. However, the woman merely shot him a cold glance, uttered not a word, and turned to leave. Lin Yi was taken aback, observing the small red handprint on the woman's cheek. Chapter 53, I Want to Kill. Watching the white-haired woman depart, Lin Yi was left bewildered about what had transpired. Yet, he discerned that something unpleasant had occurred, as evidenced by the handprint. Whoever had struck her must have exerted considerable force. "Big brother, how did it go? Did you accomplish what you promised?" A light, airy voice echoed from a distance, prompting Lin Yi to instinctively turn and behold the little girl standing there, a gleeful smile adorning her face. "Indeed, Miss Shangguan, I have fulfilled my task," Lin Yi replied, retrieving a Pokeball from his pocket and pressing the button. As a crimson light flashed, the little fire dragon materialized before them. The little fire dragon did not emit any sounds of distress. Rather, it appeared slightly wary as it surveyed its surroundings. "Oh, is this the one?" The little girl bounced forward, scrutinizing the little fire dragon from head to toe. The little fire dragon, appearing somewhat frightened, instinctively retreated and clung to Lin Yi's leg. Witnessing this scene, both Lin Yi and the little girl were momentarily stunned. They understood that the little fire dragon had not yet entered into a contract with Lin Yi. Thus, the fact that it sought refuge beside him indicated that he must have treated it well. Yet, Lin Yi did not share that sentiment. He considered his treatment of the little fire dragon rather ordinary. "Big brother, let him demonstrate water gun and string shot," the little girl cheerfully urged, a shadow of something darker flickering in her eyes. She harbored no desire for her Pokemon to form a close bond with another, especially not one that might overshadow their connection. Lin Yi instinctively swallowed hard, fully aware that the little girl's gaze carried that hint of darkness directed at him. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the little fire dragon. "Little fire dragon, use water gun." As his command fell, the little fire dragon tilted its large head, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. At that moment, Lin Yi realized he was in trouble. Although he knew the little fire dragon had learned water gun and string shot, the creature was still quite young, likely not yet capable of executing them effectively. Noticing Lin Yi's predicament, a smirk crept onto the little girl's lips. "Big brother, did you just randomly grab a little fire dragon to deceive me?" Her voice, though melodious and inviting, carried an icy tone that sent a chill down Lin Yi's spine. "No, I would never do such a thing. It's just that she's too young, perhaps unable to fully grasp both abilities yet." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi was about to say more when the little girl interjected. "If that is the case, then I shall no longer trouble you." With that, the little girl's lips curled into a slight smile, and with a flick of her left hand, a scyther burst forth from the adjacent room. This green scyther brandished its massive pincers, adorned with a pale blue collar around its neck. Clearly, this scyther was also under the little girl's control. Upon emerging, it charged toward Lin Yi and the little fire dragon at breakneck speed. "What are you planning to do?" Lin Yi exclaimed, his expression one of surprise as he instinctively recoiled. The scyther's pincers came crashing down toward the little fire dragon. If the little fire dragon failed to react, this blow would undoubtedly reduce it to a mere pulp. The disparity in their levels was staggering. In this moment of peril, the little fire dragon opened its mouth and, with a puff, unleashed a stream of yellowish water. The force of the stream was not particularly strong, akin to that of a garden hose, yet it struck the scyther, causing its body to momentarily stiffen before it landed on the ground without launching another attack. "Ha! It seems Big Brother truly succeeded. This little fire dragon can indeed use water gun." The little girl danced joyfully to the little fire dragon's side, her face alight with delight as she regarded the creature, already considering it her own Pokemon. "Since the water gun has already been utilized, there is no need to verify this string shot. I trust that the elder brother would not deceive me." With that said, the little girl cradled the trembling little fire dragon in her arms and gently waved her hand, causing the flying mantis to glance at Lin Yi before returning to the adjacent room. At that moment, Lin Yi instinctively swallowed hard, completely taken aback by the ruthlessness of this little girl. To merely conduct an experiment, she had dispatched a creature as formidable as the flying mantis. Had the little fire dragon not employed skills such as water gun or string shot, it would have likely faced dire consequences. Observing Lin Yi's expression, the little girl smiled and remarked, "I admit my previous consideration was lacking, but rest assured, I have already taught him a lesson." After saying this, she joyfully played with the little fire dragon. Hearing her words, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, uncertain of her meaning. After a brief hesitation, he turned to leave. Just then, the little girl suddenly spoke up, "Elder brother, don't you wish to ask for something from me? With your impressive training skills, I am sure I will need your assistance in the future, so it would be wise to request something from me now." Her words were crystal clear, laced with an unsettling undertone that sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. He realized that if he were to decline any request at this moment, he would likely find himself unable to exit through the door. This world operates under such logic. If one freely offers something of considerable value, the recipient is unlikely to believe it. Conversely, if one presents stringent conditions, demanding substantial wealth or significant items, the other party is more inclined to trust. And this was precisely the situation at hand. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi turned to the little girl and stated, "I desire money, a substantial sum." Upon hearing his request, the little girl burst into laughter, then produced a black bank card from her pocket and tossed it to Lin Yi. "There is 1 million within, and the password is simply the first 6 digits of the card number. It's a gift." As Lin Yi picked up the card, he made another request. "I wish to kill someone." Chapter 54. The Threat of the White-Haired Woman. Killing someone? The little girl perked up with interest, bouncing over to Lin Yi and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Who has angered the elder brother? Who do you wish to eliminate? I can assist you." Gazing into the little girl's innocent smile, Lin Yi nodded slightly and replied, "Zhang Yudong. At this stage, I must eliminate him to ensure he no longer dares to act against me." "Oh, is he the classmate you have recently transferred from? I never expected the elder brother to harbor such murderous intent towards him, but that is acceptable." The little girl giggled, her eyes devoid of any fear regarding the impending act of murder, and instead radiated excitement. However, just as Lin Yi felt astonished at how easily the matter of Zhang Yudong seemed to be resolved, the little girl's tone shifted. "But I cannot act directly. Although the Shangwan family is one of the 3 major families in this city, there are certain actions we cannot undertake. For instance, murder. If I were to send someone to eliminate this Zhang Yudong, it would pose a significant challenge to our family. So, you understand what I mean." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was taken aback, then nodded slightly. "I understand. I will handle it myself, but I hope that afterward, no one will hold me accountable for this action. I trust this can be arranged." Lin Yi spoke with determination. He needed to eliminate Zhang Yudong, and since she could not take action, he would do it himself. Yet, he was acutely aware of the consequences of taking matters into his own hands, hence he required assurance. The little girl nodded in agreement. "Of course, tomorrow night. This Zhang Yudong will find himself in a predicament after angering some delinquents while out, and he will be cruelly dispatched by their Pokémon. Does that sound plausible?" "Thank you." Lin Yi nodded and turned to leave, departing without a trace. Watching him retreat, the little girl held her little fire dragon and smiled slightly. "It seems that a formidable figure is about to emerge in true New City. I have never witnessed an ordinary person so resolutely determined to kill. How intriguing." With that, the little girl's gaze returned to the little fire dragon in her arms. "Now that you have mastered water gun, you must have also learned string shot. You are now a unique little fire dragon in the world, making you eligible to sign a contract with me. Fear not, I shall treat you well." The little girl, Bai Zhe, said with a beaming smile, her eyes filled with affection and excitement. Although the little fire dragon could not comprehend her words, it remained thrilled nonetheless. Stepping out of the modest room, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. He understood that he had managed to rid himself of 2 troubles thus far, with one completely resolved and the remaining one destined to conclude by tomorrow evening. Just as he exited the villa, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Wait." Upon hearing the cold voice, Lin Yi turned to see the white-haired woman from earlier standing there. She was also a member of the Shangwan family, though her status was not as elevated as that of the little girl. "Miss Shangwan, is there something you need?" Lin Yi inquired with a hint of respect. However, noticing his demeanor, the white-haired woman quickly approached him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Did you truly teach the little fire dragon, water gun, and string shot?" Lin Yi nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have accomplished this. Otherwise, the little Princess Shangwan would not have allowed me to leave, would she?" Upon hearing this, the white-haired woman nodded slightly. "That is true. Although my sister appears quite adorable, she is ruthless. If you dare deceive her, it would be far worse than death. After saying this, her gaze shifted slightly as she continued. If you genuinely possess such abilities, then perhaps you could assist me as well. With a slight smile, the white-haired woman spoke, yet her smile tugged at a wound on her left cheek, distorting her expression momentarily. Lin Yi noticed the small handprint on her face. If he had been unsure of its origin before, he now recognized it. Clearly, this mark was left by the little girl in the room. This revelation made him understand that despite being members of the same family, the little princess Shangwan enjoyed far greater resources and influence than the other Shangwan sisters. Miss Shangwan, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lin Yi did not acquiesce to her request. He was unaware of the enmity between the white-haired woman and the little girl. However, he could sense that they were fundamentally not on the same side. Thus, it was impossible for him to aid the little girl while simultaneously assisting this woman. Such a course of action would leave him with nothing, ultimately rendering him a mere fence-sitter, easily disposed of by either party. Observing Lin Yi's current demeanor, the silver-haired woman displayed a flicker of surprise in her gaze, which was swiftly replaced by resentment. You must carefully consider your words. I am granting you one more opportunity. Tell me, are you willing to assist me? The silver-haired woman declared this with a commanding tone, her eyes radiating an unervingly frigid clarity. It appeared that if Lin Yi were to refuse her once more, she would not hesitate to take action right then and there. At that moment, Lin Yi turned to face her directly, resolutely shaking his head. I'm sorry, Miss Shangwan, but I cannot assist you in this matter. With that, he turned once more to leave. Lin Yi, the silver-haired woman called out sharply, casting a venomous glare in his direction. Do not presume that your connection with that little girl elevates your status. I could eliminate you in an instant if I so desired. I am aware, yet you have already taken action against me, have you not? Lin Yi replied slowly, his gaze fixed on the distant silver-haired woman, an icy chill lurking within his eyes. What did you say? The silver-haired woman instinctively took a step back, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation and evasion. Initially, I believed my inability to procure a little fire dragon in this city was due to Zhang Yodong's influence. But I later discerned that while his family may be somewhat elitist, they certainly do not possess such power. Thus, another must be at play, and that person is you. Is it not? Lin Yi stated coldly, a trace of resignation evident in his expression. He had not anticipated that he had drawn the ire of this silver-haired woman. Chapter 55, A Firm Refusal. Observing Lin Yi's demeanor, the silver-haired woman was momentarily taken aback before a cruel smile crept upon her lips, nodding in acknowledgement. You are correct. It was indeed my doing. I instructed them to gather all the little fire dragons with the intent of compelling you to venture into the Fire Dragon Valley. Why? Lin Yi inquired, perplexed, as he could not fathom where he had offended this seemingly unhinged woman. It was worth noting that they had only met once before, and during that encounter, their exchanges were notably scant. Thus, he was utterly oblivious to how he had incurred her wrath. Why? For no particular reason. I simply found you amusing. I wished to ascertain whether a human could emerge from Fire Dragon Valley, and clearly, you succeeded. The woman exclaimed, her eyes glinting with a hint of madness. Moreover, you not only escaped from Fire Dragon Valley, but you also brought forth the offspring of its leader. Otherwise, do you believe so many fire dragons would have targeted you? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. You have been investigating me? What else could it be? You, a stranger who suddenly approached my sister, naturally piqued my curiosity. How could I allow you to interact with her without scrutiny? What if you harbored malicious intentions? The silver-haired woman shrugged, feigning innocence as though all her actions were for her sister's sake. However, Lin Yi could see through her deception. Her motivations were certainly not for the well-being of the little girl, and the bond between them was far from the affection they pretended to share. In fact, there was an undercurrent of animosity. Otherwise, the little girl would not have struck him. Lin Yi had come to realize that her slap was likely a result of the little girl discovering the woman's schemes against him, thus coming to his aid. And so, I present you with a choice. Will you aid me, or will you lend your support to her? The silver-haired woman offered her final proposition, her gaze piercing into Lin Yi with a frosty intensity. Just as Lin Yi was about to voice his refusal, the silver-haired woman abruptly shifted her tone. What I offer you far surpasses what she can provide. Do you desire wealth? I can grant you 10 million. Do you wish for bloodshed? I can assist you in eliminating her family from Vermilion City. The silver-haired woman presented two alluring conditions before Lin Yi could utter a word of refusal. In every conceivable way, these offers eclipsed those presented by the little girl, who had merely offered 1 million without the prospect of direct action, only offering to cover Lin Yi's tracks. Observing this situation, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of unease creeping in. The conditions put forth by this woman were excessively generous, to the point of being temptingly enticing. Yet ultimately, Lin Yi shook his head. I'm sorry, Miss Shangwan, but I have enough already. Witnessing Lin Yi's continued refusal, a glimmer of malice surfaced in the silver-haired woman's eyes. Then, she forced a smile, a seductive smile. She delicately adjusted her collar, exposing a significant portion of her fair collarbone. With a sultry stride, she approached Lin Yi, extending her slender finger to tease his chin. Little brother, if you do not desire wealth or my assistance in murder, then what you truly seek is me. Am I correct? If you are willing to assist me, I could certainly accommodate you. The silver-haired woman spoke with a playful allure in her eyes, her beguiling demeanor irresistible to any man. Lin Yi felt a fire igniting within him. However, just as the woman's hand was about to graze his chest, he swiftly took a step back, evading her touch. Miss Shangwan, please conduct yourself with dignity. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Having uttered this, Lin Yi turned and departed the expansive estate at the swiftest pace possible. As he fled, the silver-haired woman's gaze held a mixture of astonishment and a cold smirk. Heh, if neither money, power, nor beauty can sway you, then what is it that you truly desire, Lin Yi? Lin Yi remained oblivious to why the silver-haired woman was so intent on winning him over, compelling him to join her ranks. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not accept her gifts, for doing so would undoubtedly draw the ire of the little girl. Even if her offerings were paltry in comparison, not even reaching a fraction of what the silver-haired woman proposed, Lin Yi could not shift allegiance to her side. He sensed that the conflict between the silver-haired woman and the little girl was an internal matter of the Shangwan family. As an outsider, he should have remained uninvolved. Yet due to the previous incident in the underground arena, he found himself entangled. Now, inexplicably, he had aligned himself with the little girl. Coming to this realization, Lin Yi shook his head slightly, feeling a twinge of exasperation. It seems prudent for me to keep my distance from the Shangwan family in the future. At this rate, I could find myself unexpectedly eliminated without even knowing how it transpired. With a faint sigh, Lin Yi hastened back to the villa belonging to Xiao Kuei. As for the modest abode he called home, it was the sole property bequeathed to him by his parents, yet Lin Yi had nearly resigned himself to its fate. He had even enlisted Xiao Kuei's assistance in selling the house. Regardless of the circumstances, he had no intention of returning to that small room, for its security measures were woefully inadequate. Continuing to reside there would leave him vulnerable to unforeseen ambushes should he inadvertently offend someone. Clutching the black bank card in his hand, it was impossible for Lin Yi to suppress his excitement. Previously, he had fought valiantly in the underground arena, managing to earn a mere 90,000. Yet now, simply by assisting the little girl in acquiring a small dragon capable of using water gun and string shot, he had secured 1 million, along with a voucher for protection against murder. Such a fortuitous windfall was enough to send Lin Yi into a state of exhilaration. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm that existed between the upper and lower echelons of society. Even a seemingly insignificant little girl from the upper class could easily produce enough wealth to sustain someone from the lower class for an entire lifetime. Even the less favored miss by FA from the Shangwan family could readily offer him 10 million. Chapter 56. Indulging in Luxury. Upon entering the room, Lin Yi's gaze instinctively swept around. His eyes quickly fell upon Lin Xiaoqing, who was leisurely reclining on the sofa with her legs crossed, watching television. Beside her sat an impeccably groomed EV, its fur shining brilliantly. "Brother, why are you back so early today?" Lin Xiaoqing asked, surprised to see him, as he had been returning home late for the past few days, sometimes even spending the night outside. She was aware that Lin Yi had been training Pokémon with Xiao Kuei in preparation for the upcoming Pokémon competition in a month's time. Today is a rest day, and it's not yet time for training. I came to take you out for a feast, Lin Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoqing sprang up from the sofa, her eyes wide with anticipation. Really, brother? What kind of feast are we having? By the way, have you resolved the issue with the Shangwan family? Lin Yi and Lin Xiaoqing never concealed significant matters from each other, so she was naturally aware of the threat posed by the Shangwan family. Seeing Lin Yi return unscathed, she felt compelled to inquire. Lin Yi nodded and recounted the events that had transpired with the Shangwan family. What? That white-haired woman is offering you 10 million and helping you eliminate a small family? She even intends to give herself to you? Lin Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she scrutinized Lin Yi, searching for signs of fever. However, upon meeting his calm gaze, she realized he was indeed telling the truth. Wait a minute, you were always like this before. How come I never noticed any rich women wanting to support you? Why is it suddenly happening now? Lin Yi found himself somewhat speechless at her words and playfully swatted her on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? She merely appreciates my training methods, he retorted. After a moment's hesitation, he added, But perhaps there is something I am unaware of. Maybe you are right after all. She truly has taken an interest in me. At this moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of vanity. He held some confidence in his appearance. Had it not been for the fact that Pokemon generally garnered more affection than their trainers in this world, he wouldn't have felt so despondent. Even so, a few admirers had expressed their affection for him, though he had dismissed them with indifference. At least for now. He had no intention of addressing such matters. He would wait until after his college entrance examinations. Narcissist. Lin Xiaoqing teased, sticking out her tongue and pouting. By the way, what about Xiao Kuei and the homeroom teacher? Aren't they back yet? Lin Yi inquired. Lin Xiaoqing shrugged and replied. That bald homeroom teacher doesn't he live here? He left last night and hasn't he returned. As for Sister Xiao Kuei, it seems she went out to work. At this, Lin Yi recalled his encounter with Xiao Kuei at the barbecue duck restaurant. How could I forget that? She seems to work every weekend. I wonder why. Saying this, Lin Yi gently patted Lin Xiaoqing's shoulder and urged, quickly change your clothes. I'll take you out for a grand meal. Okay. As Lin Xiaoqing went to change, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the EV lounging on the sofa. This particular EV possessed a hidden ability called Danger Sense, which allowed it to anticipate the danger of opponents' moves in the game and, in reality, could sense considerable threats. It was a remarkable trait, enabling Lin Xiaoqing to avoid numerous perils. At that moment, the EV opened its eyes and fixed its gaze on Lin Yi, baring its teeth in a display that suggested it was ready to pounce. Seeing this, Lin Yi paused momentarily before a smile graced his face. It seems Xiaoqing has yet to tame you. You still don't know who holds the reins in this household. With that, Lin Yi retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and pressed the button, causing a blue-black Lucario to materialize before him. As soon as it appeared, Lucario's gaze locked onto the snarling EV. Sensing Lucario's formidable presence, EV leaped off the sofa, bristling with fur and adopting a battle stance. Lucario, give him a gentle lesson. But be careful not to hurt him, Lin Yi instructed softly, to which Lucario nodded in response. In an instant, it appeared before EV, grasping it by the scruff of its neck and lifting it off the ground, leaving EV flailing helplessly. Then, Lucario raised its hand and playfully smacked EV's rear. Brother, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoqing emerged from her room, now clad in a kawaii outfit, only to find Lucario, teasing her EV. Return, Lucario. Lucario promptly released EV and returned to Lin Yi's side, though it did not return to its Pokeball. Most Pokemon disliked being confined within Pokeballs, as they felt it resembled a prison. Xiaoqing, it seems your EV is not well trained. It's showing its teeth at me, Lin Yi remarked. Taken aback, Lin Xiaoqing stepped forward to embrace her little EV and explained, this EV seems to have suffered significant emotional trauma. It won't heal easily. It will take at least a few months. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi shrugged and chose not to comment further. Finally, accompanied by Lin Xiaoqing and his 3 Pokemon, along with the little EV, he set off towards the barbecued scallion duck shop. With a fortune of 1 million now at his disposal, he naturally intended to indulge himself lavishly. The first step was to savor a serving of barbecued scallion duck for each person and Pokemon. Moments later, Lin Yi entered the establishment, and with a resounding thump on the table, he bellowed, Boss, bring me 7 servings of barbecued scallion duck. His proclamation drew bewildered glances from those around him, for while barbecued scallion duck was indeed pricey, never had anyone ordered such an extravagant quantity. Then, Xiao Kuei emerged from the kitchen, curious to see who was causing such a commotion. Upon recognizing Lin Yi, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are you really going to finish all that? Chapter 57, Xiao Kuei's Concerns. In the end, Lin Yi managed to consume all the barbecued scallion duck, but of course, it was not solely his doing. He had shared the feast with Lin Xiaoqing, his 3 Pokemon, and her EV, as well as Xiao Kuei. The 3 of them reclined in their chairs, clutching their bellies, exuding satisfaction. What is going on? How did you come into such wealth? Xiao Kuei asked Lin Yi, her expression one of astonishment. With a mischievous grin, Lin Yi retrieved a sleek black bank card from his pocket and slammed it onto the table. Guess how much is on this? His playful demeanor made others want to give him a good-natured smack. Beside him, Lin Xiaoqing mirrored his arrogance. Intrigued by the scene, Xiao Kuei picked up the bank card to inspect it closely, then fixed her gaze on Lin Yi and inquired. This card wouldn't happen to be given to you by the little princess of the Shangwan family, would it? Surprised by her astuteness, Lin Yi nodded and affirmed, indeed, it is. If that's the case, it must be at least in the 6-figure range, right? Lin Yi was taken aback by her accurate estimation. Yet he nodded once more. How did you guess so precisely? However, after receiving Lin Yi's confirmation, Xiao Kuei's brow furrowed slightly. She wouldn't be asking you to undertake any other tasks, would she? Noticing Xiao Kuei's anxious demeanor, Lin Yi suddenly sensed something amiss and straightened up. She has taken an interest in my skills and mentioned that she might seek my assistance in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuei's brow furrowed deeper. And after a lengthy pause, she sighed and took a sip of her drink. If that is the case, your future may not be so tranquil. Sister Xiao Kuei, what do you mean by that? Lin Xiaoqing, who had been oblivious to the underlying threat, looked at Xiao Kuei in confusion. Xiao Kuei did not hesitate to articulate her thoughts. At this moment, the Shangwan family is in the midst of a succession crisis, rife with internal strife. By aligning yourself with them now, you are essentially choosing sides. Although the faction of the little princess is likely to emerge victorious, the risks are substantial. That is indeed true. When I left, there was another young lady from the Shangwan family who sought to recruit me. Lin Yi then recounted the events that had transpired with the Shangwan family. After hearing Lin Yi's account, Xiao Kuei's expression grew more serious. So it was her targeting you from the very beginning. Since she approached you without confirming your authenticity, it indicates that she will definitely seek you out in the future. Xiao Kuei's worry intensified. She had initially believed Lin Yi had resolved his issues with the Shangwan family and could swiftly deal with Zhang Yudong the next night. However, it now appeared that Lin Yi had entangled himself with a far more formidable and terrifying entity, possibly one that was unhinged. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We can only take things one step at a time, Lin Yi remarked, waving his hand dismissively, his demeanor remarkably calm, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. Yet, the tension in his clenched fists revealed that he was indeed concerned. Subsequently, the group fell silent, and after finishing their meal, they proceeded to their destination. Lin Yi's destination was, of course, the outdoor training grounds, accompanied by Xiao Kuei. Her part-time job was merely to assist and did not yield much in terms of pay. She could leave at any time with just a word to the manager. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoqing, having obtained her EV, had not yet engaged in a proper battle. This time, she intended to train her EV in the wild, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly complicated. Her brother had stirred up too much trouble, and she was determined to enhance her strength to change the tide. Soon, they arrived at the outdoor training grounds. Xiao Kuei climbed into the tent for reasons unknown, while Lin Yi and Lin Xiaoqing shrugged and made their way to a nearby stream. With a slight smile, Lin Yi waved his hand, summoning a red and white Pokeball. And upon pressing the button, Squirtle materialized before him. Squirtle, as usual, donned its black sunglasses and the unchanged stone around its neck. Lin Yi was uncertain why Squirtle was so averse to evolving, yet he needed his Pokemon to attain high levels in a short time. Ding! Squirtle is currently at level 11. Would you like to upgrade Squirtle's level? Confirm. As Lin Yi mentally affirmed, Squirtle suddenly felt a surge of strength coursing through its body. Surprised, it glanced around, and a glow of evolution enveloped it. However, in the next moment, the unchanged stone around its neck suppressed the evolution. Its attributes and level increased. But it did not evolve. Gazing at Squirtle, now elevated to level 16, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment. His 3 Pokemon had reached levels 18, 16, and 20, respectively, which was sufficient for tackling ordinary foes at this stage. Furthermore, Squirtle's decision not to evolve could provide a surprise advantage during critical moments. Xiaoqing, let your EV join the battle. Lin Xiaoqing nodded and summoned her EV. Once EV appeared, it fixed its gaze intensely on Lin Yi, evidently remembering the previous encounter where Lin Yi and Riolu had bested it. However, with Xiaoqing present, EV refrained from attacking recklessly. Observing as Lin Xiaoqing swiftly directed EV to battle against a Magikarp, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Magikarp, a Pokemon with virtually no offensive capabilities, was the perfect training opponent for a novice trainer like Lin Xiaoqing. As Lin Yi cast his gaze toward the distant moon, the full orb hung high in the sky, illuminating the ground with its ethereal golden glow. By this time tomorrow, the moment of reckoning with Zhang Yudong would arrive. I sincerely hope that no mishaps occur then. Chapter 58. Zhang Yudong's Plea for Mercy. Inside a bar adorned with a dazzling array of delights, a figure that appeared to be merely a high school student danced joyfully, surrounded by 4 scantily clad barmaids who playfully teased him, much to his evident delight. Brother Dong, when shall we deal with that Lin Yi? He has become quite arrogant, piped up a sycophant with shifty eyes, though his attention was persistently diverted to the 4 barmaids, revealing his distracted demeanor. Zhang Yudong, however, paid him no mind. He had brought his underlings to this place to broaden their horizons. Moreover, these barmaids were not his women but merely staff, easily taken out if one had the means. Humph, let that brat prance about for a few more days. In 3 days, my cousin will return. He is a genius who has signed contracts with 3 Pokemon. And when the time comes, he will effortlessly incapacitate Lin Yi, Zhang Yudong declared, casually reaching out to fondle one of the barmaids, enjoying the sensation. The barmaid responded with a hint of a bashful smile, which greatly amused Zhang Yudong. Time flew by, and as the clock struck midnight, Zhang Yudong had finished his revelry. He left 2 of his cronies in the bar while he prepared to return home. This was a rule set by his family. Although they provided him with ample funds to indulge himself outside, he was obliged to return home each night to rest. Though Zhang Yudong scoffed at this rule, he understood that failure to comply would result in the forfeiture of all he held dear. Swaying slightly, he settled into his car, prompting the driver to nod and speed towards his residence. That damned Lin Yi. I shall see him dead one day. Zhang Yudong spat vehemently, yet his inebriation was evident, the frigid air biting against his face, rousing him slightly from his stupor. What is wrong with you? Why is it so cold? Close the window. Zhang Yudong frowned at the driver, his anger palpable. Damn it. I'll fire you tomorrow and hire a prettier lady to drive me. He berated, pointing an accusatory finger at the driver, who was now his 8th in succession. While his previous drivers had indeed been attractive, they could not withstand his abuses and had left. Of course, their departures were not voluntary. They had vanished in some desolate stretch, now mere bones. Naturally, their families had received substantial compensation, enough to silence any discussions regarding the matter. However, to Zhang Yudong's astonishment, the current driver displayed none of the anticipated fear or trepidation. Instead, the driver fiddled with various buttons in the car, speaking to himself. What does this button do? Oh, it's the air conditioning. No wonder it's so comfortable in this luxury vehicle. Apologies, Zhang, it's my first time driving. Please bear with me. Hearing this eerily familiar phrase, surprise washed over Zhang Yudong's face, his intoxication dissipating in an instant. He fixed his gaze on the driver, only to realize that it was Lin Yi, not the driver who had brought him here. Lin Yi, what is happening? How did you get here? Zhang Yudong stammered, a flicker of fear in his voice. Lin Yi merely smiled and replied, Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? I thought I'd give you the opportunity. And I trust you won't decline. Upon hearing this, a wave of panic surged within Zhang Yudong, though he forced himself to maintain composure. Don't do anything rash. This is a society governed by law. If you act recklessly, Before he could finish, Lin Yi interrupted him. Enough with the threats. We are well aware of your actions and your family's power. To be honest, the animosity between us hardly warrants a fight to the death. However, your behavior has crossed the line. Of course, this also relates to your privileged background. After all, those who possess such affluence seldom concern themselves with a petty individual who dares to provoke them. But you must understand, should a small figure ignite in fury, it can become a lesson in humility, as there are always those willing to risk everything. As Lin Yi spoke, Zhang Yudong's pupils dilated in shock. Lin Yi, what do you mean? You wish to fight me to the death? Why? Why would you dare to do this? Stop the car. With that, Zhang Yudong scrambled from the back seat, attempting to seize the steering wheel from Lin Yi. Yet, Lin Yi swiftly raised a hand, delivering a sharp slap to Zhang Yudong's face, sending him back into his seat. Zhang, it would be wise for you to prepare for the upcoming Pokémon battle. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee a fair match will be afforded to you, Lin Yi stated calmly. Yet to Zhang Yudong, it felt like the harbinger of death. A chilling sensation coursed through him, compelling Zhang Yudong to shiver involuntarily. He found himself obediently seated in the back. Having noticed the car's speed had reached 150 kilometers per hour, a perilous pace on this road. If he dared to wrest control of the wheel, they could very well meet a disastrous fate. As the vehicle sped onward, Zhang Yudong's thoughts raced just as swiftly. Every second felt like torment. Indeed, he could ascertain Lin Yi's intent for a fair Pokémon battle, yet he could also predict the outcome. He stood no chance against Lin Yi, which meant his demise. Or at the very least, that of his Pokémon. No, if Lin Yi had gone this far, he would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out upon Zhang Yudong's brow. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. Lin Yi, I admit my previous transgressions. Do you want money? Just name your price, and I will pay you immediately. I promise never to trouble you again. Just let me go. Chapter 59, Accusation. Money? Lin Yi scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Perhaps just a day ago, I was indeed in need of funds, but sorry, I am not lacking in that regard now. As for your life, I'm not necessarily intent on taking it. However, given the current circumstances, you know I cannot back down. So, my dear Zhang, prepare yourself for the Pokémon battle ahead. Believe in yourself. Who knows, you might just defeat me. Uttering these words with a cold sneer, Lin Yi led Zhang Yudong to the outskirts of the city, a desolate wilderness stretching before them. Gradually, the car came to a halt at the center of this barren expanse, and Lin Yi stepped out from the driver's seat. With meticulous courtesy, he opened the rear door for Zhang Yudong. Classmate Zhang, step out. There's no need to fear. Once this Pokemon battle concludes, everything will be over. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Yudong felt a chill run down his spine, an intuition that this end might signify the demise of his own life. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and descended from the vehicle. Scanning the desolate surroundings, Zhang Yudong remarked with rare candor, truly, this is the perfect place for murder and disposing of a body, leaving no trace behind. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Yi's lips upon hearing this. It seems classmate Zhang still remembers. Guarantee your previous 7 drivers, all dealt with by you right here? And let us not forget those 5 diligent female drivers. Their deaths were gruesome. The suffering they endured before passing was immense. At the mention of this, Zhang Yudong's face darkened. He hurriedly attempted to justify himself. Those incidents weren't my fault. They brought it upon themselves by provoking me. Provoking you? Driving too fast is provoking you? Uttering a word you dislike is provoking you? Hearing something they shouldn't have is provoking you? Xiao Kuei approached from a distance, her eyes filled with profound disgust. Initially, she had assumed Zhang Yudong was merely an idle, spoiled scion. But after investigating his identity and deeds, she realized he was no ordinary person. He was a demon clad in human skin, whose actions warranted execution a dozen times over. Yet, due to his family's wealth and influence, all his transgressions had been swept under the rug. This explained why. After Lin Yi merely defeated him in a Pokemon battle and won a mere 10,000 yuan, Zhang Yudong sought to cripple him and eventually plotted his murder. Such thinking was far from rational. The root cause was that he had grown accustomed to it. Those who crossed him, betrayed him, or inadvertently provoked him seldom met a favorable end. This was precisely why Lin Yi had requested Princess Shangwan's permission to eliminate Zhang Yudong. He had come to understand that Zhang Yudong was a vengeful demon who would never let him off the hook. Thus, he had to strike first. And this was his opportunity. You're a utter pervert, a monster. Someone like you deserves to die? A youthful voice rang out from afar as Lin Xiaoqing approached with her EV, her eyes burning with fury and hatred, as if she wished to flay Zhang Yudong alive. Seeing Lin Xiaoqing's arrival, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yi's eyes, and he shook his head helplessly. He had not wanted her to witness this brutal scene. For today, he intended to kill. But Lin Xiaoqing had insisted, arguing that growing up in such a society necessitated witnessing its cruelty early on, lest she suffer for her naivety later. In the end, she had persuaded Lin Yi to allow her to observe this macabre spectacle. You're lying. I'm not like that. I'm not. Zhang Yudong retreated in terror, his premonition of death stripping away his usual arrogance and hysteria, leaving only pure, bone-deep fear. Enough. There's no need for further words. Summon your Pokemon. Let us engage in a fair battle. The outcome will be life or death. Lin Yi spoke coldly, waving his left hand to reveal 3 Pokeballs. With a simultaneous press of the switches, red light flashed, and the figures of Charmeleon, Squirtle, and Riolu materialized before him. Zhao, Jianyi. At the sight of Lin Yi's 3 Pokemon, Zhang Yudong's pupils contracted sharply in shock. How is this possible? You've already formed contracts with 3 Pokemon? How did you manage that? Guarantee you just a worthless loser? Lin Yi merely shrugged at the remark, offering no response. Before his transmigration, his original self had indeed been a complete failure, possessing only a semblance of delicate features, avoiding trouble, and living solely for himself, with no notable virtues. But now, things were different. The Lin Yi who had crossed over was determined to shine in this world. He could no longer afford mediocrity, especially with his Pokemon Modifier system forbidding it. Enough talk. Will you choose to battle, or shall I end you here and now? Lin Yi's voice was icy, his eyes devoid of mercy. He knew all too well the depths of Zhang Yudong's depravity and the atrocities he had committed. If Lin Yi could show compassion to such a man, he might as well drown himself in a river, for he would surely regret it later. Fine. If you want a battle, I'll give you one. I refuse to believe I'll die here today. Realizing that Lin Yi and the others were resolute and would not spare him, Zhang Yudong descended into hysteria once more. He summoned his Cyndaquil and Totodile. The 2 Pokemon emerged, their gazes fixed intently on the opposing trio, yet in that moment, they sensed fear. The palpable gap in power foretold their inevitable defeat. Cyndaquil, use Ember. Totodile, use Water Gun. Zhang Yudong issued his commands. Though hesitant, his Pokemon complied, launching a fireball and a thick jet of water toward Lin Yi. Yet Lin Yi stood motionless, merely uttering softly, Charmeleon, use Dragon Rage. Zhao. With a strange cry, Charmeleon opened its mouth and unleashed a massive burst of flame. The attack, imbued with draconic might, was terrifying in its power, instantly dissipating both the fireball and water jet midair. The flames then enveloped Cyndaquil and Totodile. A sizzling sound echoed as the two Pokémon sustained severe injuries. But it did not end there. Squirtle used Poison Fang. Jiangyi. Squirtle darted forward with such speed that it left an afterimage in the air. Appearing beside Cyndaquil, it opened its jaws and sank its teeth into the Pokémon's arm, injecting a potent but non-lethal toxin. Purple marks immediately spread across Cyndaquil's body, indicating severe poisoning. Riolu used Metal Claw. Beside him, Lucario darted out in an instant, its claws shimmering with a metallic sheen, once again embodying the ruthless executioner of Pokémon in the underground arena. It swiftly approached the Totodile, its claws slicing through the air with deadly precision, inflicting grievous wounds upon the creature, blood splattering in all directions. However, Lucario refrained from eviscerating the Totodile. For Lin Yi had repeatedly instructed it that unless given explicit orders, it must never deliver a fatal blow. Zhang Yudong, witnessing the rapid downfall of the two Pokémon before him, stood in stunned silence. These two creatures were the fruits of considerable investment on his part, particularly the Cyndaquil, which he had forced to bond with him through an arduous regimen of stimulants to enhance his psychic abilities. Under normal circumstances, with diligent training, they would have undoubtedly blossomed into formidable Pokémon trainers. Coupled with his family's wealth and influence, achieving the status of a Pokémon master was well within his grasp. Yet now, the two Pokémon he had painstakingly nurtured lay incapacitated at his feet, teetering on the brink of death. Even more horrifying was the realization that he might soon follow in their tragic footsteps. Gulp. Instinctively, Zhang Yudong swallowed hard, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled into the distance. Don't kill me. Help, please. The demon, who regarded human life as trivial, emitted frantic cries for mercy as he faced his impending demise. Yet, in the desolate wilderness chosen by Lin Yi, only the four of them remained, with scarcely any Pokémon in sight. Charmeleon, use String Shot, cried Lin Yi. With a fierce roar, Charmeleon opened its mouth and unleashed a jet of charred silk, ensnaring Zhang Yudong and sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Yi, Xiao Kuei, and Lin Xiaoqing approached slowly. Zhang Yudong struggled desperately, but the silk, which even Pokémon found difficult to escape, proved insurmountable for an ordinary human. Have anything left to say? Lin Yi inhaled deeply, a flicker of tension and inexplicable exhilaration dancing in his eyes. Spare me, Lin Yi. I swear I'll follow your lead. You'll be my big brother. Whatever you ask, I'll do it. Please, don't kill me. Observing Zhang Yudong's desperate demeanor, Lin Yi shook his head, conflicted. Truthfully, the idea of having such an ally in class tempted him. It would certainly deter others from crossing him. He could live his life without fear. However, he could not afford to take that gamble, nor did he trust that Zhang Yudong would remain true to his word. If that is your final plea, then I bid you farewell. Lin Yi commanded. Lucario, use Metal Claw. Finish him. As Lin Yi issued his last order, Lucario advanced deliberately, its claws aglow with a metallic brilliance. It then pierced through Zhang Yudong's abdomen and savagely tore upward. The young man's body shattered, his eyes widening in horror as he collapsed, crimson blood pooling around him, lifeless. Lin Xiaoqing, clearly taken aback, let out a terrified scream, retreating behind Lin Yi, unable to bear the sight. Xiao Kuei furrowed his brow, clearly unsettled by the gruesome scene. Only Lin Yi gazed at the shattered corpse on the ground, a glint of delight, excitement, and a cruel gleam flickering in his eyes. Yet he quickly suppressed these thoughts, aware that such sentiments were morally reprehensible and resolved not to let them surface again. What shall we do next, Lin Yi? Xiao Kuei asked, a hint of fear in his voice as he regarded Lin Yi. He had briefly perceived a perverse thrill emanating from Lin Yi, but it vanished so quickly that he dismissed it as an illusion, though it left him somewhat unnerved. Lin Yi turned to Xiao Kuei and replied, we can leave his body here. Someone will handle the aftermath. After speaking, Lin Yi led Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing away, neither glancing back at Zhang Yudong's mangled remains, as if none of it had ever transpired. 2 hours later, numerous Pokémon gathered around the broken corpse, some ravenous carnivores even taking bites out of it. At that moment, a black car roared onto the scene and came to a halt. From it emerged 3 figures, 2 burly bodyguards clad in black suits, and a young girl. The princess of the Shangwan family regarded the shattered body with a glint of surprise in her eyes. How cruel, Lin Yi. It seems we are cut from the same cloth. Dispose of this body, and take care of the vehicle as well. We must leave no trace. Chapter 61. It was you, wasn't he it? Lin Yi, accompanied by Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing, arrived at the roadside and hailed a cab back to Xiao Kuei's villa. Upon entering the villa, the three exchanged glances before collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. Brother, are we truly safe after what we've done? Lin Xiaoqing suddenly inquired, her eyes reflecting lingering dread. Although it had been Lin Yi who had insisted on their involvement, the act of taking a life weighed heavily upon her conscience. Xiao Kuei remained silent, but cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi. He understood that Lin Yi had garnered the favor of the Shangguan princess. Otherwise, they would not have dared to eliminate Zhang Yudong, a privileged scion of a powerful family. Lin Yi's body trembled slightly, though he indeed directly inflicted the harm. The command had originated from him, leaving him feeling a twinge of discomfort. After taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, Lin Yi remarked, Miss Shangguan has assured me that this incident will not be attributed to us. A group of delinquents clashed with Zhang Yudong and dispatched him. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Xiaoqing and Xiao Kuei exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. If that were the case, it could indeed mitigate their risk. Xiao Kuei exhaled deeply, stretched, and announced, I'm heading upstairs to sleep. With that, he ascended the stairs, retreating to his room. His heart raced, and he bypassed even the urge to bathe. Lin Yi and Lin Xiaoqing exchanged another look before both rising to return to their respective rooms. As Lin Yi stepped into the relatively acceptable room, he released his three Pokémon, Charizard, Squirtle, and Riolu. His gaze was immediately drawn to Riolu, which, in terms of style, seemed somewhat mismatched with his other Pokémon. Charizard was a carefree creature, perpetually engaged in mischief, while Squirtle was equally mischievous. Nevertheless, their combat prowess was commendable. In contrast to the playful demeanor of the other two, Riolu exuded an air of aloofness, akin to a concealed assassin lurking in the shadows. Its movements and resilience perfectly matched this enigmatic disposition. Observing Riolu, Lin Yi noted its calmness, as if it were indifferent to the prospect of harming Pokémon or even humans. Its sole purpose appeared to be obeying Lin Yi's commands. Upon realizing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, nodded in acknowledgement, and chose not to elaborate further. He instructed his Pokémon to return to their respective places for rest, and he, too, wearily reclined upon his bed. That night, sleep eluded Lin Yi. He was not one to dismiss matters lightly. Having personally dealt with Zhang Yudong earlier that day, he felt a lingering pang of guilt. Although it was unlikely that anyone would seek retribution for his actions, the weight of his conscience was still heavy. Yet, he also recognized that had he not acted first, Zhang Yudong would eventually pose significant danger and trouble for him. Time swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, Lin Yi emerged from his room, bearing the marks of fatigue under his eyes, and made his way to the living room downstairs. There, he encountered Lin Xiaoqing and Xiao Kuei, both of whom shared his disheveled appearance. It was evident that none of them had enjoyed a restful night. However, they tacitly avoided mentioning the events of the previous day, opting instead to proceed with breakfast, as usual, before parting ways to attend to their daily activities. Lin Yi's high school was situated at a considerable distance from Lin Xiaoqing's middle school, and thus, he did not accompany her. They both took separate transportation to their respective schools. Upon arriving, Lin Yi sensed a peculiar scrutiny from his classmates, but he attributed it to his own heightened nerves. Taking a few deep breaths, he finally entered his classroom. Hey, Lin bro, you're here. Wang Kai approached him with a fawning demeanor. Lin bro, not only has Zhang Yudong transferred classes, but he has also switched schools. You've officially become our class leader, so you can't refuse. Wang Kai said with a cheerful grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Taken aback, Lin Yi scanned his surroundings and was surprised to see his classmates quietly nodding in agreement, evidently acknowledging his new role as class leader. Although he was reluctant to accept this position, he felt a twinge of guilt, making it difficult for him to decline. All right, I understand. If everyone agrees, I will take on the role of class leader for now, but I hope we can elect a new one soon, he stated. Before taking his seat, Wang Kai and the other students exchanged glances, shrugging in response, interpreting Lin Yi's demeanor as mere excitement. The first class of the day was taught by their homeroom teacher, Lu Guoshui. Upon entering the classroom with the textbook in hand, he proceeded directly to the podium and commenced the lesson. However, his gaze frequently drifted towards Lin Yi, particularly upon noticing the dark circles under his eyes. He quickly grasped the reason behind Zhang Yudong's abrupt transfer. Nevertheless, Lu Guoshui maintained his composure, delivering the lesson as usual. All right, what I've covered today is crucial. It pertains to the differences in Pokémon attributes. Make sure to remember this. Class dismissed. With that, Lu Guoshui moved to the door. Turning to Lin Yi as he called out, Lin Yi, come here. Lin Yi silently nodded, albeit feeling somewhat dazed, and followed Lu Guoshui out of the classroom into the office. With a firm click, The office door closed behind them. Lin Yi spoke softly. Teacher Lu, may I inquire why you called me? Instead of answering immediately, Lu Guoshui scrutinized him closely, then sighed lightly before speaking. You handled Zhang Yudong's transfer, didn't you? Lin Yi was not particularly surprised. It was only natural for Lu Guoshui to deduce this, given his awareness of the events between Lin Yi and Miss Shangguan. Indeed, he would not let me off easily, so I had to act first. During the 10-minute break, Lin Yi remained in Lu Guoshui's office, where the teacher elaborated on the influential families within the city and provided insights into Zhang Yudong's family power. This knowledge helped Lin Yi comprehend that within the world of Pokémon, various schemes and intrigues were still at play. However, for now, he felt distanced from such matters. His primary focus was on swiftly enhancing his strength. Ideally, he hoped to develop in relative obscurity until his Pokémon modification system reached a high level, at which point he could contract several legendary Pokémon. At that juncture, the vastness of the world would be his to explore, and he would not fear even the most formidable families of Jinshin City, let alone the entire world opposing him. Alright, that's all I have to say. Remember, just because you've connected with the Shangguan family, don't stir up trouble. While you may hold some value to Miss Shangguan now, if you create issues she wishes to avoid, she could easily discard you. Lu Guoshui imparted earnestly. Lin Yi nodded silently. I understand, teacher. I will certainly be mindful of that. Though he acknowledged this, he was even more cautious than Lu Guoshui anticipated. Having observed numerous literary works and palace intrigue dramas before his crossing, he was acutely aware of the intense rivalries within prominent families. Moreover, he recognized that the Shangguan princess viewed lives, both human and Pokémon, as mere weeds to be trampled upon. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yi would never gamble his life on the whims of another, nor would he seek to wield power under the banner of another, unless there is nothing else. I shall return to class now. With that statement, Lin Yi turned to leave. Just as he opened the door, Lu Guoshui spoke again from behind him. Lin Yi, remember, from the moment you contract your third Pokémon, you will no longer be ordinary. I do not expect you to remember the kindness Miss Xiaokuei has shown you, but I hope you will not burden her with your troubles. Lin Yi paused momentarily, fully comprehending Lu Guoshui's underlying message. He nodded silently and exited the office, closing the door behind him. As Lin Yi departed, Lu Guoshui let out a faint sigh, retrieving a photograph from his drawer. The image depicted a young couple embracing a delightful little girl. Had he not blindly placed his trust in the four great families back then, with your prodigious talents, you would not have fallen so swiftly. I fervently hope that Lin Yi does not follow in your footsteps. Lu Guoshui tenderly caressed the woman in the photograph, his gaze filled with affection. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, after his departure, Lu Guoshui was lost in contemplation. He merely returned to his seat with a slight lift in his spirits. Several classmates attempted to engage him in conversation, to which he responded with a casual nonchalance, appearing somewhat dismissive. This scene was evidently understood by his peers, who chuckled awkwardly and chose to ignore Lin Yi thereafter. Throughout the morning, it was apparent to all that Lin Yi was preoccupied with his thoughts. Aside from Wang Kai, no one dared approach him. In the cafeteria, Wang Kai cheerfully inquired, Lin bro, how did you manage to sign so many Pokémon? As far as I know, even the champions of the top Pokémon tournaments couldn't have signed this many at your age. Wang Kai was well aware of Lin Yi's low spirits and the inappropriateness of his interruption, yet he felt compelled to engage. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Kai, who had been shadowing him since the day's onset, his eyes reflecting a semblance of tranquility. Although he bore no significant annoyance, the emotional weight of the previous day's events, particularly the demise of Zhang Yudong, weighed heavily on him. Wang Kai's words, although somewhat tedious, provided a modicum of relief to his troubled mind. Thus, Lin Yi took a deep breath and spoke. The more experiences you endure, especially those that bring you despair and overwhelming pressure, the stronger your mental fortitude will become. Consequently, when signing new Pokémon, you will understand that failure equates to death. He continued, however, prior to signing a Pokémon, one must assess their mental strength. This is not a cost to be economized, nor should one gamble blindly. Lin Yi was acutely aware that his claims were entirely fabricated. His ability to sign an abundance of Pokémon stemmed solely from his Pokémon Modifier, an extraordinary cheat that proved invaluable. Yet, he could not divulge the truth to Wang Kai, so he posited an unattainable condition. To his surprise, Wang Kai furrowed his brow in contemplation upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Just as Lin Yi began to question whether he had led Wang Kai astray, Wang Kai suddenly slapped the table and exclaimed, Lin bro, I've got it. I'll go home tonight and give it a try. With your guidance, I'm certain I can sign my second Pokémon. Observing Wang Kai's infectious enthusiasm, Lin Yi's mouth slightly opened, refraining from further persuasion. Very well, as long as he tests his mental strength before attempting to sign, he will likely come to his senses. He mused, shaking his head and saying nothing more. At that moment, Lin Yi's mood began to lift. He had at least put yesterday's events behind him. He understood that such occurrences were not uncommon in this world. If he could not withstand this minor setback, how could he ever hope to shine and ascend to greater heights? As he gazed at the morsel before him, Lin Yi lifted it to his lips and chewed slowly. The harrowing images of Zhang Yodong's tragic end flashing through his mind. Yet, at this juncture, he felt no fear, no panic, nor any trepidation. Instead, a faint, exhilarating smirk crept upon his lips. Once the day's classes concluded, Lin Yi stretched. The familiar weight of Squirtle perched upon his shoulder as he made his way to the school gates. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Xiao Kuei awaiting him. He approached her with a smile, but suddenly noticed a peculiar expression on her face. Instinctively following her gaze, he beheld Princess Shangwan standing there with a smile. Chapter 63, A Gamble. Inside a sleek black luxury car, Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei sat somewhat stiffly beside one another, while Princess Shangwan grinned at them from across the aisle. "Hello, big brother and sister. I've come to play with you. Are you not happy?" she chirped, exuding an air of mischief. Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei could only muster forced smiles, utterly perplexed by Princess Shangwan's presence. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi ventured, "Miss Shangwan, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" In response, Princess Shangwan regarded him with a serious expression, stating, "Are you aware that Zhang Yudong has a cousin?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow, genuinely unaware of this fact. Xiao Kuei, seated beside him, also shook her head, indicating their shared ignorance. "Hasn't this matter been resolved? His cousin shouldn't know it was me, so why would he come after me?" Lin Yi remarked, clearly wishing to sever any ties with Zhang Yodong's family. However, Princess Shangwan shook her head with a smile. "Indeed, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't know it was you. In fact, Zhang Yodong's family suppressed the news due to the loss of face. However, you must understand that before you approached me, Zhang Yudong had already sought his cousin's assistance in dealing with you, and others have meddled in the matter as well." As she spoke the last sentence, a hint of regret flickered across Princess Shangwan's face. "This is indeed partly my fault, but since you are already entangled in this, let us play together." Lin Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. At present, he had no desire to play. He merely wished to develop cautiously. Yet, given Princess Shangwan's cheerful demeanor, he realized that refusing her might result in him being unable to exit the vehicle. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi nodded and acquiesced. "I understand. I will accompany you." "Yay, big brother, let us head to the underground arena. In an hour, there will be a battle, and we can wager on who will win. If you win, I will assist you in dealing with Zhang Yodong's cousin," she exclaimed with delight. Lin Yi's brow twitched slightly at this, and he gazed at Princess Shangwan in surprise before asking, "And what if I guess incorrectly?" With a faint smile, Princess Shangwan revealed a somewhat sadistic grin. "If you guess wrong, you will owe me a favor, and I will not assist you with Zhang Yodong's cousin." Lin Yi remained silent on the matter, as he had no choice but to agree. Soon, they arrived at a bar. Lin Yi led Xiao Kuei down, following Princess Shangwan with familiarity through a VIP passage. They bypassed the bartender entirely and approached the underground arena. "They have arrived. They are already on stage," exclaimed Princess Shangwan with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei furrowed their brows slightly, for the atmosphere here was one they found rather unsettling. The noxious scent of cheap perfume, mingled with the acrid stench of sweat and the metallic tang of blood, filled their nostrils, inducing a sense of nausea while simultaneously heightening their senses, stirring a peculiar thrill within them. Lin Yi turned his gaze toward the arena, where a verdant Gyarados was engaged in battle with a colossal Snorlax. The Gyarados' eyes glinted with a hint of cruelty, each move executed with brutal ferocity, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of high-powered attacks against the opposing Snorlax. In contrast, the Snorlax appeared rather comical and plump, simply standing its ground, continuously defending itself while occasionally launching counterattacks. "Brother, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Princess Shangwan asked with a cheerful demeanor, her attention shifting to Xiao Kuei. "Sister, you may also venture a guess. If you are correct, I shall grant you a wish." Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuei hesitated momentarily, nodding in surprise but refraining from making an immediate guess as she awaited Lin Yi's input. At that moment, Lin Yi's eyes had already been inundated with the specific details of the two Pokémon on the battlefield. He discerned that the Gyarados on the left was a level 25 Pokémon, armed solely with high-damage offensive skills, devoid of any supportive abilities. Conversely, the Snorlax, though it appeared somewhat ordinary, boasted a level of 28, surpassing the Gyarados by 3 levels. Its skills were predominantly defensive, with only one attack move, Body Slam. Upon conducting a brief analysis of their comparative strengths, Lin Yi arrived at a conclusion. Despite the Gyarados' relentless assault on the Snorlax, the latter sustained minimal injuries, effectively countering all attacks. Meanwhile, the Gyarados was rapidly depleting its stamina, leading Lin Yi to deduce that the Snorlax would ultimately prevail in this confrontation. After hearing Lin Yi's assessment, Xiao Kuei nodded in agreement. I believe Lin Yi is correct. Although the Gyarados is aggressive, its energy consumption is indeed considerable, and every skill it employs fails to inflict significant damage on the Snorlax. I too wager that Snorlax will triumph. Upon hearing their sentiments, Princess Shangwan smiled and nodded. Indeed, from any perspective, the Gyarados is likely to falter. Since you both have opted for Snorlax, I shall be left with no choice but to root for the Gyarados. After this exchange, the trio fell silent, their attention riveted on the fierce battle unfolding before them. The Gyarados launched a flurry of vicious attacks upon the Snorlax, which continually defended itself, even reclining on the ground to take a nap, a manifestation of its rest ability. As anticipated by Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei, the outcome soon unfolded. Just as the Gyarados' stamina waned, the Snorlax's demeanor shifted, its eyes sharpening with intensity. Seizing a moment of opportunity, it unleashed a powerful body slam. Executing a perfectly timed uppercut, the Snorlax's massive fist struck the Gyarados squarely on the jaw, sending it crashing to the ground, motionless. Is the Gyarados all right? Questioned its trainer. A middle-aged man in his 30s, his expression a mix of astonishment and concern. He had believed his Gyarados was more than capable of clinching victory with its combative skills. Little did he anticipate the sheer ferocity of the Snorlax. Snorlax, now unleash your terrifying strength and obliterate it, commanded the opposing trainer. A young man appearing to be in his 20s, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, exuding an air of elite sophistication. His meticulously styled hair accentuated his charm, eliciting gasps from the female spectators who were evidently captivated by his allure. What is going on? Are they fighting to the death? Xiao Kuei remarked in astonishment. Naturally, Princess Shangwan replied, nodding in agreement. If it weren't a life-or-death battle, what significance would such a contest hold? If it were merely for monetary gain, do you think I would be here to witness such an event? She gestured toward the throng of exhilarated spectators below. Like them, I am here not for profit, but in pursuit of exhilaration. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air from the middle-aged man, as his Gyarados was pinned down by the Snorlax. The Snorlax then sat heavily upon the Gyarados, and the sickening sound of bones cracking echoed through the arena, igniting a frenzy of excitement among the audience. The trainer let out anguished cries. Spare him. Release my Gyarados. I was wrong to partake in this fatal struggle. Yet, the elite young man remained silent, his countenance serene and detached. Without a command from its master, the Snorlax showed no inclination to relent. Its eyes glimmered with a predatory gleam as it hoisted the battered Gyarados from the ground, then, with a brutal tug, tore it asunder. Vivid crimson blood and various internal organs splattered upon the arena floor, the nauseating odor overwhelming. Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei grimaced, for the stench of blood far surpassed the cheap perfume that lingered in the air. Nonetheless, they did not avert their gaze, their eyes alight with indignation, fists clenched tightly. Xiao Kuei, a caretaker at the Pokémon Sanctuary, regarded Pokémon as companions to humanity and could never condone such violence. Lin Yi held a profound respect for life. Typically, he refrained from harming any Pokémon or human unless his own life was threatened. Witnessing the Gyarados being ripped apart before him kindled a mix of anger and helplessness within him. Brother, sister, it seems you both have indeed triumphed. As such, I shall fulfill my promise, Princess Shangwan said with a playful smile, sauntering toward Lin Yi. She gently cupped his face with her delicate hand, gazing up at his reasonably handsome features. Young man, do you wish for my assistance in dealing with Zhang Yodong's cousin, or do you have other requests? Lin Yi had yet to respond when the petite and youthful Princess Shangwan displayed a visage of shame. Of course, if you desire my company, I am more than willing to oblige. Observing this somewhat illicit scene, Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly as he gently extricated himself from the delicate grasp of Princess Shangwan's fair hand, then replied, if it pleases you, I would prefer that you assist me in disposing of Zhang Yodong's cousin. However, should you have any matters you wish to discuss, feel free to voice them. Lin Yi was acutely aware that this was a modest wager. It was implausible for the princess to offer her services without compensation. Even if she were inclined, he could not accept such charity. Noticing Lin Yi's demeanor, Princess Shangwan nodded slightly, though a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes, skillfully concealed beneath her composed exterior. Very well. You have indeed guessed correctly, dear older sister. Do you have any requests requiring my assistance? Princess Shangwan directed her gaze towards the nearby Xiao Kuei, a hint of a smile gracing her features. However, upon closer inspection, it was merely a cold smirk. Xiao Kuei was momentarily taken aback and instinctively attempted to decline. But at that moment, Lin Yi unexpectedly grasped her left hand and gently shook his head. Xiao Kuei was puzzled by Lin Yi's gesture. However, when she caught sight of the icy smile playing on Princess Shangwan's lips, she swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Kuei instinctively swallowed hard before speaking. Miss Shangwan, I currently hold several jobs and am quite in need of funds. If possible, could you grant me 100,000 yuan? To the average person, 100,000 yuan was a formidable sum, yet for someone of Princess Shangwan's stature, it was but a trifling amount. The princess's expression soured as she waved her hand dismissively at the bodyguard trailing behind them. Give it to her. The chilling command resonated from her throat, causing Xiao Kuei to shudder involuntarily. Even Lin Yi instinctively tightened his grip on Xiao Kuei's hand. Fortunately, the bodyguard did not produce anything alarming but instead retrieved 100,000 yuan, tossing it towards Xiao Kuei, staring at the money she had so effortlessly acquired. Xiao Kuei was momentarily dazed, yet she instinctively nodded. Thank you, thank you. At this juncture, Princess Shangwan no longer regarded her. To her, someone so readily swayed by money held little interest. Turning her attention to Lin Yi, she smiled and inquired, Young man, do you understand why I brought you to witness this match? Is it not for this wager? Lin Yi responded, astonished. At that moment, Princess Shangwan pointed towards a man clad in a sharp suit on the arena. That is Zhang Yodong's cousin. Chapter 65, Another Deadly Duel. What? It is him? Lin Yi gazed in astonishment at the impeccably dressed man on the stage. Xiao Kuei, standing beside him, instinctively glanced over as well. They fixated their gazes on the man opposite them, but soon averted their eyes, not wishing to reveal their presence. Now do you comprehend why I brought you here? Princess Shangwan murmured, a sly smile flickering in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi addressed the young princess, Miss Shangwan. Do you mean to say that you will assist me in dealing with him today? Naturally. Princess Shangwan replied exuberantly, then gestured for the flamboyantly dressed host to approach her. What are your orders, miss? The host appeared exceedingly respectful, bowing slightly as if he were a servant. His gaze, however, bore a hint of surprise as it fell upon Lin Yi, who had seemingly formed an alliance with Princess Shangwan. As Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei exchanged bewildered glances, a smile graced Princess Shangwan's lips. Arrange for the next deadly duel, pitting him against the man on stage. She pointed towards Lin Yi, who was momentarily taken aback and failed to grasp the implications. Miss Shangwan, you did not suggest this earlier. Would it not be a tad excessive to have him engage in a deadly battle? Xiao Kuei interjected, eager to defend Lin Yi, fully aware that with his current Pokémon strength, he stood no chance against the formidable man on the stage. The disparity was simply too vast. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, wholly disinterested in confronting his opponent, let alone in a match that could lead to the demise of his Pokémon. Yet, Princess Shangwan maintained her coy smile. Fear not, young man. Since I have vowed to assist you in eliminating him, I shall indeed fulfill that promise. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he shall meet his end. Her chilling proclamation rang out, unperturbed by the presence of the host beside her, who appeared to be oblivious to the unfolding conversation. In that moment, Lin Yi came to realize the extent of Princess Shangwan's influence within this underground gambling den. Wait. Is this establishment also part of the Shangwan family's holdings? He queried, surmising that otherwise, the host would not exhibit such deference. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Princess Shangwan smiled softly. Young man, you are mistaken. This is not the Shangwan family's domain, but rather my own. Lin Yi initially intended to question the distinction but opted for silence, recognizing the significant difference. While the Shangwan family would undoubtedly afford the young princess due respect within their properties, those were ultimately someone else's affairs. Such liberties would not be tolerated there. However, her own establishment was an entirely different matter. Very well, I understand. I hope you will uphold your promise. Lin Yi replied calmly, his gaze fixed upon the Snorlax on the arena, as well as the sharply dressed man standing beside it. He was uncertain of the number of Pokémon the man possessed, but even that single level 28 Snorlax was more than enough to pose a challenge. Thus far, Lin Yi's highest level Pokémon was merely a level 20 Riolu, which had not undergone any modifications through his Pokémon Modifier, rendering it a standard Pokémon. Nevertheless, despite these challenges, Lin Yi remained confident in his ability to prevail. Since you have consented, please proceed to the backstage to prepare. The flamboyant host announced, leading Lin Yi towards the competition's back area. Xiao Kuei hesitated momentarily, intending to follow, but at that instant, a dainty hand grasped her wrist, halting her in place. Dear sister, allow the young man to face this alone. Stay here and keep me company. However, we can place a wager. Do you think he can defeat the man across from him? If you win, I shall grant you one wish. Gazing into the eyes of Princess Shangwan, which sparkled with a hint of innocence, Xiao Kuei felt a tremor within his heart, yet he quickly steadied his emotions. The recent interactions had imparted a crucial lesson. Perhaps he could not compete with Princess Shangwan on an equal footing from the outset. However, she often exhibited leniency, and as long as he refrained from provoking her ire, she would not turn against him, at most harboring a sense of disdain. I bet Lin Yi will achieve victory, Xiao Kuei declared without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Princess Shangwan paused momentarily, then her eyes brightened with a smile. Sister, I didn't expect you to have such faith in brother. If that's the case, we shall wager on the man across from us achieving triumph. At that very moment, Lin Yi, guided by the host, had arrived backstage. This was not his first visit, so he moved with a certain familiarity. Young man, it seems you've drawn the ire of Princess Shangwan, remarked the host. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly at the host's words, instinctively glancing at him. So, was your earlier assurance merely a facade? If I fail up there, it would indeed be a genuine defeat, wouldn't it? In response, the flamboyant host shook his head slightly. No, it is true. Princess Shangwan never speaks falsehoods. However, there is one caveat. Should you fail, it would indeed be a true loss, but privately. She will assist you in dealing with that man. Nodding and understanding, Lin Yi realized he must secure victory in this battle. Otherwise, all the resources he had painstakingly gathered would vanish into thin air. While he possessed a Pokémon modifier, capable of altering his Pokémon skill attributes and even their levels. What if he didn't have a Pokémon? He couldn't simply modify others' Pokémon levels indefinitely. With this clarity, Lin Yi took a deep breath and stepped out from backstage, squinting slightly at the dazzling lights ahead. At that moment, the man in a suit on the arena also caught sight of Lin Yi. Upon realizing Lin Yi was merely a high school student, a glint of mockery appeared in his eyes. You're just a high schooler, right? Do you genuinely believe your Pokémon can defeat my Snorlax? You must be dreaming. Chapter 66, Charizard vs. Snorlax. In response to the man's taunt, Lin Yi inhaled deeply, choosing not to engage further. What is your name? He inquired. Taken aback, the man chuckled and replied, My name is Zhang Tianfeng, but you can call me Brother Tian. Perhaps I'll show you some mercy later. Lin Yi merely responded with a cold smile, making a gesture across his neck as if signaling death. Before striding purposefully towards the arena, Zhang Tianfeng's expression grew increasingly frosty, surprised by the high schooler's audacity. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. In that case, let my Snorlax reduce your Pokémon to mere pulp. It seemed both competitors were brimming with fighting spirit, promising an exhilarating and intense match. The left contestant was a newcomer who had previously triumphed twice in the arena, while the right contestant had just arrived today. The audience eagerly anticipated this clash of newcomers. As the host on the platform animatedly stirred the atmosphere, Lin Yi and Zhang Tianfeng's gazes locked onto each other. Lin Yi understood that the man was doomed. Although there was no personal animosity between them, due to Zhang Yudong, he had to be eliminated. Conversely, Zhang Tianfeng merely perceived the high schooler's arrogance as excessive, and he was determined to teach this brat a lesson about humility. Begin the match, commanded the host. Without hesitation, Lin Yi produced a Pokeball and pressed the button. A flash of red light illuminated the arena as Charizard materialized before the audience. Zhao. Upon witnessing the emergence of Charizard, Xiao Kuei and Princess Shangwan in the VIP section exchanged glances of intrigue. It seems he has great confidence in his Charizard. However, from what I know, Riolu's strength should surpass that of Charizard, correct? Princess Shangwan remarked. Xiao Kuei nodded slightly. Having spent considerable time with Lin Yi, she was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his three Pokémon. The most formidable among them was the fortuitously acquired Riolu. Though the synergy between Lin Yi and Riolu was not particularly strong, as their affinities did not align well, Riolu had a penchant for brutal extermination, while Lin Yi typically refrained from eliminating opponents' Pokémon. Consequently, he seldom called upon Riolu to battle, which explained why Riolu had not leveled up even once over the past few days. Lin Yi had rescued Riolu, and their bond had reached its pinnacle. Once Riolu leveled up, it could potentially evolve into Lucario, marking a significant enhancement in power. Charizard, meanwhile, was Lin Yi's first Pokémon, ranking second in strength among his trio. While it often exhibited a playful demeanor, its combat capabilities remained commendable. The final Squirtle had not evolved due to the presence of a Everstone, which, while allowing it to grow stronger, still rendered it comparatively weaker. Xiao Kuei had previously inquired why Lin Yi did not allow Squirtle to evolve directly, to which Lin Yi responded that Squirtle simply did not wish to evolve into a higher form. Respecting its desires was paramount, and should the need for evolution arise, it could serve as a trump card. Oh wow, a Charizard. I didn't expect your training abilities to be quite commendable. However, I doubt this Charizard possesses the strength to contend with my Snorlax, Zhang Tianfeng remarked jovially, with a pronounced grin in his eyes. He sensed that this Charizard was even weaker than the Gyarados that had just battled his Snorlax. In such a scenario, defeating Lin Yi would be a rather mundane task. Yet, Lin Yi remained silent in response to the man's comments. Ding. Detecting Charizard's current level at 18. Would you like to enhance its level? Enhance. Lin Yi silently commanded within his mind. In an instant, the power within Charizard surged, propelling it to level 23. However, this transformation went unnoticed by the others in the distance. This was Lin Yi's strategy, to feign weakness, as he knew that regardless of which of his 3 Pokémon was leveled up, it could not match the level of Zhang Tianfeng's Snorlax. Thus, it was wiser to adopt a strategy of deception, hoping to catch the opponent off guard and perhaps seize a chance at victory. Snorlax, use Body Slam. Zhang Tianfeng commanded loudly, without a hint of hesitation. His Snorlax, with its colossal form, charged swiftly towards Charizard. Charizard utilized String Shot. As the command echoed, Charizard opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of charred yellow silk. Zhang Tianfeng and Snorlax, situated across from him, were evidently caught off guard, becoming ensnared by the silk that coiled around their bodies. In the ensuing chaos, one stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. A splendid opportunity arose. Charizard, unleash Dragon Breath. Jow. With a fearsome cry, Charizard gaped wide and spewed forth a torrent of flames. The terrifying inferno instantly engulfed Snorlax, igniting its entire form. However, Snorlax, with a sudden surge of strength, broke free from the silken bindings and extinguished the flames enveloping it. Snorlax roared in fury, charging towards Charizard at remarkable speed. Yet, its speed, while swift, was not exceptional, for Snorlax was not renowned for its swiftness. Upon realizing this, Lin Yi's expression brightened slightly. He sensed a glimmer of victory. Charizard, evade swiftly and employ Dragon Rage. Jow. Charizard darted aside with utmost speed, its eyes shimmering with determination as it unleashed a massive torrent of draconic flames. In an instant, a terrifying wave swept over Snorlax. Yet, in the next moment, Snorlax burst forth from the flames, roaring as it lunged at Charizard. You're wasting your efforts, kid. My Snorlax, though lacking in offensive skills, possesses an extraordinary defensive capacity that I have diligently enhanced. Even without using skills, it could shatter your Charizard with mere hand strikes. Prepare for your demise. Zhang Tianfeng proclaimed from a distance, his eyes gleaming with delight, as though victory was already within his grasp. Chapter 67. The Charizard that can become round. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. He too had recognized the issue. While this Snorlax might not be swift and its offensive capabilities were limited, its sheer strength was formidable. Moreover, the remaining few skills it possessed to bolster its defenses and restore health were exceptionally vexing. At this juncture, his Charizard found itself in a predicament akin to that of the previous Gyarados. Although it could unleash a barrage of terrifying attacks upon Snorlax, overcoming it decisively within a short span seemed improbable. With this realization, Lin Yi's gaze grew more intense. Snorlax, employ Rollout. Zhang Tianfeng commanded from afar. Immediately, a translucent dome enveloped Snorlax, merging with its form and enhancing its defensive prowess. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. This move, Flamethrower, was a newly acquired skill Charizard had learned upon reaching level 23. However, thanks to Lin Yi's modifications via the Pokémon Modifier, it had attained a level of proficiency. Charizard adeptly executed the Flamethrower, a colossal blaze descending from the heavens. Instantly, Snorlax was shrouded in flames, an aroma reminiscent of roasted meat wafting through the arena. Yet, despite this, Snorlax emerged ferociously from the inferno, akin to a legendary behemoth, each movement resonating with the force of an earthquake. The entire arena trembled as Snorlax employed various skills to restore its health and bolster its defenses while steadily closing the distance to Charizard. Charizard, in turn, could do little but evade and retaliate with a series of offensive maneuvers. Kid, you needn't hide anymore. Snorlax possesses remarkable stamina. Even if its energy is depleted, it can use rest to regain vitality in a short time. As for your Charizard, aside from that peculiar string shot, all it has are offensive capabilities, right? In this scenario, prolonging the battle will surely lead to your Charizard's downfall. Surrender now and cease wasting time. Allow my Snorlax to tear your Charizard to shreds. Fear not. It shall be gentle. Zhang Tianfeng laughed coldly, his eyes alight with excitement. He had just returned from abroad, initially expecting his cousin Zhang Yudong to meet him. However, through family whispers, he learned that Zhang Yudong had been engaged in a street brawl with some thugs and had met his demise. For days, he had been lamenting Zhang Yudong's foolishness. Yet, despite this, he had followed Zhang Yudong's prior advice to participate in this underground arena and, after observing a couple of battles, had eagerly stepped into the fray. Thus far, he had triumphed in 2 consecutive matches, each time witnessing his Snorlax tear apart the opposing Pokémon, the gruesome spectacle invigorating him. Now, he sought to employ the same method to obliterate the Pokémon of the audacious high school student who dared to challenge him, ensuring that the opponent would be forever estranged from the world of Pokémon. Snorlax, stop hesitating and employ Heavy Slam. A cruel glimmer flickered in Zhang Tianfeng's eyes. He had no intention of employing previous tactics. He deemed them unnecessary, for his Snorlax's level of strength was significantly superior, capable of obliterating the opponent without the need for skills. By commanding Snorlax to use Heavy Slam, he felt he was extending a modicum of respect to his adversary. Snorlax let out an excited cry, clenching its left fist with fervor, its eyes sparkling with exhilaration. In the next moment, its speed surged as it propelled its left fist, imbued with terrifying momentum, towards Charizard. Charizard dodged quickly. Lin Yi shouted urgently. Charizard reacted swiftly, attempting to evade to the side. Yet, it was a moment too late, and Snorlax's Heavy Slam struck its left leg. A sickening crack echoed as Charizard's leg twisted grotesquely, clearly indicating a fracture. Jow! Charizard emitted a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, agony radiating through its body, immobilizing it. Ha ha ha, you managed to evade that punch, but now look at your leg. It seems your fate is sealed. Zhang Tianfeng remarked coldly, commanding Snorlax once more to use Heavy Slam. Snorlax retracted its left fist, which shimmered with a faint white glow. This time, it did not deliver a straight or uppercut, but instead descended with devastating force. As the punch neared Charizard, poised to crush it entirely, Lin Yi's gaze shimmered with a keen light. He stepped forward slightly, extending his left hand to make contact with the tuft of fur on Snorlax's back in an unusual manner. This unexpected action left the onlookers bewildered, unable to fathom Lin Yi's intentions. Kid, are you not afraid of death? At such close proximity, do you not fear that Snorlax might accidentally strike you and leave you crippled? Zhang Tianfeng remarked, astonished from a distance. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi chose not to respond, instead whispering to Charizard. Charizard, employ Round Transformation. A glimmer ignited in Charizard's eyes as a faint white light emanated from its body. In the next instant, Snorlax's fist descended upon it. With a resounding thud, the onlookers instinctively turned their gazes towards Charizard, braced for the spectacle of it being flattened into a mere pancake. However, the ensuing scene left them utterly astounded. Though Charizard sustained some injuries, it steadfastly withstood the blow. Clearly, its defensive capabilities had reached a level impervious to the million-ton punch. What is happening? Does your Charizard possess defensive skills? How could it possibly withstand my Snorlax's assault? Zhang Tianfeng, the opponent, voiced his astonishment. Yet, upon hearing his words, Lin Yi merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Charizard, consume the berry to heal your leg's wounds. In legitimate Pokémon competitions, it is permissible for one's Pokémon to carry an item, and Lin Yi's Charizard was equipped with a healing item. Charizard opened its mouth and swiftly devoured a berry. Chapter 68, Victory. A flicker of light passed, and Charizard's left leg was healed, allowing it to rise from the ground, casting a defiant glance at Snorlax. Snorlax, do not fear, unleash Million-Ton Punch. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianfeng commanded Snorlax to utilize its sole offensive ability once more. Snorlax bellowed, swinging its fist toward Charizard again. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. With a fiery roar, Charizard expelled a colossal flame. In an instant, the inferno engulfed Snorlax, singeing its body, yet inflicting minimal damage. Simultaneously, the Million-Ton Punch struck Charizard. Yet again, the harm was negligible. Both combatants took a step back, eyes locked in fierce intensity. Oh, did his Charizard just employ a defensive ability? It seems this young man's training skills are rather commendable, Princess Shangwan remarked from below the arena, a hint of a smile gracing her features. Her gaze toward Lin Yi brimmed with excitement, as if she yearned to peel back his exterior to uncover the brilliance within his mind. Although Lin Yi had previously gifted her a little fire dragon with string shot and water gun, her belief in him had not been particularly strong. However, Witnessing Charizard's use of round transformation sparked a flicker of trust within her. Beside her, Xiao Kuei exhaled a sigh of relief. Having been particularly fearful that Snorlax would indeed flatten Charizard with a single punch, such an outcome would have pained her deeply. And Lin Yi would have suffered greatly as well. Upon the stage, observing both Pokémon in pristine condition, Zhang Tianfeng's expression shifted to one of astonishment, quickly morphing into fury. What is the meaning of this? How does your Charizard possess string shot and defensive capabilities? Lin Yi merely shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "What is the fuss? My Charizard is exceptionally gifted. It not only knows string shot, but also defensive skills, and even possesses water-type abilities." Charizard, utilize Water Gun. With Lin Yi's command, Charizard unleashed a stream of scalding water, drenching Snorlax's form, though it inflicted minimal damage. Observing this, Zhang Tianfeng's lips twitched in irritation. What is this nonsense? Such a Pokémon should be taken to a laboratory for dissection. It defies all logic. In response, Lin Yi smirked coldly, murmuring, "Spare me the trivialities. Are you going to continue battling? If so, I'll have Charizard keep at it indefinitely. Otherwise, you might as well concede. I am magnanimous enough to let you off the hook. Boy, do not get too arrogant." Snorlax, attack with million-ton punch, consecutively. I refuse to believe it cannot break through. Snorlax nodded vigorously, a fierce light flashing in its eyes, as it prepared to unleash a barrage of million-ton punch upon Charizard. Witnessing such a ferocious assault, Lin Yi remained vigilant. Charizard, employ round transformation. Once more, a soft glow enveloped Charizard, enhancing its defensive prowess. Thuds echoed as Snorlax's million-ton punch relentlessly hammered against Charizard. Meanwhile, Charizard continued to fortify its defense. This exchange persisted for a full 2 minutes, during which Snorlax began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Despite its robust stamina, the relentless barrage of such high-intensity attacks was taking its toll. It became evident that Zhang Tianfeng was growing anxious, uncertain of how to secure victory. Meanwhile, Charizard's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Initially intimidated by Snorlax's onslaught, it now felt no fear, for its defenses remained unbroken. Now it's my turn. Charizard, unleash tackle. With a fierce cry, Charizard lunged forward, its left foot striking the ground as it propelled itself like a cannonball, crashing directly into Snorlax's abdomen. A resounding impact reverberated through the arena as Charizard was jolted back 2 steps, while Snorlax staggered back 4 or 5 steps, nearing the edge of the stage. Now's your chance. Charizard, unleash Dragon Rage. A mighty roar echoed from Charizard as a colossal flame coalesced in its mouth, then surged forth. In an instant, it struck Snorlax, who was caught off guard, sending it hurtling off the stage and crashing to the ground. Several spectators who failed to evade in time were pinned beneath, emitting cries of anguish. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena. What is this? Where is the brutal slaughter? Indeed, has a victor truly emerged? Let them continue until one is utterly shattered. Hearing the crowd's clamoring, Lin Yi maintained an air of calm. He had anticipated that this group sought excitement. Conversely, Zhang Tianfeng's countenance darkened, for he realized that as long as Snorlax's attacks failed to breach Charizard's defenses, he was inexorably headed toward defeat. Charizard's speed vastly outstripped that of Snorlax. Although Snorlax could withstand the onslaught, it could not endure indefinitely. Bit by bit, as the battle wore on, it was inevitable that Charizard would ultimately prevail, tearing Snorlax asunder. It was as if his Snorlax treated other Pokémon in the same manner. Silence. The host on the elevated platform spoke, commanding the attention of every audience member present. All were rendered breathless, their chatter extinguished. They recognized the authority of this host, though his prowess was not formidable. The entity backing him was beyond the reach of the spectators. According to the rules of the competition, the victor was the Charmeleon. The ostentatiously dressed host merely uttered this statement coldly, offering no further commentary. In that moment, standing upon the arena, Lin Yi exhaled softly in relief. He genuinely feared that these individuals would compel him to reduce the opposing Snorlax to shreds, a notion entirely unacceptable to him. Chapter 69, The Cunning Little Princess. Lin Yi and Zhang Tianfeng descended from the platform, exchanging little in the way of conversation. The battle they had just engaged in was a necessity. Yet once they were off the stage, words were superfluous. Although it was a fierce contest, neither side had suffered the loss of a Pokémon, which was the most favorable outcome for them. Zhang Tianfeng cast a cold glance at Lin Yi, scoffed, and exited the underground bar without a backward glance. Lin Yi then approached Xiao Kuei and Princess Shangguan. "Wow, big brother, you were amazing. You actually defeated him." Princess Shangguan exclaimed with a beaming smile. her eyes sparkling with admiration. However, Lin Yi was acutely aware that the admiration in her gaze was largely feigned. Her feelings toward him were less about reverence and more about a desire to exert control. After all, Lin Yi possessed the ability to teach Pokemon skills from various types, a feat that seemed excessively grandiose. Miss Shangwan, I hope you will honor your promise. If there is nothing else, I must take my leave, Lin Yi stated. Upon hearing his words, Princess Shangwan raised an eyebrow, her smile unwavering. Oh, big brother, there's no need to rush off. But I do have a slight concern. At this, a smile crept onto Princess Shangwan's lips as she clapped her hands lightly. I know what you're worried about. So I brought your sister along as well. As she spoke, a girl clad in a school uniform emerged from the distance. It was none other than Lin Yi's sister, Lin Xiaoqing. Brother, Lin Xiaoqing exclaimed excitedly, rushing into Lin Yi's embrace. He surveyed her for any signs of distress, and, relieved to find she had only experienced a mild scare, he let out a breath of relief. His gaze then shifted to Princess Shangwan, his brow furrowing slightly. Miss Shangwan, what exactly do you intend to do? In response, Princess Shangwan chuckled softly. It's nothing of great consequence. I simply wish to take you with me to a gathering this evening. What? Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of surprise. He could not fathom why Princess Shangwan would want him to accompany her to such a prestigious event. After all, it would be rather inappropriate for an outsider like him to attend. If he were to inadvertently offend Princess Shangwan, it could lead to a most embarrassing situation for her. As if reading his thoughts, Princess Shangwan shook her head gently. Do not worry, big brother. This gathering is not of the sort I typically attend. It is merely a casual affair. I could manage alone, but some individuals there are rather arrogant, so I thought it prudent to bring you along. What choice did Lin Yi have? He found himself with little option but to acquiesce, though his brow remained slightly furrowed, and he did not immediately agree. Observing his reticence, Princess Shangwan continued, Oh, and Zhang Tianfeng will also be present at this gathering. If all goes as expected, he may not survive the evening due to poisoning. Her words, delivered with a calm demeanor, struck Lin Yi as an overt threat. He understood that if he declined her invitation, he and Zhang Tianfeng would likely meet a grim fate by the end of the day. Understood. I will go, but allow them to return home, Lin Yi said. Gesturing towards Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing, he realized that while the outing might not pose significant danger, some risk was inherent. Moreover, considering Princess Shangwan's cunning nature, it was unlikely they would navigate the night unscathed. Thus, he wished for Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing to leave first, allowing him to face whatever awaited him alone. No, brother, I want to go with you, Lin Xiaoqing protested, having guessed Lin Yi's intentions. Xiao Kuei, standing beside her, shook her head resolutely. Lin Yi, let us go together. Whatever happens, we can face it as a team. Hearing their words, Lin Yi opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Princess Shangwan's cheerful voice. It seems the bond among the three of you is quite strong. Fear not. I shall ensure you remain together, so let us proceed. After uttering this, Princess Shangwan said nothing more and turned to exit, with her two bodyguards following closely. Seemingly unconcerned about Lin Yi and the others, it was as if they understood that Lin Yi and his companions could not leave independently. In truth, Lin Yi inhaled deeply, leading Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing in step with Princess Shangwan. As they settled into the luxurious black car, the expressions of Lin Yi, Lin Xiaoqing, and Xiao Kuei bore little trace of excitement. Across from them, Princess Shangwan maintained a cheerful facade, appearing to be an adorable little girl. Yet, upon closer interaction, one would discover her deviousness. Her insistence on compelling Lin Yi into actions he vehemently opposed was a clear testament to her cunning nature. As they traveled, the trio remained silent, particularly Lin Xiaoqing, who trembled slightly from fear. She was acutely aware that the girl before her was of a similar age, perhaps even younger by a year. Yet this peer instilled within her a sense of dread, for she recognized the insurmountable chasm that existed between them. Big brother, would you like to select a method for Zhang Tianfeng's demise? I can offer some friendly suggestions. Poisoning, car accident, hanging, suicide, and so on, Princess Shangwan suddenly remarked. Her tone light. While her words were initially innocuous, they took on a sinister undertone as her gaze flickered over Lin Yi and his companions' necks and chests. This moment caused Lin Yi and the others to feel as though she was alluding to their own possible fates rather than Zhang Tianfeng's, instinctively swallowing hard. Lin Xiaoqing clutched Lin Yi's arm tightly, her expression one of helplessness. Xiao Kuei mirrored her actions, drawing closer to Lin Yi for comfort. Sensing the movements of the two individuals beside him, Lin Yi let out a faint sigh and spoke. As I suggested earlier, let him be poisoned to death. Chapter 70, The Pokémon Tasting Conference. An hour later, As Lin Yi and his companions began to feel somewhat drowsy, they arrived at an unassuming little eatery. This establishment appeared quite ordinary, resembling any street-side diner without distinction. However, when the petite princess alighted from the vehicle, the two bodyguards beside her suddenly exhibited signs of tension. Clearly, this seemingly simple restaurant was not as innocuous as it appeared. "Dear gentlemen, please disembark. Observe my demeanor and act accordingly. Refrain from speaking unless absolutely necessary," Princess Shangwan remarked unexpectedly at that moment. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi and his companions exchanged glances before nodding in tacit agreement. Although they did not perceive anything amiss with the restaurant, they acquiesced to her request, for at this juncture, it seemed that while Princess Shangwan possessed a somewhat cunning nature, she had no reason to harm them without provocation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi and his companions exited the vehicle in succession, following Princess Shangwan into the modest establishment. As they entered, an exceptionally delectable aroma enveloped them, prompting all three to instinctively swallow. How could it smell this divine? Is there something particularly special? Lin Yi pondered silently, recalling that the most acclaimed dish in town was the barbecued scallion duck. The delightful flavor of the dish, when paired with scallions on the grill, was the reason he indulged whenever he had the means. Yet, the intoxicating fragrance that greeted them surpassed that of the renowned barbecued scallion duck by tenfold, evoking an irresistible allure that was utterly overwhelming. Lin Yi cast a glance at Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing beside him, noticing they bore similar expressions. This elicited a sense of unease within him, for such an overwhelmingly enticing aroma could not align with the laws of reality. Hence, his gaze shifted to Princess Shangwan, who at that moment had gently covered her mouth and nose with her hand, her brow furrowed in distaste. The two bodyguards flanking her, though not mimicking her gesture, were clearly holding their breaths, evidently unwilling to inhale any of the air in this place. Realizing this, Lin Yi subtly nudged Lin Xiaoqing and Xiao Kuei, then mirrored her action. Just moments ago, they had been captivated by the delicious scent, but upon witnessing Lin Yi covering his mouth and nose, they instantly comprehended that the aroma was indeed problematic and followed suit. The six of them proceeded down a corridor stretching 100 meters. Upon exiting the hallway, they were greeted by a vast dining hall, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. As they entered, Princess Shangwan inhaled deeply. Finally, we have escaped that wretched place. Every time I caught a whiff of that disgusting odor, it made me want to vomit, she remarked with a hint of ferocity, her eyes brimming with revulsion. Lin Yi, Xiao Kuei, and Lin Xiaoqing exchanged astonished glances upon hearing her words. While they were aware that the scent was likely suspicious, it hardly seemed repulsive. Any normal person would find it delightful. As if reading their incredulity, Princess Shangwan smiled knowingly. "I understand what you are thinking. Fear not. That previous odor poses no harm to your health. At most, it may evoke a sense of lingering nostalgia in your minds. Perhaps during your initial encounter, it may seem overwhelmingly fragrant, but with subsequent inhalations, it will transform into something particularly odious and foul." Having uttered this, Princess Shangwan offered no further explanation and made her way to an empty table in the distance, taking a seat. Lin Yi and his companions followed suit, but remained standing beside her, hesitant to sit. "Gentlemen, please take your seats. Standing is not permitted here," she instructed, gesturing to the two bodyguards, who nodded slightly and settled into the chairs nearby. Observing this, Lin Yi and his companions exchanged glances before also taking their seats, albeit closely huddled together, cautiously surveying their surroundings to discern what manner of establishment this was. Lin Yi's gaze swept around the room, noting the patrons already present. To his surprise, the majority were middle-aged or elderly, with scarcely any young individuals, let alone someone as youthful as Princess Shangwan. Yet, the presence of the petite princess evoked little astonishment among the crowd, as if her presence were entirely normal. The patrons remained silent, patiently awaiting the proceedings. After a brief moment, a resounding chime echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention to the grand platform at the center of the hall. Suddenly, a man clad in a black suit appeared atop the stage, his expression calm and composed. He surveyed the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Welcome to the 10th Pokémon Culinary Tasting Conference. I shall now present to you the first dish, a dish beloved by all, Charizard." With his words, he snapped his fingers sharply. In response, a massive cage overhead swung open. A colossal Charizard plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the platform with a thud, though it appeared somewhat lethargic. Lin Yi recognized that the Charizard had not sustained any real injuries. It had merely inhaled a copious amount of anesthetic. Otherwise, with its formidable prowess as a high-tier Pokémon, it would never allow itself to be so easily subdued. The Pokemon Culinary Tasting Conference. Was this a venue for consuming rare Pokemon? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Yi's gaze as he contemplated the unsettling reality of so many individuals engaging in such practices. After all, Pokemon had always been humanity's allies. Yet now these companions were being treated as delectable dishes by this seemingly hypocritical crowd. Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing shared his astonishment, their expressions reflecting a sense of compassion, prompting them to avert their gaze from the Charizard on stage. Observing the reaction of the three, Princess Shangwan's lips curled into a sly smile as she cheerfully inquired, "So, gentlemen, would you care to sample this Charizard as well?" Chapter 71, The Preordained Plan. "No, thank you. I have no desire to partake," Lin Yi replied, forcing himself to suppress the nausea rising within him. His gaze shifted back to the platform, where he noticed the man retrieving a small, red knife, evidently crafted from a peculiar material. It gleamed with an unparalleled sharpness, and with a mere flick of his wrist, the man effortlessly severed the Charizard's wing. The Charizard, engulfed in immense agony, abruptly opened its eyes and emitted a silent roar. Its entire body trembled. Yet due to the effects of the anesthetic, it could do naught but lie on the ground, helpless. The wings of the Charizard were considered the most delectable part of its being, with a starting bid set at 1 million. As the host on the elevated platform concluded this statement, an elderly man with white hair promptly raised his bidding card. 1.5 million. A gleeful smile spread across the host's face, for he was well aware of the insatiable demand that this gathering had for the bodies of high-grade Pokemon. Though not elaborated upon, the exquisite flesh of noble Pokemon held significant advantages for humans. Firstly, the energy they provided was remarkably abundant. Consuming just a small portion could fulfill one's energy needs for an entire day. Additionally, these delicacies offered benefits such as longevity, beauty enhancement, and vitality, among a host of other effects. An auction, indeed. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, clearly taken aback by the realization that this was akin to an auction house. "Of course, young sir," replied Princess Shangwan. "Even the organizers here cannot procure a large quantity of high-grade Pokemon for culinary purposes all at once. Hence the necessity of an auction format." As she spoke, she raised her own bidding card. 2 million. Just as Lin Yi was astonished by her willingness to spend such a sum on a mere piece of Charizard wing. A robust middle-aged man in the distance raised his card. 3 million. As time progressed, bids continued to escalate, while Princess Shangwan, after her initial bid, did not raise her card again. Moments later, when the price of the wing reached a staggering 10 million, no further bids were made. The host surveyed the crowd and gently tapped his gavel. "Congratulations to Mr. Situ for acquiring the exquisitely delicious Charizard wing. We will now summon a specialized chef to prepare it for you, so please be patient." After uttering these words, the host handed the Charizard's wing to an attendant nearby and proceeded to cut another part of the Charizard's body. Throughout this time, Lin Yi's fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly, as he was consumed by a profound anger and a sense of helplessness. At this moment, aside from him, Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing, everyone else in the vicinity appeared unfazed by such occurrences. It was evident that they had partaken in this spectacle many times before, perhaps drawn by the remarkable effects or the thrill it provided. Princess Shangwan, however, observed Lin Yi's demeanor closely, occasionally raising her card to increase the bids. Yet, as an hour passed and the Charizard was completely dismembered, she had acquired nothing. "Young sir, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Hearing her inquiry, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Princess Shangwan, his brow furrowing slightly, unsure of why she had brought him to such a place. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly. "If it were possible, I would wish for this organization to be dismantled, for all involved to be apprehended, and for every Pokemon they have captured to be set free." Upon finishing his statement, Lin Yi felt the absurdity of his own words, managing a wry smile. Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing instinctively grasped his hands, providing him with strength. At that moment, Princess Shangwan made a surprising declaration. "If you truly feel that way, I can assist you." As she spoke, Lin Yi looked at her with a mix of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a response from her. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. "What shall we do?" Seeing Lin Yi's willingness to act, a subtle smile graced Princess Shangwan's lips. She pointed her delicate finger towards a small black door at the center of the arena. "Do you see that small door? It leads to the inner sanctum of this establishment, where numerous Pokemon are held captive. You might find it hard to believe, but these are not ordinary Pokemon. Their flesh is typically quite sour unless they are unique species, like the ducklet. To ensure that the blood and flesh of these Pokemon are both effective and flavorful, they are marinated using special methods for an extended period, which is the source of the aroma we detected upon entering." If you can successfully breach that door, you can take control of everyone inside and release all the Pokémon, while also capturing the mastermind behind this operation. At that moment, Princess Shangwan presented Lin Yi with a remarkably astute plan, as if he had come here not for the purpose of consuming the Pokémon's flesh, but rather to fulfill this mission. Upon realizing this, Lin Yi felt as though he had been maneuvered by Princess Shangwan. Nonetheless, he understood that even if she had indeed orchestrated his involvement, he had little recourse at this stage. He nodded, affirming his decision. I understand. With his words, Lin Yi rose from his seat without hesitation and strode toward the heart of the expansive room, his gaze fixated on the black door. The onlookers remained seated in silence, their eyes filled with surprise as they wondered what he intended to do. Even the host on the elevated platform raised an eyebrow and slowly inquired, "Young man, what do you intend to do? You seem to be a newcomer to our gathering. If you require anything, please let me know, and we shall endeavor to accommodate you." While the host spoke graciously, he discreetly signaled his subordinates to apprehend Lin Yi. Chapter 72. Unbelievably smooth. As Lin Yi observed 3 burly men in red suits approaching from the opposite side, he took a deep breath and turned to glance at Princess Shangwan, who nodded slightly in encouragement. With his resolve solidifying, as the 3 men reached him, Lin Yi swiftly raised his left hand, revealing a red and white pokeball. He pressed the button, and in an instant, a flash of red light illuminated the room as Charmeleon materialized before the crowd. Charmeleon. It emitted a distinctive cry, its gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Charmeleon, use string shot. Lin Yi commanded quietly. Even at this juncture, he wished to avoid inflicting any fatal harm on the men before him, which was why he had summoned Charmeleon instead of another Pokémon. Charmeleon opened its mouth and unleashed a jet of charred silk, ensnaring the 3 men in front of it. Witnessing this scene, all present exhibited expressions of astonishment. What transpired? That Charmeleon just employed the move, string shot, did it not? Is this not a skill attributed to bug-type Pokémon? How could a Charmeleon possibly learn such a technique? My interest in this Charmeleon has surged immensely. No, my fascination extends to that man. The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes intermittently darting towards the Charmeleon or Lin Yi. Even the host on the platform appeared momentarily speechless, hesitating to issue further commands. At this juncture, Lin Yi, devoid of any hesitation, sprinted forward with purpose. He soon found himself before the unassuming black door, glancing back only to exhale in relief upon seeing Princess Shangwan safeguarding Lin Xiaoqing and Xiao Kuei. He then promptly opened the black door before him. In the next instant, a foul stench assailed his senses. This odor was unlike any he had encountered before, reminiscent of a multitude of decaying corpses. Yet, before Lin Yi, there was no scene to match this scent. Merely an ordinary-looking space lay ahead. This realization elucidated why Princess Shangwan had initially covered her mouth and nose. Indeed, it was a scent beyond the tolerance of an average individual. Gritting his teeth against the stench, he led the Charmeleon into the room, instinctively surveying his surroundings. His gaze swiftly fell upon several chefs in the distance, busy preparing dishes from the carcass of a Charizard. Braised dragon head, steamed dragon wings, spicy dragon tails. Each dish was crafted using the most exquisite culinary methods by top-tier chefs. They too were taken aback by the sudden intrusion of this boy, appearing somewhat flustered. "What are you doing here?" one chef finally inquired. "Mind your own business," Lin Yi retorted without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a scathing insult. "Charmeleon, use string shot to bind them all," he bellowed. The Charmeleon, without a hint of delay, opened its mouth and expelled a torrent of string, ensnaring the group of chefs at his feet. Indeed, Pokémon possess the strength to break free from the strings and re-engage in battle. For them, the string serves only as a temporary hindrance, but for humans, their strength is insufficient to escape such constraints. Thus, once ensnared, they are left awaiting rescue. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi approached, seizing the chef who had questioned him and glaring fiercely into his eyes. "Where are the Pokémon you have imprisoned?" The chef's demeanor revealed a flicker of panic. He was merely there to cook, having received a substantial sum to prepare a meal. Although it was evident that this endeavor was somewhat illicit, he perceived no wrongdoing in the profits he stood to gain. Moreover, those who dared engage in such activities were typically individuals of high status with formidable connections. Even if concrete evidence were uncovered, it was unlikely that any repercussions would ensue. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of a boy who resembled an impassioned youth. He could discern that Lin Yi was merely a high school student, and the fact that he dared to charge in with only a Charmeleon was audacious, to say the least. Of course, this boldness was also a result of the lax security. After all, every individual present was of considerable status, accompanied by their own bodyguards. Thus, the security detail was typically perfunctory, which afforded Lin Yi this opportunity. Over there, in that small room, they are all locked inside. Upon hearing the chef's words, Lin Yi delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving it red and swollen. He quickly made his way to the red door, forcefully swinging it open. What he beheld next would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Within the small enclosure were 12 enormous jars, and at that moment, 11 of them contained Pokémon of the highest evolutionary forms, such as Garchomp, Bisharp, Blastoise, and Serperior. All these Pokémon were wide-eyed, submerged in water, yet still alive. Their expressions filled with terror. Charmeleon used Tackle to shatter these jars. Lin Yi commanded loudly. Jow! The Charmeleon emitted a fierce cry, propelling itself forward like a cannonball, smashing one jar after another. Subsequently, the Pokémon staggered to their feet, wobbling precariously as if they might topple over at any moment. Yet, unlike the Charizard on the platform, they were not incapacitated and still had the strength to stand, evidently untouched by excessive anesthetics. Everyone follow me. I will lead you out of here, Lin Yi shouted. However, the high-ranking Pokémon before him paid no heed. Previously, they had roared and surged past Lin Yi with all their might, crashing into the vast banquet hall. Chaos ensued as they unleashed indiscriminate attacks. Flames, ice, lightning, and various other energy waves erupted outward. The prominent figures, shielded by their bodyguards, hastily retreated. At that moment, the onlookers began to comprehend Lin Yi's recent actions. Some regarded him with admiration, while others harbored disdain, wishing to see him eliminated. Kill him. This troublemaker is unworthy of existence. Better yet, hand him over to me, and I shall make him wish for death, a sinister elder clad in traditional garb declared, his gaze fixated on Lin Yi, evidently harboring ulterior motives. However, the surrounding individuals were not fools. They were not mere commoners, but influential figures who understood the true value Lin Yi and his Charmeleon possessed. Elder, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. We all recognize this boy's worth. Let us divide him among us. The clamor erupted, as the crowd treated Lin Yi as if he were a piece of meat on a chopping block, ripe for their slaughter. Just then, Lin Yi emerged from the black room, observing the 11 high-ranking Pokémon engaged in battle with the other esteemed guest's Pokémon. His expression bore no excess thoughts. He was not a bleeding heart. His motive for rescuing the 11 Pokémon stemmed from a blend of anger and a significant influence from Princess Shangwan's earlier proposal. Although Lin Yi had not spent much time with her, he could surmise her thoughts. Clearly, when she had inquired about these matters, he felt compelled to act. Otherwise, it would incite displeasure in the other party. If they were of equal standing, no matter how much Lin Yi provoked them, there would be no issue. However, the situation has changed. The other party now holds the power over Lin Yi's very life and death. Contemplating this, Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, acutely aware that he must procure a divine beast within a short span of time. The opposing faction belongs to a vast family, one of the 3 great families in this Jingshin city, each of which he cannot afford to offend, even if he were to elevate his Pokémon to the highest levels. As long as they did not reach the status of a divine beast, these individuals would not regard him with any respect. Their influence, cultivated over generations, far surpasses that of Lin Yi's few advanced Pokémon. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi smiled as he approached the young princess, who beckoned him over. Upon reaching her side, Lin Yi nodded slowly and spoke. I have released those 11 Pokémon, but they refuse to leave with me. They are currently wreaking havoc. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the princess nodded slightly without elaborating further, then turned her gaze toward the prominent figures surrounding them. Young man, take a good look at their faces and listen to the vile words that escape their lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but turned to observe the powerful individuals. To his astonishment, he noticed that their eyes were fixated solely on him, perceiving him not as a person, but rather as a mere slab of meat upon which they were bargaining. Indeed, these individuals had reduced Lin Yi to a mere commodity. They all believed that he could not evade their grasp and were deliberating on how to dissect him to maximize his value. How can they do this? My brother is undeniably a person. Why do they regard him as a mere object? Lin Xiaoqing could not help but exclaim, her eyes betraying a mix of anger, frustration, and a hint of helplessness. Beside her, Xiao Kuei opened her mouth, then gently embraced Lin Xiaoqing, refraining from saying anything further, as she understood that she was powerless to alter the current situation. At that moment, the young princess spoke up. Young man, have you memorized their faces? Indeed. Lin Yi's voice was somewhat subdued, yet it was the demeanor he needed to adopt in this moment. The people around him had completely objectified him. He must act accordingly. For he was not an object, he was a human being. Should Lin Yi fall into the clutches of these individuals, he would face unrelenting torment. Most likely, they would compel him to divulge his unique methods of training Pokémon. Yet, the reality was that Lin Yi could not reveal such secrets. They were the special powers bestowed upon him by his Pokémon Modifier, powers he could not share, even if he wished to. Moreover, he had no intention of relinquishing his extraordinary abilities to anyone. They were his alone. Miss Shangwan, you can assist me now, can't you? Lin Yi turned to the young princess, speaking softly. Though his words were gentle, they did not convey a plea for help. For he understood the reasons behind the current predicament. This was all orchestrated by the cunning young princess before him. Had she not insisted on bringing him to this place? Had she not exposed him to the brutality of the banquet? Had she not compelled him to rescue those 11 Pokémon treated as mere dishes? His abilities would not have been discovered by these individuals, at least not so soon. He could have seized the opportunity to procure a Pokémon capable of altering his fate. Perhaps even a divine beast. But now, all of Lin Yi's plans lay in ruins. He had become a lamb awaiting slaughter. If he wished to avoid becoming someone else's subordinate, a slave, or a mere experiment, his only recourse was the young princess before him. Seeing the resentment and defiance in Lin Yi's eyes, the young princess smiled. Ha ha ha, young man. If you are willing, I can certainly assist you. I understand, Lin Yi nodded, expressing his loyalty, excitement, and fortune. Yet, he concealed his anger, his grievances, and his helplessness deep within. Upon receiving Lin Yi's loyalty, the young princess turned her gaze toward the distant powerful figures. At that moment, she rose from her seat and gracefully made her way into their midst. Observing her departure, Lin Yi, Xiao Kuei, Lin Xiaoqing, and the 2 bodyguards who remained motionless exchanged glances, remaining still. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards spoke up. We have all traversed this path. Young princess, the trials she faces are far more severe than you can imagine. She must act as she does. We too have no retreat if we are to earn her trust, so please understand her. Chapter 74. The Arrogance of the Young Princess. Could Lin Yi comprehend their sentiments? No, it was utterly impossible. He would never understand, nor did he wish to. Yet, in that moment, he could only nod slightly. I understand. Following Miss Shangwan will also bring me many benefits. Lin Yi's words sounded so feeble, so powerless, yet the 2 bodyguards merely exchanged glances without further comment. For in the beginning, they were all the same. The young princess would not rally everyone to her side as subordinates. She sought out individuals with potential, talent, and capability. These individuals, based solely on their abilities, could carve out a promising future for themselves. No one wished to be a dog for another. No one desired that role. Thus, in the beginning, their circumstances were identical, completely alike. Yet now, those who dared to resist had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed in this world. This reality imparted a lesson to the others. They were too weak, even if they possessed talent, even if they had the potential to become top Pokémon trainers. At present, they were merely dogs of the young princess, her most loyal vassals. However, unbeknownst to all, the fire of anger within Lin Yi would not extinguish. It blazed fiercely in his heart. The young princess opposite him had not summoned a loyal companion. Rather, she had invited a ruthless, fearless wolf into her fold. Have you all come to an agreement? The young princess inquired softly. Upon hearing her words, the group exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They all recognized the young princess, and thus refrained from further comment. Since you have reached an agreement, allow me to share my thoughts. As she uttered these words, a flicker of anger appeared in the eyes of the powerful figures across from her. Yet, due to the prestige of the Shangwan family, they held their tongues. His name is Lin Yi, an ordinary high school student, yet now he stands as my subordinate, and shall forever remain so. Do you comprehend? As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the banquet hall, with all present refraining from utterance. However, the eyes of the assembly were ablaze with fury, a smoldering resentment, and a desire to rend the delicate figure of Princess Shangwan before them into shreds. Moments later, a man clad in a violet suit stepped forth and spoke. Miss Shangwan, I acknowledge that your family's influence is formidable, being the foremost among the 3 great families of Jinshin City. But do you truly believe that a mere word from you can compel us to abandon him? Do you grasp his worth? What can a child like you possibly understand? The man's voice grew increasingly fervent, and as he approached Princess Shangwan, his gaze bore down upon her with a fierce malice. Yet, in the face of this towering man, who was nearly twice her size and significantly older, Princess Shangwan merely lifted her chin, her seemingly adorable visage now reflecting a hint of mockery. Her angelic voice then uttered words that chilled to the bone. I believe you all know whose territory this is. Indeed, it is the domain of the Shangwan family, and from this day forth, it shall be mine. Lin Yi, as my subordinate, is now also a member of the Shangwan family. Do you dare to lay a finger on him? Before the man could utter a retort, Princess Shangwan delivered a resounding slap across his face and continued, What are you? What do you represent? Merely the elders of petty clans. Do you truly think that age alone grants you authority? To me, you are not, but a pack of mangy curs. Now begone. Leave my territory. At that moment, the fury of the assembled dignitaries peaked. They were astounded. For even the head of the Shangwan family would not address them so brazenly, considering the myriad factors at play. Yet, this petite girl, clearly still a child, exhibited a blatant disregard for their status. The underlying reason for her audacity was the overwhelming power of the Shangwan family. Indeed, within Jinshin City, there are 3 prominent families. But the common folk remain oblivious to the fact that the other 2 families combined do not match the magnitude of the Shangwan clan. This implies that should the Shangwan family desire, they could swiftly uproot the other 2 families. If even those families cannot stand on equal footing with the Shangwan family, what of the smaller clans? They could only silently endure, too intimidated to voice their thoughts. Previously, Princess Shangwan would have refrained from provoking them, choosing instead to ignore their presence, for the Shangwan family understood the necessity of maintaining good relations for long-term prosperity. Yet now, she openly insulted them, proclaiming them to be nothing but lowly ants and curs. This was intolerable to them, inciting a desire for vengeance, yet they dared not act. Miss Shangwan, I concede that your words ring true, but do you believe I am akin to them? At this moment, the elder who had initially criticized the Charizard's wings stood up. His eyes bore little anger, as he genuinely belonged to one of the 3 great families, the elder of the Situ clan. His status eclipsed that of everyone present, even surpassing that of Princess Shangwan to some extent. Upon hearing his words, a charming smile graced Princess Shangwan's face as she replied, Grandfather Situ, you are indeed different. You are not a mangy cur, but rather an old dog, one that has lingered too long. Surely, many in your family wish for your swift demise to allow another to assume your position. Would you like me to assist in hastening that process? Shock and rage intertwined in Elder Situ's gaze. His body trembled with fury, yet faced with Princess Shangwan, he merely snorted in response, choosing to say nothing further. Chapter 75, The Reluctant Assembly. Lin Yi departed from the grand banquet. Even as he left, the eyes of the assembly bore into him with venomous intensity, as if they longed to flay him alive. Yet, none dared utter a harsh word, for the reason was simple, Princess Shangwan. She was overwhelmingly assertive, so domineering that even those many years her senior refrained from behaving insolently in her presence. As he walked forward, he hesitated for a moment, glancing at Princess Shangwan before speaking. Miss Shangwan, are you truly untroubled by your actions? Lin Yi was filled with confusion. Although he was not a scion of these noble families, he understood that one could conduct themselves as they wished in private. But publicly tearing down facades was another matter entirely. What Princess Shangwan had done transcended mere facades. She had ground their dignity into the dust without a shred of respect. In such circumstances, if those of the Shangwan family were to discover her actions, they would surely emerge to reprimand her, to scold her, to blame her. Yet, at this moment, Princess Shangwan turned to Lin Yi, a smile gracing her lips. Little brother, fret not. I would do anything for you. A blatant falsehood. A starkly naked lie. However, Lin Yi found himself compelled to believe it, for no other answers were available to him. He nodded slightly, falling into silence, contemplating his future. Lin Xiaoqing approached him, wrapping her arm around Lin Yi's, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Though her personality was exuberant and vivacious, unflinching in the face of danger, the events of the day had shattered her worldview. She found herself at a loss for words. All she could do was cling to Lin Yi's arm in search of warmth. Meanwhile, Xiao Kuei trailed behind Lin Yi, silent. She had initially believed herself to be Lin Yi's benefactor, a patron who had recognized his potential and sought to elevate him. She envisioned participating with him in the Jinshin City Pokémon League competition and achieving great heights. Yet, the reality was stark. She was merely a fleeting presence. An individual who had discovered Lin Yi's talent at the outset. And now, as those of greater power turned their attention to Lin Yi, she found herself rendered speechless, powerless to act. As they entered the black automobile, Lin Yi and the others sat across from each other in silence. Princess Shangwan, however, continued to scrutinize Lin Yi, Lin Xiaoqing, and Xiao Kuei with a playful smile. Sister Xiao Kuei, I recall that you are the administrator of the Pokémon Zoo, and you are juggling 4 jobs. Such laborious work is quite taxing. Why not come directly to my side? I have many Pokémon here that require guidance. Could Xiao Kuei refuse? She found herself unable to do so, for if she were to decline at this moment, the Princess Shangwan would surely cast her aside. All right, I understand. Xiao Kuei reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. At that juncture, Princess Shangwan's gaze shifted towards Lin Xiaoqing, who stood nearby. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yi interjected. My sister has just entered junior high and has only signed a contract with one Pokemon. She must attend school and focus on her studies. Her goal is to gain admission to a Pokemon university. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Xiaoqing clung tightly to his arm, feeling somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, Princess Shangwan nodded slightly and remarked, certainly, Sister Xiaoqing is still a middle school student, much like myself, and naturally must attend school. I shall cover all her tuition fees and living expenses, so you need not worry, dear brother. At this point, Princess Shangwan paused momentarily before continuing, of course. If you wish, I could even facilitate her direct admission to a Pokemon university. That is within my power. Lin Yi was initially taken aback, but ultimately shook his head. Responding, let my sister attend school as normal. That would be for the best. Of course, dear brother. Princess Shangwan replied with a gentle smile. Then, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. So, dear brother, you are now mine, and thus you need not attend school. Simply accompany me. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of inner turmoil appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. He could not remain under Princess Shangwan's control indefinitely. There would come a day when he must soar free. Yet, if he continued to linger beneath her dominion, the opportunities for his own actions would diminish significantly. It was highly likely that just as he began to gather momentum for his escape, she would notice and suppress him. However, if he did not acquiesce to her at this moment, it could very well spell danger for him. She might cast him beneath the wheels of a carriage, leading to his demise. Lin Yi was quite certain that Princess Shangwan was capable of such a deed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi hesitated briefly before resolutely shaking his head. Miss Shangwan, I am merely a high school student. While I may possess certain unique abilities, my knowledge is still quite lacking, and I must continue my education at school. Should you require my assistance, I am more than willing to help you directly. But during ordinary times, I kindly ask for your permission to pursue my studies. His words, though humble, did not elicit an outright rejection from Princess Shangwan as he had anticipated. Instead, she nodded slightly and replied, Dear brother, if you truly wish to proceed in this manner, then that is acceptable. However, I still do not want to be separated from you. Very well, let us leave it at that. I shall handle the rest. Thus, they engaged in conversation throughout their journey, predominantly with Princess Shangwan speaking while Lin Yi listened attentively. During this time, he began to comprehend the reasons behind Princess Shangwan's increasingly obsessive and arrogant demeanor. Her status as the most favored and powerful princess of the Shangwan family did not equate to a blissful childhood. On the contrary, she had endured the loss of her mother at an early age and had been bullied by her peers throughout her formative years. Under such circumstances, she had grown into the merciless and cruel figure she was now. Chapter 76. The Enhancement of Mental Fortitude. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yi exhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings with a hint of resignation. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved 3 Pokeballs, releasing his 3 Pokemon. Zhao. Charmeleon emitted an unusual sound, sensing Lin Yi's emotions, and nuzzled against his arm with its large head. Jenny. Squirtle also sensed Lin Yi's unease and approached to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Riolu stood motionless, not due to a lack of desire to console Lin Yi or an inability to perceive his feelings, but rather because there was simply no space available. If Charmeleon were still a Charmander, the 3 of them would fit perfectly together. However, Charmeleon's size was rather imposing, leaving no room for Riolu. Gently stroking his 3 Pokemon, Lin Yi's eyes gradually sparkled with a glimmer of hope. He turned his gaze towards Squirtle. Squirtle, do you wish to evolve now? Upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, Squirtle was momentarily taken aback, then looked up at Lin Yi, but ultimately shook its head slightly. If you do not wish to evolve yet, then let us continue as we are. That is perfectly fine. Lin Yi reached out to caress Squirtle's smooth blue head, smiling as he spoke. After soothing his Pokemon, he lay back on his bed and closed his eyes. That night, Lin Yi dreamt vividly of soaring through the sky on the back of Rayquaza, flanked by a host of legendary Pokemon such as Ho-Oh, Lugia, Mew, and Mewtwo. The following morning, Lin Yi awoke early and made his way to the dining table, intending to prepare breakfast. However, he discovered that 3 servings of soy milk and youtiao had already been laid out. Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing were there, already engaged in their meal. Their dining atmosphere was not as cheerful as usual, instead feeling somewhat somber. With a sigh, Lin Yi took a seat across from them and bit into a youtiao. The 3 of them ate in silence, and after a brief moment, they had consumed all the food before them. Brother, I'm off to school, Lin Xiaoqing exclaimed with a smile, shouldering her adorable backpack as she departed. In that instant, the expansive room was left with only Xiaokuei and Lin Yi. Xiaokuei, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Lin Yi began to express his remorse, believing that had it not been for him, Princess Shangwan would not have taken an interest in him, and Xiaokuei would not have to work in such a perilous environment. However, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiaokuei slowly shook her head and responded, "Do not worry. I have already inquired about the working conditions she offers. They are actually quite similar to my previous job, yet the salary is several times greater. It's not as dangerous as you envision. The reason I appear somewhat disheartened is that I feel utterly useless for not being able to assist you in any way." I truly before Xiaokuei could finish her sentence, she instinctively raised her hand as if to slap herself. At that moment, however, Lin Yi reached out to grasp her arm, offering a gentle smile as he spoke. "Rest assured, such days shall not linger for long, I swear." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the petite Xiaokuei across from him ultimately nodded in resignation, refraining from further comment. Subsequently, Xiaokuei departed for work, while Lin Yi, gazing at her retreating figure, exhaled deeply. He then returned both Riolu and Charmeleon into their pokeballs, finally shouldering Squirtle as he strode outside, for he too had lessons to attend today. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at school. Observing the throngs of students bustling about, he felt an inexplicable sense of disconnection from them. Though they were all attending the same institution, it seemed as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Sighing, Lin Yi entered his classroom, taking his seat and contemplating the most expedient way to enhance his own strength. At that moment, Wang Kai plopped down beside him, his face alight with excitement. "Lin bro, I did it. After employing your method, I truly succeeded." Lin Yi, taken aback by Wang Kai's exuberance, recalled their earlier conversation where he had whimsically shared his thoughts. "What did you say? You genuinely succeeded? How did you manage that?" Wang Kai disregarded Lin Yi's slightly perplexed expression and animatedly recounted his experience. "Lin bro, after I returned home that day, I reflected on your advice and deleted all my game saves. I cried the entire night. The following morning, I tested my mental fortitude and discovered that it had indeed significantly improved. I have now achieved the strength to contract a second Pokemon. Lin bro, I can't thank you enough. Without you, I would have never been able to sign a second Pokemon." Wang Kai exuberantly declared, eventually throwing himself onto Lin Yi, tears streaming down his face. Lin Yi, somewhat disdainful, pushed Wang Kai away, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He knew that his previous suggestions had been mere nonsense. Yet it appeared that Wang Kai had genuinely elevated his mental strength. It was utterly implausible that Wang Kai had been concealing his true capabilities. In this world, the potency of one's mental strength determined one's innate talents and the resources one could acquire. As long as one was not foolish, there would be no reason to deliberately hide their mental prowess in hopes of stealthy development. Such an approach would only result in diminished resources and fewer opportunities for growth. Even someone capable of contracting 6 Pokemon could ultimately become a mere failure. Of course, Lin Yi was an exception. He required none of this world's resources, for he possessed the Pokémon Modifier, allowing him to soar to greatness. After being pushed away, Wang Kai said nothing further, his excitement unabated. "Lin bro, after class, will you accompany me to choose a Pokemon? I trust your judgment." Lin Yi initially intended to refuse, but then recalled his earlier unintentional jest at Wang Kai's expense. Hesitating for a moment, he eventually nodded slightly and replied, "Very well. After school this evening, I shall accompany you to the Pokemon daycare to select a suitable Pokemon for you." As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk enveloped the sky. Lin Yi followed Wang Kai out of the school gates. This time, no one awaited him at the entrance. Xiaokuei and Princess Shangwan were both absent. At that moment, Xiaokuei was still at Princess Shangwan's workplace, ostensibly putting in extra hours on her first day, despite her lack of fondness for the job. As for Princess Shangwan, she seemed preoccupied with other matters. Lin Yi speculated that it was likely related to internal family disputes. Although he had never directly participated in such familial conflicts, he had gleaned much from various narratives in his previous life. Without a doubt, these individuals would not treat one another kindly. If possible, they would not hesitate to bring about each other's demise. As for Princess Shangwan, apart from herself, only her father could aid her. However, her patriarch was afflicted with a peculiar illness, rendering him increasingly frail. This was likely a contributing factor to Princess Shangwan's growing volatility. She needed this facade for her own protection. If she remained as she once was, ordinary, gentle, and kind, she would only invite death. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi and Wang Kai boarded the bus. "Lin bro, what kind of Pokemon do you think I should purchase? I really like the starter Pokemon. Perhaps I should get a Squirtle." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Wang Kai before hesitantly responding, I'm unsure how much you have saved, but I do not wish to discourage you. A starter with exceptional aptitude typically costs around 100,000, while a regular one would require at least 50,000. Lin Yi relayed the prices he had previously learned. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai appeared momentarily stunned before hesitantly replying, "My dad only rewarded me 50,000. I suppose I'll have to settle for a regular one." A smile crept onto his face, but it bore an air of resignation and unfulfilled desire, encapsulating the plight of an ordinary individual. Wang Kai was fortunate. His father could afford to provide him with 50,000 for a Pokémon, a luxury Lin Yi had never experienced in the past. Observing Wang Kai's bewildered expression, Lin Yi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Let us discuss this matter later. For now, we should go and take a look." After an hour's journey, Lin Yi and Wang Kai arrived at a Pokémon daycare, the very same establishment Lin Yi had first visited. Upon entering, Lin Yi spotted the attendant, Xiao Li, who had welcomed him on 2 previous occasions. This time, however, she was not at the entrance to greet them, but rather lounging comfortably in her seat, seemingly at ease. Beside her stood a young female attendant, likely around 20, animatedly chatting with her. Upon noticing Lin Yi and Wang Kai's arrival, the young attendant hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Welcome, gentlemen. What brings you here today? We offer a variety of flavored energy cubes, Pokémon daycare services, and, of course, Pokémon for sale." As the charming female attendant beamed at them, Wang Kai's gaze became entranced. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's attention drifted towards Xiao Li, who remained blissfully unaware of their presence, seemingly indifferent to the need for an enthusiastic welcome. Had she seen Lin Yi, she would undoubtedly have rushed over to provide exceptional service. "Please, lead us to view the Pokémon you have available," Lin Yi interjected. Upon hearing his request, the young attendant's eyes brightened with excitement. For selling a Pokémon would yield significantly more profit than selling energy cubes from the entire store. However, upon realizing that Lin Yi and Wang Kai were merely 2 ordinary high school students, the sparkle in her eyes dimmed significantly. Nevertheless, her commendable professionalism compelled her to lead Lin Yi and Wang Kai towards the Pokémon storage warehouse. As they stepped into the vast expanse of the warehouse, Lin Yi immediately spotted 5 Pokémon languishing in their habitats, exuding an air of despondency. These 5 Pokémon included Snivy, Surskit, Trico, Herdier, and Slacketh. With the exception of Herdier, the remaining 4 were all starters. I trust both of you have already observed these 5 Pokémon, which constitute our store's collection. Would you like me to provide a brief introduction? Upon hearing the clerk's words, Wang Kai instinctively nodded and replied, "Please do enlighten us about these 5 Pokémon. Which one would you recommend?" The clerk, sporting a friendly smile, responded, "All 5 Pokémon possess commendable strength and decent potential, with Surskit and Trico standing out the most. Both of these Pokémon have rather rare traits and skills, making them the jewels of our collection. If you wish to purchase either of these 2, I can offer you a 20% discount." Hearing this, Wang Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were ready to purchase both Pokémon on the spot. However, Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the clerk, and upon noticing a glimmer of cunning in her smile, he realized that the so-called discount was likely just a ruse, likely a tactic to inflate prices before offering a discount. At that moment, Lin Yi was not paying attention to Wang Kai and the clerk's conversation. His focus was entirely on Trico. Pokémon, Trico, gender, level, LV10, talent, good green, ability, overgrow, boosts the power of grass-type moves when HP is low, skills, pound, beginner, leer, beginner, quick attack, skilled. Upon reviewing Trico's attributes, Lin Yi felt a strong desire to acquire this particular Pokémon. Its stats were quite impressive, and the hidden ability indicated a potential for exceptional speed. With such an ability, a Trico could achieve dizzying speeds at higher levels, making it nearly imperceptible to the average observer. If handled skillfully, it could even overwhelm and defeat opposing Pokémon in no time. Chapter 78, Wang Kai's Choice. Just as Lin Yi was about to suggest that Wang Kai purchase Trico, Wang Kai's attention, influenced by the clerk's introduction, gravitated towards Surskit. Pokémon, Surskit, gender, level, LV7, talent, good green, ability, torrent, increases the power of water-type moves when HP is low, skills, pound, beginner, sing, beginner, water gun, skilled. Both Trico and Surskit belong to the lizard category of Pokémon. Their abilities are somewhat similar. However, one is water-type while the other is grass-type, presenting a notable distinction. Despite this, Lin Yi's preference remained firmly with Trico due to its exceptional hidden ability. Although Surskit was also commendable with its good talent, its ordinary ability would not provide significant advantages in battle. I think Surskit looks quite promising, don't you think, Lin Yi? After conversing with the clerk, Wang Kai turned his gaze towards Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi was accompanying him in this Pokemon purchase, the ultimate decision resided with Wang Kai. Yet, he harbored a distinct feeling that Lin Yi would undoubtedly select a superior option compared to his own choices. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, Lin Yi slightly raised an eyebrow but refrained from immediate response, as memories of being misled by Clerk Xiao Li in previous visits flooded back. To be honest, it wasn't particularly deceitful, but he had received no discounts whatsoever. Lin Yi nodded slightly, and then spoke slowly. Surskit seems quite good. I just wonder about its price. The clerk, showing no hesitation, smiled and replied, currently, we are having a grand promotion, and Surskit is priced reasonably at 150,000. The moment Wang Kai heard the price of 150,000, his expression abruptly changed. He instinctively tightened his grip on his pocket, realizing he only had 50,000 within it, falling short by a staggering 100,000. This realization brought a flicker of panic to his eyes, a common reaction for a student of his age when funds are insufficient. Observing this, Lin Yi's gaze shifted slightly as he cheerfully remarked, I see. In that case, let's continue browsing. After saying this, Lin Yi pulled Wang Kai aside. They pretended to examine the other Pokemon nearby, while the clerk seemed to sense the shift and remained where she was, watching them with a grin. Lingo, what should we do? I only have 50,000, which is a whole 100,000 less than Surskit's price. What now? Wang Kai spoke anxiously. Lin Yi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, directing his eyes toward the distant counter. What about that Trico over there? From my observations, while Surskit is quite similar, Trico's hidden ability gives it an edge in combat capabilities, making it a better fit for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Trico. Noticing Trico lounging on a rock, his eyes flickered with interest, and he instinctively nodded in agreement. If that's the case, I'll follow your advice, Lin Gu, and buy Trico. All right, just wait for me a moment. Lin Yi nodded and proceeded toward the counter. Upon reaching the counter, he gently tapped twice, producing a rhythmic sound. Xiao Li, who had been resting with her eyes closed, looked up with mild annoyance upon hearing the noise. Who is it? Can't you see I'm trying to sleep? As she opened her eyes and spotted Lin Yi, her expression brightened with recognition. Do you remember me? Of course, I remember you. Are you here to buy another Pokemon? Xiao Li stood up from her chair, her face lighting up with delight as she regarded Lin Yi. Lin Yi, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he observed her attire, particularly the name tag on her chest that read Store Manager, and paused before inquiring, have you been promoted? Upon hearing this, Xiao Li nodded eagerly and began to explain. Of course, ever since you made consecutive purchases of 2 Pokemon from me, my commission has been quite substantial. The higher-ups believe I possess the requisite qualifications, and I have been promoted to Store Manager, Xiao Li said with a smile. She then turned her gaze towards Wang Kai in the distance and inquired, could this be your younger brother? Are you planning to buy a Pokemon for him? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi did not deny it. Instead, he pointed at the Trico and asked, what is the lowest price for that Trico? If it's reasonable, we'll take it. Xiao Li glanced at the Trico, hesitated for a moment, then extended 2 fingers. 80,000. That's the best price I can offer you as the store manager. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded slightly and replied, in that case, we'll take it. With that, he approached Wang Kai, who was still engaged in conversation with the staff, but appeared noticeably less composed than at the beginning. He seemed somewhat apprehensive, his eyes darting around nervously. Upon spotting Lin Yi, he approached with a sense of relief and whispered, Brother Lin, has everything been resolved? Lin Yi nodded slightly and indicated the Trico, saying, I have negotiated the price. It is 80,000. However, a conflicted expression returned to Wang Kai's face. Brother Lin, I only have 50,000 here. How about you let them hold it for a bit while I go back to ask my dad for the remaining 30,000? To this, Lin Yi waved his hand lightly and said, it's all right. I will cover the remaining 30,000. You can repay me gradually. Without giving Wang Kai further opportunity to speak, Lin Yi led him to the front desk to complete the transaction. Xiao Li acted quickly, placing the Trico in a cage and handing it over to Wang Kai. As Wang Kai held the newly acquired Trico, he felt a sense of disbelief. Chapter 79, Pokemon League Tournament. Lin Yi escorted Wang Kai back home, then set off towards the location of the Shangwan family. His purpose for going there was not to see the young Shangwan girl. To be honest, he had no desire to meet her at this point. Instead, he sought to meet Xiao Kuei. Upon arriving at the expansive estate, the security guards, having recognized Lin Yi, allowed him entry without question. Once inside the estate, Lin Yi took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. This time marked his true beginning in scrutinizing the estate. Though he had visited before, it had always been under dire circumstances, leaving him no inclination to appreciate the environment. He noted the imposing black rockeries in the distance, accompanied by a small pond where several Pokémon frolicked, though they were merely the most common types, lacking formidable combat abilities. As Lin Yi proceeded forward, following the route provided by Xiao Kuei, he soon arrived at a vast lake. If not for others' comments, one would hardly suspect that within the Shangguan estate, a location of such great value, lay such a large body of water. At that moment, Xiao Kuei, dressed in her work uniform, sat by the lake, engaged in conversation with a middle-aged woman. Lin Yi approached but refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to wait patiently for their discussion to conclude. The middle-aged woman spoke animatedly while Xiao Kuei nodded attentively, clearly aware of the importance of retaining this information. Any oversight could provoke the ire of the Shangguan princess, leading to dire consequences. After a full half hour, the middle-aged woman appeared to grow parched, stretching and moving to a nearby table. Xiao Kuei, visibly relieved, turned to see Lin Yi standing there. "Lin Yi, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. Lin Yi merely nodded and replied, "It's your first day on the job, so I thought I'd come to check in. Have they given you any trouble?" Lin Yi felt a twinge of guilt, considering that had it not been for him, Xiao Kuei might not have found herself in this situation, living in constant trepidation. However, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiao Kuei shook her head with a smile. "I initially thought the Shangguan princess would be quite intimidating, but upon arriving, I found everyone here to be quite amiable." She gestured towards the middle-aged woman in the distance. "That's Aunt Zhang. She is the leader here and has been very kind to me. My job is not demanding at all. It's quite easy." Xiao Kuei continued to smile genuinely, clearly content with her circumstances. Observing her comfort here, Lin Yi nodded slightly and said, "When do you plan to return?" "I'll wait for you." "All right. Just give me a moment," Xiao Kuei replied, turning to gather her belongings. While Lin Yi leisurely watched her, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the lake. Earlier, he had spotted a red Gyarados rolling about in the water. Clearly, this was a mutated variant, a red Gyarados, stronger than the ordinary type, though not quite reaching the level of a demigod. Lin Yi recalled the details of the red Gyarados, noting its formidable level of 76, certainly a dangerous Pokémon. Besides the red Gyarados, there were other perilous Pokémon lurking in the depths, indicating that life was not as serene as Xiao Kuei had described. They undoubtedly faced terrifying Pokémon on a daily basis. Nevertheless, this situation was the best outcome possible. If Lin Yi truly wished to extricate Xiao Kuei from this place, it was not impossible, but certainly challenging. Shaking his head slightly, he chose not to elaborate further, instead sitting on a stone bench, watching Xiao Kuei from a distance. As he contemplated how to utilize his Pokémon Modifier to alter the current circumstances, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. "Hey there, are you hoping to see me?" The familiar voice caused Lin Yi to widen his eyes momentarily, instinctively shaking his head. Yet, as he did so, he sensed a wave of ominous energy enveloping him. Reluctantly, he nodded and replied, "Indeed, Miss Shangguan. I have come to seek your presence." Upon observing Lin Yi's demeanor, the glimmer of threat in the Shangguan princess's eyes dissipated, replaced by a warm and inviting smile. "And what brings you to seek me out? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me?" Upon hearing the words of his interlocutor, Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. He could unequivocally ascertain that the young Princess Shangguan before him was merely engaging in playful banter. Every utterance she made was to be taken with a grain of salt. However, he could not directly confront this fact, lest he attract perilous consequences. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi spoke, "I wish to participate in the upcoming Pokémon tournament. Might you possess any specific information regarding it?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, a flicker of amusement dimmed in Shangguan's eyes. She pondered for a moment, cradling her head in thought, before responding, "I truly do not know. Typically, such tournaments are organized by the Pokémon League and are not closely related to us." With a brief pause, she continued, "However, if you are determined to compete, I could dispatch a few formidable teammates to assist you, or even provide you with some controllable Pokémon, which would undoubtedly aid you in securing the championship." Without hesitation, Lin Yi firmly declined, "There's no need for that. I prefer to rely on my own abilities to clinch victory in this competition. After all, in the grander tournaments to come, cheating will be impossible. I will eventually face trainers of championship caliber. If I resort to dishonesty now, how could I stand against them later?" Chapter 8. Team Selection. In the ensuing moments, Lin Yi and the young Princess Shangguan exchanged light-hearted banter until Xiao Kuei, having packed her belongings and concluded her workday, approached them. Upon spotting Xiao Kuei, a glint of danger surfaced in Shangguan's gaze. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and continued her conversation with Lin Yi in a casual manner. After some time, when their dialogue had reached a natural conclusion, Shangwan finally remarked, "All right, I shall not disturb you two any longer. I have matters to attend to." With that, she turned and departed, leaving no trace behind. However, as she spun on her heel, her previously cheerful demeanor transformed into a cold mask. The two bodyguards, accustomed to such behavior, followed closely behind her, escorting her into the distance. At that moment, Lin Yi let out a slight sigh of relief and turned to Xiao Kuei, saying, "Let us be on our way." As they sat in the bus heading home, both Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei lapsed into a contemplative silence, exchanging no further words. Suddenly, Lin Yi broke the stillness. "Xiao Kuei, there are less than 20 days until the Pokémon tournament in Shinshin City. How have your preparations been coming along?" Taken aback by his inquiry, Xiao Kuei had not expected Lin Yi to be preoccupied with the Pokémon League competition under the current circumstances. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly replied, "I have given up. Our current situation renders us unable to participate in that tournament, especially considering it requires 4 members per team. And we are but 2. I do not wish to burden our previous companions any further. If Princess Shangwan were to discover them, it would not bode well for them." Upon hearing Xiao Kuei's words, Lin Yi confirmed his suspicion that she had likely abandoned the idea of competing in the Pokémon League tournament. However, he held a different perspective. He placed his left hand on Xiao Kuei's shoulder and spoke earnestly, "Do not worry about this matter. I have already assured Princess Shangwan that we will participate in the Pokémon League tournament, and I have specific candidates in mind for the other 2 spots." Xiao Kuei gazed at Lin Yi in surprise, taken aback by his resolve to assist her in fulfilling her aspirations. This gesture touched her deeply, and she felt tears welling in her eyes. Observing her reaction, Lin Yi gently patted her head and reassured her, "There is no need to be overly emotional. My motives are not solely for your benefit. They serve my interests as well." Lin Yi did not elaborate further, and Xiao Kuei refrained from questioning him. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yi, Lin Xiaoqing, and Xiao Kuei finished their dinner before retreating to their respective rooms. Zhao, as Charizard appeared, it emitted a peculiar cry and approached Lin Yi, nudging his arm with its head. Clearly, Charizard still believed Lin Yi was feeling somewhat downcast, akin to the previous day. At that moment, Squirtle had yet to arrive, while Riolu, utilizing its remarkable speed, rushed to Lin Yi's side to offer comfort. This scene provoked Squirtle's ire, as there was no longer room for him beside Lin Yi. "Squirtle, Squirtle." Squirtle called out twice, but upon realizing that neither Pokémon acknowledged him, he angrily retreated to his aquarium, settling down to sleep. Lin Yi chuckled at the situation but chose not to comment further. "In less than 20 days, I shall lead you to the Pokémon League tournament. At that time, you must not bring me shame. If possible, let us collectively seize the championship title and bask in glory." Lin Yi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Just as he had previously stated, his participation in the Pokémon League tournament was not solely for Xiao Kuei, it was also for himself. Indeed, initially, Lin Yi had not intended to partake in this so-called Pokémon League tournament, but after experiencing so many events, he realized he must compete. He could no longer afford to take a back seat. It was unrealistic to expect to simply hoard several legendary Pokémon and soar to success. In order to prevent excessive control by external powers, the only course of action available to him was to enhance his strength and elevate his renown. Without a doubt, Shinshin City was home to 3 prominent families, with the Shangwan family at the forefront. In Shinshin City, anyone who crossed the Shangwan family, even just a bodyguard, would likely never see the light of day again. Yet, some individuals could disregard such threats, namely, renowned Pokémon masters and champions. Each of these individuals was celebrated in their respective cities, with some exceedingly powerful world champions attaining global fame. Their prowess was formidable, and in such circumstances, no family could act against them recklessly. They had to weigh the costs of confronting these formidable figures and the potential repercussions of exposing their actions to the world. Indeed, Lin Yi's goal was precisely this: to use the upcoming Pokémon League tournament as a springboard to reach a world-class status. Once he became a genuine world champion, he was certain that Princess Shangwan would not dare to act against him. Moreover, Lin Yi had realized that while he could currently access Pokémon with advanced abilities through Xiao Kuei and Princess Shangwan, truly unique Pokémon would only be available through specialized competitions. As for the other 2 candidates besides himself and Xiao Kuei, he had already identified potential individuals. The first, naturally, was his sister, Lin Xiaoqing. Indeed, Lin Xiaoqing is merely a middle school student, having only recently signed a contract with Eevee, who is itself but a fledgling Pokémon at level 10. By any measure, Lin Xiaoqing lacks the qualifications to participate in the forthcoming Pokémon League competition, including the Dream League tournament. Even if she were to accompany Lin Yi and others, the likelihood of her simply being a liability is exceedingly high. It seems a rather unwise endeavor. It might be more prudent for Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei to form a team with a random passerby instead. Let us not forget, Lin Yi possesses a Pokémon Modifier. With this tool, he could easily enhance Lin Xiaoqing's EV into a formidable Pokémon, brimming with high levels and a plethora of skills. At that point, it would not be Lin Xiaoqing controlling EV, but rather EV leading Lin Xiaoqing to victory. Chapter 81. The Final Teammate. The following morning, Lin Yi took it upon himself to explain this situation to Lin Xiaoqing and Xiao Kuei. At the breakfast table, Lin Xiaoqing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never imagined that as a mere middle school student, having just signed a contract with a Pokémon, she would be thrust into the arena of the Pokémon League. It seemed almost surreal. Meanwhile, Xiao Kuei furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Lin Yi was perhaps grasping at straws. Lin Yi, I understand your affection for your sister and recognize that we shouldn't drag others into our troubles. But do you truly wish for Xiaoqing to join us in the Pokémon League? Setting everything else aside, this could be detrimental for her emotionally and for her Pokémon as well. Moreover, with less than 20 days remaining, while you and I may endure hardship, are you genuinely willing to subject her to such rigorous training with Eevee? Upon hearing this, a faint smile emerged at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth as he slowly replied, rest assured. You both know I possess the ability to teach Pokémon skills of various types. Therefore, we can certainly develop Xiao Kuei's EV into a Pokémon proficient in a multitude of abilities, surprising our opponents in the process. As for training levels, you need not worry. I have a special method that will ensure EV attains sufficient levels. Lin Xiaoqing and Xiao Kuei were unaware of the specifics of Lin Yi's methods, though they did understand that he could enable Pokémon to learn skills of different attributes. However, all skills demand a certain level of strength, which is to say, a Pokémon's level must support its abilities. Otherwise, an abundance of skills without the requisite stamina and strength to execute them would render those skills utterly useless. After reassuring both of them, Lin Yi finished the last sip of his soy milk and, brimming with enthusiasm, made his way to school. Upon arriving outside the classroom, he was greeted by a chorus of excited voices from within. Ha ha, now I too am a genius who has signed contracts with 2 Pokémon. You all can no longer look down upon me. Wang Kai exclaimed exuberantly, proudly displaying a Geodude and a newly contracted Trico from the previous day. The Trico appeared somewhat dazed, yet it was undeniably a rather capable starter Pokémon, the best that an ordinary individual could hope to attain. Lin Gu, you've arrived. Wang Kai called out excitedly, waving his hand. The surrounding classmates instinctively turned to look, and upon seeing Lin Yi with Squirtle perched on his shoulder, they all instinctively recoiled. Over time, it had become apparent to everyone that Lin Yi had undergone a transformation. He was no longer the underachiever of their class, but had ascended to become its strongest member, even displacing the former class monitor, particularly among those well-informed students. Whispers of the truth had begun to circulate, leading them to embellish the tale of how Lin Yi had supposedly dealt with Zhang Yudong. Initially, Lin Yi felt a twinge of fear regarding such rumors, worried that Zhang Yudong's family might retaliate upon learning of them. However, he no longer harbored such fears. Firstly, he had become a subordinate to Princess Shangguan, which, though reluctantly accepted, provided a layer of protection. Anyone wishing to target him would need to act covertly, hiding their identities to the extent that even the princess herself could not discern their motives. Moreover, due to previous encounters, Lin Yi had already made too many enemies. Many from minor clans had set their sights on him, intrigued by his extraordinary abilities that posed a significant disruption to the entire Pokémon society. He was unique in his talents, which made him appear rather innocent at present. But it was only a matter of time before the dynamics of Pokémon battles would undergo a profound transformation. Aware of this, many were devising ways to capture Lin Yi and extract his secrets. In contrast, Zhang Yudong's minor family seemed utterly inconsequential by comparison. How is your relationship with Trico? Is it progressing well? Lin Yi inquired as he settled into his seat. At his words, Wang Kai nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, this Trico, despite appearing a bit slow, possesses the high-speed characteristic you mentioned, Lin Gu. I believe it will surely reach great heights, becoming my ace in the hole. Wang Kai exclaimed, flailing his arms in excitement. He had thought that after signing Geodude, he would remain an ordinary person for life. But Lin Yi's guidance had unexpectedly opened the door for him to contract a second Pokémon. Not to mention, Lin Yi had generously lent him 30,000 yuan, a sum that, while not excessively large, represented a significant portion of a student's tuition over a year or two. It was impossible for Wang Kai not to feel grateful towards Lin Yi. Observing Wang Kai's profound gratitude, A smile crept across Lin Yi's face. Since you were so appreciative, would you be willing to assist me with a task? Wang Kai, momentarily taken aback, then thumped his chest and declared, rest assured, Lin Gu, whatever you ask of me, I will face it head on, be it scaling mountains or traversing fire. Seeing Wang Kai's fervor, Lin Yi nodded with a smile and said, don't worry. I won't put you in peril. You are aware of the Pokemon tournament in 20 days, correct? I am. I've heard that participants from all over Jinshin City, including university students, will be competing. But for us, it seems rather distant. We would likely have to wait until we are in college to participate, Wang Kai remarked, scratching his head in confusion, clearly not grasping Lin Yi's intent. Yet, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, the favor I seek from you is quite simple. I want you to join me in this Pokemon League tournament. The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Kai was left speechless. Had others overheard their conversation, they would have undoubtedly mocked Lin Yi at that moment. Wang Kai's expression fluctuated as he scratched his head, finally managing to stammer out, Lin Gu, are we really going to participate in the Pokemon League tournament? Chapter 82, Wang Kai's recklessness. What else would I seek you for? Lin Yi spoke without a hint of courtesy. He then patted Wang Kai on the shoulder and continued, rest assured, I won't drag you into a perilous situation. If you agree, you won't need to repay that 30,000 yuan, and I will assist you in specialized training with your Pokemon. I guarantee that you will shine brilliantly in the Pokemon competition 20 days from now, perhaps even catch the eye of some formidable teams. Lin Yi began to weave his persuasive narrative, while Wang Kai opposite him opened his mouth, his gaze revealing a flicker of hesitation. As a mere high school student, despite having just signed a contract for his second Pokemon, he couldn't deny that his own abilities were rather lacking. In this context, Lin Yi's insistence on dragging him into the Pokemon tournament in Jinshin City seemed quite fanciful. However, the resolute expression on Lin Yi's face made it clear that he was not jesting. Recognizing this, Wang Kai paused momentarily, then fervently nodded his head. Brother Lin, since you require my assistance, I shall brave mountains and flames without hesitation. Wang Kai displayed an unwavering loyalty, and upon witnessing this, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Lin Yi's eyes. Their relationship, to put it plainly, had been initiated by Wang Kai's own initiative, and Lin Yi felt a twinge of guilt for nearly leading him to his demise due to misguided advice. This guilt compelled him to lend Wang Kai a hand. Nevertheless, their bond was not particularly strong. As for Wang Kai's grand declarations of loyalty, Lin Yi regarded them with a degree of skepticism. Very well, since you have agreed, I shall take you to a specialized training venue tonight. After uttering this, Lin Yi chose not to elaborate further, leaving Wang Kai in a state of anxious curiosity about the nature of this training. Thus, as Wang Kai's eagerness mounted, an entire day slipped by. By evening, Wang Kai approached Lin Yi, and together they arrived at the school gate. At that moment, a sleek black car was parked outside. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Wang Kai, the car door swung open with a sharp sound, revealing the charming figure of the young lady, Shangwan Xiaoluoli. Lin Yi's brow twitched slightly upon her arrival, perplexed as to why she had come at this time. Wang Kai, on the other hand, gazed at Shangwan Xiaoluoli with surprise, recalling his previous knowledge of Lin Yi and Xiao Kuei's ambiguous relationship. He had not anticipated that Lin Yi was also entangled with a young girl of such apparent wealth. Noticing Wang Kai's scrutiny, Shangwan Xiaoluoli shifted her gaze, appraising him from head to toe, before smirking and disregarding him. Big brother, I've come to seek your assistance. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi nodded without hesitation, fully aware of the transactional nature of their relationship. Should he choose to withhold his help from the young princess, their rapport would swiftly deteriorate. At the very least, Shangwan Xiaoluoli would no longer shield him. And even if she refrained from direct confrontation, her watchful entourage would descend upon him like ravenous wolves, leaving him in a dire predicament. Lin Yi knew that his fate would be little better than death. That's good. Let us go then. Who is this big brother you're bringing along? Shangwan Xiaoluoli inquired as she noticed Wang Kai preparing to follow. Lin Yi opened his mouth, intending to suggest that Wang Kai remain behind. Although he held no deep feelings for Wang Kai, he was reluctant for him to be drawn into any complications involving Shangwan Xiaoluoli. If she were to take an interest in Wang Kai, it could present both an opportunity and a peril for him. Lin Yi, however, did not wish to entangle him further. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Kai cheerfully interjected, "Of course, little sister. Brother Lin and I are together. We're off for specialized training." Lin Yi's heart sank at Wang Kai's words. He had never referred to the young princess as little sister until now and was uncertain how she would perceive this moniker. At that moment, he noticed Shangwan Xiaoluoli's expression growing somewhat frigid, but upon seeing Lin Yi, It softened again, and she gave a slight nod. Then you may both accompany me. Once seated in the black sedan, Lin Yi felt a sense of unease wash over him, sensing that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Wang Kai engaged Shangwan Xiaololi in conversation, inquiring about her relationship with Lin Yi, how they had met, and what assistance she sought from him. Each of these questions, regardless of how innocuous they seemed, bore the weight of impending doom for Wang Kai. Lin Yi sat nervously beside them, yet inexplicably, Shangwan Xiaololi responded to Wang Kai's queries with a cheerful demeanor. Although she was aware that his inquiries were frivolous, Wang Kai listened with rapt attention, utterly convinced by her words. With a sudden clap on Lin Yi's thigh, Wang Kai exclaimed, "Brother Lin, I had no idea you and the little sister shared such a history. Your adventures are simply extraordinary. You must take me along next time." Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly at Wang Kai's obliviousness to the precariousness of his situation. Just as he was about to caution Wang Kai, he caught sight of a playful smile on Shangwan Xiaololi's lips, her gaze fixed intently on him, revealing her reluctance to expose Wang Kai's identity. Reluctantly, Lin Yi nodded slightly and replied coolly, "Understood, I'll take you along when the opportunity arises." Amidst this thrilling and precarious ride, an hour slipped by swiftly. Once the car came to a halt, Lin Yi eagerly pulled Wang Kai out of the vehicle, with Shangwan Xiaololi following closely behind. Reaching out to grasp Lin Yi's hand, "Big brother, we're heading this way," she exclaimed, pointing toward a distant structure. Before them stood a grand black castle, sprawling across approximately 1,000 square meters. Surrounding this imposing fortress were numerous armed personnel, but Lin Yi recognized them as Shangwan Xiaololi's subordinates. "Big brother, within this castle resides a ghost-type Pokémon. We are unable to locate it, and it has severely disrupted the life of the castle's original owner, namely myself. Thus, I seek your help to capture it. Otherwise, such a vast castle will fall into disrepair, which would be quite unfortunate." As Shangwan Xiaololi led Lin Yi toward the castle, she spoke with a cheerful tone. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, albeit perplexed as to why the young princess required his assistance in capturing this ghostly Pokémon. In this world, there exists a group of individuals known as Pokémon hunters, whose primary occupation is to capture rare Pokémon in the wilderness for the purpose of extensive trade. Typically, they amass considerable wealth, yet the risks they face remain exceedingly high. Regardless, their level of expertise far surpasses that of Lin Yi, leaving him uncertain as to why Princess Shangwan would request his assistance. Nevertheless, he understood that refusal was not an option, thus he followed her into the foreboding castle. Wang Kai, observing the armed personnel surrounding them, displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He had never encountered such an array of armed guards. Cheerfully, he trailed behind Lin Yi and Princess Shangwan as they ventured further inside. "Miss Shangwan, my classmate has a few screws loose. Please spare him," Lin Yi whispered into Princess Shangwan's ear. Upon hearing his words, a smile flickered across her face. "What are you saying, big brother? I think Wang Kai is quite delightful. It has been ages since anyone has conversed with me so merrily." Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise at her response. Upon witnessing the cheerful expression on her face, he realized she might indeed be sincere. A moment's reflection illuminated the reason for her apparent joy. It was simple. Princess Shangwan presented a facade of aloofness, cunning, and cruelty before everyone else. In such a context, even her elders would hesitate to engage her in light-hearted banter. Yet, an oblivious man like Wang Kai, unaware of her true identity, could approach her as a friend, treating her as a little sister. It was only natural that she would feel some happiness in this situation. Nonetheless, Lin Yi recognized that this could not continue indefinitely. He needed to find a moment to caution Wang Kai. Should Wang Kai provoke the princess, his life would be in jeopardy. Although Lin Yi did not harbor strong feelings for Wang Kai, he certainly did not wish to be the cause of his demise. Their partnership was crucial, as Wang Kai was the last teammate Lin Yi had chosen. Upon entering the dark castle, a sudden chill enveloped Lin Yi's body. His gaze instinctively shifted toward the distance, where he noticed a black chandelier hanging ominously from above. At that moment, the chandelier swayed violently before plummeting straight down. With a resounding crash, it landed before him. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained unperturbed. "What in the world?" Wang Kai gasped, instinctively retreating behind Lin Yi while simultaneously shielding Princess Shangwan with his left arm. Taken aback by this display, Lin Yi relaxed when he noticed Princess Shangwan was not angered. Rather, she appeared somewhat amused. "What just happened? Why did that chandelier fall? If we had taken a few more steps, it could have killed us," Wang Kai exclaimed, his eyes a mix of fury and astonishment. Lin Yi responded, "If I am not mistaken, it seems that the ghost-type Pokémon residing in this castle does not welcome our presence. It possesses a strong territorial instinct. With that, Lin Yi's gaze drifted toward a distant door that was shaking ominously. The door, ancient and black, bore strange engravings that suggested something was amiss. Miss Shangwan, why is the architecture here so peculiar? Lin Yi questioned, sensing an anomaly. If this truly were Princess Shangwan's residence, such bizarre construction would be implausible. Clearly, this place was not as she had described. It was specifically designed to attract ghost-type Pokémon. It appeared that a particularly powerful or unusual ghost-type Pokémon had been drawn here, which was likely the reason Princess Shangwan had sought Lin Yi's assistance. Lin Yi understood that her decision was somewhat desperate, as she was not entirely confident that he could capture the elusive Pokémon within. Yet, at that moment, specific details about a Pokémon surfaced in Lin Yi's mind. Pokémon, Ghastly, Gender, NA, Level, LV30, Talent, Purple Epic, Ability, Levitate, Floating in mid-air, Immune to ground attacks. Invisibility, possesses advanced stealth, generally undetectable. Skills, Lick, Proficient. Shadow Ball, Proficient. Hypnosis, Proficient. Curse, Proficient. Dark Pulse, Proficient. Upon reviewing this information about Ghastly, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered a Pokémon with two abilities. The second ability elucidated why others could not perceive this Ghastly, nor even comprehend whose Pokémon resided here. More surprising to Lin Yi was the fact that Ghastly had learned two skills, Shadow Ball and Dark Pulse, which could typically only be acquired at levels 48 and 42, respectively. Yet, this Ghastly, at level 30, had already mastered them. Clearly, its talent was exceptional, a testament to its purple epic quality. Taking a deep breath, a hint of greed flickered in Lin Yi's gaze. If circumstances allowed, he yearned to claim this Ghastly as his own. However, his Pokémon modifier was only at level 3, permitting him to contract a mere 3 Pokémon. Moreover, it was unlikely that Princess Shangwan would relinquish such an outstanding Pokémon to him. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Yi pointed toward the distant, quaking door and declared, "There resides a Ghastly with a hidden ability. It is the ghost-type Pokémon of this castle." Chapter 84, The Disobedient Ghastly. Is that true? I don't see anything, Wang Kai exclaimed, turning his gaze toward the empty space, his expression revealing a trace of bewilderment. Yet, he did not doubt Lin Yi's words, instead responding, "As expected of you, Lin Gu, you can perceive things we cannot." Meanwhile, Princess Shangwan's attention also shifted to the trembling door. Her eyes narrowed slightly, for she saw nothing, causing her to question Lin Yi's assertion. However, she refrained from directly confronting him, opting instead to smile and say, "Big brother, you are so impressive, able to see things we cannot. In that case, why not go and capture it yourself?" At her suggestion, Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly. The Ghastly before them was level 30 and possessed a purple epic talent. Attempting to capture it would likely result in his demise. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Understood. As his words lingered in the air, he advanced forward, his gaze fixated intently on the elusive Ghastly. At that moment, Lin Yi could not discern the exact location of the ghostly Pokémon, yet the probing feature of his poke scanner functioned as a veritable cheat, enabling him to ascertain that the Ghastly was indeed within his line of sight. Drawing in a deep breath, Lin Yi approached the grand entrance, refraining from engaging in a direct confrontation. Setting aside the fact that his 3 Pokémon were unlikely to inflict significant damage upon the Ghastly, the disparity in their levels was far too pronounced. Should he attempt a forceful assault, the chances of his Pokémon sustaining severe injuries would be substantial. Consequently, he resolved to explore an alternative approach. "Ghastly, I am aware of your presence here and recognize that you are enjoying yourself, but you cannot remain in this place indefinitely. I can take you to another realm where you will encounter far more exhilarating experiences." Lin Yi spoke softly, striving to convey sincerity. However, in response to his entreaty, nothing materialized before him. Just as Lin Yi began to feel a twinge of surprise, thinking the Ghastly had not fallen for his ruse, a wisp of smoke flickered, and the figure of Ghastly manifested before him. The ghostly creature, with its crimson tongue and pallid eyes, resembled a legendary specter, its gaze curiously fixed upon Lin Yi. It was evident that it had been trapped here for quite some time, and during this period, it had encountered no other Pokémon aside from itself. It had long since grown weary of its existence in this desolate space. "There truly exists a Ghastly. My brother Lin is remarkable," Wang Kai exclaimed excitedly, flailing his arms in exuberance, appearing more animated than Lin Yi himself. Meanwhile, Princess Shangwan narrowed her eyes slightly, a flicker of realization dawning upon her. She had underestimated Lin Yi. It appeared he possessed abilities of which she was unaware, elevating his status in her esteem. She was determined to tighten her grip on him. unwilling to let him slip from her grasp. As the Ghastly seemed poised to acquiesce to his proposal, Lin Yi slowly extended his left hand towards his back, where a Master Ball was concealed. This Master Ball was not one he had purchased himself, but rather one that Princess Shangwan had just bestowed upon him. After all, he had come to capture a Pokémon that even professionals found daunting, and thus he was adequately equipped. Very well. Let us embark on a journey to explore this splendid world. Come with me, he declared, presenting the Master Ball and gently tapping it against Ghastly's head. With a capture success rate of 100, as long as it made contact with Ghastly, he would secure the creature within the confines of the ball, fulfilling his mission. Yet, in that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A perfect smile spread across Ghastly's visage, and suddenly, its lengthy tongue lashed out, licking Lin Yi's cheek. A wave of paralysis coursed through his body, clearly a result of Ghastly's move, lick. The ghostly figure shimmered and vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Seeing this, Wang Kai rushed forward, catching Lin Yi just as he was about to collapse. Brother Lin, what just happened? Did that Ghastly escape? However, Lin Yi remained silent, immobilized by the effects of lick, rendering him incapable of speech. Princess Shangwan let out a soft sigh and approached Lin Yi, producing a purple fruit from her pocket and placing it in his mouth. Struggling to chew the fruit, Lin Yi felt a resurgence of vitality moments later. Thank you, he managed to say, retrieving half a chewed paralysis heal fruit from his mouth. The flavor was far from pleasant, bearing a bitter astringency reminiscent of raw Sichuan peppercorns. Now that it has fled, what shall we do next? Princess Shangwan inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. Since it refuses to leave peacefully with me, I shall resort to battle to subdue it before leading it away. However, he paused thoughtfully. My Pokémon are insufficiently powerful. Only my Charmeleon is capable of engaging in combat with it. The other two would likely be defeated should they enter the fray. As soon as he finished speaking, Princess Shangwan comprehended his intent. With a subtle wave of her left hand, her two bodyguards stepped forward to stand beside them. State your Pokémon and their abilities. You are to follow my brother's commands to ensure that Ghastly is captured. Such a Ghastly, endowed with hidden traits, was undoubtedly of exceptional talent. Understood. Both bodyguards nodded in unison, retrieving their Pokeballs to release their Pokémon. To the left stood a Fire-type Ninetales with the ability Flash Fire, boasting a level of 35. To the right was a Dark-type Umbreon, possessing the ability Synchronize, also at level 35. Casting a cursory glance at the skills of the two Pokémon, Lin Yi's expression brightened. He sensed that victory was within reach. Chapter 85. This is your Pokémon. Within the shadowy confines of the castle, only 3 individuals remained. Lin Yi and his 2 youthful bodyguards. Both bodyguards, around 25 years of age, exhibited vigilant expressions. Before them stood the Umbreon and Ninetales, both appearing alert, clearly having engaged in previous battles. However, the outcome had not met their expectations. Let us begin, Lin Yi declared slowly, his eyes gleaming with resolve. He took a step forward, dashing ahead. At that moment, while his surroundings were obscured from view, his line of sight registered all the information regarding Ghastly. It was indeed before him. Attack! Lin Yi bellowed, and the Ninetales sprang into action. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames, the fire coalescing into a gigantic character that slammed down upon the ground ahead. This was the signature move of Fire-type Pokémon, Flame Burst. The massive flames consumed everything in their vicinity, yet Lin Yi noted that Ghastly had evaded significant damage, having already anticipated the attack. Although he could confirm that Ghastly was within his line of sight, he could not pinpoint its precise location, resulting in a slight deviation in the strike. Nevertheless, this was merely the beginning. Ninetales continued to unleash Flame Burst, striking the surrounding ground repeatedly, quickly engulfing itself and the nearby Umbreon in a fiery embrace. The Moonlight EV felt the searing status afflicting its body, merely furrowing its brow without any inclination to remedy the situation. Squirtle, come forth, Lin Yi murmured, releasing his Pokeball to summon Squirtle. As a crimson light flickered, Squirtle materialized before him, its eyes glinting with a hint of vigilance. Squirtle. At that moment, Squirtle donned a pair of black sunglasses and a black Everstone, appearing somewhat comical, yet Lin Yi still called it forth. This was due to Squirtle possessing a move that neither of the 2 Pokémon on the field had. Squirtle, unleash Poison Fong upon Moonlight EV, Lin Yi bellowed. And without hesitation, Squirtle lunged, biting down on the hindquarters of Moonlight EV. The latter winced in pain but refrained from retaliating, understanding the necessity of the act. At this moment, Moonlight EV was afflicted by both burn and poison statuses. Yet, this was merely the beginning. From behind Lin Yi emerged a yellow electric mouse, Pikachu, the second Pokémon of one of the bodyguards. Due to its recent signing, its level was rather low and had not been previously summoned. However, Lin Yi seized this critical moment to release Pikachu. The little creature crackled with a surge of electricity and unleashed Thunder Wave upon Moonlight EV. The latter's body jolted, becoming ensnared by paralysis. "Now's the time," Lin Yi shouted. In that instant, Moonlight EV erupted with a radiant glow. It then activated its ability, transferring all negative statuses onto the opposing Ghastly. Ghastly, taken completely by surprise, stood frozen as 3 statuses enveloped it. "Unleash the strongest attack," Lin Yi roared. The 2 bodyguards, without a moment's hesitation, commanded their Pokémon to execute their most formidable moves, including the low-level Pikachu, which employed Volt Tackle. A colossal fiery impact struck Ghastly, accompanied by a powerful dark pulse. Finally, a tremendous bolt of lightning crashed down upon it, inflicting substantial damage, enough to leave Ghastly in a severely weakened state. Witnessing this, Lin Yi inhaled deeply and, without hesitation, retrieved a Master Ball from his pocket, hurling it towards Ghastly. The Master Ball struck Ghastly's head with a resounding thud before opening in a flash of red light, drawing Ghastly inside. The ball quivered slightly on the ground before settling into stillness. This Master Ball boasted a 100 capture rate and bore a staggering price tag of 1 million. Indeed, its value was exorbitant, often deemed priceless. Only individuals of significant power, like Princess Shangwan, could procure such a high-caliber Pokeball. Ordinary folks could merely aspire to acquire Ultra Balls. Approaching, Lin Yi grasped the Master Ball in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated his success. At that moment, the door behind him swung open, and Wang Kai rushed in, exclaiming excitedly, "Lin Gu, you did it! You're incredible! You're my idol!" he exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. However, Lin Yi merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze drifted towards the distant Princess Shangwan, who regarded him with an expression of admiration. She had initially believed Lin Yi was merely someone with a unique ability to teach Pokémon new moves, but it was clear now that he harbored many secrets yet to be uncovered. "Little brother, you are truly remarkable. You captured a Pokémon that even this professional team could not subdue," she praised. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi nodded slightly, a smile illuminating his eyes, and extended the Master Ball before him. "Miss Shangwan, here, your Pokémon." Although Lin Yi's face bore a smile, a hint of reluctance lingered within him. This was the first Pokémon he had encountered with a purple epic talent and a hidden ability. Truthfully, he did not wish to part with it. If possible, he wanted to keep this Pokémon for himself. Yet, it seemed that such a wish was unattainable. However, at that moment, Princess Shangwan lifted an eyebrow and surprisingly pushed the Master Ball back towards him. "Little brother, this is your Pokémon." Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He could hardly believe that Princess Shangwan, fully aware of the rarity of this Pokémon, would choose to gift it to him. Chapter 86, Encountering a Robbery. Watching the black car recede into the distance, Lin Yi stood before the villa, clutching the Master Ball containing the purple talent Ghastly. He felt somewhat dreamlike, for Princess Shangwan had indeed bestowed upon him this Master Ball along with the Pokémon within, as if she were certain he could contract a 4th Pokémon. Such a notion caused Lin Yi's brow to furrow slightly. He sensed something amiss. At that moment, Wang Kai draped an arm around Lin Yi's shoulder, speaking up, "Lin Gu, you and that little sister seem to have quite a rapport. She was willing to give you such a precious Master Ball along with that clearly formidable Ghastly." Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, Lin Yi's face displayed a hint of exasperation, but soon turned serious. With a sigh, he began, "Wang Kai, I must clarify something. That little sister is the princess of the Shangwan family, ruthless and unyielding. You must show her respect, otherwise, you might unknowingly provoke her and find yourself in grave danger." Lin Yi spoke with utmost seriousness. Initially, Wang Kai thought Lin Yi was jesting, but upon witnessing the sincerity in Lin Yi's eyes, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He stammered, "Lin Gu, what about all the things I did to her before? Am I doomed?" Hearing this, Lin Yi sighed softly. "Do not worry, I have spoken to her. She does not harbor any animosity towards you because of those incidents. However, you must be cautious in the future." After advising Wang Kai, Lin Yi said no more and led him into Xiao Kuei's villa. Earlier that morning, he had informed Xiao Kuei that he would be bringing their 4th teammate over. So entering the villa with Wang Kai posed no issue. As they stepped through the threshold, Lin Yi's eyes were drawn to 2 figures, one large and one small, reclining on the sofa. On the left side stood his younger sister, Lin Xiaoqing, who was currently clad in an adorable rabbit-themed pajama set, her gaze fixed intently on the television. Beside her was Xiao Kuei, also dressed in a charming pink pajama ensemble. Upon hearing a sound, both their eyes turned simultaneously towards the entrance, where they spotted Lin Yi and his companion, Wang Kai. "Brother, you're back. Who is this?" Lin Xiaoqing exclaimed, bouncing off the sofa to stand next to Lin Yi, her eyes curiously assessing Wang Kai. Lin Yi, without any preamble, introduced him. "This is our fourth teammate and my classmate, Wang Kai." "Hello, little sister, and greetings to you, Assistant Xiao Kuei," Wang Kai said with a warm and friendly smile as he greeted them. Lin Xiaoqing returned his smile, nodding enthusiastically. "Hello, brother. From now on, we will be teammates." Xiao Kuei also nodded slightly, approaching the two, though her expression bore a hint of skepticism. She was acutely aware of the formidable abilities possessed by the students in Lin Yi's class. To be honest, aside from Lin Yi, the rest of his classmates were rather mediocre. Xiao Kuei harbored some doubts regarding Wang Kai. Noticing the flicker of doubt in Xiao Kuei's eyes, Wang Kai hesitated briefly before speaking. "Assistant Xiao Kuei, I understand your concerns, but I am already the proud trainer of 2 Pokémon, so do not underestimate me." However, Xiao Kuei did not focus on Wang Kai. Her gaze shifted towards Lin Yi, clearly seeking his confirmation about the situation. Lin Yi shrugged slightly and, without hesitation, assured her. "Rest assured, Wang Kai is a carefully selected teammate. While his strength may not be exceptionally formidable at present, after our intensive training, he will undoubtedly reach a remarkable level. At the very least, he won't be a liability." With Lin Yi's assurance, both Xiao Kuei and Lin Xiaoqing began to trust Wang Kai. Subsequently, the group gathered around the table to engage in discussions. They had no intention of commencing training that day. Instead, they contemplated the various training approaches for their respective Pokémon. After all, the training methods for the same Pokémon could differ significantly, leading to varied outcomes in strength. As the clock struck midnight, the four had concluded their discussions. Lin Yi then escorted Wang Kai back to his residence. Standing at the doorstep, Wang Kai looked at Lin Yi with an expression of excitement. "Brother Lin, I initially thought your earlier words were mere bluster, but after today, I realize you are serious. Once we complete our training, I am confident we will achieve an impressive ranking in the upcoming Pokémon League competition, perhaps even clinching first place." Observing Wang Kai's earnest demeanor, Lin Yi smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't let your efforts go to waste. Starting tomorrow, we will begin our intensive training, and both you and your Pokémon will experience significant improvement." After bidding farewell, Lin Yi stretched and hailed a taxi, heading towards Xiao Kuei's villa. At such a late hour, public transport was non-existent. Once seated in the back of the taxi, Lin Yi felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He stifled a yawn and closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the taxi driver wore a sly smile, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Instead of heading to the destination Lin Yi had specified, the driver diverted towards another location. "Wake up, we've arrived." Feeling someone shaking him, Lin Yi reluctantly opened his eyes, only to find the driver leering at him with ill intent. A sense of unease washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings. "Where am I?" Lin Yi inquired, his voice laced with apprehension. Without hesitation, the driver pulled a watermelon knife from his pocket and pressed it against Lin Yi's neck. "You seem like you have some money. Lend me some to spend." As Lin Yi registered the driver's sinister grin, the realization struck him. He was being robbed. A resigned expression crossed his face, and then a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "If you want it, I might as well give it all to you." Chapter 87. Elimination of Witnesses. The man wielding the watermelon knife stared at Lin Yi, momentarily taken aback. Yet, the ferocity in his gaze remained. "Yes, just comply and transfer all your money to me. Don't try anything funny, or you won't see the light of tomorrow." He barked excitedly. Lin Yi complied, retrieving his black card from his pocket. This card, gifted to him by Princess Shangguan, contained 1 million. Although he had spent some, he still had over 900,000 left. Following the man's instructions, Lin Yi swiped the card on a reader and entered the PIN. As the man observed Lin Yi's cooperation, he nodded approvingly, thinking to himself that this high school student was easily intimidated. A little scare had convinced him to part with all his money. Yet, he also realized that high school students typically didn't possess much. Having a few thousand was already impressive. As he contemplated this, the man suddenly noticed his account balance had increased by over 900,000. This revelation made him recoil slightly in surprise, staring incredulously at Lin Yi. "You have over 900,000? Lin Yi nodded slightly, raising his hands in surrender. "Can I leave now?" As he spoke, a smile played on his lips, though to the man, it appeared as a mocking smirk. The man took a step back, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. He was weighing his next move. If Lin Yi were merely an ordinary high school student, robbing him would be a straightforward affair. However, the fact that he could casually produce over 900,000 raised suspicions about his true identity. The man's gaze fell once more on the card in Lin Yi's hand. But upon noticing the emblem of the Shangwan family, he was utterly flabbergasted. "You from the Shangwan family?" Lin Yi shrugged slightly, responding, "Sort of. But what does that have to do with your robbery? If there's nothing else, please take me home. I can pretend this incident never occurred." Lin Yi's sincerity was palpable. Perhaps at the outset, he would have fought tooth and nail for the 900,000. But now, he had come to terms with the situation. Especially since he possessed a Master Ball worth $1 million, and the Jengar contained within it was valued at several million. The man gulped involuntarily, his disbelief evident. He surveyed the desolate surroundings, realizing they were in an isolated wilderness, and a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. "The young master, is it? I detest individuals like you. The affluent. Just die?" The man shouted loudly, subsequently brandishing a watermelon knife and aiming for Lin Yi's neck. It was evident that this was not his first experience with murder. Otherwise, he would not have aimed for Lin Yi's throat with such lethal intent. This method of striking to kill indicated that the man had blood on his hands. After discerning this, Lin Yi let out a slight sigh. "Must you not cherish life?" No sooner had he spoken than a shadow of dark blue materialized behind the man, followed by a metallic claw piercing through his abdomen. The excruciating pain washed over the man in an instant, causing the watermelon knife in his grasp to clatter to the ground. Yet, he dared not move an inch, for the Pokemon's claw remained embedded in his belly. Lin Yi slowly descended from the vehicle, retrieved the bloodied watermelon knife, and regarded him with icy detachment. "I have made my intentions clear. Return me, and we shall let this incident slide. Why must you resort to violence against me?" With that, Lin Yi swung the watermelon knife, severing the man's neck. Crimson blood spurted forth, prompting Lin Yi to instinctively step back to evade the spray. Though a drop of the foul liquid still splattered upon his face, he wiped it away and gazed upon the lifeless man, whose face was etched with terror. With a slight shake of his head, he dismissed the scene, took out his phone, and began to await further developments. 10 minutes later, a roaring SUV sped into view, kicking up a cloud of dust as it halted beside Lin Yi. "Is it you, Lin Yi? You seem to be attracting trouble." 2 lives extinguished in just a few days. A somewhat resigned voice broke the silence, revealing Li Long, the bodyguard who had fought alongside Lin Yi earlier that day. "Brotherly, this man attempted to rob me and eliminate me as a witness. I had no choice but to eliminate him. I appreciate your assistance." Hearing Lin Yi's words, the man known as Brotherly shook his head slightly before gesturing to another man in the vehicle. "Zhangqing, please escort our troublesome young lad home. I will handle matters here." The other bodyguard, who had also fought alongside Lin Yi, sat in the vehicle. Although both were the close protectors of Princess Shangwan, they had distinct roles. Typically, the daytime and nighttime bodyguards were not the same, for maintaining constant vigilance would be unbearable. "All right, let us get going, lad." Lin Yi nodded at Li Long before getting into the passenger seat of the SUV. With a roar, the vehicle sped towards Xiao Kuei's villa. Li Long cast a glance at the brutally slain taxi driver, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This boy's method of killing is rather crude, relying primarily on the princess's previous Pokemon, yet he showed no hesitation when striking. It seems he is not a harmless character. Seated in the SUV, Lin Yi slumped in the passenger seat, silent. To him, the act of killing just committed felt starkly different from the time he had first taken down Zhang Yudong. Though both instances had forced his hand, this time he could have held back. Yet, Lin Yi chose not to. Anger and a sense of helplessness simmered within him. He felt small and insignificant, that even a mere taxi driver would dare to rob him. This incited a flicker of fury, and as he took deep breaths, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually subsided. At that moment, Zhangqing suddenly spoke up. "Young man, there's no need to be overly anxious. You have killed. Had you not acted, he would have killed you instead, so do not burden yourself with unnecessary guilt." At this, Lin Yi nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting a newfound calmness. Chapter 88. The First Epic Purple Pokemon. Upon returning to his bed, Lin Yi lay down without removing his clothes. He still bore the faint scent of blood, yet felt too lethargic to wash it away. In a flash of 3 red lights, Charmeleon, Squirtle, and Riolu appeared before him. The 3 Pokemon stared intently at Lin Yi, refraining from their usual affectionate embrace, sensing that something was amiss with Lin Yi's demeanor this time. Turning to his Pokemon, Lin Yi allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "There's training tomorrow. It's best to rest early." "Jow, Squirtle." After a couple of calls, Squirtle and Charmeleon retreated to their nests, settling down for sleep. Watching the two fall into slumber, Lin Yi felt a twinge of envy. The ability to sleep at will was something he deeply desired. However, his gaze shifted to Riolu, who showed no inclination to return to its spot. Observing Riolu's current state, Lin Yi nodded slightly. I understand. As he spoke, Riolu approached him of its own accord. Lin Yi gently stroked Riolu's fur, his eyes reflecting a serene calmness. Current Pokemon level 20, level up possible. Proceed with the upgrade? Yes. As Lin Yi confirmed in his mind, a white light enveloped Riolu, its internal energy surging. Ding. Riolu's level has increased. Current level 25. Ding. Pokemon Modifier upgraded to level 4, unlocking talent modification capability. A glimmer of surprise lit up Lin Yi's eyes upon receiving this system notification. He had not anticipated that the Pokemon Modifier would ascend to level 4 at this juncture, signifying his eligibility to contract a fourth Pokemon. This placed him among the ranks of the elite Pokemon Masters. While theoretically, one could become a Pokemon Trainer Master with a single powerful Pokemon, bolstered by ample combat experience. It was a tacit rule that all established Pokemon Masters had contracted at least 4 Pokemon. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi retrieved the Master Ball from his pocket. Inside lay a Jengar with epic purple talent. He refrained from immediately contracting the Jengar, as its level was a formidable 30, far surpassing that of any Pokemon he currently possessed. In the short term, contracting it was unfeasible, otherwise. Releasing it would likely result in Jengar delivering a sound thrashing before making its escape. After a deep breath, he placed the talent upgrade at the forefront of his thoughts. It is well known that in this world, a Pokemon's talent is determined at birth. Regardless of how high a Pokemon's base stats may be, if its talent is lacking, its growth will be sluggish, and its combat prowess will vary significantly. A level 50 Charizard with mediocre green talent is a completely different entity from one with epic purple talent. Under suitable conditions, the latter could even engage in direct combat with 6 well-endowed green Charizards. Lin Yi gazed at the Riolu before him, showing no hesitation as he activated the talent enhancement function of the Pokemon Modifier. With a chime, Riolu's talent upgraded, ascending to the purple epic level. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. He had initially thought himself fortunate to possess a Jengar with a purple epic talent. Yet, upon the system's upgrade, he instantaneously acquired another Riolu with the same prestigious attribute. This revelation illuminated a profound truth for him. His most formidable asset would forever be the Pokemon Modifier. As long as he possessed this tool, the prospect of obtaining not only purple epic Pokemon, but even golden legendary or red mythical ones was indeed plausible. Contemplating this, Lin Yi glanced at the waiting time for talent modification, an entire 10 days. He paused momentarily, then nodded slightly in acknowledgement of its normalcy. After all, such a miraculous ability could elevate even the most subpar Pokemon to divine status. A waiting period of 10 days was, therefore, entirely reasonable. Taking a deep breath, he allowed Riolu to rest while he reclined on his bed, closing his eyes. That night, Lin Yi enjoyed a deep and restful slumber, fully aware that his rise to prominence had commenced. If he could secure a commendable position in the upcoming Pokemon League competition in 20 days, ideally claiming first place, there was a significant likelihood that he would capture the attention of influential figures within the Pokemon League. This could potentially allow him to escape the clutches of Princess Shangwan. The following morning, Lin Yi awoke with an invigorating sense of enthusiasm, feeling particularly buoyant. With excitement etched across his face, he descended the stairs and joined Lin Xiaoqing and others for breakfast before each attending to their respective endeavors. Observing Lin Yi's departing figure, Xiao Kuei's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Why does it seem that Lin Yi is especially cheerful today? Did something noteworthy occur yesterday? Pondering this, Xiao Kuei ultimately shook her head, unable to decipher the mystery. Nevertheless, as long as Lin Yi was happy, that was what mattered most. Arriving at the school gate by bus, Lin Yi immediately spotted Wang Kai waiting for him. "Brother Lin, I'm here," Wang Kai exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to Lin Yi. "Brother Lin, we have a Pokemon practical training session this morning. Will Sister Xiao Kuei be assisting us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's brow arched slightly as he recalled that Xiao Kuei was indeed their assistant for the practical training class. However, he ultimately shook his head and replied, "Sister Xiao Kuei probably won't be able to come. She has more important responsibilities and likely won't return." Wang Kai responded with a disappointed "oh," though his spirits soon lifted again. "Where shall we conduct our special training tonight? I'm so eager to witness the results. I believe I will emerge as a genius in the eyes of my classmates." Observing Wang Kai's exuberance, Lin Yi patted his shoulder and spoke reassuringly, "Trust me, you will undoubtedly succeed." With that, the two entered the classroom and commenced their monotonous day of lessons. Chapter 89. The territory has been seized. During the first class, Lin Yi clearly noticed that Wang Kai was somewhat distracted. Evidently, this underperforming student had become rather inflated after signing a contract for a second Pokémon. Coupled with Lin Yi's grand aspirations for him, Wang Kai's expectations had soared to lofty heights, rendering the lessons at school inconsequential in his eyes. To him, achieving a commendable position in the Pokémon League competition in Jinshin City guaranteed a meteoric rise, with prestigious schools undoubtedly extending invitations. Consequently, the relevance of these classes had diminished for him. Recognizing this, Lin Yi resolved to impart a valuable lesson to Wang Kai during the upcoming Pokémon training session. Otherwise, he feared that Wang Kai's inflated ego might lead to undesirable consequences. As the first class concluded, Wang Kai bounded over to Lin Yi, grinning widely. "Brother Lin, for the next Pokémon practical training, let us team up. I must tell you, my Trico is formidable. I believe there is no one in the class who can defeat me except for you." Lin Yi chuckled and nodded in agreement. All right. They, along with their classmates, proceeded to the Pokémon training room. Upon entering, however, Lin Yi and his companions furrowed their brows. Their designated area for class had been overrun by a group of students from the Genius class, who showed no intention of vacating the space as they engaged in their Pokémon practical training. Observing this, the surrounding students expressed their displeasure. Why are they acting like this? It's clearly our class time. Exactly. What should we do about it? Who will confront them? Where's the teacher? Doesn't the teacher care about this? Listening to the murmurs around him, Lin Yi's gaze shifted toward their Pokémon practical training instructor in the distance, a bald man with a formidable presence that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Lin Yi recognized him as Zhao Tai, not only their instructor, but also the head of the Pokémon practical training course for the entire school. This was precisely why, whenever the Genius class attended, he neglected the other classes. Such a situation was not unprecedented. "Brother Lin, it seems we won't be able to conduct our class today. Let us just wait until our special training tonight," Wang Kai said, a hint of frustration in his eyes, yet feeling powerless. He understood that having signed 2 Pokémon contracts qualified him for the Genius class, but he had not yet entered it. Moreover, the resources he had received differed from those of these students. Although their Pokémon numbers were equal, their strengths were worlds apart. Thus, he had no desire to engage in battle with them. However, Lin Yi was unwilling to coddle this group. He detested those who bullied others under the guise of their own strength. Clearing his throat slightly, he strode forward. The surrounding students gazed at him in astonishment. Everyone knew that Zhao Tai, the instructor for the Pokémon practical training course, favored the Genius class students, which deterred most from challenging his authority. Yet here was Lin Yi, doing just that. Wang Kai hesitated for a moment, gazing at Lin Yi's retreating figure before gritting his teeth and following suit. "Classmates, this is our designated area for class. Please vacate it," Lin Yi stated calmly. Upon hearing his words, a tall man from the opposing group glanced up and simply scoffed dismissively, saying nothing further. Witnessing this, a faint smile crept across Lin Yi's lips as he spoke slowly. They were merely a group of ineffectual individuals, too timid to utter a word, now audaciously seizing the resources of others, emboldened by the favor of their instructor. Indeed, they were nothing more than a bunch of immature children who had yet to wean from their mother's milk, daring to wield their teacher's authority as a shield. After Lin Yi delivered this scathing remark, the entire assembly fell into a brief stupor. They exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how a mere student from the ordinary class would challenge the prodigies of the elite class. The tall man who had previously cast a dismissive glance at Lin Yi and Wang Kai now turned his attention back to Lin Yi. Upon recognizing Lin Yi's visage, he momentarily froze, then mockingly stated, "I was wondering who it might be. Turns out it's the one who drove Zhang Yudong away. I heard you've also signed 2 Pokémon, qualifying you for our Genius class. How about it? Just call me brother, and I'll have a word with the head instructor to let you join our ranks." No one anticipated that the man across from Lin Yi, upon recognizing him, would refrain from immediately launching a verbal assault or physical confrontation. Instead, he sought to entice Lin Yi. Even Wang Kai, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief at this turn of events. A glimmer of aspiration flickered in his gaze, for he too had signed a second Pokémon and harbored hopes of ascending to the Genius class. After all, being regarded as a genius was quite an appealing notion. However, Lin Yi was acutely aware that this was merely a psychological tactic. Should he concede or exhibit even the slightest hint of yearning, he would soon be met with an avalanche of ridicule and humiliation. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Lin Yi gradually replied, "I beg your pardon, but I find your meager resources unworthy of my attention. I would feel quite embarrassed to associate with a class that cannot even secure a ranking in the school team competitions. In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the entire Pokémon training ground. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yi, bewildered by his audacity to challenge the authority of the genius class, especially in the presence of the ever-favorable teacher Zhao Tai. As expected, before the man could retort, Zhao Tai approached from a distance, his expression dark as night. He positioned himself squarely in front of the man, fixing an intense gaze upon Lin Yi. "What did you just say?" Zhao Tai's face was a stormy visage. And the reason was clear. He had always led the team during competitions against other schools. However, resources varied from institution to institution. In their school, possessing 2 Pokémon could elevate one to the status of a genius, the pinnacle of achievement. Yet, in other esteemed schools, even in elite academies, it was commonplace to encounter individuals with 2 Pokémon. True prodigies were those who possessed 3.